World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 638 to Chapter 662. September 1st, Wednesday. The 2010 cohort had the most new students. There were 50-50 in total, slightly more than the fixed quota of 5,000. 50 of them belonged to those who had connections. On this day, MCMAU reopened. The school gates had not opened yet. At this moment, there was a sea of people outside. There were students and parents. Fang Yuan tidied up her martial arts uniform excitedly and said softly, "Mom, Dad, you guys go back first. I'm already a grown-up. I'm not a child anymore." Fang Mingrong chuckled. "How old are you? You're only 16 at most. Besides, we're so close to each other. Would it be embarrassing for you to send you home?" "No." Fang Yuan shook her head quickly and said softly, "But I'm already a martial artist. It's embarrassing for my parents to send me to school." Brother also said that parents aren't allowed in. "Your brother hasn't been home for a few days." Beside her, Li Yueying was both proud and heartbroken. She said softly, "He's already the vice-chancellor. He didn't even come home to tell us the good news. Everyone says he's been busy lately. Now that he's a leader, he'll be busy." Their son had become the vice-chancellor of Sino Nation's #1 martial arts university at the age of 20. The old couple was extremely proud. However, after becoming a leader, their son seemed to be even busier. Their home was in Magic City, not far away. They had not been home for a few days. As the family of three chatted, a martial arts university student flew over from the school gates and said loudly, "Parents aren't allowed in. You can visit after school starts." As soon as he finished speaking, the student seemed to have seen Fang Yuan's family. He nodded slightly at them, his attitude much friendlier. Fang Yuan had been to MCMAU a few times. Many people knew her. Soon, the school gates opened and students entered one after another. The parents were waiting outside. No one went in. There was no noise either. At the school gates, a few young students were flying through the air, checking things out. Unlike previous years, most of the new students were rank 1 martial artists. This year, the lowest level was rank 2. There were many rank 3 and 4 martial artists. At the back of the crowd, there were 2 rank 5 students holding the fort. This year's students were almost all martial artists. There were even rank 4 martial artists among them. Teaching the new students a lesson was also the practice of the old students. This practice was only broken during Fang Ping's cohort. Fang Ping had risen to prominence before the old students could teach the new students a lesson. Mekmao. As soon as they entered the campus, many people took a deep breath. Someone said softly, "I feel refreshed." Is this because of the rich energy? It should be. I heard from my father that MCMAU managed to obtain tens of tons of energy ore this time. The ore vein is underground. Dozens of tons? My grandfather said a few hundred tons. I think it's more than that. My uncle said that there are 10,000 tons of ore veins. Everyone, let's not talk about this for now. I heard from my sister that the seniors are going to show their strength to us. Do you think there will be seniors coming to challenge us? What's there to be afraid of? We're all students. I'm also a rank 2. The old students might not be stronger than me. As soon as he said this, a group of 100 martial artists in red martial arts uniforms passed by. Silence. The leading martial artist bellowed, his body surging with a baleful aura. Behind him, the chi and blood of the 100 martial artists soared into the sky. The young man who said he was rank 2 gulped. They were both middle ranks. Forget it, if I'm going to be taught a lesson, so be it. There were more than 100 middle ranks. It would not be too difficult for them to defeat 5,000 of them. At the back of the crowd, a young man and a young woman were discussing in low voices. "Third brother, MCMAU is really strong." The one who spoke was a little girl. She looked around curiously as she muttered to herself. The young man who was called third brother suppressed his curiosity and did not look around with his sister. Instead, he said sternly, "Ah Shui, don't move around. Grandpa said that we should be careful when we come to MCMAU this time. He said that MCMAU Fang Ping might cause us trouble." Zhang Shui giggled. "Third brother, you're not afraid, are you?" MCMAU is also under Grandpa's control. Before she finished speaking, the rank 5 martial artist in front of the crowd shouted, "Don't whisper. Those two, do they think that they can ignore the school rules just because they're middle-ranked martial artists?" Vice Chancellor Fong has been building the Crystal Tower recently and is in need of middle-ranked labor. Both of you, report after this and help to refine energy crystals. Xianxia and Zhong'an were dumbfounded. We've just enrolled. No, we haven't even gone through the procedures. We've just enrolled. Why did they target us so quickly? Grandpa said that MCMAU's Fong Ping was very narrow-minded and would most likely take revenge on them. He also said that it would be best if they applied for CCMAU and went to MCMAU. Grandpa was not in Magic City. He had always been in Capital City. Moreover, this targeting was too obvious. The two of them wanted to say something but stopped. The leader of the Martial Arts Society was none other than Zhao Lei, who had just come out of closed-door cultivation. At this moment, Zhao Lei was filled with satisfaction. In the past, he had been bullied by Fong Ping to the point of being beaten up every day. Now, Fong Ping did not beat him up anymore. However, he had specially taken care of the two middle-ranked martial artists this time and asked them to take care of him. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Lei knew what he meant. Fong Ping was going to bully someone again. He had been bullied by Fong Ping for a long time and had never had the chance to take revenge. Now that he had the chance, he could use it to bully the newbies. It was very satisfying. Zhao Lei was feeling very good, but he said, "In MCMAU, everyone is treated equally. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in MCMAU just because your elders are strong. This is a school. Everyone is equal. In this place, strength speaks. If the two of you think you can defeat me, then you can cancel the energy crystal refining mission." As soon as he said this, Zhong'an and Xianxia looked at each other. Both of them had already entered middle stage rank 4, but the other party was a rank 5 martial artist. How could they defeat him? Seeing that the two of them did not respond, Zhao Lei felt a little regretful. It was a pity that he did not find a chance to beat them up. He ignored the two of them, even though he knew that they most likely had a powerful background. An 18-year-old middle-ranked martial artist probably had a mine in their family. It did not matter if they had a background. In MCMAU, if something happened, there would naturally be powerhouses to protect them. If Fong Ping could not protect them, there was still Dean Li and Vice Chancellor Wu. After entering MCMAU, family background was useless. Of course, the county magistrate was not as good as the person in charge. It was still useful. When he saw Feng Yuan's curious face among the crowd, Zhao Lei flashed a kind smile. This girl's family background was useful. Other people's grandfather's generation was powerful, their father's generation was powerful, but this girl's big brother was powerful, and he was famous for being narrow-minded. He still had to control them. He had to be more polite. After laughing for a while, Zhao Lei said again, "This time, MCMAU has recruited the most students, and also the strongest batch. Not only are there middle-ranked students, but there are also many rank 2 and 3 students. The others are almost all rank 1 martial artists. However, after entering MCMAU, no matter how strong you are, you still have to abide by the rules. In the Grandmaster ranking, MCMAU has 8 people on the list. In the rank 6 ranking, MCMAU has 6 people on the list. In the rank 5 ranking, 6 people on the list. In the rank 4 ranking, 11 people on the list. If everyone thinks that you can defeat these people, then you don't have to come to MCMAU anymore. The school has made many arrangements for the new students this time." At this point, Zhao Lei said loudly, "Everyone, go and handle the admission procedures first, and get your dormitories assigned. You only have half an hour. After half an hour, everyone will gather at Field 1. Everyone is a martial artist, and martial artists are also a group of people who value efficiency the most. No procrastination, no delay. Let me remind everyone, Vice Chancellor Fong thinks that 5,050 people this year are too many. For those who are late or can't show up, 50 of them will be eliminated, in line with the school's admission standards." Zhao Lei said Vice Chancellor Fong and Vice Chancellor Fong at every turn. Yang Xiaoman, who was standing next to him, had a look of disdain on her face. Zhao Lei, this bastard, was really shameless now. Not only Zhao Lei, Yang Xiaoman was thinking more about Qin Fengqing. That old senior, the current instructor Qin, was the most shameless. Every now and then, he would shout, Vice Chancellor Feng has instructions, Grandmaster Feng is mighty, congratulations to Grandmaster Feng. When she thought of Qin Fengqing, Yang Xiaoman was speechless to the extreme. How did this guy get into the ranks of instructors? She heard that the school forbade him from accepting students, probably because they were afraid that he would lead the students astray. While she was still thinking about it, the thousands of students in front of her were already running toward the registration area. Among the crowd, Fang Yuan ran slightly slower. Zhao Lei suddenly stopped her, chuckling and handing over a key, saying, Fang Yuan, your procedures are done. This is your dormitory key. Huh? Fang Yuan looked surprised. Was it done? Zhao Lei smiled and said, it's done. Assigning dormitories is a small matter. Next, assigning schools and instructors is the important thing. Student Fang Yuan, there are many instructors enrolled this year, about 200 in total. Among them, rank SIXS are the strongest, but being strong does not mean that they can teach well. Although rank 5 instructor Zhou Liang's ability is only at rank 5, the quality of his teaching is extremely high. Peak rank 4 instructor Wang Hao, although he just graduated, he used to be my senior and has rich teaching experience. We learned a lot from Senior Wang. Instructor Wang Hao's teacher is Dean Tang Feng. Dean Tang is also a powerhouse on the Grandmaster ranking. He will also teach you often. Zhao Lei recommended 4 instructors in a row. Under Fang Yuan's dazed gaze, he led them away. Halfway there, Yang Xiaoman could not help but ask, did you receive a bribe? Zhao Lei chuckled. Don't talk nonsense. Am I that kind of person? However, instructor Zhou Liang promised to lend me the 100 honing fruit he obtained previously if I pass him a letter. Lend it to me, understand? Senior Wang said that if I pass him a letter, he can spare me an hour of his cultivation time in the underground core mine. Yang Xiaoman rolled her eyes and said exasperatedly, the instructors are all crazy. Is Fang Ping's sister that easy to teach? Aren't they afraid that Fang Ping will be worse? Cough, cough. Zhao Lei coughed dryly. Don't talk nonsense. Don't you know what's going on in the school? Yang Xiaoman was embarrassed when she heard this. She said hatefully, how can the school have such evil practices? As a grandmaster, how dare they use their mentality to spy on other people's privacy? When I was bathing, Zhao Lei's interest was piqued. He asked curiously, you were spied on? Feng. It wasn't him. Yang. Xiaoman denied it immediately. She then said angrily, it was Dean Liu. She said she sensed something and came over to take a look. She did not even want to say it, but old Liu still clicked his tongue. His figure was not good. Yang Xiaoman was about to go crazy. You're the one with a bad figure. This situation in the school must be stopped. She must report this to the Martial Arts Society and let Yunxi protest. How were the girls supposed to live if the Grandmaster's mentality snooped on them? Fortunately, the few male Grandmasters in the school were not interested in snooping on the girls. Who knew if they were snooping and did not notice? Zhao Lei listened to her and said indifferently, Dean Liu saw it, so what? It's nothing. Yang Xiaoman rolled her eyes at him. Be careful of Dean Liu spying on you and having bad thoughts. You'll be crying when that happens. Field number 1. Fang Ping could not help but glance at Lu Fengru. Lu Fengru humphed. I was observing you bastards. I just happened to see her bathing. You bastards, if you dare to snoop with your mentality again, don't blame me for being rude. Beside her, Old Manly yawned. I didn't use my mentality to snoop. Get lost. Lu Fengru looked annoyed. Yes, you didn't use your mentality. This old man's myriad Tao is 1. Vitality force can be used as mentality, and the range of snooping is wider. Fang Ping said innocently, Instructor, I'm not that kind of person. You get lost too. Lu Fengru stared at him. Even Wu Quishan couldn't notice your mentality when you hid your aura. Earlier, he said he always felt that someone was snooping on us. It was you, wasn't it? Fang Ping denied. Absolutely not. Having said that, he said righteously, the school can't encourage this kind of evil. From today onwards, we'll set the rules. High-ranked martial artists are not allowed to use their mentality to snoop on the school. Beside him, Tang Feng's expression was gloomy. He said angrily, I'm patrolling the school normally. Can't you people follow the rules? Old Manly continued to yawn. He said lightly, you patrolled the school. How did you almost patrol old Wu's bed? Tang Feng saw Lu Fengru glaring at him. He said sullenly, I saw their mentality snooping over there. I thought something happened, so I followed them. Dean Lu, am I that kind of person? Besides, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't look at you. Lu Fengru's gaze was extremely dangerous. What did she mean? Tang Feng kept his mouth shut. He felt a little tired. Nonsense. Would I dare? You're a tigress yourself. Your ex-husband is a rank 9 vice-chancellor. Why would I snoop on you? I'm really innocent. That day, Old Li and the other shameless people all snooped over. He really thought something happened, so he followed them. Now I can't reason with him anymore. Fang Ping was also filled with emotion. He said, now I understand Minister Zhang a little. The feeling of eavesdropping was quite satisfying. Hearing some little secrets that others thought outsiders did not know, but he knew. That feeling. Cough, cough. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Old Zhang had been eavesdropping for so many years. He might know a whole basket of secrets. Just like himself. How many days had he been doing this? Now he already knew many little secrets. For example, a certain female student had a crush on him. For example, a certain instructor wanted to develop a relationship with Bairuashi. For example, Vice-Chancellor Liu. It seemed like he had not bathed for 10 years. How scary, old Liu looked like he did not care. That was even scarier. Sigh. I can't do this kind of thing often. I'm afraid I can't keep it a secret. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. Very quickly, he said seriously, from now on, high-ranked martial artists will patrol once every 7 days. Each shift will be changed. Those who are in closed-door training will be replaced by the next. Non-on-duty high-ranked martial artists are not allowed to snoop on mentality anymore. This kind of thing must be curbed. There are many high-ranked martial artists in the school. Some rules must be established. In the past, there were not many high-ranked powerhouses in the school, so there was no such requirement. However, not now. Rules must be established. It's fine for us. Ironhead is so young and full of youthful vigor. If he snooped on female students, beside him, Li Hansong looked innocent. What does it have to do with me? I've never done such a thing. But, forget it. If Fang Ping said so, I will not refute him. Let him say whatever he wants. Fang Ping said so. Everyone had no objections. However, everyone looked at him. Lu Fengru humphed. Brat, if you dare to hide your aura and peep again, I will spread the news of you peeping on female students in the school. Fang Ping's expression was dark. He wanted to incriminate her. Am I that kind of person? There's no justice in this world. Lu Fengru's ability was not as good as his now. How dare she come up with such a dirty trick? Fang Ping mumbled. Everyone had sharp ears and eyes. How could they not hear? You and Vice-Chancellor should give birth to a little junior brother and sister for me first. Lu Fengru's expression was dark. She could not be bothered with him. Wu Quishan had just gone to Skygate City yesterday. MCMAU wanted to turn Skygate City into an MCMAU cultivation site. It was not that easy. These few days, Wu Quishan frequently went in and out of the catacombs and was making arrangements. However, ever since he killed the Skygate City Lord, old Wu still wanted to do it. Previously, he did not avenge his daughter. Both of them did not have this intention. However, now that they had avenged their daughter, it would be difficult when Lu Fengru reached rank 8 if they did not give birth now. A rank 8 Grandmaster was a true inhuman martial artist. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to conceive a descendant after achieving a golden body. If both of them were above rank 8, it would be even more difficult. While everyone was chatting, the new students entered field one after another. At this moment, the rostrum was filled with Grandmaster powerhouses. Below the stage, some of the new students recognized a few Grandmasters. Many of them were excited. That's Mad Lion Tang Feng, Dean. Wu Wudi, Dean Liu. That's Dean Li, the #1 golden body in rank 8. I heard that Dean Li is extremely powerful, comparable to a grandmaster. That's CCMAU's graduate, King Kong Li, Dean Li Hansong. Look, that's Vice Chancellor Fang Ping. He's only 20 years old. My grandfather is full of admiration when he talks about Vice Chancellor Fang. I heard that he's going to be a devil king soon. A rank 8 king? Not so fast, right? I think so. How long has Vice Chancellor Fang been cultivating? Only 2 years. Unbelievable. Below the stage, everyone was discussing fervently. Among the crowd, Fang Yuan's face was flushed with excitement. I've enrolled. Now that I've enrolled in MCMAU, Fang Ping School, I can see my big brother every day. Hearing the students around her praising her big brother, Fang Yuan's heart was filled with joy. The girl did not have time to get excited. On the stage, Fang Ping said slowly, "Silence." After waiting for the students to quiet down, Fang Ping looked around and said, "Many people enroll in MCMAU to improve their abilities. They think that once they enter MCMAU, they will have a bright future. Some of the elders in their families are middle-ranked martial artists, so they might know more. I don't care why you're here or why you practice martial arts. However, today, the first day of school, I want to tell everyone that just a few days ago, in the middle of last month, MCMAU lost 125 instructors and 122 students in battle. All the instructors are middle-ranked martial artists, and 31 students are middle-ranked. The weakest is rank 2. At this moment, let me ask you, are you still willing to stay in MCMAU? This is not the first time such casualties have occurred, and it won't be the last. In MCMAU, things like this will happen more and more often. Fang Ping did not care about the audience's reaction. He said calmly, when MCMAU asks you to fight, whether you're willing or not, you must fight. This is a martial artist's responsibility, and the responsibility of MCMAU's instructors and students. That day, you only saw MCMAU's instructors and students praising you. Who would have known that it was built with the blood and flesh of countless people? Every resource you use, every pill you eat, contains the blood of martial artists. In the past, the teaching of martial arts universities was relatively gentler. But now, everything is different. If you want to enter politics, business, or the military after you graduate, you'll have to bleed to find a good future. In this war, more than 200 instructors and students died. Students, are you sure you want to stay in MCMAU? Below the stage, Fang Yuan covered her mouth to stifle her scream. So many people died. A few days ago, MCMAU's instructors and students used the flight step and circled Magic City. Everyone knew that MCMAU had won the war, but they did not know that so many instructors and students had died. At this moment, many people's expressions changed. Was it so dangerous to be an MCMAU student? Someone could not help but ask, is the evil sect really that powerful? Fang Ping said mildly, it's more powerful than you think. MCMAU's death rate is relatively low. Actually, all of you have a better way out. Now that you're all martial artists, you don't necessarily have to enter a martial arts university or the military department. With your conditions, you might have a better way out if you go to the society. It's safer too. But in MCMAU, everyone, life and death are decided in an instant. The students fell silent. They were still young and had not seen much of the world. At this moment, hearing Fang Ping's words, everyone was at a loss and helpless. What should they do? Some were at a loss, while others were determined. They said loudly, I came to MCMAU to kill the enemy. That's right. Me too. I was going to join the army, but I heard that MCMAU won the war. That's why I came to MCMAU. I want to join the MCMAU team too. You're full of passion. Fang Ping smiled and said, but if you really want to do it, that might not be the case. I took a look at everyone here. They're all martial artists. 2 middle ranks, 12 rank 3s, and 62 rank 2s. The rest are all rank 1 martial artists. You can say that this kind of strength is extremely powerful, even comparable to the strength of all the students in some martial arts universities. The new students have this kind of strength. You're very confident and proud. However, you don't need this in MCMAU. Everyone, are you sure you want to stay? Yes. You must stay. We finally got into MCMAU. How can we just leave like this? Everyone was making a ruckus. Fang Ping's smile grew brighter. He laughed and said, Instructor Qin, let's get to work. As soon as he said that, a person treading air came from afar. Without another word, he threw a rank 3 ancient wolf beast next to the siblings Xianxia and Xianxia. Roar. The ancient wolf beast that was thrown let out a wild roar, and then it clawed at the two of them. At this moment, the two rank 4 martial artists saw the ancient wolf beast's giant red eyes, and for a moment, they were so scared that they started trembling. The students around them were also in a complete mess. On the rostrum, Huang Jingwei frowned slightly. Is this appropriate? Fang Ping rubbed his chin and smiled. It's fine. If we really want to kill it, there are so many of us. We can kill it easily. The key is that there are too many martial artists this time, and there are too many people. Honestly, with so many people, there are good and bad people mixed in. MCMAU is not a place where you can enter just because you have the ability. MCMAU's resources are hard to come by. To be honest, I have no problem with scaring a bunch of people into quitting school. Otherwise, in the end, if we waste resources and cultivate a bunch of weaklings, who can we reason with? 2 middle ranks, 12 rank 3s, thousands of rank 1s and 1s. Honestly, this kind of strength is more than enough to kill a rank 5 monster. Of course, they're new students after all, so the requirements can't be too high. If 2 rank 4 martial artists really unleash their strength, crushing a rank 3 monster is a piece of cake. Old Manly glanced at him and sighed. Aren't you afraid that old Zhang will kill you? Fang Ping, this kid, directly asked Qin Fengqin to throw the monster next to the siblings. It was probably the first time the siblings had seen a monster. They were so scared that their legs almost went limp. The rank 3 monster went berserk at this time, its sharp claws directly clawing at the two of them. Neither of them had any reaction. Fang Ping said softly, this is Department Head Zhang's own choice. If his descendants really don't want to enter the catacombs, who can object? No one has the right to object. But he still let his grandchildren enter MCMAU. If that's the case, then teach them a lesson. These two are not new martial artists, but rank 4 martial artists. If they're new martial artists, then it's nothing, but 2 rank 4 martial artists, and both of them are middle stage. Even if they're really vitality martial artists, at least they won't be killed by a rank 3 monster, right? As Fang Ping spoke, the monster had already clawed at Zhongyan's arm, causing blood to flow profusely. Zhongyan was a little flustered, but he was not so useless that he was paralyzed with fear. At this moment, he had already begun to fight back. Some of the rank 1 martial artists on the periphery, on the other hand, were really seeing this for the first time. Many of them were so scared that they screamed. Fang Ping picked his ear and laughed. From now on, everyone will probably have to call me the Devil King. There's no other way. The time is too short. Otherwise, I'd want everyone to slowly get used to it. As he said that, Fang Ping looked at Qin Fengqin in the sky and shouted, catch a few more. No problem. Qin Fengqin laughed and left quickly. This time, the school was preparing to rear some monsters. Wu Quishan had gone to the catacombs a few times and caught some low-ranked monsters. As a rank 9 powerhouse, catching a few low-ranked monsters was not a problem. Qin Fengqin went to catch monsters, while Fang Ping's gaze fell on his sister in the crowd. When he saw Fang Yuan gritting her teeth and running toward Zhongyan and his sister, he suddenly sighed. Lu Fengru and the others were also looking at Fang Yuan. Seeing this scene, Old Manly chuckled. You have a good sister. I'd rather she choose to run away. Fang Ping's gaze was deep. He said softly, the bravery of an ignorant man. How can a rank 1 martial artist fight a rank 3 monster? Can't you tell who's stronger and who's weaker? Stupid girl, you don't know how to use your brain at all. Although I, Fang Ping, am rash unless it's a desperate situation, I always plan before I act. Before he could finish, Fang Yuan suddenly shouted, Yuan Ping Club sisters, kill the enemy with me. Coming. President, we're here. President. President, we can't beat them. President, Fang Ping's face was blank. After a while, he could not help but growl in a low voice, where did she get the Yuan Ping Club? Didn't her 5,000 Yuan Ping Club members disband? At this moment, among these students, more than 50 people responded. Fang Ping was almost dumbfounded. Where did she come from? Old Man Li was also shocked. Soon, he could not help but laugh. Isn't that Hong Yu? Below, Song Yingji was also confused. How did his daughter become a Yuan Ping Club member, this kid Fang Ping? It was one thing for him to recruit a Ping Yuan Club in school, but what did his sister do? Fang Ping understood now, and his head hurt. So, this girl had also recruited a group of people from MCMAU-affiliated high school. No. That was not right. This year, there seemed to be girls from Sun City who got into MCMAU. Fang Ping glanced at them. He did not know if there were people from Sun City among these people. Nonsense. Fang Ping was helpless. Although he was helpless, he had to admit that people with an organization were much more organized than those without. Soon, about 30 people gathered around Fang Ping. These people began to test the monster that was still attacking the two middle-ranked martial artists, trying to attack it. Looking at his sister in front of the crowd, Fang Ping sighed again. After a while, he said, "Instructor, I'm starting to regret it." Beside him, Lu Fengru said softly, "If you want to protect your family, you have to be stronger. You won't be like me all these years, unable to even take revenge. You won't be like Wu Quishan, who saw your senior sister killed with his own eyes." Fang Ping did not say anything. He sank into silence. Genius in a second. Remember website. Mobile version. On the field. Qin Fengqing was full of mischief as he tossed down 2 rank 2 ancient wolf beasts. 2 rank 2 beasts and 1 rank 3 beast. If it were a martial artist who had entered the catacombs, an upper stage rank 3 would definitely be able to kill 3 beasts in no time. However, the 5,000 students in front of them were all freshmen. What did being a freshman mean? It meant that they had not learned any combat techniques. It was good enough that they could learn some basic combat techniques. Before entering martial arts universities, freshmen usually focused on cultivating their vitality and honing their bones. At this time, almost all martial artists were vitality martial artists. However, the foundation was there. Soon, the 2 from the Zhang family came back to their senses. The 2 rank 4 martial artists started fighting the rank 3 beast. On the other hand, Fang Yuan led her friends to attack the demon beast a few times when it was caught off guard. Seeing that they could not defeat the rank 3 beast, Fang Yuan raised her arms and shouted, "Yuan Ping Club sisters, let's not fight it. Let's change to another one." With a whoosh, 30 to 50 people retreated and ran to the side to fight the rank 2 beast. Zhang Shui and Zhang Yan, who had just calmed down, started to lose their balance again. Zhang Shui complained incessantly as she fought with the demonic beast Zhou Xian. Feeling wronged, she said, "Third brother. Why did they leave? It would have been better if there were more people earlier." The beast had many targets to attack. Now that everyone had run away, only the 2 of them were left. Zhang Yan kept a straight face and did not say a word as he continued to fight the ancient wolf beast. He was cursing in his heart. That round-faced brat was despicable. It was a good thing that she helped earlier, but she could not just beat the beasts but until it bled and ran away. The beast was going crazy when she ran away. There was nothing he could say. She came to help out of kindness. He could not just ignore the beast and let it attack the rank 1 martial artists, could he? The entire field was in chaos. On the stage, Fang Ping ignored Fang Yuan and scanned the crowd. After a while, he said softly, "There's no need for them to unite. After all, they don't know each other. There's no need for them to be brave. It's normal for them to be scared when they see a beast for the first time. When I first fought with a martial artist, I was scared too, so I ran. But I wasn't a martial artist then. When the time came, I dared to fight too." Fang Ping was not boasting. He was merely stating the facts. It was true that he was not a martial artist when he participated in the martial science examination. However, at that time, a rank 1 martial artist from the evil sect was intercepting and killing the examinees outside the school. Fang Ping encountered his opponent. Seeing that he could not outrun him, he dared to turn around and fight. It was normal to run in the face of danger. Since he knew that he couldn't win, should he just stay here and wait for death? However, now that they were in desperate straits, they would still dare to fight. Waiting for death was not the style of a cultivator. At this moment, many people on the field dared to fight. After all, there were more than 5,000 people fighting against 3 demonic beasts. In reality, there were 2 of them, and the strongest one was entangled by someone else. Or rather, the other rank 2 was also being held up by someone. There was actually no danger in such a situation. However, there were still some students who not only ran away, but also messed up the group. They kept running to the periphery, causing many students who had already organized to lose their rhythm. Fang Ping noted down these people and sighed. 62 in total. These people can only leave MCMAU. At the side, Huang Jing wanted to say something but hesitated. After a while, he said, "After all, they are all children." "Some are not adults yet," Fang Ping said softly, "I understand. If they were only running away, I would have nothing to say for their own safety. However, they messed up their teammates' formation and only cared about themselves without caring about their classmates. Vice-Chancellor, MCMAU can't accept students like this." At the side, Lu Fengru said coldly, "Expel them." "No, these people haven't been registered yet. They can't be considered MCMAU students. Expel them immediately. I don't expect them to fight now, but I don't want to implicate others. That's the basic rule of martial arts. Qin Fengqing is such a jerk, but the school has never said anything about expelling him. That's because he usually doesn't involve others when he causes trouble." In the sky, Qin Fengqing suddenly landed and said with a wronged expression, "Dean Liu, how am I a jerk?" Lu Fengru glanced at his words and did not bother to reply. Tang Feng's gaze was unfriendly. "You bullied your classmates. You're not a jerk?" His own daughter had been beaten up by him. Fang Ping grinned and said, "That Zhou Qiuyue from MCMAU, didn't she almost get involved because of you?" Qin Fengqing said gloomily, "You can't blame me for that. How would I know they were there? The wilderness is so big. It's not like I have people there." As he said that, he added, "Moreover, she doesn't blame me. She even texted me a few days ago to congratulate me for becoming an MCMAU instructor." "Congratulate you?" Fang Ping was stunned. Qin Fengqing nodded and did not say much. Fang Ping was a little curious. He asked strangely, "How did you congratulate me?" Qin Fengqing was speechless. "You're curious about this, why do you care about everything?" Alright, he was a rich man. He had just entered middle stage rank 6. He still needed his help and had to support him. Therefore, Qin Fengqing said honestly, "It's nothing. She just said I can't believe you became an MCMAU instructor or something like that. I'm quite impressed." As he said that, Qin Fengqing sighed. "Actually, I don't really reply to her because I don't want trouble." Fang Ping listened for a while and judged. Was this a congratulation? According to his understanding, Zhou Qiuyue probably could not believe that a guy like Qin Fengqing could become an instructor. It was obviously a question. How did it become a congratulation? But then again, Zhou Qiuyue was still in contact with old Qin. Could the 2 of them really be together? Fang Ping thought for a while. He had recruited a lot of female martial artists for old Qin. Zhou Qiuyue, Ling Yi, and he had even considered Su Zixu. If Qin Fengqing really got together with these people in the future, he would have to thank him. While they were talking, the battle in the field was almost over. After all, there were only 3 monsters. They were much weaker than the people present. In a situation like this, as long as they could withstand the fear at the beginning, the rest would be easy. About 5 minutes later, the battle was completely over. In the field, Fang Yuan stepped on the carcass of a rank 2 monster. She looked at Fang Ping with a face full of excitement. She did it, she was no longer the same as before. She could only watch helplessly as her big brother fought the enemy and was beaten to a bloody pulp, almost dying. Right now, she had killed a wolf. Although there were many people helping, this wolf was still killed by them together. On the stage, Fang Ping glanced at Fang Yuan. There were close to 50 people, all rank 1 martial artists. It was not a big deal for them to kill a rank 2 monster. However, it was the first time a group of newbies had encountered a monster. It was not easy for them to not break down in fear. On the other side, the Zhang siblings had also killed the rank 3 monster. However, many of them were pale. It was not because they were injured, but because they could not stand the smell of blood. Some of the students were also injured. After the battle, their legs were trembling. Fang Ping understood this feeling. He had experienced it before. It was the first time he saw the evil sect martial artist die. He did not feel anything during the battle, but when it was over, he felt weak all over. When the scene quieted down, Fang Ping smiled. Although I don't want to hurt you, I have to say that you're really weak. Especially the 2 rank 4 martial artists. Don't embarrass your elders. 2 rank 4 martial artists killed a rank 3 monster. Not only were you injured, but you look like you want to cry. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing your elders by acting like this? Coincidentally, the school has recorded the video of the battle just now. A video like this is very interesting. I will send a copy to your elders. Let them see the situation of 2 rank 4 martial artists fighting a rank 3 monster and being beaten to a pulp. As soon as he said that, Zhang Shui and Zhang Yan's faces turned purple. They even recorded a video, and even sent it to their grandfather. 2 middle-ranked martial artists were beaten by a low-ranked monster and forced to flee in panic. How embarrassing. Zhang Yan could not hold back his expression. This bastard was obviously trying to trick them. Zhang Shui also looked aggrieved. They killed the monster. Fang Ping ignored them and said, "Alright, back to the main topic. A scene like this is just a small scene. The monster is much weaker than you. In a real battle, with your strength, you will encounter thousands of monsters of the same level, maybe even stronger. There are more than 5,000 of you. The 3 monsters are just for you to see the world." Just like that, it took 5 minutes to finish the battle. Actually, I was a little disappointed. Many of you are not from ordinary families who know nothing. Among you, there are descendants of high grandmasters, descendants of grandmasters, and descendants of middle-ranked martial artists. In the end, you have embarrassed your elders. Also, the 62 students who just broke into the camp can apply to other schools. You are all martial artists, there should be schools that will accept you. As soon as he said that, the 62 people in the field took off and flew out of the field. No. I didn't, I won't go. I finally got into MCMAU. Vice-Chancellor Fang, give me another chance. Sob sob. I don't want to go. At this moment, there were cries and curses. Fang Ping ignored them. Outside the field, a group of middle-ranked martial artists grabbed these people and dragged them out of the school. These people had been eliminated. On the field, a group of new students were trembling with fear, looking at Fang Ping with some fear. They did not expect to be chased away on their first day in school. Some of the martial artists who had just escaped were now pale. They finally got into MCMAU, but they were chased away just like that. How were they going to explain it to their families? Fang Ping did not care about that. He continued, "What happened just now was really child's play. I repeat, everyone, please think carefully before you act. Whether you want to enter MCMAU or not, it's still not too late to leave now. If you want to leave in the future, you will be a deserter. Martial arts universities are the same as the military department, and right now, they are always in a state of war. Under these circumstances, deserters must be killed." Down below, there was a strange silence. After a long time, someone said bitterly, "Vice-Chancellor Fang, is MCMAU like this, or all martial arts universities like this?" Fang Ping chuckled. "MCMAU is stronger, so there are more battles. Other martial arts universities have fewer, but it's more or less the same. You are all smart people to be able to get into MCMAU. There are actually many teachers and students who die in martial arts universities every year, but they don't announce it to the public. I still remember the opening speech that Vice-Chancellor Huang gave us on the first day I entered the school. Martial artists are great, but also very small, and even very sad. You may not understand, and you may understand. But if you want to officially become a student of MCMAU, then you must be prepared to die at any time." Having said that, Fang Ping smiled. "I won't say much. I'll give you 5 minutes. You can call home, call your parents, and ask for their opinions again. Whether you stay in MCMAU, go to a social sciences school, or another martial arts university, it's up to you. When the crowd heard that, some of them took out their phones to call their families. The scene earlier had indeed shocked some of them. On the stage, Fang Ping said softly, "Actually, we should tell the commoners some things. Otherwise, after entering a martial arts university, they won't have the chance to regret it. I think, at least let everyone be willing." Nowadays, martial arts universities seem to be tricking people into coming in before making their plans. Old Manly said lazily, "No one is forcing anyone. It's all voluntary. If they really don't want to enter the catacombs, in the past, they would have stayed at rank 2 for the rest of their lives. If they reached rank 3 and don't want to enter the catacombs, then we won't force them. All rank 3 martial artists know about the catacombs. As long as they're not rank 4, they won't be forced to enter. That's why we still give everyone a chance. Whether you're willing or not, that's your business." That's true, but it's also a waste of a lot of resources. As Fang Ping spoke, he noticed that Fang Yuan, who was below the stage, was staring at him. She was still stepping on the monster, as if she wanted some praise. Fang Ping glanced at her. Suddenly, his bad taste kicked in. The monster that Fang Yuan was stepping on suddenly bounced up. "Ah!" This time, Fang Yuan screamed in fright. Then, the group of people started fighting each other, until the monster's flesh and blood were all torn apart. Only then did they stop with lingering fear in their hearts. As soon as they stopped, the fleshless monster skeleton suddenly stood up and charged at them again. The group of people was dumbfounded. It could still be resurrected after being beaten to this state, a skeletal monster? In their shock, the others stared at the other 2 dead monsters and started fighting each other. Bad taste. Everyone on the stage looked at Fang Ping. How bad was his bad taste? Why did he have to scare these new students? Most importantly, did he still have a conscience when he purposely tricked his own sister? Fang Ping chuckled. "If she's scared enough to quit school, then I'll have it easy." "Why? Did she insist on coming to MCMAU? Killing a rank 2 monster with a few dozen people, and she thinks it's a big deal." As he said that, Fang Ping stopped. Now, the people were a good distance away from the scattered skeleton, not daring to go any closer. After a while, more than 10 people below the stage looked hesitant. Fang Ping did not say much. He said, "There's 1 more minute. You can leave on your own. It's better to live than to die." Some of them looked ashamed, while others looked conflicted. After a while, someone finally moved and walked out of the field. On their first day in MCMAU, they had no choice but to leave the school. A minute later, 13 people left. Fang Ping did a quick calculation. It was not a lot, a total of 75 people. There were still 4,975 new students. It had to be said that the proportion of people leaving was still very small. Since everyone has made a decision, I won't repeat it. Get ready. We'll start assigning schools and choosing instructors in the afternoon. If no instructor is willing to accept you, then you'll have to participate in big class education. Therefore, if you want to have your own instructor, it's best if you perform well. There will be a total of 200 new students this year, and each instructor will only accept about 10 people, which is 2,000 people. The remaining 3,000 people will enter the big class to learn. Each instructor will take in tens to hundreds of students. Alright, everyone can leave now. Fang Ping had no intention of introducing the other instructors to the crowd. It would be a waste of time. He already knew everyone he needed to know. The crowd began to leave. Many people were in no mood to talk, but Fang Ping heard Fang Yuan and some girls muttering. "President, that girl just now is quite strong. Should we pull her into the club? She's already a middle-ranked martial artist. If she joins us, she won't steal the president's position, right? What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten who our vice president is? Big brother Feng is the vice president. Why would we be afraid of her stealing him?" Yes, yes, yes. President, pull her in? No, she's so timid, even more timid than me. She screams in fear when she fights monsters. We don't want her. Zhang Shui, who was at the side, leaned forward, her face full of grievance and anger. She said angrily, "I'm not timid. It's just my first time seeing it." "It's a little. Fang Ping listened for a while and shook his head slightly, too lazy to care. He turned to look at Lu Fengru and the others, saying, "After the new students start school, I'm going to Star Town. As for the Vice-Chancellor, after some of the dangers around Skygate City have been cleared, he'll let some of the school's senior rank 1 martial artists go there. These people should work harder. Among the new students, there are many who have surpassed them. As a senior, and a rank 1 at that, don't you think it's embarrassing? Do you want me to go with you?" Old Manly asked. Fang Ping pondered for a moment, saying, "No need. I'll inform Minister Zhang in advance. Minister Zhang is paying attention. Nothing will happen to Star Town. Last time, when I held a Grandmaster banquet, 2 rank 9s came from Star Town. Relatively speaking, there are still some good intentions. I have a grudge with the Yang family, but now that all the Yang family's high ranks have been wiped out, will the other families be willing to offend MCMAU and Minister Zhang for the Yang family?" Lu Fengru humphed. "Be more careful. You're not Minister Zhang's son. If you really die, will he shed all pretense of cordiality with Star Town for you? It's better to remember that you're only valuable when you're alive. If you're dead, how many people will really be willing to stand up for you? Martial artists are that realistic. Especially when you're in a high position, there are more things to consider, more complicated. From the big picture, even if you're dead, you can't really shed all pretense of cordiality with Star Town. Do you understand?" Fang Ping nodded. Lu Fengru said again, "You're going to Star Town just for the matter of resurrecting the martial artists?" "Part of it." Fang Ping smiled. "The main thing is that they said there's a chance to improve our abilities. Then I thought it would be good to give it a try. Other than that, I also want to go to Star Town to see if I can understand more about the situation. Previously at the battlefield, I obtained a token that allows me to enter the bounded domain. However, I'm not too sure which bounded domain to enter. Previously, I received some information from the military department, but I'm not part of the military department, so the information they gave me might not be complete. Until now, I still can't determine which bounded domain it is." "Why didn't you ask Minister Zhang? It's better to investigate some things on your own. If I asked, it would expose the fact that I have a token. That person has been preparing to rob me. When the time comes, I'll be charged hundreds of billions in processing fees. How am I going to explain myself?" Everyone burst out laughing. It was really possible. Fang Ping continued, "Moreover, Minister Zhang might not know much. He also said before that his understanding of these things is not as good as Commander Li's. Commander Li knows because he came from Star Town. Besides, Star Town has started a new era. I'm actually quite curious about it. Star Town might not open these things to you, it's okay. I have a spy there." Fang Ping laughed. Beside him, Qin Fengqing shot him a look. "Were you talking about that fatty? Were you sure? Would that fatty dare to be a spy in their base?" Qin Fengqing did not mention this. Instead, he said, "They invited me back then." "Fang Ping, I'll go too." Fang Ping shot him a look. "Did they invite you? You forcefully impersonated the martial artists." "They had no choice but to say that in passing. The second invitation did not even mention you, Qin Fengqing." However, when he came out of the Tiannan catacombs that day, Qin Fengqing had used a spherical celestial bridge to impersonate it. Su Haoran had indeed said that he could go together. "Up to you. But be careful. You're not a high rank. If you really run into trouble, we'll leave you behind." "That's okay." "Oh right," Qin Fengqing said with a grin, "the opening ceremony ends today. Shall we continue?" He had just sealed one door. Fang Ping insisted on coming out to participate in the opening ceremony. Otherwise, he would have pestered Fang Ping and not let him go. It was too awesome. How many days had it been? 3 days, he had sealed one door in 3 days. Did that not mean that in another week, he could seal the Sanjiao Gate? Qin Fengqing had never experienced this feeling before. He wanted nothing more than to tie Fang Ping to his belt. This was no longer a matter of being a rich man. He thought that it would take him a few years to reach peak rank 6. It would not be strange even if it took 10 years. However, with Fang Ping, everything was different. The current Qin Fengqing was extremely pleased. Everyone said that he was shameless when he flattered Fang Ping. But didn't you see how fast he was improving? What did they know? Although Fang Ping said he did not want it, he was still feeling good. Otherwise, would he be able to increase his rank? What was wrong with a few words of flattery? Did he lose a piece of meat? Did he lose money? He did not spend anything. 10 years turned into 10 days. Only the others did not know. Otherwise, Qin Fengqing could guarantee that those who snatched this bowl of rice from him would line up all the way to capital city. Fang Ping glanced at him. His gaze was unfriendly. He let out a light humph. Keep a low profile. Do you know how much I've paid for you? My own golden body has crumbled a few times. If it wasn't because of the bloodline, I wouldn't have bothered with you a long time ago. Qin Fengqing's expression froze. Mother ***. He had been fooled by Fang Ping for the past few days. Fang Ping said that he would help old Wang and the others. That was because old Wang and the others revived themselves. They took up more than a month's time helping him. He was not a resurrected martial artist. Instead, he only spent 3 days to complete the sealing of one door. All of this was because both of them had the same bloodline. Fang Ping helping him made the bloodline connection more compatible. Regarding this, Qin Fengqing was at a loss now. He did not believe it, but he did believe it a little. Of course, regardless of whether he believed it or not, he would accept what Fang Ping said. He would improve his strength first. The others naturally knew that Qin Fengqing's strength had improved recently with Fang Ping's help. Hearing Fang Ping's words, Tang Feng asked curiously, "What bloodline relationship do you have?" Qin Fengqing's expression stiffened. Fang Ping laughed. "I think before I was resurrected, I was related to Qin Fengqing." Everyone's gaze was strange. Was an ancestor really going to appear? Beside him, the corner of Li Hansong's mouth twitched. He did not say anything. Old Qin had already acknowledged himself as his servant. You insisted on being his ancestor. How should this relationship be calculated? It was too complicated. Forget it. He would not think about it anymore. In the afternoon of the 1st, the school allocation began. Actually, the current school allocation did not have such a serious bias in resources. The 4 schools were about the same. However, the functions of each school were slightly different. The School of Production would also participate in the battle, but the students were mostly responsible for logistics. The most important task for the School of Social Sciences for MCMAU now was to collect information about the catacombs. This included the registration of some spoils of war and the statistics of battle achievements. The resources of the 4 schools were not as much as before. Naturally, the school allocation was not as intense as before. The situation where Fang Ping and Fu Chongding fought against 1,000 at the same time would not happen again. After the school allocation, it was time for the instructors to be allocated. Fang Ping only glanced at it. When he saw the recruitment signs of some instructors, he was speechless. Why don't you just name them and only recruit Fang Yuan? Fang Ping was speechless. Fang Yuan was also very conflicted. She felt that she met every instructor's recruitment requirements, except for the one who wrote little round face. However, because there were so many people, it was not easy to choose. Qin Fengqing had tricked her before. However, this time, Qin Fengqing was not allowed to recruit students at all. Naturally, Qin Fengqing was not there. After struggling for a long time, her good friend Xianxia's father kept staring at her. Just as Fang Yuan was about to choose Xianxia's father, she heard her eldest brother's voice. It was by Ruashi. There were not many female rank 6 instructors. There were only 3 of them. Fang Ping was not too familiar with the other 2. He was more familiar with Bai Ruashi. She had a good personality too. When Fang Ping and the others were carrying out their mission, she had secretly protected them for a long time. As for Old Song, Fang Ping also heard him tricking his sister. Old Song was not bad, but Fang Ping still remembered that Old Song owed him 1 credit. Fang Ping felt that Fang Yuan should stay away from this kind of person who owed money and did not return it. Therefore, under the reluctant gazes of the instructors, Fang Yuan chose by Ruoshi. As for the two from the Zhang family, Fang Ping did not let them choose on their own. He made some arrangements and asked Huang Jing to accept them. After all, Zhang Tao was a desperation powerhouse. It was better to find a reliable powerhouse to accept his grandson. Lu Fengru and Old Man Li were not very reliable. Fang Ping would not be able to explain himself if Tang Feng caused someone's death. After thinking about it, Huang Jing was more suitable. As for Huang Jing's plan to go to the Magic City catacombs, it was fine too. He could bring the two middle ranks along. At this point, the admission of new students had come to an end. After this, Fang Ping would not care about these people anymore. At most, he would pay more attention to his sister. All the powerhouses in the school were like this. Fang Ping was the same back then. Unless he stood out among the new students, he would not attract the attention of the higher-ups. Otherwise, he would just fade into the crowd. On the 1st of September, martial arts universities enrolled new students. On the 2nd of September, the biggest news was not the enrollment of new students, the expulsion of dozens of MCMAU students on the first day, or the attack of a few wild wolves by MCMAU students. The biggest news was the launch of a 3D game in open beta. The name of the game, Otherworld Invasion, all the major media and newspapers were promoting it too. MCMAU was even requested by the Ministry of Education to put up posters in MCMAU. Not only that, on the 2nd, Zhang Tao personally called Fang Ping. Didn't you like to shoot commercials before? I've heard of it before. Fang Ping will teach you how to fight little monsters. Shoot another one this time. Fang Ping, you're still quite famous in the world. You know how to hype yourself up. Help me promote it this time. Fang Ping was stunned, asking me to endorse a game. What was my status? I was a grandmaster. How could I do something like that? It was a dark history. Zhang Tao was a man, though. Fang Ping asked quickly, Minister, what's going on with this game? It's a highly realistic catacombs invasion game. Zhang Tao said slowly, this is a game jointly developed by many governments and private companies around the world. It's a game for all citizens, based on the catacombs. Martial artists are busy, so they don't have time to play this. Ordinary people have more spare time, so they can still learn about the catacombs through games. Of course, we won't announce its existence to the public at the moment, but people who like games can play it. And those who like games are mostly young people. Fang Ping, do you understand what I mean? Fang Ping frowned. Minister, games and reality are two different things. When the game becomes real, no, we're just giving some people a clearer idea. Everything in the game will be adapted according to reality, including the Battle of Capital City, the Battle of Tiannan, the Battle of Magic City. These large-scale battles will be recorded and become game dungeons. The pills, energy stones, energy fruits, and all kinds of maps will be replaced according to reality. This is also a way to popularize martial arts knowledge. Also, the film company is currently filming a movie to resist the Otherworld invasion. My idea is to use the battle between MCMAU and Skygate City as a blueprint. What do you think? Fang Ping muttered, is this preparation for the catacombs to be made public? Yes. Zhang Tao said in a serious tone, time waits for no man. Right now, there are 108 passageways all over the world, and more of them are opening up. We don't have much time left. Even if we perish, we must let the public know that we once bathed in blood and fought bravely. We have also won and defeated our opponents before. We still have a group of people who are still fighting against the enemy, sheltering them from the wind and rain. Fang Ping, that's why you have to accept this game advertisement. It was not convenient for the government to make an appearance now, so some private companies would cooperate with the publicity. Many people were playing the game anyway, so it didn't matter if there was one more. This game was made at a great cost. Just by collecting information about the catacombs from all over the world, the terrain, the materials, all these projects took up a lot of time. Actually, martial artists like you who like to travel around, you can also learn about them. How many of the 108 catacombs have you been to? How much can you understand about the Forbidden Zone just by talking about it? When the game comes out, the realistic 3D model will give you a clearer understanding. Of course, you can't waste your cultivation time on this. You still have to control yourself. At this point, Zhang Tao also said helplessly, it's not easy to educate people. On one hand, I hope that you can learn more easily and learn more information, but on the other hand, I'm worried that you'll get addicted to it. You young people are giving us old people a headache. Fang Ping looked helpless. He was speechless. Minister, is there a need to be like this? I've been to a few catacombs, and I've been to all the forbidden zones. How can I be attracted by a game? Is there more benefit in killing your opponent in the game than in reality? What was old Zhang thinking? I was a grandmaster, my mentality was as high as a few thousand hertz. Would I get addicted to games? If a martial artist did not even have this bit of self-control, how could he be a martial artist? But then again, if he really made the catacombs into a game, it would be more interesting. After all, what was written in books and documents was not realistic enough. Moreover, Fang Ping had a poor sense of direction. It was not bad to understand it in detail through the game. Fang Ping thought of this and asked, Minister, if you ask me, a grandmaster, to be your spokesperson, the endorsement fee, say that again? Endorsement fee. Zhang Tao said in an unfriendly tone, this is public welfare. Do you know what public welfare is? This is to prepare for popularizing the catacombs. You have the cheek to ask me for a fee? Fang Ping, you want to be a leader like this? How much did I give you for fighting the little monsters? If you can't do it, I'll give you 10 or 20 million. Is that enough? Fang Ping curled his lips. Forget it. This bit of money is not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Forget it. I'll do it for free. I'm not even planning to get involved in these things anymore. I didn't expect to be forced to shoot advertisements. Fang Ping said it as if he had been wronged. I was poor and had no money in the past. Now that I'm so rich, I'm still doing this. However, he had to admit that promoting the game first, and then shooting a few catacombs battle promotional videos, it was relatively easier to let everyone gradually understand the catacombs, and then popularize it. Otherwise, if all the facts were revealed at once, the ordinary people might not be able to accept it immediately. After talking about this, Fang Ping asked, Minister, is there an introduction to the bounded zones in the game? No. I've already said that we don't know much about the bounded zones and the Forbidden Sea. When we understand more, we'll update it in the game. At this point, Zhang Tao said again, as for the filming, don't look for me. I'm too busy. Fang Ping rejected immediately. Anyway, there are many martial artists in this industry. Just do as you see fit. Actually, what I mean is, I want to make it more realistic. Use real monsters. Even, use real catacombs martial artists. Fang Ping was stunned. He could not help but say, there are thousands of martial artists participating in the Battle of MCMAU. The military might even reach up to 100,000 people, we'll see. We haven't decided yet. The military department will cooperate. Popularizing these through movies and games is also a good idea. That's true. Right, Minister, if we really want to make the Battle of MCMAU into a movie, I have a request. The actor who plays me must be handsome. Also, I must show my charm. As for the name. Actually, you can use my real name. I don't mind. Zhang Tao was speechless. After a while, he said, we'll talk about it later. One last thing. MCMAU has gained a lot this time, Minister. Fang Ping suddenly had a bad premonition. He said immediately, MCMAU is so poor that they can't even afford to eat. This time, you're the one who made the biggest fortune. Zhang Tao's tone faltered. What you said makes sense. The point is, has MCMAU reached the point where they can't even afford to eat? Kid, you're going against your conscience. Do you really think I'm stupid? Ignoring him, Zhang Tao sighed softly. Fang Ping, it's not easy to take care of the other universities. Take NMAU for example. They have thousands of people, and the government allocates billions every year. Well, it's a little more now, but there are also more people. Wang Jinyang calls the department dozens of times a day. He cries a few times. What else can I do? During the Battle of Tiannan in April, several martial arts university vice-chancellors died in the catacombs. This year's allocations have been allocated. We can't deduct their resources just because their vice-chancellors died in battle, can we? Instead, we should give them more. Other universities have few powerhouses. Entering the catacombs is really a narrow escape. Many students don't even have the most basic pills. Since MCMAU's conditions are passable, can you bear to see other universities sacrifice a few lives for a vitality pill? Then, what you mean is, MCMAU's allocation this year. Owe it for now. Xianxia sighed. Owe it. When there's a surplus in the head, I'll give it to MCMAU. Fang Ping almost vomited blood. Is this what you're doing? Are you trying to fleece me? Without waiting for Fang Ping to speak, Zhang Tao continued, if it really doesn't work, if you're not feeling well, then come and slash me a few times. I'll give you 100 million for each slash. You can also slash me a few hundred times to repay the debt. It's really not easy in the department. I have no other choice. When a paragon decided to be shameless, there was nothing you could do about it. Slash you a few hundred times, Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Fine, you said it yourself. If I can't slash you to death now, you can be arrogant. When I can slash you to death, remember what you said today. It's only a few tens of billions of allocation. Zhang Tao, you even said this. Repay the debt with my body. Fine, I'll do it. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Minister, since you've said so, can I say no? A few hundred $, right? Fine, I'll save it first. If you don't give MCMAU the allocation next year, then it'll be $1,000. Just you wait. On the other end, Zhang Tao looked indifferent. At times like this, he would save whatever he could. This year, martial arts universities had expanded their enrollment by a few 100,000 people. They're all crying piteously for food. MCMAU's mouth is dripping with oil. So what if you don't allocate tens of billions? A few hundred cuts? Are you really going to slash me, kid? Zhang Tao ignored him and quickly said, then I'll get busy. I'm hanging up. Do. Old Zhang hung up the phone very quickly, not giving Fang Ping any time to speak. Fang Ping's face was full of anger. Bully. MCMAU has money, and you embezzle it. Fine, let's wait and see. I'll hammer you two kids to death sooner or later. Thinking of this, Fang Ping picked up his phone and made a call. The moment he opened his mouth, he said, Zhang En and Zhang Shui, make arrangements for them to learn combat techniques. Get a few rank 6 instructors to guide them well. Remember, guide them well. On the other end, someone responded. No problem. They would guide them well. Everyone understood that only those who went through the hardest of hardships could rise to the top. After hanging up, Fang Ping exhaled and murmured, looks like the era of national martial arts education is coming. Various countries had joined forces to create a catacombs game that was completely realistic. With vigorous promotion, there would be a large audience. In this day and age, martial artists truly existed. If the game was done well, perhaps it could inspire the hearts of some people to become martial artists. Moreover, this way, he could save a lot of time in the future. When the time came, all he had to do was tell everyone that everything in the game was real. Then, he would not have to teach these people basic knowledge anymore. As for the task of filming the advertisement, Fang Ping did not think too much of it. It was just fighting monsters. Thinking back to the time when he took on many advertisements in a day, this task could be done in half a day. The efficiency of a martial artist was truly fast. Zhang Tao made the call in the morning. In the afternoon, someone came to film Fang Ping. For a grandmaster powerhouse like Fang Ping, all the movements, language, and advertising messages were done in one go. The task was completed in less than 20 minutes. He was fast, but others were also fast. As soon as he finished filming the advertisement, some TV stations started broadcasting it that night. Therefore, in a day, the game Invasion of the Other World exploded in popularity. When the government decided to promote something, it could not be easier. Outdoor advertisements, online media, television media, when these publicity resources started to show their power, these things were no longer a problem. Such a large-scale promotion actually surprised some people. Games weren't good things. Although the officials didn't prohibit promotion, such a large-scale promotion, including some official media organizations, was still shocking. Of course, the government did not participate much. Only a few organizations mentioned it. As for Fang Ping, he became popular. From fighting monsters, Fang Ping became a hero, defending against the invasion of the other world. Fang Ping did not take any of this to heart. Middle and high-ranked martial artists all knew that this was the truth. As for the general public, when they became martial artists and found out the truth, they would also know that Fang Ping's words that seemed to be promoting the game today were the truth. On the second, Fang Ping was busy with these. On the third, Fang Ping started to deal with some school chores. Nowadays, the grandmasters in the school did not manage things, and those who went into the catacombs went into the catacombs. Old Wu went into the catacombs and brought along a group of people who could handle things. The new students had just enrolled, and the other instructors were also busy. At this moment, everything really became Fang Ping's. The school council and the martial arts society jointly governed the school. The school council became Fang Ping's, and the martial arts society became Xianxia's. Therefore, in Qin Fengqing's words, MCMAU officially became Fang Wu. How was this MCMAU? The world was at home, okay, in the office. Fang Ping did not go back at all since yesterday. He had been signing documents and handling official business. Qin Fengqing waited in the Crystal Palace for a day. He could not wait any longer. He entered the door and said, "Fang Ping, we should continue with our business." He really could not wait. "What's the hurry?" Fang Ping looked annoyed. He said impatiently, "There are a lot of things to do in the school." The vice-chancellor and the others went to the catacombs to prepare to transform Skygate City. Even Instructor Tang and the others went to help. Right now, everyone else in the school is busy with the new students. Only you have the time to take care of yourself. Qin Fengqing was helpless and mumbled, "Who asked you to be the headmaster for no reason? Look at Tai too, it's so cool." Nothing happened at all. He said that he would guide students during this year's recruitment, but in the end, he didn't. He's even happier than me. After saying that, Qin Fengqing didn't continue and said, "Oh right, yesterday's game advertisement, what happened?" It's based on the real situation in the catacombs. You can study it when you have time. No wonder the school is promoting it. Qin Fengqing understood and said, "Are you going to make the truth public?" Actually, I don't think it's a good thing. To be honest, it's also our hope to let ordinary people live in peace. If it were to be made public, do you think it would still be like this? The problem is that we don't have enough time. Fang Ping sighed softly. In another 2 to 3 years, all 108 passageways will be opened. When that time comes, what will happen will still happen. When that time comes, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for us to stop the catacombs' all-out attack. Rather than panic and chaos at that time, it would be better to reveal the truth step by step now. That way, everyone will have some time to come to terms with it, so that when the catacombs invade, it won't be chaotic in an instant. If it really is chaotic, and billions of people are in a mess, just imagine that doomsday-like chaotic scene. Will it be better than now? That's true. It was rare for Qin Fengqing to feel emotional. It was a good thing not to disclose the truth to ordinary people. At least everyone could live in relative comfort. If they really made it public, that might not be the case. However, the situation was getting worse and worse. There were more and more battles, and more people were dying. If this went on, they would not be able to keep it a secret. He might as well take this opportunity to unveil the veil bit by bit. Fang Ping did not continue. Instead, he said, "Inform Fatty that we'll be visiting Star City in mid-September." "All right. Go. Only at night." Qin Fengqing explained, Star Town is actually situated in a barrier that is solidified by spiritual energy, similar to a domain. Because of the existence of the barrier, there is no way to transmit signals. However, they had an outer city. Fatty and the others would go online at night. At that time, only then would they be able to contact people. Fang Ping really did not know about this. He said with some surprise, "I thought they could communicate. Turns out they're in the outer city. These fellows are really free, going online at night. It's normal to know some information from the outside world. Otherwise, these fellows would have been out of touch with the times long ago. How could they still chat with us? Qin Fengqing said, going to Star City this time, do something big? Fang Ping's expression darkened. Do you think we're robbers? Besides, there are 12 paragons in Star City. Do you want to do something big? Are you sure you're serious? Seeing that Fang Ping was looking at him, Qin Fengqing explained, I'm not talking about doing this by force. What I mean is that there are many powerhouses in Star City, and there are many young people too. These people definitely won't be convinced by us. Let's do what we did last time, provoke them a little, get lost. Fang Ping cursed, then shook his head and said, it's not worth it. Huh? Aren't you stupid? Star City is actually not that rich. Rank 7 martial artists only have a divine weapon with them. What's a divine weapon? Fang Ping said indifferently, I don't lack divine weapons now. There's no need to offend people for such a small matter. The most precious things in Star City are the 12 paragons, followed by some information and historical documents that they have. These two are the most precious things in Star City. As for the rest, do I lack divine weapons? Do I lack energy mines? I don't lack anything. So, when we go this time, you better behave yourself. Otherwise, I won't care if you live or die. The current Fang Ping had also passed the time when he lacked everything. Right now, what he really lacked was time and some great opportunities. Recently, Fang Ping had been using imperishable substances to hone his golden body and mentality. The effect was not bad. While Qin Fengqing was cultivating, he was also cultivating. Fang Ping was not anxious about achieving rank 8. Old Manly also gave him a suggestion not to be too impatient. According to Old Manly, the golden body of a rank 8 powerhouse was forged from refined steel. On the other hand, Fang Ping's golden body and golden bones were real. However, his was the kind of raw ore that was not refined enough. Fang Ping had to forge more. When his mentality guided his bone marrow and completed the final forging of the golden body, his golden body would be exceptionally strong. The reason why Fang Ping went to Star City this time was not because he wanted to get any resources. He was going with the intention of learning some secrets and history, including some information about the bounded domain and the martial artists who were resurrected. These were his core missions. Qin Fengqing felt a little regretful, but he did not say much. He said again, about our dual cultivation. At this time, outside the door, Xianxia had just arrived. She looked at the two of them in shock. Fang Ping was not surprised. He had sensed Xianxia's arrival. He just did not have time to slap Qin Fengqing to death. Seeing Xianxia looking at him, Fang Ping smiled and said, Old Qin asked us to set 2 days off. What do you think about this? 2 days off, yes, we have to work and rest together. We can't just cultivate blindly. So, on the weekends, I suggest everyone to relax and release some stress. Do you think what I said makes sense? Xianxia nodded quickly. It made sense. Qin Fengqing looked at her like she was an idiot. This woman was so gullible. Fang Ping did not continue this topic. He asked, what's the matter? Yes, it's like this. Just now, Yuan went to the Martial Arts Society to apply to start a club, no. Fang Ping's face darkened. Qin Fengqing chuckled. Are you guys really going to make MCMAU your family? Do you want to wait for Xianxia to graduate before Fang Yuan takes over as the president of the Martial Arts Society? Fang Ping, in these few years, MCMAU will really be your family. Shut up. Fang Ping scolded. His head hurt. Don't bother with her. Tell her on my behalf that she's not allowed to mess around. I've been busy lately, so I don't have time to care about her. I'm going to cultivate for a few days, then I'll make a trip to Star City. After Star City's matter is settled, I might have to make a trip to the bounded domain. Recently, there are so many things that are giving me a headache. I'm too lazy to care about her. Yunqi, help me keep an eye on her. Fang Ping really had a lot of ideas about the bounded domain. The most important thing was the mentality cultivation method, or the myriad Dao integration cultivation method. Old Manly had always been the first among rank 8. It was not that he wanted to be the first among rank 8, but he was still a rank 8. Although he had understood his own origin path, his golden body and vitality strength had not reached rank 9. Now, it was actually very difficult to cultivate. When he cultivated, his vitality would be drained away. This made Old Man Li too afraid to cultivate. Moreover, the stronger he was, the faster his vitality would be drained away. If this went on, Fang Ping might not be able to hold on. Right now, he had a token, and Old Wang had another. If they entered the bounded domain, they might be able to get their hands on the cultivation method. Xianxia nodded and said immediately, "You do what you need to do. I'll look after Yuan. Don't delay your own cultivation. If you can't handle the school's matters, just leave it to others, like Old Song and the rest. They're not too busy anyway." And Iron Head, he used to manage the martial arts society. Did he really think that he wouldn't have to work just because he hid at my place every day to cultivate? Fang Ping scolded. After leaving some instructions with Chen Yunqi, he dragged Qin Fengqing away. He still had to fulfill his promise. Besides, Qin Fengqing was especially annoying. He kept loitering in front of him every day. If he did not get rid of him, Fang Ping would have a headache. Watching the two of them leave, Chen Yunqi wanted to say something but stopped herself. There were already rumors flying around in the school. How inappropriate was it for Fang Ping to hang out with these men every day? On the 3rd of September, Fang Ping began his closed-door cultivation. At the same time, this batch of new students began to suffer. Last year, Tang Wen's batch of new students was tormented. Cleaning, night raids on dormitories, guidance from older students. Although this batch of new students were all martial artists, there were even middle-ranked ones. However, the older students today did not lack middle-ranked martial artists. Therefore, in the middle of the night, there were many wails and howls. From time to time, new students were beaten up. To put it nicely, it was called training. Even Fang Yuan was not spared. Fang Ping was in closed-door cultivation. In the middle of the night, the grandmasters did not care about these things. In the chaos, they covered their faces and beat Fang Yuan up. Who would know it was them? Fang Ping had bullied many people, such as Zhao Lei, Yang Xiaoman, and Tang Wen. Taking care of a rank 1 martial artist was too easy. Fang Yuan was beaten up for a few nights in a row. She could not take it anymore. She gathered dozens of her sisters and ambushed them in the dormitory at night, causing another big fight. Of course, the result of the fight was that the dozens of Yuan Ping club members went to class the next morning with bruises all over their faces. Dozens of rank 1 rookies, no matter how they ambushed them, would still be asking for a beating. This time, Fang Yuan made up her mind to cultivate hard and fight back. She had heard from others that her brother specialized in beating up older students, beating them all the way up. Regarding these, Fang Ping was cultivating, so naturally, he did not care. Even if he knew, it was possible to take revenge on those fellows. Fang Yuan was beaten up, but it was the girl who insisted on coming to MCMAU. It was not until the 10th of September that Fang Ping came out from underground. Finally, he had fulfilled his promise from before. After sealing Qin Fengqing's Sanjiao gate, Fang Ping did not care about him anymore, sending him flying with a casual kick. At this time, Star City also replied, welcoming Fang Ping and the others to Star City at any time. 11th of September. Mekmo. At the school gate. Fang Ping, Li Hansong, Wang Jinyang, Yao Qingjun, and Qin Fengqing gathered. As soon as they met, Fang Ping smiled. "Old Wang, I heard from the minister that you often call to complain?" Wang Jinyang shook his head and said quickly, "It was the minister himself who called me to ask for more resources. He said that MCMAU has a lot of resources, so the financial allocation can be waived, and the other schools can get some." Fang Ping's movements froze. Beside him, Yao Qingjun said mildly, "The minister has indeed spoken to all the martial arts universities. This year, they can get a little more, but we still have to consider MCMAU's favor. The minister has also cleared MCMAU's name." Zhang Tao was quite honest in handling matters. He had informed all the clans. This time, it was MCMAU's generosity. Every school received a lot more this year. It was not only MCMAU's resources, but also Zhang Tao's previous harvest. Martial arts universities received a lot of energy stones. Fang Ping harumphed, "Damn you, old Zhang, you even lied to me that it was old Wang and the others who called and cried to ask for it. But it turned out that you were the one who gave it to them. Wang Jinyang didn't care what he thought and asked, how do we get there? Let's drive. Qin Fengqing will drive. This guy follows us all day to get some benefits. Let him do some work. At the side, Qin Fengqing, who was already peak rank 6, pretended not to hear this, his face indifferent. Nonsense, of course I'm going to follow him. These fellows would find opportunities wherever they went. This time, they had fallen behind mainly because they had not been able to keep up with the king battlefield. Even if they were beaten to death, he would not want to be separated again. As for driving, it was a small matter. Very soon, Qin Fengqing got a small car over. As they got into the car, Fang Ping said, "Did you guys notice? Star City invited us a few times. When I said I wanted to visit, they replied very quickly. It seemed like they were a little too polite to us. The minister said it's fine even if we go. The possibility of them scheming against us is not too high. If that's the case, will it benefit Star City if we go? There are no benefits, but they're giving us benefits. Do you guys believe that Star City is so generous?" Wang Jinyang pondered for a moment and said, "There must be a reason why Star City has been gathering resurrected martial artists all these years. No matter what, it's still necessary to go. In the outside world, we've almost never met other resurrected martial artists. Previously, SCMAU seemed to have a martial artist with partial bone mutation. I heard that he's not at SCMAU anymore. I don't know if he went to Star City." Fang Ping shook his head and said, "No, Old Chen said that the government specially recruited him. I think he went to the military department." "Is that so?" Wang Jinyang did not say anything else. Beside him, Yao Qingjun thought for a while and said, "No matter what their motives are, we'll talk about it when we get there. Minister Zhang probably won't harm us. Otherwise, the few of us wouldn't have been able to come out of the imperial battleground." Zhang Tao treated these genius students of martial arts universities quite well. He had appeared a few times for their sake. Fang Ping slandered, "Maybe old Zhang is up to no good. He's waiting for us to cultivate the origin path, then he'll kill us and comprehend our origin path." They could not help but look at him. "Were you not afraid that old Zhang would hear you?" Fang Ping said nonchalantly, "It's fine. He's in capital city, thousands of miles away. He won't eavesdrop. Otherwise, if it spreads out thousands of miles, he'll actually consume a lot of energy. Even if we scold him to death now, he won't know." As soon as he said that, everyone laughed. Old Zhang's secret of eavesdropping was now public knowledge. As Qin Fengqing drove, he said, "Of the 13 clans in suppressing Star City, not all clans are connected to the revived warrior. Only a portion of the clans are involved in the matter of the revived warrior. The Jiang family doesn't seem to be involved. The damn fatty said that the Jiang family doesn't have resurrected martial artists. As for the other families, a few of them seem to have marriage alliances with resurrected martial artists." Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, "Star City has 13 families. Li, Jiang, Su, Chen, Shen, Wei, Jing, Jiang, Yang, and Liu. These are only 10 families. Did Jiang Chao mention the other 3? I don't think I've had any dealings with them." Among the 13 families, Fang Ping had dealings with people from the other 10 families. He had not come into contact with the remaining 3 families. Qin Fengqing shook his head. He had not asked about this either. They chatted along the way. Star City was near the Taihang Mountains. Even if Qin Fengqing drove the car as fast as he could, it would still take some time to cover a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers. The Taihang Mountains ran through 3 provinces and 1 city, starting from capital city in the north, Mount Wangu in the south, and Xishan Plateau in the west. This time, Fang Ping and the others were going to the Xishan area. Star City was located not too far away from the ancient city of Zhongdu, which was known as the most well-preserved in Sino Nation. Of course, it was not too far away. It was still close to 100 miles away. When the sky darkened, the car arrived at a small town. It was a small town with almost no outsiders. Few people came here, and it was not a scenic spot. Although it was close to the Taihang Mountains, there was no natural scenery nearby that would make one's eyes shine. It was just an ordinary, small, and peaceful town. Outside the town, there were rice paddies with people working. The road was not easy to walk on, and driving was not easy either. This was probably the reason why few outsiders came here. Before Fang Ping and the others' car entered the small town, a silhouette appeared in front of the car in the blink of an eye, barking coldly, "This place doesn't welcome outsiders, and it's not a scenic spot." If it were a normal person, they would probably know that this person was a martial artist when they saw him suddenly appear and would probably turn around and leave. However, the people in the car were not normal people. The other party could not even sense Fang Ping and the others' auras. Wang Jinyang opened the car window and stuck his head out, smiling. "We're here because we were invited. Uncle, do you know how to get to Star City?" As soon as he said that, the expression of the middle-aged man blocking the way changed slightly. He glanced at the car again. 5 young people, real young people, he did not see any weapons. Of course, he did not see Qin Fengqing's Changdao at the side. Among the 5 of them, Qin Fengqing was the only one with a visible weapon. Just as the middle-aged man was still analyzing the situation, someone laughed loudly from afar. "Fang Ping, Baldy, you've arrived." The next moment, a plump figure appeared, sprinting toward them. Seeing the plump man sprinting toward them, the middle-aged martial artist's expression changed again. He said hurriedly, "Young Master Jiang, Uncle Hu." Jiang Chao's expression was gloomy. He said sheepishly, "I've already said that it's a new era. There's no such thing as a young master. Just call me by my name. Isn't this embarrassing?" Having said that, Jiang Chao was already in front of the car. He chuckled. "I received your call, so I came here. I thought you guys flew over. I didn't expect you to drive." Having said that, Fang Ping and the others got out of the car. Jiang Chao smiled and introduced, "This is Uncle Hu, also from Starfate Town, guards." The middle-aged man called Uncle Hu added. He glanced at Fang Ping and the others and said in a muffled voice, "Starfate Town doesn't receive guests." "I didn't know that you were young Master Zhang's guests." Fang Ping looked confused. "Am I in the catacombs now?" Jiang Chao was also helpless. He smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry for the embarrassment. Starfate Town was built almost at the same time as Star City. All these years, we've rarely interacted with the outside world. Although we can communicate here. Uncle Hu is more traditional." As he said that, he smiled at the middle-aged man. "Uncle Hu, go do what you need to do. I'll take care of them." "I'll take my leave then." The man cupped his hands and looked at Fang Ping and the others again. His eyes were filled with suspicion. He still could not sense the martial artist's aura. Qin Fengqing, however, could vaguely sense it. The man was not weak. He was a rank 4 martial artist, but he was just a guard in a small town outside Star City. Star City still had a strong foundation. Jiang Chao waited for him to leave before saying with a smile, "My pervert and the second son of the Su family are waiting in town. Let's go there first. We'll go to Star City tomorrow." Qin Fengqing could not help but ask, "Can't we go at night?" "It's not that we can't. It's just not official enough." Jiang Chao explained, "You're a little late. Star City can't receive guests in the middle of the night, right? We'll go to Star City tomorrow. It'll be more convenient to communicate during the day." Fang Ping had no objections. He got out of the car and looked around as he walked. After a while, he asked, "Are the people here all from Star City?" "Sort of." Jiang Chao said softly, "Actually, the founders of this town were the old ancestors' servants. You know that in that era, it was normal for powerhouses to have servants. The old ancestors built Star City, and their servants built Starfate Town outside. Of course, that was in the past. Who knows how many generations have passed since then?" Li Hansong was curious too. He asked, "Are there still servants in Star City now?" "That," Jiang Chao laughed dryly. "There are. After all, we don't know how to work our limbs, and we can't distinguish between the 5 grains. When we're weak, we still have to eat, drink, poop, and sleep. Even my grandpa and the rest can't do that, right?" Fang Ping laughed. "What's there to be embarrassed about? Actually, I've already guessed it. It's normal." Jiang Chao laughed. "I was afraid that you'd laugh at me. There are more than 5,000 people in Star City. Each family has 400 to 500 people. How can they all be the true descendants of the top powerhouses? About half of them are the servants you mentioned. These people are actually passed down from the older generation, generation after generation. Yao Qingjun and the rest did not say anything. Star City was isolated from the world. There was no need to talk about human rights here. Moreover, the servants in Star City might not be worse off than the people in the outside world. They might even be better. After all, it was a place with more than 10 top powerhouses. Even in modern times, although some powerhouses did not have servants, it was almost the same. Soon, they reached the outskirts of the town. Fang Ping took a look. The town had a city wall. It was the kind of ancient city wall that seemed to be abandoned. However, Fang Ping could still sense the aura of a few martial artists. 2 rank 3s and 1 rank 4s. This kind of strength was not weak. These people must have been notified by Uncle Hu earlier. They did not show up and continued to hide on the abandoned city wall. In Fang Ping's opinion, this was completely unnecessary. Star City. Those who knew about Star City's situation would not barge into this place. Those who did not know would probably not come here either. Of course, he could not be bothered with these things. The city gate of the abandoned city wall had been demolished. Now, a large archway had been built. The archway was carved with a few big words, Star Fate Town. A few people stood under the archway. Xianxia was among them. Star City did not fail to receive Fang Ping and the rest. Other than Xianxia, there was also a young martial artist who was also a grandmaster-level powerhouse. At this moment, he was also observing Fang Ping and the rest. 2 grandmasters came to receive them. The treatment was considered high standard. Fang Ping, you're quite late. Xianxia laughed heartily and took the initiative to walk toward Fang Ping. It seemed like he wanted to give Fang Ping a hug. This action slightly surprised the young martial artist beside him. Why was Psycho Jiang so polite? Everyone in Star City knew that Xianxia was extremely arrogant. He almost did not take any martial artists of the same generation seriously. Even in Star City, including the catacombs, this guy was extremely arrogant. Now, however, he actually took the initiative to greet Fang Ping. The young man knew Fang Ping. Although they had not interacted before, there were few in Star City who did not know Fang Ping. This guy was also an arrogant person. He had killed Yang Feng of the Yang family. The Yang family's Yang He, the rank 8 powerhouse, had also been killed by MCMAU's Li Chongqing on the spot. This news had spread throughout Star City. However, the young man was still surprised by Xianxia's attitude. For a moment, he was a little dazed. It did not matter if he was dazed. In front of him, Fang Ping did not give Xianxia a chance to hug him. Instead, he reached out and shook hands with him, chuckling. Congratulations, brother Jiang. Xianxia had actually broken through to upper stage rank 7. This was still a little surprising. He had actually broken through rank 7 only a few years ago. He had only entered the King's Battleground 3 years ago during the youth competition, advancing a level every year. It had to be said that this person from the Jiang family was quite formidable. Xianxia said with some emotion, I can't compare to you. You were only rank 6 when I saw you last time. Now, you're already middle stage rank 7. Besides, I still remember that slash from last time. Last time in the King's Battleground, Fang Ping had killed an upper stage rank 7 with 1 slash and severely injured another. Now, he heard that he had killed a rank 8 with 1 slash. Xianxia believed that he was extremely talented and had many tricks up his sleeves. However, facing the current Fang Ping, he did not judge who would win or lose. He did not want to judge either. The outcome would probably not be too good. The more arrogant a genius was, the more they would only look at geniuses who were stronger than them. However, Fang Ping and the others were resurrected martial artists. This was also a reason for him to comfort himself. Although not all resurrected martial artists were so strong, he had defeated many resurrected martial artists. He would just take it that Fang Ping and the others were special. They were the top powerhouses among the resurrected martial artists. After the two of them had finished greeting each other, the young man behind them walked over. He nodded lightly and said, I'm Su Ziyu, Su Zisu's second brother. Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang, they introduced themselves. Su Zisu had two brothers. Fang Ping knew that Su Zisu had mentioned it once. However, her second brother's name sounded like a woman's, so Fang Ping still did not know. For a moment, he actually thought of the Ayu that old Manly mentioned. Fang Ping shuddered slightly. He could not think about it. The moment he thought about it, he felt that old Manly's Ayu was like this. After getting to know each other, Su Ziyu smiled politely and said, Su Zisu has been mentioning you all to us. Her words were full of admiration. Now that I've met you all today, you are indeed dragons and phoenixes among men, Xianxia said impatiently, don't be like that. I hate people like you the most. Why do you talk so much nonsense? Having said that, Xianxia smiled and said, just one sentence. We'll rest here tonight and enter the city tomorrow. This time, Mount Royalty might have a progenitor returning. I don't know who it is. If the progenitor returns, I'll have the chance to meet him. Fang Ping responded. Beside him, Qin Fengqing asked curiously, will it be good for cultivation when we reach Star Town? Xianxia did not reply, nor did he pay attention to him. This time, the atmosphere was awkward. Beside him, Jiang Chao quickly smiled and said, Baldy, what's the hurry? Won't you know when we get there? Qin Fengqing was not angry. He squinted at Jiang Hao. How arrogant, this guy only seemed to be polite to Fang Ping. He did not even pay attention to old Wang and the others. As for himself, a rank 6, naturally, he would not pay attention to him. I'll hammer you to death sooner or later. Qin Fengqing did not say much. Life was full of ups and downs. He just had to keep these words in his heart. Back then, there were many people who bullied me. Now, I beat them up until they cried for their parents. Currently, only Fang Ping, old Wang, Tang Feng, and old Manly had not taken revenge. Thinking of this, Qin Fengqing suddenly felt a little absent-minded. The people who bullied me seemed to be these few guys. Have I not been able to take revenge? He had been beaten up by old Wang when he was rank 1. After he reached rank 4, he had been living under Fang Ping's oppression. Motherf *Ker, I think I only beat up Xianyu. Qin Fengqing's heart was inexplicably sorrowful. He glanced at Jiang Hao. I don't believe that these monsters can't beat you up for now. Just wait and see. While Qin Fengqing was determined to surpass Jiang Hao did not even look at him. As he walked into the town, he laughed and said, there are many people in the city who are curious about you. When you enter the city tomorrow, don't hold back. Beat up whoever you don't like. Of course, you can forget about killing people. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave Star Town. I have a few enemies in the city too. I'll show them to you tomorrow. It's not easy to deal with them normally. Tomorrow, find a chance to teach them a lesson. Oh right, I heard that you killed a rank 8. How did it feel? Nothing much. Fang Ping laughed. Just SOSO. Rank 8. I probably can't do a rank 8 now. But there's no rush. It'll happen sooner or later. Jiang Hao spoke as if there was no one else around. He brought everyone to the front of an antique courtyard and explained, this is where we usually have fun. It's the clubhouse outside. Surfing the internet, exercising, cultivating, singing, all of them are allowed. If you want to find a woman, that's fine too. There are women here who do this. Just give them some cultivation pills. If you're interested, I can find one for you. Fang Ping laughed. No need. You can keep it for yourself. Forget it then. I'm not really into this either. Fatty, on the other hand, does this a lot. I didn't. Jiang Chao was furious. His face was full of anger. He argued, I was just talking about ideals with them. This kind of thing is wrong. Women should have more self-respect. They're outsiders of Star Town, after all. How could they do this kind of thing? Pervert, don't accuse me wrongly. Haha. Jiang Hao's face was full of disdain. Do you think I'll believe you or not? Beside him, Su Ziyu felt like her head was about to explode. Both of you say everything out there. Does Star Town have no dignity? He really did not want to come and pick someone up with these two brothers. However, in the city, the only ones who were on good terms with Fang Ping were the Jiang family and the Su family. On the Jiang family's side, the two brothers had dealt with Fang Ping before. Su Haoran had also met Fang Ping many times. As for the others, Star Town was worried that they would fight if they did not get along. Fang Ping and the others were not easy to deal with. Most of the rank 7 powerhouses from the other clans in the city had not seen Fang Ping and the others. No matter how famous they were, it was just fame. Fang Ping had killed someone from the Yang family. Star Town and the Yang family had lived together for many years. Their relationship was not something Fang Ping could compare to. If there was any commotion, Su Haoran was not worried about Fang Ping and the others. He was really worried that these few brats would be ruthless. Even if they did not kill someone, it was still possible that they would cripple someone. As for the deterrence of the absolute peak, King Wu was not someone to be trifled with. Star Town had taken the initiative to invite them over. King Wu had also informed them. If there was a conflict now, it might get out of hand. Jiang Hao did not care what Su Ziyu was thinking. He had always been used to doing things his own way. When he saw someone he liked, he would talk more. When he saw someone he did not like, he would not even bother with them. As he led them into the courtyard, he continued, "Right, I forgot to tell you. That Ji Yao and Feng Miaxing have both entered rank 7. Both of them are now in the rank 7 territory. These days, they've been provoking you guys to go in. That woman is very slippery. I tried to kill her a few times, but I didn't get the chance. That Feng Miaxing guy is also very difficult to deal with now. That brat has taken over Feng Qing's forces and has been moving around with 7 or 8 rank 7 martial artists." Fang Ping grinned. "They're just clowns. Brother Jiang, bring a message to me. No matter how many rank 7 martial artists they send, if they have the guts, they can fight to the death at Mount Royal Sea. I'll kill as many as they come. Don't turn around and ask for help from their ancestors. It just so happens that I'm tight on money recently. If I kill a bunch of rank 7 martial artists, I can also make some money. I promise to bring it. But those guys probably won't dare to. They are indeed clowns. Ignore them. When I get the chance, I'll kill a few of them and let them continue to clamor." The two of them talked as if there was no one else around. Beside them, Su Ziyu finally understood why Jiang Hao and Fang Ping would talk. These two guys, one was more arrogant than the other. Initially, she thought that Jiang Hao was arrogant enough. Now, it seemed that she was ignorant. They walked in front. Behind them, Qin Fengqing grabbed Jiang Chao and said with an unfriendly expression, "Let's spar for a while later." Jiang Chao looked innocent. "Mother Asterisk Cur, did I offend you? Do you want to beat me up again?" Qin Fengqing let out a humph. "I can't beat the old, but I can beat the young. Since your brother doesn't give me face, then I'll beat you up first." Genius in a second, remember this site's address. Mobile version. After entering a reception hall, Jiang Hao invited them to take a seat. Fang Ping sat down on the sofa and touched the leather sofa. He was slightly moved. These fellows were truly extravagant. 7th grade demonic beast skin. Qin Fengqing, who came in later, didn't look at the sofa made of demonic beast skin. His nose twitched as he looked at Jiang Chao and asked, "There's a mine buried underneath?" Jiang Chao glanced at him strangely. "Damn, why are you moving your nose when you're sensing energy?" Even though he was cursing in his heart, he still replied, "Not much. It's just some middle and low-grade ores that aren't suitable for cultivation. That's why I brought them here to dissipate some of their energy. Grade 9 energy ores could be directly absorbed for cultivation, but middle and low-grade energy ores could not. These energy stones could only be converted and released through certain means." Qin Fengqing nodded slightly and did not say much. It was not like he was someone who had not seen the world. MCMAU still had a big mine. However, when he saw the energy fruits used to entertain the guests, Qin Fengqing couldn't help but casually toss a few into his mouth. Everyone ignored him. As soon as they sat down, Su Ziyu took the initiative to speak, not letting Jiang Hao continue. She said, "I haven't had the time to congratulate Mr. Fang before. Magic City Martial Arts University's great victory over Skygate City this time is worthy of celebration. There's a lot of luck involved, Fang Ping said modestly. He smiled and said, MCMAU has only been established for a short time after all. Our strength is still limited, and our powerhouses are also limited. As he said that, Fang Ping smiled. I heard that there are less than 5,000 people in Star City, and more than half of them are middle-ranked. This is what true strength looks like, Su Ziyu burst into laughter. Mr. Fang, who did you hear this from? There are less than 1,000 middle-ranked martial artists in suppressing Star City. How could it be more than half? Fang Ping laughed. Is that so? Maybe I misheard. There were only 5,000 people, 50 to 60 high grandmasters and grandmasters, and close to 1,000 middle ranks. This kind of strength was already shocking. A peerless expert was indeed incredible. If I may be so bold as to ask, are all the people in suppressing Star City martial artists? That's not true. There are still thousands of people who are not martial artists. Su Ziyu explained, Mr. Fang, you also know that some people are not suited to practicing martial arts. Their qi and blood are stagnant at the extreme stage, and they are unable to go deeper into bone honing. I see, Fang Ping agreed verbally, but his mind was already plotting. Star Suppressing City was indeed a terrifying place. 50 to 60 high ranks, close to 1,000 middle ranks, and close to 3,000 lower ranks. This kind of strength, other than high ranks, was actually inferior to MCMAU. But it depended on the base number, just over 5,000 people. The people from MCMAU stood out from more than 1 billion people. There was no comparison between the two. Fang Ping pondered for a moment before asking, it's said that the descendants of powerhouses have stronger bloodlines and stronger martial arts talents. Big Brother Su. I am indeed quite curious about this. You also know that the descendants of experts from the outside world are not very old. Even Commander Li and Minister Zhang were less than 100 years old, and their descendants were even younger. Are there any second-generation descendants of the peerless patriarchs still alive in Star Town? Experts needed time to accumulate strength. Zhang Tao and Li Zhen were both less than 100 years old. They were the second generation, the elder in his 60s or 70s, the younger in his 40s or 50s. Such an age was not considered old for a martial artist. Therefore, the descendants of these two were very strong. One of Li Zhen's sons, who was also Li Yiming's father, had already reached rank 8. However, it was not to the extent that the 8th rank represented the strength of the bloodline. However, Star Town still had some value as a reference. Su Ziyu pondered for a moment. After a while, she said, the second-generation patriarchs actually suppressed Mount Imperial Sea with the patriarchs. Most of them died in battle there. As for whether there are any patriarchs still alive, this, Mr. Fang, you know. After all, we are too far away from that era. Beside her, Xianxia said lightly, actually, there is nothing to hide. There should be, but we are not sure how many there are. 13 families. Since they can be passed down, the number of second-generation patriarchs will not be too few. It is a fact that many died in battle. However, I heard that there are still second-generation patriarchs alive. Some are inside Mount Imperial Sea, some, maybe in the boundary lands. Su Ziyu glanced at Xianxia and frowned slightly. Xianxia did not think much of it. He looked at Fang Ping and said, there are a total of 25 boundary lands in Sino Nation. Currently, there is still one that has not been opened. As for the boundary lands, Sino Nation can reach 26 boundary lands. Actually, a few of these 26 boundary lands have already been explored. Some have been completely abandoned, leaving only those fatal crises that do not bring any benefits. Some have even been eroded by the Forbidden Sea and become a tributary of the Forbidden Sea. Fang Ping's gaze flickered. He said immediately, erosion by the Forbidden Sea? You mean, some boundary lands actually no longer exist? Yes. Xianxia replied, you have seen a tributary of the Forbidden Sea outside the boundary lands, right? That's right. That's right. Such tributaries exist in all boundary lands. The Forbidden Sea has been eroding the boundary lands for many years. Those tributaries are actually eroding the seal of the Forbidden Sea. Once the seal is broken, the boundary lands will be breached and completely become a part of the Forbidden Sea. Beside him, Li Hongzong said hurriedly, the Forbidden Sea will take the initiative to erode the boundary lands? Is that part of the sea controlled by someone? What he was more worried about was whether such erosion would erode his old nest. Until now, he had not determined where his old nest was. Whether it is controlled by someone or not, this is not clear, and the possibility is not high. You also know that the Forbidden Sea is very complicated, including its seawater composition. That thing not only erodes mentality, but it can also block mentality's detection. So what exactly is the situation below the Forbidden Sea? Even absolute peak is not clear. The only thing we know is that the seawater of the Forbidden Sea will actually take the initiative to erode the areas with abundant energy. The boundary lands, under normal circumstances, are the areas with the most abundant energy. The energy there is so dense that it has turned into liquid. Freely eroding the boundary lands is also a special characteristic of the Forbidden Sea. The existence of the Imperial Sea Mountains is to resist the erosion of the Forbidden Sea. Xianxia said, and then added, did you not discover that at the edge of the Forbidden Sea, the energy is weaker than in the depths? Actually, the energy distribution in the catacombs is balanced. The reason why it is weak is also due to the existence of the Forbidden Sea. Seawater can absorb energy, so the closer to the Forbidden Sea, the weaker the energy. And in order to prevent the Forbidden Sea from invading, there will not be a royal city at the edge of the Forbidden Sea. This is to prevent the Forbidden Sea from becoming restless and invading the huge mine. After Xianxia finished, he said with a smile, the matter of the Forbidden Sea is very complicated. I can't explain it clearly in a short time, and I also don't understand it very well. Let's go back to the boundary lands. A portion of the boundary lands has already been eroded. Another portion, because of the destruction of the seal, monsters roam freely, and the buildings inside have also been destroyed. Right now, it has become the Forbidden Sea Demon Clan's forbidden land. The other portion, on the other hand, has already been opened. Fang Ping frowned slightly. The opening that you mentioned, is it opened by us humans, or by the catacombs martial artists? Both. Xianxia explained, and it's not our generation. Let me put it this way, since hundreds or even thousands of years ago, there have been people who have tried the boundary lands one after another. After generations, there will always be some places that have been opened. Everything inside has mostly been plundered clean. From what I know, a portion of people have obtained incomparably huge benefits inside and stepped into the impasse realm. Not just one person, including Commander Li and some people from the catacombs. However, that was in the past. In recent years, some boundary lands that are easy to open and do not have strong destructive power have already been opened. Now, what's left are boundary lands with incomparably huge destructive power. And the stronger the seal set up in the periphery, the stronger the strength of the boundary lands in the past. The stronger the master, the stronger the influence. Therefore, the really good things, the places with great benefits, are actually still the boundary lands that are left behind now. The catacombs invasion, including the patriarchs guarding Mount Royal Sea, actually has something to do with the boundary lands. Xianxia. Suziyu's face was livid. Xianxia sneered and said lightly, what, did I say something wrong? What's there to hide? Can you enter the boundary lands? After saying that, Xianxia continued, the patriarchs guarding Mount Royal Sea, on one hand, is also to resist those peak-level experts, not letting them send a large number of people to explore the boundary lands, lest the human ancestors' relics fall into the hands of others. Of course, the patriarchs themselves will not easily explore the boundary lands. Actually, both sides have restrictions, and both are very vigilant. However, it is very likely that a portion of the second-generation patriarchs are still on the other side of the boundary lands. Some may have opened the boundary lands and are cultivating in seclusion inside. Some may be waiting for an opportunity to enter the boundary lands. Therefore, the possibility of all of them dying is not high. The patriarchs still have some backup plans. Fang Ping could not help but glance at him. Xianxia was not an idiot, nor was he Jiang Chao, the traitor of Star City. What did he mean by telling him all these things out of the blue? Xianxia must have seen the change in Fang Ping's gaze. He smiled faintly and said, there's no other meaning in telling you all this. I just want to remind you not to trespass the boundary lands. It's very easy to get into trouble. Do you also want to ask if the Yang family has a second-generation patriarch alive? Fang Ping's pupils contracted slightly. Xianxia laughed. You don't have to worry about this. All these years, the Yang family has been guarding the 11 southern territories, which is the Tiannan catacombs. There are 2 boundary lands in the Tiannan catacombs. The one you went to is also the one the Yang family has their eyes on. The other side has actually already become a forbidden area for demons. You did not encounter any Yang family members there previously, which means that even if the Yang family has a second-generation patriarch alive, he has already died. Fang Ping said softly, what about the 3rd and 4th generations? What generation is High Grandmaster Yang Daohong? Xianxia laughed. After all, Star Town has only been established for 300 years. When they migrated back then, there were very few people, only about 10 people per family. Martial artists, especially powerhouses, have a longer lifespan than ordinary people. On average, one generation takes about 40 years. Until now, there have been at most 10 generations in each family, and at least 5 or 6 generations. From the Yang family to Grandmaster Yang Daohong, it should be the 6th generation. When it comes to Yang Qing and the rest, it should be the 8th generation. In the previous few generations, the Yang family was not very prosperous. Some died in battle one after another. Also, during the Rank 9 territory riot in the Qing battlefield, a Yang family Rank 9 also died there. Therefore, the Yang family should really not have any high ranks now. Beside him, Su Ziyu could not help but glare at him. She looked at Fang Ping and said, Mr. Fang, we also know about the grudge between you and the Yang family. However, the matter has already ended during the youth tournament, and the Yang family has no intention of fighting again. After all, the 13 patriarchs built Star Town together. After the Yang family's patriarch died, it was already desolate, now it's even more bleak. After Mr. Feng enters the city, please be understanding and try not to have any conflicts. Fang Ping did not speak, but Li Hansong smiled sheepishly. Then, if the Yang family takes the initiative to find trouble with us, probably not. Are you sure, Mr. Su? Su Ziyu frowned slightly. Li Hansong chuckled and said, actually, we are not people who cause trouble. We all know how much Star Town has sacrificed for Sino Nation. Top powerhouses stationed alone in Mount Royal Sea, sitting there for 100 years. They can't return to their homes, and they can't return to their country. Separated by a world, they are unknown, guarding the human territory and protecting human civilization. Don't we have a heart of gratitude? Yes. However, all of these are not reasons for us to be in danger and surrender without a fight. This time, we are here by invitation. We do not have any intention of causing trouble, and we will not do so. However, we are also high-ranked martial artists, and we have also fought bloody battles before. We will not tolerate being humiliated by others. If the Yang family wants to humiliate us, if they want to take revenge on us, they can do it openly. If they really want to do something in the dark, we will not be polite. Fang Ping said lightly, Hansong is right. If the Yang family wants to seek revenge on me, they can do it openly and talk openly. This is the rule of the entire martial arts world. Looking for external help, looking for powerhouses to back you up, these are all fine. If you can take it, then take it. If you can't, then admit defeat. However, other things can be avoided. Please forgive me, Big Brother Su. Su Ziyu's head was as big as a cow's. How did they end up talking about this? Beside him, Jiang sneered and said lazily, all right, the possibility of these things happening is not high. The Yang family is in a slump now. If they are not stupid, they will not do these things. It's only because you mentioned it that I said this in passing. As for the rest, let's not talk about it now. Also, Star Town invited you. I'm not sure about the specifics, but it should be a mutual benefit. There are benefits for both sides. Those martial artists who were resurrected earlier all benefited from Star Town, and nothing happened to them. Therefore, this should not be a problem. As for what benefits there are in Star Town, I'm not sure either. My family did not really participate in it. My family's ancestor is an idle person, and he does not care much about these things. As for the specifics, let's wait until tomorrow to talk about it. Our mission today is to eat and drink to our heart's content. In order to entertain you, a few families in the city have sacrificed a lot. Come, let's relax. Although Fang Ping still wanted to find out the specifics, Xianxia said he was not sure, so the possibility of him lying to them was not high. If that was the case, Fang Ping did not stand on ceremony. He smiled and said, "Then we will do as you say. We also want to see the grand occasion of Sino Nation's #1 holy land. We won't let you down." Soon, Fang Ping and the others knew what it meant to not let them down. In the banquet hall, there was only a table of dishes and a few jars of wine. Xianxia, however, swallowed and hurriedly introduced the tongue of a rank 7 dragon sparrow beast. Everyone looked at the dish. The tongue of a rank 7 monster. This was indeed good stuff. Some monsters only had a portion of their essence. These essence parts were the most abundant, the purest, and the easiest to digest. They also tasted great. The paw of a rank 7 white bear beast. The belly meat of a rank 7 ground shell beast. Xianxia introduced 8 dishes in a row. Finally, he looked at the plate in the middle and smiled. This is amazing. Do you know what the most delicious food in the catacombs is? Mine rats. Fang Ping replied casually. This was what Qin Fengqing had told him when he first entered the catacombs. It was also because of this fellow that everyone knew that he had news of a mineral vein. Xianxia chuckled. That's right. However, under normal circumstances, mine rats are not ranked. Even if they are at most rank 1 or 2. This time, however, this mine rat is a rank 4 monster. A mine rat that has entered the middle rank is really good stuff. It's rare even at the peak. This kind of mine rat not only devours energy in the mine, but it also devours a lot of life essence. That's why it has entered the middle rank. This is also the main dish this time. It's even rarer than rank 7 monster meat. Fang Ping was surprised. He had seen mine rats before, but most of them were the normal kind. They were not monsters. He did not expect to see a rank 4 one. This thing was much rarer than regular rank 7 monster meat. It was understandable that it was the main dish. Soon, Xianxia introduced the few jars of wine on the side. 100-year-old wine. It was a real 100-year-old wine, and it was not an ordinary wine. Many energy fruits and even some life essence were used in it. This was made by the ancestors back then. It's rare for us to drink a cup. This time, in order to entertain you, Suppressing Star City brought out 3 jars. The cellar is almost empty. Xianxia was full of smiles. He felt honored. After saying that, he raised his eyebrows at Qin Fengqing. Baldy, eat and drink as much as you want. Since you're in my territory, you must have some dignity. At Fang Ping and the rest's level, it was extremely rare for them to eat. This time, however, they did not stand on ceremony. MCMAU might be rich now, but it was difficult to gather all these things. Without enough resources, MCMAU could not produce the 100-year-old wine alone. They had never seen a middle-ranked mine rat before. Fang Ping and the others did not stand on ceremony either. They ate to their heart's content. Qin Fengqing could not wait to put the plates in front of him. If this table of dishes and wine were sold for 3 to 5 billion in the outside world, there might be powerhouses who would be willing to pay. This was what it meant to be a martial artist. A meal was truly an astronomical figure. However, Suppressing Star City would not easily host a meal like this. Just the essence parts of 8 rank 7 beasts meant that they had killed 8 rank 7 beasts. This was something that was hard to come by. Fang Ping ate, drank some wine. He was a little tipsy. As he drank, his mind became more and more sober. Suppressing Star City was too polite. They thought too highly of them. This kind of banquet was an introductory banquet. Even a rank 9 would find it extravagant, but they used it to entertain them. They're unaccountably solicitous. They're giving us benefits and treating us with such a high standard. What do we have to offer? It was not just Fang Ping. Everyone else, including Qin Fengqing, who ate until his mouth was full of energy, was exceptionally clear-headed at this moment. What was Suppressing Star City trying to do? As Qin Fengqing thought about it, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Don't tell me they want us to marry into their family? I won't do that. That's not right either. If a family really promised to provide me with the resources to cultivate to rank 9, it's hard to say. I'll wait and see. Qin Fengqin calculated these things in his mind. Without delaying his eating and drinking, he ate 30% of the dishes on the table, Xianxia took 20%, and the rest were for the rest. Su Ziyu and Jiang Hao immediately looked down at Qin Fengqin. This could be felt from the conversation between the two of them. Qin Fengqin did not mind. Jiang Chao, on the other hand, did not look down on him. He already knew Qin Fengqin's character. This guy did not care about his pride. Benefits were his priority. Fang Ping, on the other hand, used the banquet to find out more about the situation. Currently, Suppressing Star City had a total of 8 rank 9 powerhouses. There were only 8 out of 13 families in Suppressing Star City. It was not considered a lot. If Yang Daohong was included, it would be 9. Of these 8, the rank 9s of the Chen and Shen families were currently in the House of Guardians. They were not in Suppressing Star City. As for the other 6, Fang Ping knew that there was one each from the Jiang, Su, Li, and Wei families. As for the other 2, there was no need to ask in detail. These things were also told by Jiang Hao and Jiang Chao. Su Ziyu wanted to say something a few times but stopped herself. She had no choice but to meet these 2. In reality, this information was not too big of a secret. If Fang Ping really wanted to know, he could ask old Zhang. In fact, he could find out. They ate and drank until late at night. The banquet only ended. Fang Ping and the others returned to their respective rooms. Qin Fengqin and Jiang Chao went to spar under the influence of alcohol. No one cared about this. As for the rumbling battle in the middle of the night, no one cared about it. Qin Fengqin had entered peak rank 6. So had Jiang Chao. Before entering the king's battleground, Fatty Jiang was already upper stage rank 6. After so many days, he had also reached peak rank 6. Both of them were of the same rank. Qin Fengqin might not be stronger than Jiang Chao. Qin Fengqin's time in rank 6 was too short. His Sanjiao gate closed too quickly. He might not have adapted to the new strength. While the 2 fought, Fang Ping and the others did not rest. Fang Ping had been condensing and forging his golden body for the past few days. This included condensing and filling the materialized objects. Entering Star Town, he had to be prepared for the worst. He had never trusted these outsiders completely. Until now, there were not many people who were truly worthy of his trust. Old Manli was one, Old Wang was another, Li Hansong was another, even Yao Qingjun, Fang Ping dared not trust him completely. As for Qin Fengqin, he could trust him. Fang Ping felt that if they really fought with Star Town, this guy would definitely not be scared to death. But this bastard, if you did not give him any benefits, he might not fight to the death. He had to at least agree to some of this guy's conditions. However, thinking about it, he was only rank 6. Fang Ping could not be bothered to consider him. If this guy could escape, then he would not be a burden. Fang Ping and the others did not waste any time. They were all cultivating. Next door, Jiang Hao and Su Ziyu did not waste time either. These people seemed to be unrestrained. If they were really useless, they would not have cultivated to rank 7. All high ranks, without exception, had extremely strict requirements for themselves. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, 12th of September. People came to Fang Ping's room early in the morning. A few young women dressed in delicate attire offered to help Fang Ping wash up. Fang Ping rejected them without hesitation. With a shake of his golden body, all the filth was gone. How long has it been since I last bathed? Fang Ping could not help but wonder as he walked out of the room. The last time he mocked Lu Polu for not bathing for 10 years. It had been a month or 2, right? Inhuman. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. When a martial artist reached a high rank, they could really be considered inhuman. Bathing and whatnot. How much of a waste of time. With a shake of his body, all the filth was gone. Old Wang and the rest had rejected the women's service, but the people from Startown were used to it and did not reject them. Fang Ping did not care about them. Everyone had their own habits. Xianxia and Su Ziyu actually needed to wash up. Aristocrats like them were really nosy. Country bumpkins like us haven't brushed our teeth or washed our faces for a long time. After a while, everyone gathered in the guest hall yesterday. Jiang Chao, a peak rank 6 martial artist, had dark circles under his eyes. They were still swollen, and he did not know how Qin Fengqing got them. As for Qin Fengqing, he did not have dark circles, but Fang Ping glanced at him. The guy had been covering his crotch, and he did not know what he was doing. The others could not be bothered with them. Su Ziyu said, "Mr. Fang, shall we make a move now?" "Sure. Thank you." As Fang Ping spoke, he asked curiously, "Is Polaris City nearby?" "Last night, I used my mentality to scan the area. I didn't feel any seal within a few thousand meters." Fang Ping did not mind saying it. In fact, they had all scanned the area last night. It would be strange if they were not curious about Startown. Su Ziyu's eyes shone with pride. She smiled. "It's nearby. You'll know when you get there." With that, the few of them walked out together. At the door, a few martial artists watched them leave respectfully. Startown was behind. Starfate Town. Behind Starfate Town was a forest, or at least it looked like a forest. Normal high-ranked martial artists would not pay much attention even if they used flight step to pass. Beyond the forest was a section of the Taihang Mountains, which was not far from the mountains. But when they got close to the forest, they found something strange. Wang Jinyang, who had always been calm, suddenly stopped in his tracks. There was a strange look in his eyes. After a while, he said, "It's fake." Yao Qingjun had long since discovered it. He said in a low voice, "An illusion." "No, it's a kind of interference with mental strength. Ordinary people can't reach this place at all." Fang Ping, on the other hand, observed for a while. After a while, he said slowly, "How generous. My mentality couldn't detect the end. It's bigger than MCMAU." How big was MCMAU? 30,000 mu, 20 square kilometers. Just like that, MCMAU, which had more than 10,000 people, did not seem crowded at all. Instead, it was exceptionally spacious. Fang Ping's mentality did not cover a large area, but the probing range was not small. Surprisingly, he did not manage to probe to the bottom. Beside him, Jiang Chao chuckled and said, "Startown isn't small at all. In fact, it wasn't that big in the beginning. Later on, the patriarchs slowly expanded it to include some of the smaller mountain ranges in Taihang Mountains. As such, the environment of suppressing Star City was quite good. It wasn't as monotonous as it was at the beginning, and now, there were mountains and rivers. As for the surface area, it should be about 20,000 meters long and wide." Fang Ping and the others' pupils contracted. It did not sound very big, but in reality, 20,000 meters long and wide was 400 square kilometers, although some big cities could easily cover thousands of square kilometers, that included the suburbs and districts. The area that truly belonged to the urban area, even for a metropolis like Magic City, if calculated from the area within the Outer Ring Road, was only about 600 square kilometers. When Fang Ping heard this, he opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, can I take the flight step and have a look?" Su Ziyu smiled and said, "Yes, Mr. Fang. Do as you please." Fang Ping did not say much. Very quickly, he rose into the air and circled around. After a while, Fang Ping landed on the ground, his face full of admiration. "I've finally experienced the might of the Paragon. An area comparable to a big city was covered by a mentality barrier, yet I didn't feel too much of an anomaly. The seniors of suppressing Star City are remarkable." Su Ziyu laughed. Jiang Hao said calmly, "It's normal for the 13 patriarchs to spend so many years. What's really amazing is still the King battleground. Creating such a boundary in one battle is not a matter of time. Therefore, the battle at the King battleground back then was more powerful than the barrier that the 13 paragons spent many years to build. This means that in that battle, the overall strength of the participants was much stronger than the 13 paragons." Su Ziyu disagreed, saying, "That might not be the case. The patriarchs only did some expansion in their spare time. Battles are fought with all their might. The price paid by both sides is different." Jiang Hao did not refute. This was also a possibility. After the two of them talked for a while, a token appeared in Xianghao's hand. Suppressing Star City's token, the word town was written on it. Seeing this token, Fang Ping's expression suddenly changed. Not only him, old Wang and the others did the same. The few of them remembered, back then, after Yang Daohong and the others died in battle, they picked up such a token. After that, they seemed to have returned the rank 9 divine weapon. Fang Ping felt that this token was not too important. He did not pay much attention to it, as if he had thrown it in a corner of his storage space. At this moment, Xianghao took out the token. Vitality surged into the token, and the token instantly turned the color of blood jade. When the token changed color, a crystal door suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The original forest was now like water ripples, slightly rippling. Seeing Fang Ping and the others' curiosity, Jiang Chao explained, "This is suppressing Star City's pass. Everyone likes to do this kind of thing. It's the same in the bounded boundaries. The mentality barrier only recognizes the token and the bloodline aura of the 13 families. If you want to enter the city, first, you must have the token, and second, you must have the bloodline aura of the 13 families." Su Ziyu's expression darkened. Which side were the Jiang brothers on? They spilled everything. Jiang Chao did not care about him. He was very unhappy with Su Ziyu. Back then, he was a little interested in Su Zissou, but this guy always talked bad about him in front of Su Zissou. He could not beat him, or else Jiang Chao would have beaten him to death. He said what he wanted, and Su Ziyu could not control him. Jiang Chao continued, "The tokens are made by the patriarchs themselves. Outsiders can't imitate them. Actually, only high-ranked martial artists have this thing. If the rest of us are not high-ranked, you can't go out. If we want to come out and train, we can't hide it from high-ranked martial artists, because we have to inform them to open the door." "Is this the only door?" Fang Ping asked casually. "No, there are a total of 4 doors, and each side has one. The other places are purely mentality solidified barriers. The 13 Paragon Patriarchs worked together to set it up, and no one can break it." As he spoke, the wave-like door became clearer and clearer. In front, Jianghao shouted, "You can enter now." Everyone went forward. Through the transparent door, Fang Ping could already see some of the situation in the city, but it was like a crystal, so it was a little unreal. Star Town. There were not many people in Star Town. It was not a small place, and the decorations were magnificent. The bluestone ground was paved, and the traces of time were clear. Although it was located in the north, Star Town had some of the elegance of the ancient towns in the south. Small bridges, flowing water, old houses, big courtyards. A clear river divided the ancient town into 2 halves, and the river led to the mountains in the depths. Some osmanthus trees were planted on the riverbank. It was the season for flowers to bloom, and the city was filled with the fragrance of osmanthus. At the end of a bluestone path, many people were gathered. There were old and young, powerhouses and weaklings. Among the crowd, some young people gathered together, standing at the back. Someone glanced at the few old men standing ramrod straight in front of them and whispered, "Grandpa Su and the others want to pick someone up." "Who is so important? Is King Wu and the others coming?" "No, I heard it's Fang Ping and the others." "Have you heard of them?" "Fang Ping?" Some people were at a loss. Before reaching rank 6, many people in Star Town had never left the city in their entire lives. When they heard the name, they were at a loss at first, then realization hit them, and they exclaimed, "You mean, the one who killed Yang Feng? That's him. Why would Grandpa Su and the others? Why would they let him come to Star Town?" "I don't know. It seems like something happened. Then the Yang family, I don't know about that. Didn't you see it just now? Yang Jingjing went to each house early in the morning. I think she's there to get them to stand up for the Yang family." "I see. I was wondering why Jingjing's eyes were red from crying so early in the morning. I thought she missed Grandpa Yang and the others." The person who spoke was not very old. As he spoke, he said indignantly, "For the past 2 years, Jingjing has been washing her face with tears every day. First, something happened to Patriarch Yang, then Grandpa Yang, second Uncle Yang and the others. Then, Grandpa Yang he and Yang Feng met with trouble too. Big brother Yang Qing hasn't been back for a long time. I heard. I heard that something happened to him too. Things are already like this, yet they still let Fang Ping come to Star Town. This is too much. What are Grandpa Su and the others thinking? Isn't this making Jingjing feel bad? At this point, the person's eyes moved, and he said, could it be that they let him in and kill him to avenge the Yang family? Someone beside him looked helpless and whispered, don't talk nonsense. I heard that King Wu is nurturing him. Grandpa Su and the others won't kill him. Despicable. Many young people looked indignant. At this moment, someone said in a low voice, Yang Jingjing is here. In Yang Qing's generation, there were not many direct descendants in the Yang family. Yang Feng and Yang Mu were not really direct descendants. In this generation, there were only Yang Qing and Yang Jingjing in the Yang family's direct descendants. Now, the Yang family's high ranks were all annihilated. The strongest one had actually become Yang Mu. However, Yang Mu seemed to have no intention of taking over as the family head. Ever since the youth competition ended, he had been in closed-door cultivation and was unwilling to show himself again. At this time, the Yang family's peak rank 5 Yang Jingjing had taken over as the family head. This was also the only special situation in the 13 families where a middle-ranked martial artist took over as the family head. At the other end of the bluestone path, a few young men and women walked over together. The young woman walking in front had a head of long black hair that fell over her shoulders, and her big eyes were slightly red and swollen. Unlike the others, she was not dressed in ordinary clothes, but in snow-white clothes. In front of the crowd, a few old people who were still waiting for the door to open turned their heads and took a glance, frowning slightly. Beside Yang Jingjing, Su Zhisu whispered, Jingjing, I'm begging you, go back. Yang Jingjing's eyes were red. She gritted her teeth and said, I'm no match for him, and I won't seek revenge on him. I just want to know, where is my brother? Big brother Yang Qing entered the king's battleground, but he went last time too. After he went, my brother never came back. Yang Jingjing's eyes reddened even more. She choked and said, elder ancestor is dead, grandpa is dead, second uncle and the rest are all dead. Second grandpa, cousin Feng, they're all dead. Now my brother is gone too. Susu, the Yang family is gone. I just want to ask him, why did he treat the Yang family so harshly? Is my brother dead or alive? Martial King is powerful, but he didn't have to use the Yang family to establish his dominance. Jingjing, it's not like that, it's, Susu, I know what you want to say. Yang Jingjing interrupted. You all said that cousin Feng wanted to kill him, second grandpa wanted to kill him, these things are over, and the Yang family has no ability to seek revenge. I said, I'm here to ask if my brother is dead or not. Su Zhisu looked conflicted, but she could not say anything else. At this moment, someone said in a low voice, the south door is open. As soon as this was said, everyone looked toward the end of the bluestone path. Jiang Hao stepped in. In the next moment, it was not Su Ziyu who came in, but an unfamiliar young man. The young man was dressed in black, with long black leather boots on his feet. His hair was short and sharp. At this moment, there was a wide smile on his face. As soon as he entered the door, he bowed slightly and smiled. Grandmaster Su, Grandmaster Jiang, how dare I trouble the Grandmasters to wait here? I'm flattered. Fang Ping, no, I should call you Vice-Chancellor Feng. I haven't seen you for a few days. Vice-Chancellor Feng killed a rank 8 and is ranked 3rd in the rank 7 ranking. It's impressive. Compared to you, I feel that we're really old. Vice-Chancellor Wang, Vice-Chancellor Yao, and the others are also young and promising. With outstanding grace, both parties stood at the door and exchanged greetings. At this moment, the young people behind all knew that this was Fang Ping. He's Fang Ping? He should be. Killing a rank 8, how old is he? I think he's 20. No way. Didn't you say he was only rank 6? That's old news. I heard that Grandpa Su and the others went to his Grandmaster's banquet and entered rank 7. Everyone was discussing fervently. Behind them, Yang Jingjing was about to step forward when Su Zhisu hurriedly pulled her back. With a helpless expression, she whispered, Jingjing, why don't I help you ask him? You should go back first. No, I want to ask him personally. Yang Jingjing looked stubborn. She wanted to ask herself. At the end of the bluestone path. While Fang Ping was exchanging greetings with Su Haoran and the others, he also glanced at the city. It was a good place with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. There was a small bridge over the flowing water, and a complete set of pavilions. This was the peach blossom land. There were no outsiders to disturb or the noise of the city. However, it was okay to stay in a place like this for a while. If it was too long, Fang Ping might not be able to bear it. While Fang Ping was looking around, he also saw a young woman in white among the crowd. Fang Ping was still exchanging pleasantries with Su Haoran and the others when the woman in white leaped forward. Her eyes were filled with tears as she shouted, "You're Fang Ping?" Jing. Su Haoran frowned slightly. Jiang Yuanhua did not say anything. Wei Yong sighed softly. Jing, Fang Ping and the others came today because we invited them. Grandpa Wei, Jing knows. Jing won't cause trouble for everyone. I just have a few things I want to ask Fang Ping. Fang Ping heard her and smiled faintly. Just ask, Miss Yang. If Fang Ping knows, he will naturally answer. You killed cousin Feng? That's right. Your teacher killed second grandpa? Fang Ping frowned slightly. At this moment, more and more people gathered here. Many of them looked indignant. They were not familiar with Fang Ping, but the Yang family had lived here for hundreds of years. Now that they heard Fang Ping admit that he killed Yang Feng and that his teacher killed Yang He, how could they not be angry? Fang Ping glanced at the young woman who looked similar to his sister. She also had a small round face, but at this moment, he did not think she was cute at all. Is he trying to cause public outrage? Fang Ping murmured in his heart. His expression became calm again. He said indifferently, murderers deserve to die. This matter has long been decided by the public. What else does Miss Yang want to ask? Yang Jing shouted, what about my brother? My brother, Yang Qing, left the last time and never came back. Fang Ping, did you kill him? Jing. Someone scolded, the last time Fang Ping went to the battlefield, he returned quickly. However, Yang Qing also went missing during that time, so it was not impossible. Fang Ping said lightly, no. After saying that, Fang Ping saw that she still wanted to say more, so he raised his hand and said, I, Fang Ping, killed someone. Naturally, I won't deny it. If I didn't kill him, then it's not. Considering your young age, Miss Yang asked me 3 questions, and I've already answered them. Now, if you ask any more questions, I don't have to answer them. You. Arrogant. This guy is still so arrogant even in Star Town, the people behind them started discussing. Fang Ping glanced at Su Haoran and the others and chuckled. Hi Grandmaster Su, those who know will think that we're here as guests. Those who don't, might think that we're here to ask for forgiveness. I, Fang Ping, am innocent, and I don't need to ask for forgiveness from anyone. I came to Star Town because I was invited, Fang Ping interrupted with a smile. Don't mind me, High Grandmaster. I'm young and impetuous. Sometimes, I like to be blunt. Desperation powerhouses protect mankind. I've said it many times. I admire and respect them. But this doesn't mean that others don't respect us. After saying that, Fang Ping shouted coldly, I've destroyed 2 royal cities. I've killed dozens of high-ranked martial artists from the catacombs. I've been a general in the military department. The enemies I've killed are more than you've ever seen. The Paragon can look down on me, but it's not up to you to question me. I have family and a younger sister. If my sister dares to question and criticize a Grandmaster, I, Fang Ping, will not let her off lightly. Star Town has disappointed me again and again. The younger generation is ridiculous. Arrogant. After saying that, a fist shadow broke through the air. Su Haoran's face was livid. He shouted angrily, bastard. Just as he was about to attack, Fang Ping leaped into the air and punched with his golden fist. In the void, the fist shadow shook the sky. The surrounding young men and women felt like they were suffocating. Bang, a loud bang was heard. In the distance, a young martial artist was sent flying hundreds of meters, blood splattering in the air. Fang Ping landed on the ground. He glanced into the distance, snorted softly, and said nothing. The other young people also kept quiet at this moment. The person who attacked just now was an upper stage rank 7. His reputation in Star Town was no less than Xianxia's. However, with one punch, he was severely injured by Fang Ping. At this moment, he was sent flying, and he was nowhere to be seen. It was obvious that either his injuries were not light, or he felt too embarrassed to show his face again. Beside him, Su Haran sighed softly. I'm sorry, we didn't discipline him well. Meng Yu is not a troublemaker. Just now, he was probably itching for a fight. Please forgive him, Vice-Chancellor Fang. Fang Ping smiled. It's understandable. Among the rank 7 martial artists, I, Fang Ping, am ranked 3rd. There are many people who are not convinced. Meng Yu can take a punch with 30% of my strength. Among the younger generation, he's considered a powerhouse. Fang Ping smiled calmly, but his words were insolent. For a moment, even the grandmasters were speechless. Fang Ping did not care about them. These old fellows might not be as kind as they appeared. He had already said that he was here as a guest, yet they still sent people to test him. What was the meaning of this? Would a rank 9 powerhouse react so slowly? Logically, Meng Yu's figure had not even been seen. Once he attacked, Su Haran and the others should have reacted. There were 3 rank 9s here. Would they not be able to take a punch from a rank 7 martial artist? What a joke. However, they did not stop him. Since they were like this, Fang Ping did not stand on ceremony. He smiled again. I've always been willing to spar with people of the same rank. Upper stage or peak, I'm fine with either. If you're interested, I can arrange a few matches. However, on the first day I learned martial arts, my teacher taught me that when martial artists go into the arena, victory and defeat will be decided, and life and death will be decided. Su Haran and the others' pupils contracted slightly. Fang Ping smiled again. Even if it's a rank 9 spar, although I can't do it, MCMAU has 2 rank 9 grandmasters. We can also have a friendly match. As for a desperate situation. Everyone, please look for Minister Zhang. MCMAU can't afford it. Wei Yong chuckled. Vice-Chancellor Fang, you're too serious. Su Haran also said, that's not what Stellar Sky City meant. Beside them, Jiang Yuanhua smiled. Alright, this farce should be over. Let's go to the conference hall and have a chat. As he said that, he turned around and shouted, alright, all of you are dismissed. If you really want to die, then arrange for a spar at the airport. I can help you arrange it. Life and death will not be decided. As soon as he said that, some people were annoyed, some were unwilling, but no one said a word. At this moment, Fang Ping could not help but glance at Jiang Yuanhua and the others. Beside him, Jiang Hao said lazily, don't look. It's on purpose to save some trouble. Martial artists are all like this, asking for a beating. All of them think they're the best in the world. If you beat them up, they'll behave. It's better to let them out than to block them. Even if I didn't tell you in advance, I don't think you'll lose to them. Fang Ping also smiled. So, you want me to make an example out of them? Wrong. Make an example out of them. Old Monkey and the others are already rank 9. Can you make an example out of them? Beside him, Wei Yong and Su Haran both glanced at him. Jiang Yuanhua was also straightforward. With a wave of his hand, he slapped Jiang Hao until he disappeared. Only then did he laugh. You're used to being disrespectful, but Jiang Hao was right. These juniors have not left Star Town for a long time. Instead of suppressing them, it's better to let them suffer a little. It's fine if I hit them harder just now. Since you're here in Star Town, I dare not say anything else, but if someone provokes you here, if you don't kill them, then I'll bear all the responsibility. If a rank 8 or 9 attacks you, don't worry, there's no need for MCMAU and King Wu to come. Star Town doesn't have this kind of atmosphere. Other than that old thing Yang He, no one would bully the weak. Don't think that Yang He is Star Town. He doesn't represent Star Town. Even if the Yang family's elder ancestor was still alive, I would still say the same. After saying that, Jiang Yuanhua looked at Yang Jingjing who was not far away and said calmly, go back. Recuperate well. Star Town won't abandon anyone, but we won't allow you to do whatever you want either. You're still young. Cultivate well. If there's a day when you think you can take revenge on Fang Ping, Jiang Yuanhua looked at Fang Ping and said, Fang Ping, on account of the elder ancestor standing up for you a few times, if that day comes, I'll arrange for the two of you to have a fair fight. What do you think? Fang Ping chuckled. Since old Jiang said so, I have no objections. Jiang Yuanhua smiled and nodded. He looked at Yang Jingjing again and said, You heard him. If you want revenge, martial artists don't need to scheme. As long as you're stronger than Fang Ping, then you'll have a chance. If you're not as strong as him, then you'll have to cultivate in Star Town. Yang Jingjing, you're already the head of the Yang family. I won't treat you like a child anymore. Go back and stir up trouble again. Don't blame Star Town for ignoring our 300 years of kinship. Among the crowd, Yang Jingjing's eyes were red. She looked around and said nothing more. She turned and left. After she left, Jiang Yuanhua said to Fang Ping, Don't worry. If she really succeeds in her cultivation, she won't implicate anyone in the Fang family. Star Town won't allow this either. Beside him, Li Hansong said gloomily, So, she's the only one who can seek revenge on Fang Ping? Fang Ping pressed his hands together and smiled. This isn't to give her face, but to give Senior Warlord face. Senior Warlord has protected me many times, and I can't repay him. If a weak girl wants revenge, then come. I have to repay Senior Warlord's favor. Jiang Yuanhua sighed softly when he said that. He did not know if he had lost out on this matter. Fang Ping had returned Warlord's favor with a few simple sentences. Warlord had protected Fang Ping 3 times, once in Nanjiang, once in the Qing battleground, and once in the Magic City catacombs. A debt of gratitude was really hard to repay. Fang Ping was happy to use this kind of thing to return the favor. Very good. He was not like old Zhang. Old Zhang was too cunning. Although he had taken a lot of benefits from Fang Ping, he did owe him a lot of favors that had not been repaid. The favor that Fang Ping owed now would not be of any help to Absolute Summit. However, no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Jiang Yuanhua had made Fang Ping passively accept someone else's revenge. This was not right, but he had used Warlord to speak, so naturally, the favor had been repaid. Fang Ping was still very satisfied. As for what Jiang Yuanhua thought, it was none of his business. Behind him, Jiang Chao glanced at his grandfather. Was the old man sick? Fang Ping and the others obviously had a bright future ahead of them. Was it necessary to use the old man's favor for the Yang family? Fatty Jiang would not believe that the old man did not have the intention of doing them a favor the past few times. The first time was in Nanjiang, the second was in the Qing battleground, and the third time was without Zhang Tao's invitation. The old man took the initiative to go to the Magic City catacombs. His intentions were clear. The old man must be out of his mind. Jiang Chao cursed in his heart, but he dared not say it out loud. Otherwise, the old man would beat him until his head was out of his mind. Fang Ping really did not think much of the younger generation in Star City. It was not just him. Qin Fengqing was also extremely arrogant, looking at the middle-ranked martial artists provocatively. Star Town's intention was clear. If Fang Ping and the others wanted to spar with the young people, they would not stop them. As long as both parties had no objections, it was up to them as long as no one died. Since the other party was provoking Fang Ping, Qin Fengqing felt that there was nothing wrong with provoking them now. Therefore, Qin Fengqing looked at the rank 6 youths with divine weapons and spat a few mouthfuls of phlegm or saliva. It was full of provocation. Fang Ping and the others ignored him, not even Su Haoran and the others. As long as they did not die, they could spar as they pleased. The older generation of Star Town had a lot of experience. They had also been young and frivolous, so they knew what the younger generation of Star Town was thinking. Back then, Li Mo had even gone to MCMAU to challenge the old vice-chancellor. As Jiang Hao said, martial artists were full of confidence, thinking that they were the best in the world. After being beaten up, they would naturally know the difference. Seeing that no one cared, Qin Fengqing became bolder. He muttered, Don't look at me because I'm peak rank 6. I'm very weak. I can't even beat early stage rank 6. I don't have anything but money. Life essence in tons, if you have the guts, let's fight. I'll bet dozens of divine weapons. Having said that, he glared at Xianxia beside him. Xianxia's face darkened. Seeing the Baldy threatening him, he was full of grievances. This is my lair, are you threatening me? Fine, the Baldy was quite fierce. He was beaten up last night and cheated of a divine weapon in the past. Thinking of this, Xianxia sighed in his heart and whispered, do you have a death wish? There are many rank 6 martial artists in the city who are much stronger than me. You can't even beat me. I almost broke that thing last night and you're still provoking me. You. Stop talking nonsense. I also beat you up last night, Baldy, are you stupid? I don't rely on fighting for a living. We're of the same rank, but you're actually not my match. As Xianxia said that, he whispered, do you really have life essence? Nonsense. We won the battle in Skygate City, and I got a few dozen kilograms. I also had some savings in the past. A few tons is a joke, but at least 100 kilograms. Then let's cut the crap. Let's go and spar. I'm not doing it. You're not going to bet with me on divine weapons, let's bet. My boots are divine weapons. Only one? That's too little. My pervert has 2 swords and a set of divine weapon armor. I'll use them to bet. Really? Of course, we'll definitely win anyway. The two of them echoed each other. The people walking in front all looked at Jiang Yuanhua. Jiang Yuanhua's handsome face was ashen. My grandson is working with others to swindle the people of Star City. Damn, is this my grandson? Did they carry the wrong child? Putting aside the fact that he was fat, he was almost as fat as the old ancestor. But what was going on with him working with others to harm his own people? Although MCMAU's Qin Fengqing was not as powerful as Fengping and the others, as a sacred place, Star Town's intelligence network was still very strong. Qin Fengqing, who was only an early stage rank 6 not long ago, entered the rank 6 ranking 99th. Now, not long after, he had achieved peak rank 6. These things, they were not very clear about the situation. They could only explain it as the resurrection of a martial artist. His strength had increased a lot in an instant. Was the current Qin Fengqing really weak? This was a powerhouse who had walked out of a mountain of corpses. It was said that he had entered the catacombs countless times. In the Battle of Skygate City, he had truly achieved invincibility among his peers, killing more than double digits of rank 6 martial artists. When he sparred with a martial artist like this, it was a real sparring session. Qin Fengqing and Xianxia had a good relationship, and it did not involve interests. However, once he bet on divine weapons, Fengping shook his head at the thought. At that time, Qin Fengqing would probably dare to fight even at mentality-vitality fusion. Moreover, it was hard to say whether he would live or die. He did not say that it was hard to say who would win or lose. Qin Fengqing was most likely not a match for mentality-vitality fusion, but on the stage, life and death and victory were different. Once this guy's eyes turned red, he might risk his life. If a mentality-vitality fusion realm fought him, it was hard to say who would die. Behind them, the two of them continued. As Xianxia spoke, he suddenly lowered his voice, so low that it could not be heard. He whispered, why don't we fight for real? I'll go look for my pervert. That divine weapon armor belongs to me, and the divine weapon belongs to you? Qin Fengqing swallowed, whispering, what does he want? It's hard to say, but if you take out the life essence, he might do it, he believes you. Nonsense, I'm still his younger brother. Then I'll go ask Fengping. But one divine weapon is too little. The divine weapon armor is 3 times the value of a normal divine weapon. Then what do you want? I'll suffer some losses. Give me your boots too. This? Okay. Then it's settled. But it's best to wait a little longer. When your people can't help but challenge me, I'll get 2 divine weapons first. That won't do. If you win, my pervert won't believe that I can win. Is that so? Then it's a little troublesome. Why don't we sign a wager and battle agreement first, then fight one by one and stake the items first? That seems possible. Both of them were not high ranks and did not have a mentality shield. Although their voices were so low that they could not be heard, rank 6 powerhouses probably could not hear them. But the key was that there were rank 9 powerhouses present. Fang Ping could hear them. At this moment, his expression was very pleasant. Jiang Yuanhua was so angry that his face was livid. This damn fatty, he even wanted to cheat his own big brother, even collaborating to cheat. What was he thinking? Where was his brain? The two rank 9s, Wei Yong and Su Haoran, did not say a word, holding back their laughter. Continue, this was possible. Anyway, they could not be bothered with the Jiang family's affairs. Jiang Hao was also a detestable person in Star Town. If the two divine weapons were really cheated away, then it would be interesting. Both of them were still talking when Jiang Yuanhua suddenly scolded, "Shut up. If you continue talking, I'm going to clean house today." Last time, this kid sold Star Town. To be honest, standing up for the Yang family today was kind of like paying off Jiang Chao's debt. But this damn fatty, he was doing it again. Last time when Jiang Chao sold everything in Star Town, he was the one who revealed to the public that Yang Daohong and the others were going to the bounded zones. This matter could not be hidden. Jiang Yuanhua had given him a good beating before. Unexpectedly, this fellow did not learn his lesson. If not for this matter, would he have used the old ancestor's favor to pay off the debt? It was not Jiang Yuanhua's fault. This damn fatty was the one who cheated his grandfather and the old ancestor. Okay, Fang Ping sympathized with old Master Jiang a little. It was really not normal for you to have two grandsons. These two grandsons were enough to give you a headache. Only Warlord was strong. Otherwise, he might not be able to protect them. Thinking of this, Fang Ping thought of something and said, "Old Jiang, Jiang Chao's parents." He realized that these descendants in Star Town seemed to be hanging around the old man. Could it be that his parents had died in battle? Hearing that, Jiang Yuanhua sighed. His father is useless. He's still rank 6 now. He can't stay in Star Town forever. Plus how? He's already rank 7. A few years ago, he went to the military department. Fang Ping was a little surprised. So that was it. His son was stronger than his father. No wonder Jiang Chao's father could not stand it and ran away. However, brother Jiang Chao's relationship with his father might not be that good. He had almost never heard Jiang Chao mention it. As they walked, they reached the center of the small city. When they reached the center, Fang Ping and the others could not help but look at the tower in the center. Li Hansong murmured, "Fang Ping, did you build it according to this?" Fang Ping shook his head, then smiled. "This is Star Town's martial arts tower?" "That's right." Su Haoran continued, "This tower is built entirely from rank 9 energy stones. It's solidified and guided by the mentality of the ancestors. There are 6 floors in the tower, and each floor has 10 rooms. Every cultivation room will absorb the energy in the energy stones evenly. When the consumption reaches a certain level, we will break a large number of low-grade energy stones to replenish it. Rank 9 energy stones can absorb energy to replenish it. This way, although it can't be endless, with low-grade energy stones to replenish it, this martial arts tower is a holy land for cultivation." Fang Ping was still a little envious. It was good to have a peek. This tower was not quite the same as his mineral vein. His mineral vein was a mix of mid-grade and high-grade energy stones. There were rank 7 and rank 9 high-grade energy stones, and there were even some energy crystals mixed in. This tower, on the other hand, was really built purely from rank 9 energy stones. Pure rank 9 energy stones were really worth 600,000 per gram. This was MCMAU's buyback price, and also the system's estimated price. 2,000 caddies per ton, that was worth 600 billion, no discount. How heavy was this tower? Jiang Chao and the others had told him before. At that time, Fang Ping estimated that it was at least tens of thousands of caddies. Now that he had seen the real thing, Fang Ping did a rough calculation. Even if it was hollow in the middle, this 6-story tower was at least 50,000 caddies, 25 tons, 15 trillion. Fang Ping's expression was indifferent. He did not say anything, but it made the rank 9s look up to him. However, when they thought about how MCMAU had seized Skygate City's giant mine before, they could understand. Fang Ping was not someone who had not seen the world. Although this guy was young, he was strong and had seen many big scenes. A martial arts tower was indeed difficult to move him. Fang Ping did not say anything, and neither did old Wang and the others. However, each of them swept a few glances at the martial arts tower, their faces indifferent, as if calculating the effects of cultivating here. Behind them, Li Fei and the others who had just arrived had already gathered with Fatty. Seeing that the few in front of them were scanning the martial arts tower, Xianxia swallowed and said in a low voice, This should be okay, right? He remembered that day when these few entered the king's battleground, their eyes were bloodshot. When they saw those divine weapons, it was as if they were on steroids, their eyes green. Each of them was like a vicious wolf, but now, could it be that becoming a grandmaster had changed their personalities? The few of them looked indifferent, as if they did not see that this martial arts tower was built with rank 9 energy stones. Even Qin Fengqing, who was at the side, looked indifferent at this time. Xianxia glanced at Qin Fengqing from the corner of his eye. There was nothing unusual, but... Damn it, the A-class alloy hilt in your hand is almost deformed from your grip. How excited are you? Xianxia was mentally exhausted. He glanced at the few old men in front of him. All of you should leave quickly. Why are you still here? Don't show your wealth, understand? Showing off your wealth in front of a few thugs with tens of thousands of kilograms of rank 9 energy stones. Aren't you afraid of being robbed? It was still okay now, but when these fellows became stronger, it was hard to say. When they became really strong, the probability of these fellows robbing the catacombs would be higher. Xianxia consoled himself for a while, then thought, what does this have to do with me? The martial arts tower doesn't belong to me, this place was shared by everyone. If they were robbed, it would have nothing to do with him. He rarely came here to cultivate. Just as Xianxia was cursing silently, Qin Fengqing said, there don't seem to be many good things in Star Town. Why don't I use my life essence to bet on the Martial Path Tower? This building is quite beautiful. I like it. Li Fei and the rest did not know what was going on and looked confused. Behind them, Suzy Su also walked over. She glared at Xianxia and Qin Fengqing, then looked at the crowd and scolded, don't believe them. Qin Fengqing is very strong, you guys can't beat him. In front, Su Haoran's heart was also broken. Granddaughter, are you sure you're not adding fuel to the fire? They were all young people, could they take this kind of provocation? Even if they did not want to challenge Qin Fengqing, after hearing this, could they hold it in? Among the younger generation in Star Town, Su Zixu might not be pursued by everyone, but there were many who did. There were both men and women present. The women might not care, but what about the men? The women who pursued them told them to stop fighting, they couldn't do it. This was not persuasion, but the opposite. You must fight, beat that bastard to death. The two rank 9 powerhouses looked sorrowful. They were getting worse with each generation, although they were muddle-headed when they were young, they were not stupid. How did these two become fools? As they were thinking about this, as expected, some of the young men and women in the periphery squeezed in. Someone glanced at the high ranks in front. Seeing that they did not say anything, he whispered, Qin Fengqing, right? If you have the guts, let's go to the arena later and fight. Sure, other than that divine weapon, do you have anything else? Forget it, seeing how poor you are, I'll bet on your divine weapon. I'll pay the equivalent of my life essence. Okay. Don't be like this, you guys. We lost 5 divine weapons last time. Su Zixu panicked, saying hurriedly, Qin Fengqing is provoking you guys. On purpose. He defeated Xianxia last time when he was only a rank 5, Xianxia humphed. Did I lose last time? Who was more injured? I withdrew because I thought you guys could win later. Qin Fengqing is the weakest. Fang Ping and the others agreed to you guys last time. The facts have proven that they are indeed strong. Without Fang Ping and the others, can Baldi win? Xianxia. Did I say something wrong? As Xianxia spoke, he winked at Qin Fengqing. When the second young man walked over, seeing that he did not have a divine weapon, Qin Fengqing looked like he was going to refuse. Xianxia said casually, Jiang Nan, are you going to bet with your golden fruit? Your uncle Jiang risked his life to get it for you. The man called Jiang Nan was stunned. Qin Fengqing's eyes lit up, saying casually, that works too. This kind of energy fruit is helpful in building the body. It can be used as a bet. Lu Ji, you're not going to bet with your dark moon herb, are you? That's for you to use after you've achieved mentality-vitality fusion. This can also be used as a bet. It's not worth much. At the back, Xianxia and Qin Fengqing echoed each other. Xianxia was not tempted at first, but seeing that there were more people, he suddenly put his hand on Qin Fengqing's shoulder and squeezed him hard for a while. Half each, otherwise, he would quit. These guys were so impulsive, so easily hooked. He wanted benefits too. If he got some good stuff, he might be able to achieve mentality-vitality fusion quickly. Everyone did not know what agreement the two had reached. They only knew that after that, Xianxia went around persuading everyone to stop betting and not to bet with good stuff. Although Qin Fengqing was not his opponent, they might not be able to beat him. He, Xianxia, could win because he, Xianxia, was powerful. Were you guys more powerful than me, Xianxia? If it was someone else saying this, no one would object. But the lazy Xianxia, this damn fatty, dared to look down on them. How could they tolerate it? More and more people gathered at the back. As for Fang Ping and the others, they had already left with Su Haoran and the others. They did not want to listen anymore. Su Haoran and Jiang Yuanhua did not want to say a word now. Xianxia was the scum of Star City. Everyone acknowledged this. Su Zixu could only say that she was too naive. She was still persuading them, sweating profusely from anxiety. Was this girl pretending to be stupid? It would have been better if she did not say anything. The more she said, the angrier everyone became. Previously, the rank 7 Mengyu was sent flying by Fang Ping with one punch. He dared not show his face until now. It was fine if the rank 7 people were not Fang Ping's opponents. How could a rank 6 not be Qin Fengqing's opponents? If Xianxia could win, why couldn't they? They had not even been to the King battleground. It was not that they did not ask around. MCMAU's Qin Fengqing was not famous. They heard that he was a once-honed martial artist. How could geniuses like them not be a match for a martial artist like this, once honed, peak rank 6 in his 20s? Did he have time to cultivate combat techniques? A martial artist like this probably stayed in the energy mine to cultivate all day long. They really believed Qin Fengqing when he said that he had hundreds of caddies of life essence. Otherwise, there was no reason for this guy to cultivate so quickly after once honing. After they were far away from this group of people, Jiang Yuanhua suddenly sighed. Sometimes, I'm actually confused. Is it good to keep going like this? If you're not rank 6, you can't even leave Star Town. When martial artists from the outside world were their age, they'd entered the catacombs dozens of times. Their hands were already covered in the enemy's blood. They've killed at least 80 enemies, if not 100. But these kids, sigh, Jiang Yuanhua was really a little sad. He did not know what to say for a moment. Beside him, Su Haoran said softly, "Your 2 kids are not bad. My family is really a headache. Ziyu, Zisu, and the rest are too young. They don't know anything about the ways of the world. But if they're really thrown into the catacombs at such a young age, can you bear to do that?" Fang Ping continued, "It'll get better after a long time. My sister is the same. She doesn't know anything. I'm also troubled by this. If I don't let her go through this, I'm afraid she'll be cheated in the future. If I let her go through it, I'm afraid something will happen. It's hard being a parent. Instead of suffering losses in the catacombs in the future, it's better to suffer losses in the hands of our own people now. Look at Li Fei and the rest. I realize they're much more mature now. It's hard," Jiang Yuanhua had just echoed when he suddenly looked at Fang Ping with a strange expression. "You're just a 20-year-old young man. Is it appropriate for you to echo us like an old man, to suffer losses in the hands of our own people? Aren't you just saying that they should fight a few rounds and lose badly to improve their memory? Li Fei and the rest are much more mature now, so mature that they even lost their divine weapons. This kid Fang Ping, he's so young. How could he be so black-hearted?" At this moment, the few rank 9s had a clear understanding of Fang Ping. He was thick-skinned and black-hearted. It was not without reason that this guy could be so popular in the outside world. It was not that they did not communicate with the outside world. Zhang Tao's protection of this kid was now a public matter. It was not just Zhang Tao. Many Grandmaster powerhouses they knew had nothing but good things to say about Fang Ping. When this kid should be insolent, he would be insolent to the extreme. When he should be low-key, he would be low-key to the extreme. When he spoke to people, he would speak to ghosts. Jiang Yuanhua suddenly did not want to talk to Feng Ping. This guy was not a good person. Su Haoran, who was beside him, scanned Feng Ping for a while. This kid was a talent. If his family Susu could be together, Su Haoran thought for a while but did not say anything. Although Feng Ping kept stirring up trouble, he was indeed very capable and had a strong background. As a commoner, he had been in the martial arts world for 2 years. Not only did he become a grandmaster, but he also had a large group of powerhouses behind him. This was not an easy feat looking at the people present: Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong, Yao Qingjun, who was not a dragon among men. However, after they came in, they all followed Feng Ping's lead. A genius who could subdue the prodigies of his generation was the real deal. Could people like Wang Jinyang be convinced by others? Even rank 9 might not be able to convince them. In addition, there were many powerhouses in MCMAU. Zhang Tao was also protecting them. In the military department, Li Daong and the others were also on good terms with Feng Ping. In martial arts universities, many grandmasters were also close to Feng Ping. After careful consideration, although Feng Ping did not reveal himself, when it came to the point of risking his life, it might not be difficult to gather 30 to 50 grandmasters. They did not say anything. Wei Yong glanced at a middle-aged rank 7 beside him. Others did not care, but the Wei family's disciples were not allowed to gamble on natural treasures. They could spar, but they were not allowed to add stakes. There were many good things in Star Town. They and the elder ancestor had gone through a lot to get them. They could not let this group of brats spoil them. As for the other families who did not have elders coming, that was their business. If they lost, they could not blame them for not asking. They did not talk about this anymore. After passing the martial arts tower, they walked along the bluestone path. For a while. In front of them, a palace building appeared in front of them. Su Haoran said, "This is the meeting hall. It is also the place where the elder ancestors gather to discuss matters when they return. This time I invited all of you here. There are still some things that must be clarified to avoid misunderstanding. In addition, we have also invited a few resurrected martial artists from the back of the mountain to rush over." As he spoke, Qin Fengqing had also rushed over. He held more than 10 notes in his hands, his face full of joy. It was only when he saw Feng Ping and the others that his joy faded and he stuffed all the notes into his pocket. These were all challenge letters. Everything that was bet was written clearly. He had already said that they would spar after he was done with the official business. This time, he wanted to take all the benefits. Qin Fengqing was secretly pleased. Feng Ping and the others were already rank 7. Sometimes, some things were not easy to handle. He was only rank 6. Instead, his chances were greater. Feng Ping glanced at him and did not care about him. "Do you really think you will win? If I don't give you any benefits and help you recover, you will be beaten to death sooner or later after a few fights. If you want to win, then spit out the benefits honestly. Do you think I will really give you all? You will be the fighter, and I will be behind the scenes. It's not bad." After all, he was already a grandmaster. He could not simply step down from the stage and do this kind of thing. It would be a joke. Su Haoran glanced at them, feeling somewhat helpless. He did not care about Qin Fengqing and continued, "Let's go in. Also, the other families will also send people over later. It's really rare for resurrected martial artists to come to Star City only after reaching rank 7. Su Haoran did not know what he was thinking, but he felt a little emotional. Resurrected martial artists' cultivation was not that simple. Some resurrected martial artists might die of old age as ordinary people. It was not impossible. Feng Ping and the others were young. They had only come to Star City after cultivating to this stage. Moreover, they had the support of the martial king behind them. Some things could not be done according to the usual practice. If that was not the case, there was no need for 3 rank 9s to personally receive them. At the high ranks, everything was different. For middle and low-ranked resurrected martial artists, no matter what the situation was, whatever they said would go. There was no need to care too much. Feng Ping did not reply. He followed everyone into the meeting hall. Before entering the hall, Feng Ping's expression changed slightly. Outside the hall, there were several sculptures more than 10 meters tall. They were all faceless. Were these the sculptures from Star City's peak? Fang Ping swept his gaze around. There were 12 sculptures. These sculptures were made entirely of energy crystals. Such a huge energy crystal actually represented such a huge and complete energy stone. Fang Ping had almost never seen it before. Even in the royal city's giant mine, he had not seen such a huge and complete one. Moreover, there were traces of time left on them. How many years ago were these sculptures really energy crystals that had used up all their energy? Perhaps they were huge energy stones that were filled with energy. 12 sculptures. Fang Ping was slightly suspicious. The Yang family's elder ancestor had fallen, so they were withdrawn. Was Star City so realistic? P.S. Recommended book, The Empress's Gigolo, a book with 10,000 subscriptions. The author is also a super big shot, just a little ugly. Fang Ping was looking at the sculptures, but Su Haoran and the others had no intention of explaining. Soon, they entered a spacious hall. The hall was very tall, and right at the front of the hall, there were 13 huge bronze thrones standing side by side. Fang Ping took a look. He did not have to guess to know that these were the seats of the 13 powerhouses. Although they might not come together, the seats were still prepared. Below the 13 bronze thrones, there were some seats on both sides. Su Haoran and the others entered but did not take their seats immediately. Instead, they saluted the bronze thrones. Fang Ping and the others followed suit and saluted as well. Su Haoran explained after the salute, the old ancestors are not from our era. Before the neo-martial era, the impasse realm was the king, the real king. Therefore, some etiquette is still necessary. Fang Ping nodded in understanding and smiled. Elder Su, you don't have to say it. It's the same even in modern times. I, Fang Ping, only have admiration and respect for all the impasse realm powerhouses. They guarded Mount Royal Sea for hundreds of years. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to say that I've reached the peak, but I can do it. Although some impasse realm powerhouses are a little disrespectful, I still admire them. Su Haoran and the others stiffened. Who are you talking about, kid? Fang Ping laughed dryly. I'm just joking. The director is a good person. I'm not talking about him. He treats me like a son. Fang Ping is touched and grateful. Why would I say bad things about him? Su Haoran and the others maintained their stiff posture. This kid seemed to be taking advantage of them. Although this bastard thought he was old Zhang's son, the key was that Zhang Tao's status and seniority were high. Fang Ping immediately raised his own seniority. What would Zhang Tao's grandchildren call him when they saw him? They did not know whether to laugh or cry, but they were also shocked. To be honest, they did not know much about the relationship between Fang Ping and Zhang Tao. They only knew that Zhang Tao protected Fang Ping because of his talent. However, Fang Ping's tone made him sound like he was one of them. Their relationship was closer than they had imagined. Fang Ping glanced at them and cursed in his heart. You guys are scared to death. Now, he had made up his mind to use old Zhang as a tiger's skin to scare people. He really didn't feel at ease staying in Star Town. There were too many experts here. There were many rank 9s and many rank 8s. If it weren't for Zhang Tao, he wouldn't have been able to do things as easily as he did now. As Zhang Tao had said, the title of Martial King was worth quite a bit of money. The rank 9 martial artists from Stellar Sky City were so polite to him, but it was not because of MCMAU. No matter how strong MCMAU was, the only ones who had rank 9 combat strength were Old Wu and Old Manly. They were not worthy of suppressing Star City's efforts. The crowd did not say much. Fang Ping and the others took their seats on the right, while Su Haoran and the others took their seats on the left. A moment later, someone else arrived outside the hall. Fang Ping and the others stood up again. Su Haoran also helped to introduce them. This time, there were quite a lot of people, including the elderly and middle-aged. Li Mo, you've met him before. Fang Ping nodded and smiled at Li Mo. He had met Li Mo many times. Li Mo replied, my big brother is currently in seclusion. This time, I'll be listening in on the Li family's matters. The Li family had a rank 9 powerhouse. He was also Li Mo's big brother and the current family head of the Li family. At the same time, he was Li Fei's grandfather and Li Zhen's cousin. The Li clan was the one that truly had as many experts as the clouds and was extremely powerful. 2 paragons, and both powerhouses among the paragons. On Li Zhen's side, he had 2 sons. The eldest son had died in battle. The second son, who was also Li Yiming's father, was also a rank 8 golden body. On the 3rd generation side, Li Yiming was about to reach rank 7. Li Yiming's uncle had 2 sons and a daughter. They were all rank 7 too. On the Li family's side, Li Mo was a rank 8. The Li family had another rank 8 and 7 to 8 rank 7 martial artists. In a family like this, the number of high-ranked powerhouses exceeded 2 digits. They were not even considered as Li Zhen's students. People like Li Daong from the military department were actually considered as Li Zhen's students. Even old man Li, whom Li Zhen had only met a few times, could be considered as half a student when he imparted his absolute arts. This showed how powerful the Li family was. Soon, Fang Ping also felt this power. Li Mo was only a rank 8. At this time, he was sitting on the first seat on the left. After Li Zhen was Jiang Yuanhua. Fang Ping understood immediately, this was not a random seating arrangement. Over at Star Town, it was relatively feudal. It was normal to rank according to the family's strength. Li Mo was sitting on the first seat. Jiang Yuanhua was second. Su Haran was third. The middle seat was empty. Wei Yong was fifth. The sixth seat was empty again. On the left, as the number of people who came increased, the number of people who sat down also increased. Fang Ping glanced at them. A total of 9 people came. This meant that there were still 4 families who had not arrived. Fang Ping listened to Su Haran's introduction of the 4 families that had not arrived. He knew that the Chen, Shen, and Yang families had not arrived. As for the other family, he was not sure what their surname was at the moment. The 9 people on the left were rank 9, rank 7, and rank 8. Not all the family's patriarchs came. When these people arrived, Su Haran smiled and said, "Everyone is here. The people at the back of the mountain are here too." Before he finished speaking, 3 people walked in from the door. Among these 3 people, one was an old woman wearing a Taoist robe. She had white hair and a crane-like complexion. She held a horsetail whisk in her hand. Another person had a shaved head without any ring scars. He was dressed in plain clothes and held prayer beads in his hand. The last person wore a crown hat. He wore a smile on his face and looked very scholarly. Fang Ping glanced at them from the corner of his eye. His gaze moved slightly. These 3 were all rank 8 golden body powerhouses. This was not simple. These people were the martial artists who had been resurrected. When these people arrived, everyone greeted them. Su Haran smiled and introduced, "This is Priest Xianxia." Fang Ping and the others nodded slightly. The old woman also nodded in response. Then, she sized them up carefully, not saying a word. "This is Master Hui Hong." The man who was dressed like a monk smiled at them but did not say a word. "This is Mr. Zihu." The scholarly man wearing a crown hat also nodded slightly. After Su Haran had finished his introduction, the scholarly man said softly, "Are you guys going to say it, or should we do it?" The monk at the side laughed and said, "Aren't you going to do some verification?" "There's no need. Whether it's true or not, we're all in the same boat after all. There's no harm in making a decision after we make it clear." The 3 newcomers chatted among themselves, leaving Fang Ping and the rest in a daze. They were at a loss. The others were not surprised. Su Haran smiled and gestured for them to sit down. After they sat down, he said, "Let us do the talking." As he said that, he looked at Fang Ping and the others and asked, "How much do you know about the martial artists who have been resurrected?" Li Hansong looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping said calmly, "I don't know much. I only know that the martial artists who have been resurrected might be ancient martial artists who have fallen incompletely. Now, they have been resurrected and have been reborn." Su Haran nodded at first, then shook his head and said, "You can say yes, but you can't say no either. The so-called rebirth is a true rebirth. It means that the memories of the past life have to be recovered. This is the true reincarnation and rebirth. The so-called martial artists who have been resurrected do not mean that you are no longer yourself. It's just that after some ancient martial artists died, their remaining inextinguishable mentality or inextinguishable substance still have some vitality. Thus, they have combined with you as one, creating the modern martial artists who have been resurrected. Fang Ping pondered for a moment and said, "What you mean is that even if the martial artists who have been resurrected in Star City have not recovered the memories of their past lives?" "That's right." Su Haoran explained, "The inextinguishable substance or the inextinguishable mentality is not the carrier of memories. It is just an inheritance of power. You can think of yourselves as the successors of those deceased seniors. Of course, the inextinguishable substance also has the aura of the origin of life. Your origin and the origin of the deceased seniors are also of the same origin. According to the theory of the origin of life, you can also think of yourselves as a continuation of life." Fang Ping and the others fell into silence. After a long time, Wang Jinyang said calmly, "Senior Su, whether it's the continuation of life or not, we don't care about these things. Whether it's an inheritor or something else, we are who we are. Wang Jinyang will only be Wang Jinyang. This will not change. Since there is no memory recovery, the martial artists who have been resurrected are just slightly faster than others in terms of cultivation. I can even think of this as a kind of martial arts cultivation talent. Does Senior Su think that this understanding is correct?" Su Haoran laughed and said, "It's good to have this kind of mentality. The few of you can enter rank 7 so quickly, not only because of the ability inheritance, but also because of yourselves." Beside him, the old Taoist priest also said lightly, "That's right. The ability inheritance can't change too many things. Resurrected martial artists have advantages and disadvantages. The few of you can reach where you are today, it's mostly because of this life's hard work. It was unfair to attribute everyone's achievements completely to the ability inheritance left behind in their past lives. These resurrected martial artists were also unwilling to leave such an impression on others." Fang Ping did not really want to listen to this, so he said straightforwardly, "Seniors, let's not talk about these digressions for now. This time, Star City invited us here. What do they need us to do? Or rather, what do they need us to give, and what can we get in return? Also, if I may be so bold, what is the ultimate purpose of Star City gathering so many resurrected martial artists?" Good question, and very straightforward too. Jiang Yuanhua, who was beside Su Haoran, laughed and said, "Old Su talks too much nonsense. Fang Ping, the few of you are not ignorant children. Some things, let's just talk openly." Jiang Yuanhua continued, "Although the Jiang family doesn't really participate in these things, we still know a lot about the resurrected martial artists. These things are also related to the Paragon Old Ancestors. We're not sure about the Old Ancestors. We only know that when Star City was established, the Back Mountain was included. There is a Myriad Origins Hall in the Back Mountain. According to the information left behind by the Old Ancestors, this Myriad Origins Hall was not built by the Old Ancestors themselves, but was discovered in a historical site. Later, the Old Ancestors moved this Myriad Origins Hall to Star City. In the Myriad Origins Hall, there are some records and fragments. 1,000 years ago, which is also the era of the sect's decline, a group of powerhouses, or rather, all the powerhouses in the world, gathered together to complete a big plan." Fang Ping listened attentively. When he heard this and saw that Jiang Yuanhua did not continue, his face suddenly darkened. He said softly, "Old Jiang, please continue. What plan? How many powerhouses were there at that time, and what kind of plan would involve these people together?" "What plan? I'm not sure." Fang Ping frowned. "Are you kidding me? Since the Myriad Origins Hall was left behind, how could there be no information at all?" Jiang Yuanhua said helplessly, "Some things, I don't know whether they were not recorded, or taken away by the Old Ancestors. We don't know about this, but I don't mind telling everyone that the Old Ancestors might have covered up the news." Jiang Yuanhua did not deny the fact that some of the Old Ancestors had taken away some confidential information. This speculation was very likely. Jiang Yuanhua continued, "In short, 1,000 years ago, all the powerhouses in Sino Nation gathered together. They built the Myriad Origins Hall, and the powerhouses who walked out of their path of origin left their chi of origin and some of their understanding of the path of origin. This includes their names, origins, and some simple life stories. The powerhouses who did not walk out of their path of origin also left a wisp of life origin aura, proving that they had been here and participated. As for the number of people, there were many. In the Myriad Origins Hall, there were 318 small halls, and each hall had one person. To be able to leave a message in the Myriad Origins Hall, the lowest rank was rank 7, which means that there were 318 high-ranked powerhouses who participated in this plan. We don't know if all these people died in the master plan, nor do we know if some of them came back alive to retrieve some things. These are all things of the past, and there's no way to trace them back. However, the Myriad Origins Hall still exists, and some of the halls are still quite well preserved. The wisps of chi of origin left behind by the powerhouses from 1,000 years ago have been completely obliterated, and some are still sealed in the halls. As for you people, you are the inheritors of the powerhouses of that era. One of the reasons I asked you to come to Startown is for yourself. If you can find the corresponding chi of origin or life origin, you may be able to comprehend your own path of origin in advance, and re-embark on the martial arts path of your previous life. This will be very beneficial to your future cultivation. It's not just the chi of origin. Once you enter the hall corresponding to you, some of the imperishable substances hidden in your bodies may also be stimulated in advance, helping you to rapidly increase your realm. Of course, this isn't absolute. This is because some people can't find their own hall, because some halls may have been destroyed with the passage of time if not too many things were left behind, or if they were not well preserved. If that's the case, you won't be able to reap many benefits. At this point, Jiang Yuanhua glanced at the few of them, only to find that they were extremely calm. This time, Jiang Yuanhua could not help but ask, "The few of you, don't you have anything to say?" Fang Ping thought for a while, but still decided to cooperate and give him some face. He said, "In the Myriad Origins Hall, are there any paths of origin left by the supreme powerhouses?" That. I don't think so, but it's hard to say, because the paths of origin at the Supreme and rank 9 are actually similar. What about those at the Supreme? That's definitely not the case. Otherwise, the ancestors would have said it too. Walking on the path of origin from your previous life. You died in your previous life, so what's the point of walking on it again in this life? Fang Ping was really not too interested, not to mention that he was an imposter. As he said that, he said again, "Right, old Jiang, if we walk on the path of origin from our previous life, can we walk on a new path in this life?" In theory, it's possible, but since you've walked on one path, then you should continue walking down it. If you don't reach the end, then take a second path. I'm afraid the chances are not high. Fang Ping understood and asked again, "These powerhouses who participated in the big plan back then, is the plan related to the catacombs? Are the seniors who died in the Battle of the King battleground this group of people? If they are, it means that there should be desperate realms involved, and there are quite a lot of them. And this group of people actually came from the bounded boundaries. Where did the Myriad Origins Hall come from? Moved here from the domain of domains, or from the human world?" Jiang Yuanhua and the others were speechless for a moment. Fang Ping frowned and said, "So, in my opinion, what you said about revealing the truth is a joke. We don't know anything, and now you want us to go to the Myriad Origins Hall to find our own origin aura. Is this necessary? I don't think I can't enter rank 9. For people like us, rank 9 will not be a roadblock. Not to mention that not everyone inherited the rank 9 powerhouse's legacy. Even if they did, a mere wisp of origin aura is nothing. Also, since old Jiang said this is one aspect, then what benefits does the other aspect bring to Star City? If it's to improve the overall strength of mankind. Forgive me for being blunt, but in my opinion, the 13 Paragon progenitors are not as good as the 2 ministers. From what I understand, the 13 progenitors have contributed immensely to mankind, but that is based on their own foundation, and not an overall improvement. If that's the case, what's the point of improving our strength? Even if we improve, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the pinnacle and change everything. Jiang Yuanhua and the others felt a headache coming on. In the past, when they found those martial artists who were resurrected, some were low-ranked, some were middle-ranked, and some were not even martial artists at all. To these people, once they heard that there was hope of entering rank 9, who could refuse? Nobody could refuse. In their eyes, Star City was a holy land. In fact, it was indeed a holy land. Based on this, no one in the past would have said this and still refused. Seeing that they did not speak, Fang Ping said again, "So, seniors, please tell us what you can. We're not children. We fought in the catacombs many times. We know what we should know." Jiang Yuanhua took a deep breath and glanced at the people from the other families. Among the crowd, Liu Mo pondered for a moment and said, "There are some things that we really don't know. As for what you said about the benefits of Star City, I can tell you this. When you comprehend the origin path, if you really comprehend the origin path, then in the Hall of Myriad Origins, some of this origin path will overflow and be collected." Fang Ping's pupils shrank slightly. Wang Jinyang said coldly, "As far as I know, martial artists who walk out of their own origin path will not leak it. Once it is leaked and known by others, they may discover the weakness of your origin path. Because the path you walk, including the pinnacle, is actually incomplete. Otherwise, you won't be unable to walk the path ahead. Also, even if others don't say it, we're not completely ignorant. If a powerhouse who has comprehended the origin path dies, then the powerhouse who understands his origin path may be able to continue on his path. Star City allows martial artists resurrected to comprehend the origin here and leave behind origin chi. In my opinion, it's more like expanding the origin chi that was originally left behind. If I'm not mistaken, the origin chi left behind in the Hall of Myriad Origins is probably very little. Unless we comprehend it ourselves, outsiders probably won't be able to use it." "Seniors, is this the case?" Liu Mo said. Solemnly, "That's right, but Stellar Sky City has its own needs. Everyone can rest assured that Stellar Sky City will not make any moves against you. This is something that the 13 ancestors have given a clear answer to. The Martial King is also aware of this. Between us and the martial artists resurrected, it's a win-win situation. It's not that Star City monopolizes the benefits. This point can also be proven by Masters Hui Hong and the others. Moreover, we will also provide you with a lot of resources. You've already reached rank 7, so you can comprehend it. Some of the martial artists resurrected in the past, some who aren't even martial artists, want to comprehend the origin path. At the very least, they need to externalize their mentality, which is the mentality-vitality-unity realm. Before this, all the cultivation resources were provided by Star City." Fang Ping chuckled. "Oldly, we've already reached rank 7. Those resources are dispensable to us. Let's not talk about whether we left the origin path in the Hall of Myriad Origins or whether we didn't comprehend the origin path in our past lives. No matter what, we don't need this. Other than these, is there nothing else?" Everyone was speechless for a moment. After a long time, Liu Mo said again, "There is. If you can really comprehend the origin path, we will provide you with an opportunity, an incomparably huge opportunity. This opportunity, I still can't say what kind of opportunity it is, but if you get such an opportunity, it's not impossible to reach the summit." Seeing that Fang Ping and the others did not seem to believe him, Liu Mo said with a straight face, "Not only I can guarantee this, Star City can guarantee this. Third brother Commander Li had such an opportunity before. Everyone, do you understand what I mean?" Fang Ping's pupils contracted slightly. He said, "Commander Li is a martial artist resurrected?" "No. Then, although he isn't, he had such an opportunity before. That's why he could enter the summit. Of course, third brother is also slightly related to martial artists resurrected. His mother is actually a martial artist resurrected." Fang Ping suddenly understood something. The bounded domain, martial artists resurrected were indeed related to the bounded domain. Fang Ping gave them a deep look. After a while, he said slowly, "What you're collecting may not be our origin path, nor is it the so-called origin path. What you need is the key. Perhaps, without reaching rank 9, or without comprehending the origin path, then the key can't be opened, or in other words, it can't be opened completely. Or perhaps an individual's origin path is not enough, and requires the origin path of several or more people to be opened. Therefore, Star City's goal is actually not to comprehend our origin path. You want us to walk the path of our past lives, just so that we can duplicate this key. Opportunity. I think I've already guessed what kind of opportunity it is. Seniors, now I only want to verify one thing. Those seniors who died in the Qing battlefield, are they the ones from back then? Everyone was a little strange. After a long time, Su Haran said, I don't know. You don't know? Indeed, we don't know. Because some things are difficult for us to judge clearly. But even if they're not, those seniors from 1,000 years ago and those seniors in the Qing battlefield should be very closely related. Perhaps they are descendants, inheritors, or even survivors from back then. We have made some guesses about this, but because the people involved have already passed away, we can't verify anything. After Su Haran finished speaking, Jiang Yuanhua suddenly said, whether you want to comprehend your own origin path or not, why don't you go to the Myriad Origins Hall and take a look first? Even if you don't comprehend it, once you enter the Myriad Origins Hall, if you can sense it, then you can also comprehend your past and present lives. Of course, you may not care about this, but at the critical moment, when you need to comprehend it, at least you will know that there is a chance for you to rapidly increase your strength here. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly, then quickly smiled and said, Master Hui Hong, have you and the others already comprehended the origin path? The three of them glanced at him. Very soon, Hui Hong nodded lightly and said, the strength of the golden body is not enough, and our mentality has not passed the barrier. Otherwise, we would be rank 9 who have comprehended the origin path. Speaking of which, it is somewhat similar to your esteemed school's Dean Li, Fang Ping said again, then, you mean that you want us to comprehend it? Not so. Although the past and present lives are not important, in the Myriad Origins Hall, some people come from the same sect, and some from the same clan. Actually, this time we came here, on one hand, to verify Star Town's words, and on the other hand, to find an old friend. As Hui Hong said that, he smiled and said, I am also a modern martial artist, but now I have also understood the identity of my past life. In my past life, I had a younger brother who also left a few words in the Myriad Origins Hall, including a wisp of origin path. Therefore, if we really want to talk about the purpose, our purpose is to acknowledge relatives. Whether we are strangers in this life or not, at least we were relatives in our past life. There are not many opportunities like this in a person's life. Although we are martial artists, we are also human. Benefactor Fang should be able to understand our feelings. Understood. Fang Ping understood. He understood the intentions of these martial artists who had been resurrected. Acknowledging relatives. Alright, perhaps there was this purpose. The key was that they were here to speak for themselves. Star Town had only benefited them and had not harmed anyone. If they could comprehend their own origin path and advance at rank 8, once they reached rank 9, they would quickly become powerhouses, just like Wu Kuishan. Star Town was just using a few examples to lure them. Moreover, it seemed like they were speaking openly, and there was nothing they could not say, but there were some things that Star Town was still unwilling to reveal to them. Fang Ping tilted his head and glanced at old Wang and the others, asking, what do you guys think? Wang Jinyang said slowly, we can go and take a look. Li Hansong, on the other hand, pondered for a moment and said in a muffled voice, there were 318 people back then. How many people left behind Origin Path? 32. Of course, some halls have completely obliterated everything, so there might not be only 32 people. Are there as many as 108 people? Of course not. Li Hansong did not know if he was disappointed or regretful. He glanced at Fang Ping, his gaze complicated. After a long time, he said, if that's the case, then we can go and take a look. Fang Ping did not change his expression, but he cursed in his heart. What was Iron Head doing? Did he doubt my words? Most importantly, I did not say much. You made up the story yourself. How can you blame me? Seeing that none of them had any objections, Fang Ping said, Old Su, then let's go and take a look. Maybe, we can really find some relatives. Fang Ping chuckled. In his heart, however, he was wondering if this trip to Star City would benefit him in any way. After all this time, it was just a hall of myriad origins. Some of the information that he wanted to know still had no answers. It seemed like he still had to rely on Fatty. He would ask him to continue being the city's spy later and get him some information. Star Town definitely knew more than this. They must know more about this batch of martial artists who had been resurrected 1,000 years ago. Including the bounded domain. In the hall, Su Haran and the others walked out one step ahead. Fang Ping and the others were a step behind. These people were not stupid. Knowing that they had something to talk about, they did not greet them. Instead, they stayed away. When they were far away, Fang Ping set up mentality barriers, one after another. At this moment, Fang Ping opened his mouth and said, "Actually, the reason suppressing Star City sent us here is for the bounded domain. If my guess is correct, the powerhouses in the Hall of Myriad Origins are most likely the powerhouses from the Imperial Battleground. The Hall of Myriad Origins may not have been moved from Earth, but from the catacombs. The purpose of Star City's Paragon ancestor is probably to enter the bounded domain. You know what happened last time. If you are weak, you may not be able to enter. Even if you can, you may not get any benefits. The origin path is only available to rank 9. Rank 9, even in the ancient martial era, is not a weakling. It is normal for such powerhouses to have the key to the bounded domain. Even the bounded domain may be arranged by these people, or they participated in it. Their origin path is the best key, enough to open all or most of the areas." Wang Jinyang frowned. "Not necessarily." It may be to comprehend our origin and break through the realm. Will a normal rank 9 powerhouse open up their origin path comprehension to outsiders? No, it is impossible. And resurrected martial artists, in order to advance quickly, can only agree to Star City. Because if you do not agree, they will not let you comprehend, or, as long as you go, they will be able to collect these. So, although we say that the initiative is with us, in fact, it is still with Star City. Unless, we do not comprehend, the two of them talked for a while. Qin Fengqin was speechless. "I say, why are you in such a hurry? It is hard to say whether you are rank 9 or not. Rank 8 resurrected, where can you go to comprehend the origin path? Since they want us to go take a look, then let's go take a look. Also, Fang Ping, this does not fit with whatever heavenly court you are talking about." According to what these people said, during the sect era, the martial artists who participated in the big plan came from various sects and clans, not some heavenly court. "I knew you were a big liar. I guessed it right." Fang Ping let out a humph and said lightly, "What do you know?" "I don't know, but Tai Tu is in trouble." Li Hanzong's face was full of embarrassment as he said, "How do you know that there isn't a powerful organization above these sects? If there was no one to organize it, how did all those people get together? Also, when the few of us are together, I feel a sense of closeness. But the three just now didn't feel that at all. This means that we might not be in cahoots with them." "Intimacy?" The corners of Qin Fengqing's mouth twitched. The others were the same. "Are you sure? You're talking nonsense." They had been in contact for a long time and often went on missions together. How could they not be close? Moreover, they are all from the same generation. If you were to stay with those old men and old women, would you be able to get close to them? Although Wang Jinyang was speechless, he thought about it and said, "It's not impossible. In fact, even now, I am still wondering if we are really the same group of people as them." Seeing that Lao Wang supported him, Li Hanzong immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I knew it. Also, 1,000 years ago was only the era of sex. Maybe we are not martial artists from the era of sex, but from the mythological era? Then how do you explain the fact that the bounded boundaries are related to them?" Qin Fengqing was determined to refute Li Hanzong today. This guy was almost turning into an idiot. The key point was that this guy called him servant every day. He had to give him a good beating so that he would believe this big hoodwinker. Li Hanzong seemed to have thought of something and humphed. "That's hard to say. Maybe the bounded boundaries existed during the mythological era. But after that, something happened to us and we were occupied by those people. Actually, both of us had no contact at all and didn't know each other because we were not from the same generation. These resurrected martial artists might be our servants. Servants my ass." Qin Fengqing could not help but curse. He said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense." Li Hanzong said with a serious face, "Really, I think it's very possible. Think about it. We left the mansions behind, but we died in battle. Before we left, we had to leave some people to look after the house, right? But these people saw that the master did not return and died, so they occupied the master's mansions. There's nothing wrong with that, right? As for what happened after that, it's hard to guess. What was their big plan? Maybe after we died in battle, there was no one to protect and escort them. They had no choice but to gather together and fight against the catacombs. Anyway, there are many possibilities. Fang Ping glanced at him. Ironhead was a real bull, you should be called Iron Bull. I didn't think so much, and you've already imagined everything? Ironhead had just finished speaking when Yao Qingjun also said in a low voice, Hansong's speculation can't be said to be complete nonsense. Everyone, this place might not even have the path of origin of a desperate realm. In fact, the possibility is very high. But how much imperishable matter does Fang Ping have? Do you think that Fang Ping is really related to the Hall of Myriad Origins? Also, the few of us have consumed a lot of imperishable matter. We might not be at the absolute peak, but there should be rank 9. If, and I'm saying if, later, we don't sense the aura of our origin, does it mean that we are not among this group of people? I don't think that after consuming so much imperishable matter, we are still rank 7 or 8 martial artists. Also, have you guys forgotten your divine weapons? Is that something a rank 7 or 8 martial artist can have? I also have the feeling that we are not the same group of people now. There's one more thing, have you guys noticed? What? The 3 resurrected martial artists just now. Yao Qingjun hesitated for a moment before saying, the feeling that they gave me was not strong. Or rather, there was nothing outstanding about them. Their strength might be the weakest among rank 8. Although they have understood the origin of their past lives, it means that they were also rank 9 powerhouses in their past lives. But these 3, the feeling that they gave me was not as strong as the rank 8 in the modern times. And we, among the same rank, have always been the strongest. Of course, when we reach rank 8, maybe some of our advantages will be gone, but I think that when I reach rank 8, I should be stronger than them. Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang nodded at the same time, therefore, in the next moment, the 3 of them came to a conclusion at the same time. We are not the same group of people. Fang Ping was exhausted. What should I say? Qin Fengqing was also at a loss. What you guys said makes sense, but... Qin Fengqing quickly put on a long face and said, doesn't that mean that we won't get any benefits from coming here this time? What was the purpose of coming to Star City? To improve their strength. Now that they were here, there were no benefits at all, so what was the point of coming here? No, they could challenge some people later, maybe they could get some benefits. Fang Ping did not speak, but... Wang Jinyang raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Fang Ping and said, Fang Ping, you can help us, not for the so-called origin, but in the hope of guiding more imperishable matter to hone ourselves. You also know that we are different from you, we can't actively control the appearance of imperishable matter. We can only hurt ourselves continuously and use the imperishable matter to recover. After recovering from injuries, the imperishable matter will disappear automatically. That's why every time we use up the imperishable matter, most of it is used to recover from injuries. The real benefits we get are just some additional benefits after the imperishable matter is used to heal our injuries. If this goes on, the consumption will be too great, the loss will outweigh the gain. If the origin and the Hall of Myriad Origins can help us guide the imperishable matter, then it will be easier. As soon as he said this, their eyes lit up. Fang Ping could change their auras. Fang Ping, on the other hand, frowned and said that only rank 9 have the origin. I can't do that, and I can't do it. Some rank 7 can, though. Unless rank 7 can also guide it, otherwise there is no other way. There is another way, and that is to encounter a real rank 9 powerhouse reincarnated martial artist. If the other party's strength does not surpass mine, then I can also give it a try. But now, without such a comparison, there is no other way. Qin Fengqing swallowed and said, can't you weaken the rank 9 aura a little and turn it into a rank 7? Fang Ping shook his head and said, a rank 9 is a rank 9. Weakened, it is still a rank 9 in essence. I said, only if I become another person after reincarnation, and I have his aura, then I can do it. Qin Fengqing suddenly said, then, you can change anyone? As long as their strength does not surpass yours. But back then, didn't you say that you only collected Ironhead and the other's life origin, and then have a bloodline connection with me? Fang Ping said indifferently, nonsense. I am also collecting the other party's life origin now. Can I change a person I have never seen before? Your life origin, I have had it since I was weak. I didn't collect it later. Now that my strength is strong, then I can continue to collect and then change. The few of them looked at him. Even Li Hansong could not help but say in a low voice, Fang Ping, you, tell me the truth. Are you? Fang Ping was speechless. After a while, he said, I don't know. I haven't resurrected much. How would I know the specific situation? I just have a little impression. Whether it's real or not, who knows? Maybe that little memory is wrong, maybe it's my own imagination. It's not impossible. Ironhead, let me tell you, don't take it seriously. I, Fang Ping, am not someone who talks nonsense. Some things, I will only tell you if I have some impression. If I don't, then I can only give a rough idea and talk about my own guesses. Li Hansong suddenly gritted his teeth and said, anyway, I believe you. What you said is more reliable than what Star City said. What Star City said is the unreliable one. Later, I will ask around about the situation of these people's life gates and whether there are any divine weapons hidden inside. If there aren't, then it means that everyone has no relationship at all. Also, about the bounded zones, do you guys think we should ask around? From what I can see, they can't enter. Maybe they can enter after reaching rank 9, but I was just rank 6 at that time. At this point, Li Hansong mumbled, that's not even my mansion. I, a rank 6 martial artist, can bring people in. This means that my authority is higher than these rank 8 and rank 9 martial artists. Why? Because the owner of the bounded zones and I are really familiar, acquainted, friends, equal. But they are not. They only occupied that place in the later stages, or are they servants? Do I make sense? Fang Ping said with a serious look, it makes sense. Ironhead, I have said everything I can. I just want to use the identity of the resurrected martial artists to conceal the system. I have denied everything else. Now, these are all your own imagination. In the future, it really has nothing to do with me. As Fang Ping said that, he suddenly thought of something. He frowned and said, no matter what, these resurrected martial artists and the bounded zones are inseparable. Old Wang, do you still have the token with you? Yes. Give it to me. Wang Jinyang did not say much. He fished out a token from his body and gave it to Fang Ping. Fang Ping took it in his hand and observed it for a while. Very quickly, he said in a low voice, since these people are related to the bounded zones, then I will try later and see if I can make the token trigger some reaction. If it works, then it means that we can find out the identity of these people. This also means that, maybe we can find the corresponding bounded zones. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. Then we can enter the bounded zones. This trip is not in vain. Yao Qingjun said hesitantly, are you sure you can trigger a reaction? If it works, you mentioned earlier that the government still has some tokens that they haven't found the corresponding places. Can't we just come to Star Town and try? Nonsense. Some bounded zones are destroyed. The token might belong to those bounded zones. Even if some are not destroyed, even if they can sense where the token belongs to, without the appearance of the resurrected martial artists in this place, how can they go to the bounded zones? You have also seen the plan to open Star Town's door. It requires the combination of the token and the aura. They are different from me. They can only bring the token with them. Commander Li was able to go and back then. Maybe his mother is a resurrected martial artist from that bounded zones. Do you think my speculation is correct? Makes sense. Li Hansong nodded, expressing his agreement. At this moment, they had 2 tokens in their hands. They should correspond to 2 bounded zones. If they triggered some reaction here, it meant that these martial artists had not been resurrected yet, or they were completely dead. The others could not do anything. Fang Ping had collected the aura. Even if he could not simulate it now, he could in the future. When that time came, he could bring the token into the bounded zones. At this point, Li Hansong said again, in that case, we still have to continue to collect more information about the bounded zones. Otherwise, it's hard to be sure. Fang Ping looked at Qin Fengqing and said, when we get back, let Fatty do some work. If we can't get this information, let Fatty do it. Qin Fengqing was speechless. Fatty won't be beaten to death, will he? Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said in a low voice, the possibility of being beaten to death is not high. Getting beaten up is a must. Tell Fatty that if he gets beaten up, I will give him some imperishable substance to temper his body. Otherwise, with his situation, it will be difficult for him to achieve mentality-vitality fusion. It will be even more difficult for rank 7. Give him some imperishable substance. Maybe he can enter rank 7, give it to me. Why? Qin Fengqing was speechless. He said gloomily, am I not your blood relative? To your relatives. Get lost. Qin Fengqing was even more gloomy. You said it yourself. I can't admit it. Now that I'm asking for benefits, you don't want to admit it. As they were talking, Wang Jinyang said, let's go. Don't let those seniors wait too long. Moreover, this is not the place to talk. This was Star City. Rank 9s could not pass through the mentality barrier directly to eavesdrop. Otherwise, Fang Ping would definitely find out. However, it was hard to say for Paragon. If they talked too much, if there was a Paragon in the city now and they could not sense it, it would not be a good thing if they were eavesdropped. Everyone did not delay any further. Soon, they left the hall. Su Haoran and the rest did not say anything about their delay until now. While leading everyone to the back of the mountain, he said, since you're here, if you have anything else you want to ask, no, or can say, we will tell you. Li Hansong asked, how many resurrected martial artists are there here in total? 36. Are there many high ranks? Not many, 12. Li Hansong frowned slightly. Wang Jinyang too. After thinking for a while, Wang Jinyang said, the ages of the resurrected martial artists seniors, the youngest is 50 years old. Everyone looked at each other. What kind of joke was this? The youngest resurrected martial artist was 50 years old. He had not even reached rank 7. Previously, Senior Su seemed to have mentioned that some of them had returned to the sect. What do you mean by this? Some of the sects today were passed down from thousands of years ago. Some of the resurrected martial artists understood their past life's identity and where they came from. No matter what happened in this life, they were still indebted to the legacy. Some thousand-year-old sects have fallen. They don't even have middle-ranked martial artists. Therefore, these people chose to return to the sect. They also have the intention to strengthen the sect. The cycle of karma is considered to be returning a favor from the past life. Fang Ping glanced at Hui Hong and the other two. The female Taoist said calmly, we also have a sect, but it's already extinct. Some of the sects in the past are mostly extinct. In this life, we came to Star City a long time ago. That's why we settled here. Star City has also given us the back of the mountain. We're staying here so we don't have to wander around. Fang Ping smiled. Have you entered the catacombs, senior? Yes, I have. The female Taoist said, however, that was only after achieving mentality-vitality unity and comprehending their own origin. Only then did they go to the catacombs. Before that, we were also worried that if we died, no one would comprehend origin anymore. That's why we never went to the catacombs. Fang Ping laughed. Star City was probably afraid that if they died, they would not be able to collect origin. However, as Liu Mo and the rest said, it was mutually beneficial. It was not easy for Star City to nurture them all the way to mentality-vitality unity. At this time, they comprehended origin and left behind some origin chi. This was considered a price paid in exchange for those resources. These people themselves knew that Star City probably did not hide anything from them. Everyone knew it in their hearts. It was just a matter of whether they were willing or not. If Fang Ping was still rank 1 and heard that someone was sponsoring him with resources to cultivate all the way to mentality-vitality unity, as long as they left behind some origin chi when they comprehended origin, Fang Ping would probably do it. What a joke. I'm only rank 1. How would I know if I can reach rank 9 in the future, to the peak? The most important thing is to seize the opportunity now. There were too many people who were willing to pay a price in the future in exchange for becoming stronger quickly now. Only Fang Ping and the rest had reached rank 7 and were extremely confident about their future. Otherwise, they would not even consider it. Along the way, everyone asked a lot of questions. This included some questions about the boundaries. Some questions were answered, some were not. Walking along the bluestone path, they went all the way to the depths, passing through a few bridges. Soon, the bluestone path came to an end. In front of the path was a lush mountain ridge. The Hall of Myriad Origins is in the valley. The resurrected martial artists also live there, Su Haoran said, then smiled and said, let's use the flight step and go there. Everyone used the flight step and quickly flew toward the mountain ridge not far away. Before they arrived, Fang Ping heard the sound of a waterfall hitting the water surface. He also heard human voices. This place had a better environment than Star City. It was more elegant. It was no wonder that many of these resurrected martial artists were unwilling to leave. The energy here was also extremely rich. Star City treated these people quite well. After flying for a while, Fang Ping had a clear view of the situation below. In a huge and flat valley, a magnificent basilica stood in the middle. Around the basilica, there were some residences. There were stone houses and bamboo houses. Some people could be seen walking around the basilica. There were even children. Fang Ping revealed a strange expression. Beside him, the scholarly man chuckled and said, resurrected martial artists are also people. You guys are too. You should also understand that we are not much different from other people. We are not the ancient people that you think we are. Therefore, there will be people who marry and have children. Some people will travel to the outside world. When they meet someone they can spend a lifetime with, they will also bring them back to start a family. We will also go to the city to communicate. When we meet someone suitable in Star City, we will also get together. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, Xianxia mentioned before that he has never seen you guys. That's normal. The scholarly man smiled and said, we don't have many people. The back mountain is also their forbidden area. If we go into the city, they might not pay attention to us. After all, there are 5,000 to 6,000 people in the city. They can't possibly know everyone. We also won't say that we are resurrected martial artists after entering the city. There is no need for that. Actually, it has only been these few years. In the past, there were actually fewer people who knew of our existence. Beside him, Liamo opened his mouth and said, in the past, I was not very clear. I only knew that the back mountain is a forbidden area. This is the rule set by the old ancestors. As for now, Liamo glanced at Fang Ping and the others. After a while, he said, it has something to do with you guys. The few of you have caused too much commotion in the outside world. Everyone knows about you and your uniqueness. Actually, we don't publicize the resurrected martial artists because we are afraid of causing unnecessary trouble. Not every resurrected martial artist is willing to be different from others. If we don't say it, then we can continue living as a normal person. But if we say it, then we might be criticized. Fang Ping understood and said, what's wrong with that? Whether I am resurrected or not, I have overcome this hurdle myself. I don't care how outsiders criticize me. Fang Ping said it calmly because he was not a resurrected martial artist. If he was, then he might not be so calm. Also, there were some things that could not be said. For example, could he say that he had transmigrated from another world? He could not say it, therefore, in the past, the existence of resurrected martial artists was a secret. This was very normal. Even now, there were not many people who knew about Fang Ping and the others. Don't look like everyone knew. In reality, only MCMAU knew a little more, and some grandmasters had some guesses. As for the others, they knew nothing. However, because of their existence, resurrected martial artists were no longer a big secret. Now, more and more people knew about it. As they spoke, everyone landed on the ground. Soon, a child laughed and said, Grandpa, where did you go? I want to fly too. Fang Ping did not react. Beside him, Monk Huihong suddenly hugged the child and said with a smile, Grandpa went to the city. Next time, I'll bring you flying. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Weren't you a monk? That was not right. It was normal for monks to marry and have children. However, these few were like otherworldly masters at the beginning. In Fang Ping's opinion, they should be the kind of pure cultivators who did not care about the secular world. But now, the style was not right, seeing the strange look on Fang Ping and the others' faces, Scholar Ziho laughed and said, "Don't look at us." I said, "We are also human. The reason why we dress like this is not because we are real monks, Taoists, or people of Confucianism." Scholar Ziho thought for a while. His expression was slightly solemn. "Everyone, there is something I still have to remind you. Understanding your own origin, although it does not carry your memories, some habits, perhaps the habits of your previous life, will gradually make you produce a kind of fusion. For example, I was the sect leader of the South Mountain sect in my previous life. Whether I was a person of Confucianism or not, I'm not sure. But ever since I understood the origin, I have a vague feeling that I should dress like this because I am a Confucian. The two of them are the same. Of course, these effects are not too big. It is also to let us understand these origins more smoothly and produce a greater fusion. However, we still have to be careful to avoid being completely immersed in it. Back then, we did not have much experience and our willpower was not strong enough. That was why we fell into it. Now, these habits are hard to change in a short period of time." Fang Ping was speechless. So, the three of them were all imposters. He really thought that the three of them were powerhouses of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Fang Ping said it was in this life. Now it seemed that it was not the case. They were just a little affected. However, Fang Ping was still a little vigilant. This kind of influence was still very scary. It might change a person's personality. Fang Ping was fine, but old Wang and the others had to be careful. If their identity before resurrection was a devil, and they were allowed to understand their previous life's origin, would there not be a huge change? As everyone landed, some martial artists nearby also rushed over. Someone laughed from afar and said, "A newcomer? There hasn't been newcomers for a long time. I thought it was just us. Now it seems that there are still people resurrected. Their strength is very strong, stronger than us. Did they enter the Grandmaster realm?" While they were talking, 7 or 8 men and women rushed over. There were high ranks and middle ranks. These people sized up Fang Ping and the others. A woman said, "I have a sister that I haven't found yet." These few, Fang Ping and the others looked at Qin Fengqing in unison. "Her sister is you." "It has nothing to do with us. Who asked you to pretend to be a resurrected martial artist?" Qin Fengqing's face darkened. "You are the sister. Your whole family are sisters. This middle-aged woman is too despicable. Can't she see that we are a group of men? Why are you asking about a sister?" Unexpectedly, Su Haran laughed and said, "Some seniors, cough cough, this kind of situation really happens. Resurrection doesn't necessarily mean that they are male in their previous life and male in this life." The few of them were speechless. They looked at each other. Fang Ping looked at old Wang and the others. After a long time, he said vaguely, "I remember that the god of war is a female." Wang Jinyang's face was livid. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you right now." Jokes aside, Fang Ping and the others quickly walked toward the grand hall under everyone's anticipation. Before entering the hall, just as they reached the hall's entrance, the hall suddenly trembled slightly. At this moment, Yao Qingjuan's mentality fluctuated violently. "What's going on?" Su Haran was shocked. Jiang Yuanhua and the others were also shocked. Even if he was a resurrected martial artist, he should not have caused the origin to tremble at the entrance before entering the hall. Li Hansong was completely dumbfounded. "Did I guess wrongly? We are the same group of people." Old Zhao had not even entered the door and he actually caused such a huge reaction. At this moment, the huge bronze hall trembled violently. Yao Qingjuan's mentality also began to fluctuate continuously, his face revealing a repressed expression, as if he was holding back something. To everyone's surprise, he shook his head gently and said, "It's nothing, it's just. Yao Qingjun hesitated again and again, but did not speak again. This time, Su Haran could not help but ask hurriedly, "Vice-Chancellor Yao sensed his own origin?" I don't think so." Yao Qingjun hesitated again, seeing that everyone in Stellar Sky City did not believe him. Seeing this, Yao Qingjun pondered for a moment, but still said softly, "I feel, this hall, is mine." "Ah?" Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, Qin Fengqing really admired him from the bottom of his heart. F***ck, old Zhao did not reveal himself at all, but he was really amazing. They were eyeing the origin, But old Zhao actually wanted to take the entire hall away. Yao Qingjun said with a serious face, "This hall might be mine, whether you believe it or not." As he said that, Yao Qingjun suddenly looked at the sealed hall's entrance, which was a pair of incomparably huge bronze doors. Yao Qingjun took a look, and suddenly the doors rumbled. In the next moment, the doors opened. Li Mo and the others were all stunned. This Hall of Myriad Origins, really belongs to him? This hall can only be opened by rank 9, how did he open it? Hall of Myriad Origins belongs to Yao Qingjun. Everyone was stunned. This was even more shocking than having their origin. The Hall of Myriad Origins was just too special. Logically speaking, it was actually very difficult to preserve a martial artist's origin. At the very least, one had to be in a desperate situation to be able to preserve one's origin energy. For rank 9 martial artists below the Paragon level, even if they had comprehended the Tao of origin, their origin would dissipate when they died. For example, the Rose City Lord had retained her origin for a period of time, but that was because it had not dissipated in time. However, a special hall like the Myriad Origins Hall had done it. Not only did it preserve the 9th stage origin, but it also preserved the 7th and 8th stage life origin, which hadn't dissipated even after thousands of years. Su Haran murmured, back then, the elder ancestor said, that even he couldn't refine this hall. It could be a relic left behind by an ancient martial artist. Jiang Yuanhua's expression was strange as he said softly, ancient martial artists are not martial artists from the era of sex, but martial artists from the era of ancient martial arts. The Myriad Origins Hall belongs to Yao Qingjun? At this time, Yao Qingjun was also having a headache and was at a loss. Beside him, Fang Ping's eyes flickered. Very quickly, he smiled and said, looks like old Zhao might have been everyone's leader 1,000 years ago. Old Zhao, don't tell me you didn't even preserve your own origin when you refined this thing? At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly realized a problem. If everyone was not the same group of people, would it cause some additional trouble? At this moment, Fang Ping's eyes flickered slightly, and he patted Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing was stunned for a moment. Very quickly, he shook his head and said, I think I can sense my life origin. It's in the hall. Jiang Yuanhua and the others looked at Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing said with a determined expression, yes, I can sense my life origin aura. It doesn't seem to be the martial path of origin. In that case, I was actually not a rank 9 in my past life? Su Haran could not help but ask, life origin, standing outside the Myriad Origins Hall, you can't sense it, right? The halls inside are all sealed. Only when you get close to the hall and find the hall that belongs to you can you trigger some reaction from the hall. Those halls are all sealed. Forget about rank 7 or 8 martial artists resurrecting, even a rank 9 won't be able to sense it from so far away. Actually, we haven't opened the hall before. If you're not the person, you can't enter. Instructor Qin, you didn't sense it wrong, did you? Everyone was talking at once. At this moment, all of them were at a loss. Why was it completely different from before this time? Qin Fengqing said with certainty, I really sensed it. Once we go in, we should be able to find the place. Jiang Yuanhua and the others were at a loss at this moment. For a moment, the few rank 9s were at a loss. This time, these fellows had brought them too many surprises. Also, was Qin Fengqing a martial artist resurrected? To be honest, before this, everyone felt that he did not seem like it. At this moment, Yao Qingjuan's mentality touched Fang Ping lightly. Fang Ping's eyes moved. He took a step forward without batting an eyelid. Wang Jinyang and the others also looked at him. Fang Ping took a step forward, looked at the hall door that was wide open, smiled and said, let's go in and take a look. I can't wait. After saying that, Fang Ping took a step inside. As soon as he entered, old Wang and the others moved extremely quickly, entering quickly. Jiang Yuanhua and the others were just about to follow. Boom, the door was closed. Su Haran could not hold it in. He suddenly scolded, little bastard, open the door. Jiang Yuanhua was also stunned. He murmured, the Hall of Myriad Origins has been robbed. Li Mo sighed and said, Yao Qingjun said this is his. I thought it might be robbed. The next moment, they looked at each other. Soon, Jiang Yuanhua went forward to push the door, but the door did not budge. This time, Wei Yong panicked and shouted, "The Hall of Myriad Origins is very important. Even if it's their own, we can't give it to them. Quick, go to Mount Imperial Sea and invite the elder ancestor." Having said that, he turned to Liu Mo and shouted, "Go and invite the Li family head. We don't know what they will do in the Hall of Myriad Origins. Hurry." "Okay, I'll ask Big Brother to come out of seclusion immediately. Jiang Feng, go and invite the Jiang family head. All the family heads come here quickly. Xing Yu, go to Mount Imperial Sea and find the elder ancestor. Invite one back quickly. Inform Commander Li." Then, "King Wu, do you want to?" someone asked. Wei Yong looked helpless. Jiang Yuanhua sighed and said, "Invite him back too. The Hall of Myriad Origins has become Yao Qingjuan's. Should I silence him? If I can't kill him, then I have to make things clear. This matter cannot be left unsettled. Star City will never give away the Hall of Myriad Origins. There are still many resurrected martial artists who haven't sensed their origin. If the Hall of Myriad Origins is lost..." He didn't want to speak anymore. Star City's investment in the resurrected martial artists all these years would all go down the drain. Not only that, even these resurrected martial artists might be lost. Inviting a wolf into the house. At this moment, Jiang Yuanhua suddenly cursed, F***ck me, who the F***ck invited these brats to Star City? Su Haren's face was ashen. He snorted and said, "I invited them. Old Wei is also here. Who are you scolding?" Jiang Yuanhua said angrily, "These brats, wherever they go, they cause trouble. Once they see something good, they sweep it all away. What were you thinking, inviting them to Star City? Haven't you been cheated enough?" 5 divine weapons were lost, and Liu Mo, that good-for-nothing, still had to thank him. Over at the King battlefield, Fatty was cheated and thanked him every day, but he didn't get any benefits. "But you guys actually invited him to our house as a guest, you." Hindsight. Su Haren flew into a rage out of humiliation and scolded, "When I invited you, didn't you agree? Patriarchs, please calm down, scram. If the Hall of Myriad Origins is really lost, or the origin inside is destroyed, return the resources I invested." The patriarchs present were cursing at this moment, so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Right under their noses, these bastards had locked them out. As soon as Yao Qingjun entered, the door closed, and they couldn't even push it open. If someone said that it wasn't Yao Qingjun, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. The rest of the people ran in all directions, looking for the clan head, looking for the clan head, looking for the Royal Sea Mountain. There were also people going outside, preparing to inform the 2 apex martial artists outside. They made a lot of noise, and the resurrected martial artists were also stunned. After a long time, someone murmured, "The Hall of Myriad Origins Master is here." The Hall of Myriad Origins was built by a powerhouse. What relationship do we have with the Hall of Myriad Origins Master? Our life origin and martial origin are stored in the Hall of Myriad Origins. At least we have absolute trust in the Hall of Myriad Origins Master, to be able to make hundreds of high ranks trust him so much. At this moment, everyone suddenly remembered what Fang Ping said just now. 1,000 years ago, old Jiao might have been everyone's leader, other than the leader, who could make everyone trust so much that they would protect the origin inside. Their origin inside was very weak now, but it might not be the same 1,000 years ago. In 1,000 years, a lot of everyone's origin had dissipated. Back then, it might have been enough for the Hall of Myriad Origins Master to comprehend their Tao of origin. For a moment, the resurrected martial artists present had complicated looks in their eyes. As for Jiang Yuanhua and the others who were jumping in rage, no one cared about it now. At the same time, Ministry of Education. Zhang Tao hung up the phone, his head splitting. He could not help but curse, "This. What the hell is this? These bastards, can't they just stop?" In the past, that bastard Fang Ping stirred up trouble, now even Yao Qingjun. Old Zhang was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He thought that these bastards might not be able to comprehend the origin if they went to Stellar Sky City, and these guys might not necessarily comprehend it either. Even if they could not, there were still some benefits for them to go to the Hall of Myriad Origins. Some of the origin in the Hall of Myriad Origins was overflowing. In fact, even if they did not comprehend it, it was still beneficial for high-ranked powerhouses as they could comprehend some martial arts paths. At least, they would know how to go. Unlike Wu Quishan, who had reached rank 8 and still had no clue. Of course, the origin that overflowed in the Hall of Myriad Origins was not much. Unless one was talented, otherwise, there would not be much gain. In any case, this was still a path. This was old Zhang's idea. In addition, Fang Ping and the others were always stirring up trouble. He thought that now that they were planning for the Forbidden Catacombs, it would be a good thing to let them go to Stellar Sky City to kill some time. Who knew, they were only going now, they were going to rob the Hall of Myriad Origins right after. The next moment, Li Zhen's voice rang in Zhang Tao's ears. At this time, Li Zhen's tone was also very gloomy. Zhang Tao, these kids, you better watch over them. The Hall of Myriad Origins. Stellar Sky City will not give up. I know. Zhang Tao said angrily, did I ask them to rob it? It's hard to say. Li Zhen, what do you mean? You can't take your eyes off the good stuff. You've been eyeing the Hall of Myriad Origins, get lost. Do I care about that bit of origin? I didn't instigate it. Zhang Tao cursed. After he was done, he said, besides, that's Stellar Sky City. There are several rank 9s there. How can they rob it? The people in Stellar Sky City didn't tell me the truth. Now that something has happened, they're looking for me. Tell me, what's going on? Li Zhen was stunned. After a moment, he coughed softly and said, when Yao Qingjun enters the Hall of Myriad Origins, say that it belongs to him. Close the door and don't let anyone else in. Zhang Tao was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up. He suddenly shouted, what's wrong with returning it to its owner? The Hall of Myriad Origins belongs to Yao Qingjun. Since it belongs to him, of course, we should return it to him. I knew you were going to say that. Li Zhen was flustered and exasperated. He said angrily, don't even think about it. Do you really want to make the elders fall out with you? Also, the Hall of Myriad Origins belongs to Yao Qingjun. That's the real problem. You've seen the Hall of Myriad Origins. Is it something that anyone can refine? Yao Qingjun can refine it. Who is he? How would I know? You don't know? Of course not. Li Zhen was also having a headache. He said in distress, these guys keep causing trouble. Zhang Tao, think of a way to deal with it. What are you waiting for? Let's go. At this moment, Zhang Tao had also left the office. As he flew into the air, he replied, I can't deal with it. If you're so capable, bring them to the military department. If they don't mess things up in a month, these guys will be under your control in the future. I don't want it. What are you talking about? These high-ranked combatants have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. If you really send them to the military department, I said I don't want it. If you bring it up again, no martial arts university students should come to the military department. Take it or leave it. The expansion of the Wuhan military is not a bad idea. Without martial arts university students, the military department's strength will be reduced by more than 30%. If it weren't for the fact that you like to be in the limelight and create hype, why would these people think that you're stronger than me? Are you saying that I'm creating hype? Isn't that so? Zhang Tao questioned, have you killed a paragon before? I don't think so. You've defeated a paragon before. Haven't I? What right do you have to say that you're stronger than me? What right do you have to rank ahead of me, Martial King, Martial King? I, Zhang Tao, am known for my martial arts. Is that something you can compare to? Shut up. Who are you telling to shut up? You. Li Zhen, are you trying to spar with me? Shut up. Li Zhen, don't go overboard. I've been in a bad mood lately, mother asterisk cur. Li Zhen cursed, martial arts universities were full of bastards, moreover, this trend was spread by that bastard Zhang Tao. Who are you scolding? You. Li Zhen. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're from the same clan as the subduing Heavenly King. If we really fight, I won't have a problem fighting both of you. Zhang Tao, you're the one who said that. Don't change your words when you get to Star Town. So what if I said it? The two desperation powerhouses were now cursing at each other from hundreds of miles away. Zhang Tao was extremely arrogant, but in his heart, he was thinking, am I really a match for these two? As he thought about it, Zhang Tao cursed under his breath. What was there to be afraid of? The subduing heavenly king had been guarding Mount Royal Sea and could not come out. Others could come out and rest, but he could not. If he came out, the restricted area would have one less threat. Since he could not come out, why should he be afraid of Li Zhen? The Netherworld King was stronger than the Martial King, who said that. As for the Martial Arts Association, that old brat Li Zhen must have gone to threaten them. Otherwise, why would they be ranked like this? That brat Fang Ping kept saying that he wanted to beat up the two presidents of the Martial Arts Association. This bastard was all talk and no action. Go and beat him up. I can't do it myself. If you go and beat him up, what can they do to you? As he thought about it, he could not help but curse in a low voice. The trouble these brats caused was not over yet. But, it might not be trouble. The Hall of Myriad Origins belongs to Yao Qingjun. What belongs to Yao Qingjun belongs to martial arts universities. What belongs to martial arts universities is mine. Do you think it's that easy to take away something that belongs to me, a martial king? Zhang Tao had made up his mind. Good news, great news, he had to hurry over. He did not want that old brat Li Zhen to beat him to it and get them out. It was good as it was now. After thinking about this, Zhang Tao speed soared. He crashed through the cracks in the void. From afar, Li Zhen saw this and cursed again. He could not hold it in any more. How could he do this? He knew exactly what this old thing wanted to do. He was going to do something big. Despicable. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. In the eyes of outsiders, the mysterious, powerful, indifferent, and callous Commander Li almost vomited blood in anger. In the past, martial arts universities were good. Ever since that old thing Zhang Tao took over, there were not many good people. Let's not talk about the two paragons' curses. In the Hall of Myriad Origins, Fang Ping and the others entered quickly. Old Zhao closed the door immediately. The moment the door closed, they looked at each other. Wang Jinyang said dryly, Isn't this a little inappropriate? Yao Qingjun said nothing. Fang Ping said innocently, Old Zhao asked me to do it. When Yao Qingjun heard this, he glanced at him and said lightly, I'm just telling you that I can control the Hall of Myriad Origins a little. How would I know what you meant? You hit me with your mentality. I'm not Qin Fengqing, I didn't understand. Of course, I thought you were going to do something big. Qin Fengqing said innocently. What did he mean? Fine, forget it. The next moment, Qin Fengqing grinned wildly. I always thought that Fang Ping was the biggest bandit leader. I didn't expect old Zhao to be so secretive. You're the one. Compared to you, Fang Ping is nothing. This guy came to Star City and is as timid as a mouse. Only you would dare to rob Star City. Yao Qingjun corrected him. This Hall of Myriad Origins is really mine. After saying that, he added, that's why I didn't rob it. Yao Qingjun corrected him again. I'm not like Fang Ping, who gets jealous when he sees something good. This is really mine. When he said that, Fang Ping remembered. He asked curiously, Old Zhao, why did you refine this hall out of nowhere? How would I know? Yao Qingjun was speechless. Nonsense. You're asking me about this? Should I ask myself? God knows how many years ago. Who knows why I refined this thing? Li Hansong was still very confused. He asked curiously, this hall belongs to Old Zhao. Is Old Zhao one of the martial artists resurrected? If Old Zhao is, what about us? Are we the leaders of this group of people? Fang Ping said that they are related to the battle in the Imperial battleground. Could it be that there are really ruins left behind by our battle in the depths? Honestly, I'm confused now too. But one thing is for sure. We're definitely not small soldiers. Otherwise, Old Zhao wouldn't have refined such a hall. A few rank 9s can't even enter. I say, you guys still have the mood to discuss this now? Qin Fengqing was a little speechless. He said gloomily, please pay attention to the situation. Every time we're in a dangerous situation, aren't you afraid that others will come in after? Discussing this? The most important thing now is to see if there are any benefits. Old Yao, you're the master of the hall. Those halls are still under your control. Yao Qingjun swept his gaze across the hall. He said slowly, I said, I can only control a part of it. What do you mean? It means exactly what it says. I can only control the opening and closing of the door. Everyone was stunned. Then, why did we lock them outside? The next moment, Li Hansong slapped Yao Qingjun. He said gloomily, then why did we come in? I thought you could control all the halls and prepare to seize the origin. That's why I barged in. In the end, it wasn't like that. Old Yao, you said that I've been beaten silly. I think you're the one who has. Yao Qingjuan's expression darkened. He said coldly, I said, I only told Fang Ping that I can control a part of it. I didn't let you guys in. Fang Ping retorted, you shut up so easily. I thought that was what you were thinking. What does it have to do with me? Shut up, all of you. At this moment, Old Wang finally displayed the style of a big brother. He bellowed, interrupting everyone, these bastards. He felt that he would go crazy sooner or later after being associated with these bastards. They did not have any ulterior motives. Why did they lock them outside? That was not right. When Fang Ping signaled for him to come in, why did he run in so naturally? I was led astray. At this moment, Wang Jinyang's heart was full of sorrow. I wasn't like this in the beginning. The original me, the me 2 years ago, even if I saw something good, I would understand one thing, a gentleman would obtain wealth in a proper way. That Fang Ping guy was still an aspiring martial artist. He killed a rank 2. Did I rob him? I don't think so. Although I took the majority, I still left some for him, didn't I? But now, I was bewitched by him. I came in without thinking and even locked them outside. Wang Jinyang sighed in his heart. He comforted himself. This is Old Yao's territory. It's normal for us to not let outsiders in when we're home. How can you let outsiders enter your house? They didn't even ask Star Town City to collect fees. Wang Jinyang stopped thinking about this. He looked at the pitch-black hall and said, let's explore it first. When we get out later, Old Yao will say that he couldn't control it and the hall closed itself. Li Hansong continued, what about the Myriad Origins Hall? Take it away? After all, it's Old Yao's things. It should be returned to its rightful owner, right? If you think you can defeat 12 paragons, then you can take it away. Old Wang's expression was unfriendly, even a fool would know that it was impossible to take it away. Star Town City valued the Myriad Origins Hall very much. This could be seen from many places. Fang Ping naturally understood this. He said loudly, all right, let's not care about this for now. Let's explore the Myriad Origins Hall. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. I've already informed them. I can't leave Star Town City for 3 hours, so they informed old Zhang. We've been here for a while now. Hang in there. Wait for old Zhang to come before we go out. Otherwise, if Star Town City gets greedy and kills us, we'll be finished. The so-called greedy was naturally referring to the Myriad Origins Hall. At this moment, in Fang Ping's eyes, this thing was his. No, it was Old Yao's. However, was there any difference between Old Yao's and his? In the Hall of Myriad Origins, the main hall's doors were closed and pitch black. However, Yao Qingjun did not know how he did it, but the hall was instantly lit up. Li Hansong asked curiously, aren't you only able to open and close doors? You're even working part-time now? Yao Qingjun glanced at him. This is my first time, so it's hard for me to control it instantly. After some time, I should be able to control the entire Hall of Myriad Origins. Fang Ping and the others did not pay attention to the two of them. They looked around. This was a huge hall that stretched as far as the eye could see. On both sides of the hall, there were small rooms. Even the doors of these small rooms were 4 to 5 meters high. The walls of these small rooms were like crystals. Fang Ping looked for a while and suddenly said, this. Did you guys notice? Qin Fengqing nodded hurriedly, looking surprised. This isn't the Hall of Myriad Origins, is it? Isn't this MCMAU Energy Cultivation Room? Fang Ping said with a straight face, that's right. This design, this shape. Isn't this what an energy cultivation room looks like? It's separated into individual cultivation rooms. But MCMAU's cultivation rooms are much more low-end than this. Having said that, Fong Ping slapped the wall of a room next to him. It did not budge. Amazing! Fong Ping exclaimed and looked at Yao Qingjun. Is this a mentality solidification object? He was a fully accomplished golden body. A casual slap could even deform A-grade alloy. However, this crystal-like wall did not budge at all. Yao Qingjuan's soul-splitting spear was related to mentality. I'm not sure. Yao Qingjun shook his head. Maybe something else was added. As for whether it's the Hall of Myriad Origins or the cultivation room, I'm not sure either. MCMAU's cultivation room might be modeled after the Hall of Myriad Origins. After all, Minister Zhang and the rest should have been here before. It's not a big deal to build it according to this. The energy cultivation room's layout was very simple. It used a large number of energy crystals to build a cultivation room that isolated energy to prevent energy from leaking. There was nothing special about it. The reason they said it was similar was because the walls of these small rooms were all crystal-like, giving Fong Ping and the rest a sense of familiarity. Fong Ping rubbed his chin. You don't say. It might really be a cultivation room. Otherwise, why would you be so bored as to create something to store the origin? Unless you know that everyone is going to die, otherwise, why would you build such a huge palace just to store those things? If it was a cultivation room, it would be possible. Old Yao, take a closer look and see if there's any energy transmission system. All of them were high-ranked martial artists. They were not people who had never seen the world. The moment they saw these small rooms, they immediately connected them to the cultivation rooms. Yao Qingjuan's mentality began to seep out continuously. Fong Ping and the rest also tried it, but it was useless. It could not penetrate through it all. Yao Qingjun was the only one who didn't seem to be guarded against by this hall. The probability of it being refined by Yao Qingjun in his previous life was extremely high. Furthermore, the level of the Myriad Origin Hall was probably extremely high. Ordinary weapons, including divine armaments, should have lost their spirituality long ago if they had not been owned for a long time. The so-called spirituality referred to the activity brought about by the mental energy of the divine armament's owner. If someone else were to use the divine weapon that Fong Ping used, there would be some barriers. However, if a powerhouse erased the mark that Fong Ping left behind, then this kind of barrier would no longer exist. Old Zhang had experience with this. When a powerhouse died many years ago, the imprints left behind when they were alive would also dissipate. No one knew how many years had passed since this hall was built, but the imprint that Old Zhao left behind was still there. The hall was still active. This was not simple. Yao Qingjun probed for a while. After a while, he frowned slightly. There seems to be one. It's on the roof. Everyone looked up. The hall was very tall. At a glance, the hall's height was at least about 10 meters. The dome was also dazzling in the shape of a crystal, as if there was liquid flowing. It was crystal clear, too much for the eyes to take in. After staring for a while, Qin Fengqing suddenly leaped into the air and threw a punch. Bang, there was a loud bang, but the dome did not move an inch. Seeing this, Qin Fengqing did not give up. He did not attack again. Instead, he stuck close to the dome, touched it, listened, and sniffed. This look made Li Hansong click his tongue. He teased, I said he's the reincarnation of Howling Celestial Hound, but he didn't believe me. This guy has a dog's nose. He must have smelled something good. Now he wants to open the dome to see what's good. In the sky, Qin Fengqing scolded, you're the dog's nose. This is called sensitivity and intuition. The dome should be hollow. There is indeed something inside. The flowing liquid seems to be liquefied energy. Maybe it's liquefied imperishable matter. F*CK, what a big deal. This place probably wasn't used to store origin in the past. It's more likely to be a sacred place for cultivation. Just like the Lake of Eternity in the boundary zone. Above the dome might be imperishable matter like this, supplied to Old Yao's disciples for cultivation. He had just finished when Wang Jingyang said lightly, maybe Old Yao is just a craftsman? Are you sure this is Old Yao's palace? Maybe he was a craftsman who specialized in forging weapons and palace utensils in the past, Qin Fengqing said disdainfully, a craftsman who can build this kind of palace? This is at least the handiwork of a paragon. Your family uses a paragon as a craftsman? That's hard to say. They talked for a while. Fang Ping was a little speechless. Old Wang knew how to gossip now. Ignoring them, Fang Ping shouted, "Come here. There are some written records outside these small rooms. Come and take a look." Everyone crowded around them. Fang Ping looked at them and said, "This is regular script, right? I don't recognize some of the words. You guys do it." Everyone was disdainful, including Qin Fengqing and Iron Head. Illiterate, uncultured, you don't even recognize regular script. You call yourself a celestial emperor? Isn't it embarrassing? Everyone present, even the slow-witted Tai Tu, often studied ancient books. Fang Ping's expression darkened. Motherf asterisk Ker, where did I find the time to learn these messy things in the past 2 years? He did not recognize the seal script from before. These guys were not too familiar with it either. But then again, they were really more familiar with it than he was. Qin Fengqing said casually, "I won't argue with you anymore. Let me introduce you. The owner of this crystal house is called Householder Cloudy Mountain." It should be a word, but he didn't say a specific name. People of Huainan sect. This is the administrative division of the Tang dynasty, right? He lives in Cloudy Mountain. I'm not sure where Cloudy Mountain is. Maybe you can find out if you check the ancient books. He's the master of Cloudy Mountain Monastery, an illuminating god martial artist. Wait. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Illuminating god? Li Hansong explained, it's rank 7. Rank 7 mentality materialization. In ancient times, it was also called illuminating god. It means martial arts are connected to the gods. Rank 8 was also called golden body in ancient times. Rank 9 is called true immortal. Rank 9 can turn nothingness into reality. Origin appears. That's a true godfiend powerhouse. According to some godfiend legends recorded in ancient books, rank 9 powerhouses are almost omnipotent. Fang Ping nodded. I know this. I've seen it too. I've said it before. Guardian Wu and the rest are really weak. They're all fake rank 9. I don't know if those below the absolute peak are not considered true rank 9 in ancient times. The difference is really big. Everyone looked at him. You're awesome. This guy was really arrogant. He even said that Wu Chuan was a fake rank 9. Was he not afraid that Wu Chuan would find out and beat him to death? Continue. Fang Ping did not care about them. He let Qin Fengqing translate. Qin Fengqing was not in the mood to despise him. He continued, there's nothing else. There's not much to introduce about his life. He bragged a little. He once killed an evil dragon in Huainan sect. This is probably the most illustrious achievement in his life. Fang Ping said thoughtfully, he might not be bragging. You've all seen the monsters in the catacombs. 1,000 years ago, in the land of Sino Nation, were there really no demons? Not necessarily. If there were, then it's normal that the other party killed a monster that looked like a dragon. He was a rank 7 martial artist after all. His combat strength would not be too weak. Right, is there anything else? No. That's all. Fang Ping was speechless. He said gloomily, these old seniors really know how to save trouble. They know that they're going to do something big. Can't they leave more things behind? For example, make a hero list or something. Give a detailed introduction of their life. Not necessarily. Wang Jinyang said softly, you have to know that the Hall of 10,000 Origins has been in Star City for many years. It was brought by those Paragon ancestors. How do you know that there's no information left behind? These words were imprinted on the crystal door. If the Paragon ancestors erased them, it might cause some damage. That's why they left them behind. But look at the hall now. It's empty. Could it be that it was originally like this? The end of the huge hall could not be seen at a glance. Other than some small halls on both sides and around, the rest of the place was empty. Before this, it might not have been like this. Fang Ping and the others had already seen a huge empty space about 1,000 meters in front of them. That might be the martial arts arena where these people cultivated in their spare time. Would there be no weapons left in the martial arts arena? But now, that place was also empty. Practitioner Cloudy Mountain's hall was at the outermost area. It was only rank 7, so it should be the weakest. The door of the hall was not opened. This practitioner Cloudy Mountain might have completely perished, or he might be among the martial artists who resurrected outside. However, without achieving mentality vitality unity, one could not release mentality and could not open the hall. Fang Ping paced, saying as he walked, "These people sealed off these halls. I can faintly feel the flow of life force inside, but it's very weak unless I use mentality of the same origin to guide it. Now I understand why Star City doesn't open on its own. First of all, it might not be opened by force. Second, if it is opened by force, I'm afraid these halls will be destroyed. With the strength of the Paragon ancestors, and many of them at that, if they join forces, it seems to me that this hall that is not controlled by anyone will not be able to stop them. But if the strength of the Paragon ancestors were to open it by force, perhaps everything would be obliterated." Yao Qingjun nodded slightly. "It should be possible to open it by force. I can feel that the energy of the seal is not too strong. Rank 9 might be able to open it by force. But if it is opened by force, the source of life and the origin of martial arts will probably dissipate completely." "Star City's purpose is not to let these dissipate," Qin Fengqing interrupted. "I don't care about this. What I care about is there really the aura of the origin left inside? Nothing else? For example, weapons, pills, cultivation methods, and the like? I don't think so. Since it's very likely that they would die in battle, would these people not even leave a cultivation method behind? Would they wait for it to be lost? Star City has opened up many halls, but there are no good things? Didn't Fang Ping get a lot of vitality recovery pills and the like before? Those are all treasures. Could it be that there are none in these halls?" As they spoke, they had already walked to the front of the second hall. The handwriting on the door of the second hall was very blurry. Fang Ping sensed for a moment and shook his head slightly. "It has been opened before. But after it was opened, the door was closed again." Yao Qingjuan's mentality was fluctuating continuously. After a while, he panted slightly and said, "I can open it, but it's my first time here. I don't have enough control, so I can't open it for now. Give me some time, I can still open these halls that have been opened before again. But I'm afraid I can't open those that have not been opened before. Because once I open them, the origin inside will dissipate." Qin Fengqing's eyes brightened. "Then if I give you more time, can you open them by force under the condition that the origin doesn't dissipate? If you can, then the treasures left behind by these seniors, can't you get your hands on them?" "It should be possible, but," Yao Qingjun thought for a while and said, "but if I want to preserve the origin, I still have to open them by force. I'm afraid my current mentality is not strong enough." Qin Fengqing calculated for a while and said with some regret, "Then what's the use of us here? Fang Ping, change your aura and open a few doors to take a look. There might be good things inside." Fang Ping hesitated for a moment before saying, "I can open rank 7 doors that have not been resurrected by anyone. The scary thing is that someone resurrected but did not manage to open them in time. If I open them, how am I going to explain it? Previously when I was observing from the outside, I saw about 20 resurrected martial artists. There are still some who have not returned. They must have also sensed their own palace halls. If I were to open their palace halls now, wouldn't I make them break down later? If their own origin hall is opened by someone else, miscalculation." Qin Fengqing suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. He had really miscalculated this time. He should have met those resurrected martial artists and memorized their auras. Then, he would find a hall that had not been opened by anyone and was not resurrected to open it. Just as Fang Ping said, if he opened the halls of these resurrected martial artists now, it would be really hard to explain. The people present knew about Fang Ping, but outsiders did not know. Some things were still clear in their hearts. Fang Ping did not hide some of his nature-defying abilities from them, but it did not mean that everyone knew. After all, Fang Ping had not reached the point of invincibility. If a paragon had the idea, Fang Ping could only wait to be used as a guinea pig. So we're just going to watch. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and smiled. Since it's old Yao's, then can we really only come once? Resurrected martial artists, we can only meet them next time. Those who have not resurrected or haven't been found are either completely dead or can't be found anymore. We agreed not to comprehend. Now, we can only open the rank 7 halls. It's not a big deal to give up for now. After saying that, Fang Ping said again, actually, it's not like we've gained nothing. Everyone, record all the information outside the door. I still have 2 territory zones tokens here. I'll go check and see if I can find the corresponding people. If I can, it means that this group of people is indeed resurrected from the land of King battlefields. The senior I met was a rank 9 powerhouse. Old Wang, what rank was the one you met? Also rank 9. Fang Ping heard that and frowned slightly. That's a little interesting. Almost all the people I met in the land of King battlefields were rank 9. If it's a group of people, there seems to be only 32 rank 9 here. There should be more than one land of King battlefields, right? Forget it, let's not care about this first. Recording all the martial artists' information will more or less yield some results. Also, go deeper. There seems to be a rank 9 hall in the depths. I've already sensed some aura of the source of martial arts. Also, everyone, try it. It might not be that your source of martial arts isn't there. Everyone felt that it was necessary to give it a try. Qin Fengqing looked disapproving. Fang Ping looked at him and said, don't be disapproving. You might be the reincarnation of a rank 7 martial artist. Look for it yourself. If it's really here, then you'll be old Yao's servant. Ironhead, don't fight with old Yao for subordinates in the future. Qin Fengqing's expression darkened, servant. Whoever dares to say this next time, I'll definitely kill him. I'll remember this grudge. Moreover, even if they are, these rank 7 martial artists did not say that they were old Yao's servants, okay? Even the weakest hermit Cloudy Mountain was a mountain lord, okay? Everyone continued to walk forward in the midst of the clamor. Along the way, they also saw a lot of information remnants. Sima Zhen, Sima family's head, Golden Body Powerhouse, Zhou Mingyue, Bright Moon Tower's landlord, Golden Body Powerhouse. Some of the palaces had been opened, some had not. There were a total of 318 small palaces. A small half had been opened, and a large half had not. Moreover, everyone also saw some palaces with crystal walls that had been completely destroyed. They had been destroyed by force. Yao Qingjun saw a palace wall that had been destroyed, frowning slightly. After a long time, he said, this should be Polaris City destroying the palaces by force. They wanted to open the palaces and get the things inside. However, everyone glanced at it, afraid that Polaris City did not gain anything. Violent destruction had also destroyed everything inside the palaces. The crystal walls were slightly deformed, caused by the impact force. It was likely that the things inside were gone at that time. Of course, if they were ancient weapons, they might have been left behind. However, books, pills, and so on should have been completely destroyed. This empty palace was not small. Moreover, it was not just a cultivation room. There were living rooms, bedrooms, and there seemed to be a study. The area was quite large, at least more than 300 square meters. Just the 318 palaces alone occupied an area of at least 100,000 square meters. The palaces were not the entirety of the palace. Everyone passed by the martial arts arena and saw some buildings that had been destroyed. Perhaps it was some unimportant place in the past. The Hall of Myriad Origins was at least more than 200,000 square meters, an enclosed palace that was more than 300 acres in size. What did this mean? The key was not this, it was, when they looked from the outside, it was not so big. The Hall of Myriad Origins was located in the valley, and the valley was not that big. The entire valley was at most 100 acres in size. This was already an overestimation. Store a mountain in a mustard seed. When they saw the empty palace, only then did they realize that the area was huge. It's a weaponsmithing technique that involves space. The Paragon can't do it. Moreover, such a big palace could be refined like this. If it's really mentality that solidifies and remains unchanged for 1,000 years, for a moment, everyone looked at Yao Qingjun. Li Hongzong was solemn at this moment. He said with a straight face, "There's no need to look. Our origin is definitely not here. Old Yao is probably also above the Paragon. Perhaps the Paragon can achieve this kind of weaponsmithing technique that involves space. The current Paragon mainly focuses on combat strength. He doesn't care about other aspects. In our era, there should be 100 flowers blooming. Old Yao is at least a Paragon. If he is a Paragon, then we must be too. At least, we won't be weaker than a Paragon. If that's the case, with our origin left behind, the possibility is not high. Moreover, we are on the same level as Old Yao. Under such circumstances, even if I keep my origin, it won't be stored in Old Yao's palace. It's more like keeping it in my own home. Also, Old Yao, your home might have been breached." Li Hongzong said sympathetically, "I suspect that this palace was moved here from the bounded zone. If your home wasn't breached, how could Star City get the palace here? Old Yao, you don't have a home anymore." Yao Qingjuan's face was livid. He did not know whether he was angry that his home had been breached or angry at Ironhead's words. Fang Ping guessed that the latter was more likely. The truth was indeed so. Yao Qingjun heard him still nagging and could not help but say in a muffled voice, "Can you shut up? You talk about my home all the time. Find your home." "At least I found a palace. This proves that my strength in my past life was indeed extremely strong." "From what aspect do you see that you're stronger than me?" Li Hongzong sneered, his face full of disdain. "Nonsense." Just as he was about to speak, Qin Fengqing suddenly shouted from the front, "What's with all the noise? Come here. We've discovered a big secret." Everyone hurried over. At this moment, Qin Fengqing was already at the innermost periphery of the palace. The palaces here were not connected. Instead, they were individual palaces. There was more than one. There were a total of 3 separate palaces. The doors of the other 2 palaces were closed. There were no introductions at the door. The third palace from the left, which was the one Qin Fengqing was standing at, had a tombstone in front of the door. "Devil Emperor, unquestionable sword." When Qin Fengqing and the others arrived, he muttered. Very quickly, he looked at Fang Ping and said, "Your old brother's grave. You're a celestial emperor. He's a devil emperor. TSK, you dare to say another word of nonsense?" Fang Ping's gaze was unfriendly. Qin Fengqing chuckled and continued, "Purple Cap Mountain's abandoned disciple, defeated general, deserter. TSK, did he write this himself or his descendants? It's all derogatory. Also, his wife was killed. He gave up on himself and had no way to take revenge. He didn't dare to fight to the end in the Great War that year. He dragged out an ignoble existence for thousands of years. Is this true or false?" Qin Fengqing muttered and added his own words. He said with some surprise, "Lived for thousands of years?" "No, he dragged out an ignoble existence for thousands of years." "How long has this devil emperor lived?" "Great War." "What Great War?" "These few fellows are separated from those rank 9s. They should be paragons. 3 desperate realms, that's not weak. Where did these people go? None of them came back? Did Old Zhao lead 3 paragons back then? This devil emperor is going to do something big this time. He seems to be one of the leaders this time." Qin Fengqing rambled for a while. Beside him, Li Hongzong interrupted him directly, "I know what their big plan is." As soon as he finished speaking, he said in a low voice, "Change the world." Fang Ping and the others looked solemn, looking at him one after another. Li Hongzong continued, "Change the world." "Yes, that's all." Everyone's eyes were sharp. Beside him, Qin Fengqing said lazily, "Look at the inscription. A part of it has been erased. What's with the nonsense about changing the world? You see it, there's nothing else. There must have been some big plan mentioned here. A lot of it has been erased in the end. No need to ask. Star City's paragons did it." Fang Ping and the others looked at the inscription. Sure enough, the last part had been erased. Fang Ping looked at the palace again, frowning. Interesting. Great War. What great war? Deserter? A powerhouse who might be a paragon's actually became a deserter. After 1,000 years, he came out again to participate in a big plan. Why would Star City hide this? The past can't be traced, and there's no need to trace it. The only thing I'm curious about now is, are the 13 paragons one of them? I've discovered that 16 halls have been activated on the rank 9 side. If we include the 3 outside, that means that there are still 13 left. Are these people already dead, or are they someone else? This is getting more and more interesting. Is there a need for Star City to hide these things? Even if the 13 paragons were really survivors of the war or resurrected, time flies, and everything is in the past. Even if they were deserters back then, there's no need to hide anything. Of course, it's considered a dark history after all. It's normal for them not to tell us. Also, it's said that the Hall of Myriad Origins was moved back by the paragons. If they were the ones who moved it back, it means that they might not be one of them. Forget it, I don't care anymore. Fang Ping suddenly shook his head. He thought for a while and said, I'm not interested in what the big plan is. The token doesn't seem to have a corresponding person. It shouldn't be someone from here who has the token. Let's not idle around. Although we can't activate the halls now, I've discovered that the energy here is quite rich. No, it's not energy. It's more like the overflow of a type of martial arts origin. Let's cultivate and cultivate. When old Zhang comes, we'll go out. Even if we can't get the Hall of Myriad Origins this time, we can't go back empty-handed. I've already got some clues after reading this information. Fang Ping felt that he had achieved his goal. He had already thought of many things now. Perhaps he would be able to find the corresponding bounded domain soon and obtain the cultivation method. As for old Jiao and the rest, Fang Ping had some vague guesses. These fellows should not be this batch of martial artists who had been resurrected. These people were more like the resurrected martial artists from the King battlefield. Could the great battle that the Devil Emperor Unquestionable Jian mentioned be the one at the King battlefield? 8,000 years plus 1,000 years, that would be 2,000 years ago. Was the King battlefield formed 2,000 years ago? Old Jiao and the rest were one of that batch of people? In the depths of the King battlefield, their remains might be there. Was there the origin, or had they completely turned into the chaos origin? Old Zhang is here. He doesn't want anything else but all the information that Star City can give. No, he also wants the ownership of the Hall of Myriad Origins. Fang Ping glanced at the 3 individual palaces in front of him. Were these really left behind by the ultimate martial artists? If they were, would 3 new paragons be born when the resurrected martial artists returned? Was suppressing Star City looking for all the resurrected martial artists, or were they looking for these 3? Outside the Hall of Myriad Origins. At this moment, more and more people were gathering. Xianxia and the other youngsters were usually not allowed to enter this place. Now, however, while the elders were not in the mood to care about them, they strolled over one by one. Xianxia glanced at the tightly shut hall and whispered, "Pervert, did Fang Ping and the rest rob the Hall of Myriad Origins?" Jianghao ignored him. Xianxia continued, "Are they going to resist stubbornly, seal the hall, and fight to the end? Do you think they'll be beaten to death here this time? Pervert, these guys have a bright future. Why don't we sell them a favor when they come out later?" Jianghao looked at him suddenly, his gaze sharp. "What do you want to do?" Jiangchao looked around, thought for a moment, and whispered, "I realized that someone went to Mount Imperial Sea to invite the patriarch. King Wu is coming too. The possibility of these guys being beaten to death is not high." "It's not that dangerous," Jianghao was impatient. He glared at him and growled, "Just say it. When the patriarch comes later, or King Wu comes. What do you think? Let's go up and kneel to the patriarch and plead on their behalf? When the time is right, let the patriarch see our benevolence. Let King Wu know the loyalty of us Jiang brothers. At the same time, let Fang Ping and the rest know what it means to go through fire and water for your brothers." Jiangchao grinned. "Kneeling to the patriarch is nothing. When I saw him when I was young, I kowed out every day. It's not embarrassing. But think about it, we're both rank 6 and 7 martial artists. For a few guys we've only met a few times, we're kowtowing and pleading. Damn, this time they'll be moved to tears. Besides, King Wu is powerful. Our patriarch is on good terms with him. If we sell King Wu a favor, TSK, maybe we'll have a backer. Pervert, don't blame me for not reminding you. In this day and age, cultivation is important, but the key is whether you have the confidence to cultivate to the peak. If you don't have the confidence, those guys. I'm telling you, they really have the confidence. At this point, Xianxia calculated for a while, muttering, my family's elder ancestor, King Wu, Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong, Yao Qingjun. If the few at the back all become paragon, F*ck, that'll be 6. Baldy, this guy. I don't think he has a chance. If I marry Susu, then the Su family's ancestor will be my backer. Rather than working hard on cultivation, it was better to invest 7 paragons. From today onwards, who in this world would dare to provoke me? As Xianxia spoke, he swallowed his saliva. Too awesome, that was doable. He wondered which old ancestor had returned. It would be best if it was his old ancestor. Now that his patriarch was here, if kowtowing wasn't enough, he would have to break his head. Only then would he appear to be deeply loyal. If it was someone else's ancestor, a kowtow would suffice. As Xianxia thought about it, his lips curled up. At the side, Jianghao's expression changed again and again. He gently patted Jiangchao's shoulder, causing Jiangchao's face to turn green. Fatty, Jianghao chuckled. If you embarrass me, I'll skin you alive. Don't worry, your skin will be intact. Xianxia snorted and pushed his hand away, muttering, why do you care if I'm embarrassed or not? Besides, how is it embarrassing to plead for a friend? You people only know how to fight and never use your brains. You're the ones who are embarrassing. It's best if our old ancestor returns. When he returns, Jiangchao screamed, instantly attracting the attention of the rank 9 martial artists in front. Each of them glared at him angrily. Jiangchao's tears were about to fall. The pervert almost crushed his shoulder. How hateful. Who are you calling me old ancestor? Jianghao's expression was unfriendly. Jiangchao's fat face trembled, complaining incessantly, Baldy says that to me every day. I'm used to it, stay away from this kind of person. Vulgar. No problem. Let go first. When Jianghao let go, Jiangchao shot him a look. Just you wait. Later, you'll complain to the old ancestor for bullying me every day. While the two brothers were messing around, in front, Su Haran said somewhat anxiously, is the old ancestor back? Don't tell me these bastards are sabotaging the place? If the few of them joined forces, they could still forcefully break through some of the halls. Once they were broken through, the origin would overflow, and that would be the end. These origins had long been weak. Now, they could only wait for the owner of the origin to recover. Once it overflowed, it could no longer gather. Wei Yong said in a low voice, destroying some halls is nothing. I'm just afraid. Before he could finish, everyone's expression changed. Beside him, the few family heads who had just arrived, one of them snorted coldly, I told you not to invite, but you just had to, what's the use of saying all this now? Until now, no one has opened the 3 main palaces. Their performance was so freakish. Perhaps they were the masters of the 3 main palaces. It was highly likely that the origin of the apex was there. No matter how strong an ordinary rank 9 was, it was not as important as the apex. Shouldn't we invite them here? As soon as these words came out, the others did not say anything. This was also the truth. The 3 main palaces were separated by the leaders of that group of people back then. Although there was no essential difference between an ordinary rank 9 origin and an apex's origin, one had reached the end of the path, while the other had just started. Both were still different. Suppressing Star City also had high hopes for Fang Ping and the others to come. These fellows' performance was too freakish. The probability of them being an apex's awakening was even higher. Bringing them to the Hall of Myriad Origins was also a kind of temptation. If it was really an apex's awakening, with the apex's origin, would they not be tempted? When that time came, they would still be able to comprehend it. Now, before they even started, the Hall of Myriad Origins had already been lost. At this moment, ripples appeared in midair. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in midair. Patriarch. Lord Warlord. Greetings, Patriarch. The next moment, the crowd bowed one after another. In midair, the sturdy warlord ignored these people. His gaze seemed to penetrate the boundary wall, looking into the distance. His tone was not very pleasant as he said, "You're martial arts university students. It's no problem for you to rob the catacombs, but are you going to rob Star City too? Senior Warlord, you must be joking." A burst of hearty laughter came through the air. Zhang Tao's laughter shook the sky. He said, "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. No one expected that the Hall of Myriad Origins would belong to Yao Qingjun. If we had known, there would not have been these misunderstandings." Warlord, for a moment, the sturdy warlord did not really want to talk to that guy. "You haven't even arrived yet, and you've already decided on the status? What do you mean the Hall of Myriad Origins belongs to Yao Qingjun? Just because you say so, although Yao Qingjun could open the door and even close it, it did not mean that it was his. Moreover, so what if it was his? He had already died once. In this life, he was two different people. The inheritance of the origin did not mean that he was the same person. Zhang Tao, you died in this life, leaving behind some divine weapons, which were divided by your descendants. You've lived again. Who knows if you're still the same Zhang Tao now?" Warlord pondered for a while, thinking about how to refute later. However, he had not spoken for a long time. He might not be able to outargue Zhang Tao. It seemed that he needed to use his strength to shut this guy up. Not long after the conversation, Zhang Tao said, "Then I'll come in directly?" Warlord did not say anything. Instead, he waved his hand in the air, causing ripples. In the next moment, Zhang Tao appeared in front of everyone. As soon as he appeared, Li Jin also appeared beside him. The three of them stood proudly in the void. The crowd below bowed again and said loudly, "Greetings, Pluto King, Martial King." Zhang Tao smiled and nodded, but his voice rang in Li Jin's ear. "Pluto King in front, Martial King behind. The list must be changed tomorrow. Get lost." Li Jin's mentality exploded in Zhang Tao's ear. "If you talk nonsense again, I'll kill you." Both of them communicated through mentality, but they did not show it on their faces. Zhang Tao chuckled. "Senior Warlord, call them out." Warlord nodded slightly. Without another word, the three of them landed together. As soon as they landed, Zhang Tao looked at the closed door and said, "Come out." Previously. The rank 9s roared outside for a long time, but they could not get through the door and call Fang Ping and the others out. However, as soon as Zhang Tao spoke, the void trembled slightly, and the huge bronze door hummed. Not long after, the huge door opened slowly. "Minister," the few people inside had not finished speaking. At this moment, a plump figure appeared from behind. Thud, a heavy thud was heard. Jiang Chao's eyes were red. He cowed out and said loudly, "Patriarch, please spare Fang Ping and the others." Fang Ping and the others did not mean it. "Please have mercy, Patriarch." Thud thud thud, a series of kowtows were heard. Then, the fat man held dryly, "Lords Hell King, Martial King, Fang Ping and the others did not intend to occupy the Hall of Myriad Origins. Everything was an accident, Jiang Chao knows them. They are not that kind of people. If you really want to punish, just punish me, Jiang Chao. Fang Ping and I are indebted to him for saving my life. I can't just watch them die." As Jiang Chao spoke, his eyes became redder, as if he was about to cry the next moment. The whole place was silent. At this moment, the whole valley was eerily quiet. Warlord stared at the fat man, thinking for a long time. Should I kill him? Who said I wanted their lives? I haven't even said anything, and you're already begging for mercy. What's the meaning of this? Zhang Tao looked at the fat man strangely, then at Fang Ping and the others who had just come out. He did not say a word. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was stunned. Was Fatty Jiang sick? Qin Fengqing's mouth opened slightly. Amazing, really amazing, this stupid fat man was amazing. Was this favor, a favor, but he was begging for mercy on their behalf? Look, deep affection, a dignified man kneeling just because he said so. Look at the young people in the periphery. They had no experience and had never seen the world, but now they looked like they were worshipping him. What was this, periphery? Xianxia had already disappeared. He had gone into hiding. He could not afford to lose face like this. Li Fei and the others were dumbfounded. Xiangqiao's action was unexpected. Suzusu wanted to say something but stopped. After a while, she mumbled, "Fatty. Fatty's crying is so fake." Li Fei and the others glanced at her. "You could tell, we thought you couldn't tell. You're not really stupid. Then what happened to you before?" Suzusu saw that they were looking at her and was a little confused. "Why are they looking at me? I've always told the truth and never lied. Fatty's crying is a little fake." Warlord did not say anything. Seeing that everyone was silent, Zhang Tao said slowly, "Get up first." "Martial King Sir," Jiang Chao looked sorrowful. He first looked at the paragons, then turned to Fang Ping and the others. His expression was solemn. His mouth moved but he did not say anything. Qin Fengqing was a little tired. He helped to translate, "If we die, he won't live alone." Fang Ping's face was stiff. He was speechless for a while. Wang Jinyang sighed softly. "Star City. I bet he'll live the longest." They were all helpless. They did not want to say anything else. They did not say anything. Warlord, on the other hand, used his mentality to scan the basilica. Seeing that it was not damaged, he turned his gaze to Yao Qingjun. Ignoring Jiang Chao, he said slowly, "Try again." Yao Qingjun saw that Warlord was staring at him. He did not say anything. Very quickly, he controlled the door to close it. "Can I open the basilica?" "No. Opening it will cause the origin to overflow." "Even you can't?" "Indeed." "Then the basilica's cultivation system can't be opened either?" "There's no other way." Warlord thought for a moment and said, "Is it because my mentality is not enough, or is it because I don't have enough time to familiarize myself with it?" "Both." "When I reach rank 9 and familiarize myself with it for a while, can I open it?" "It should be possible." Both of them conversed for a while. Warlord smiled. "If that's the case, why did you close the door? We even had to rush here." Yao Qingjun looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression did not change, but he cursed under his breath. "Old Yao, this bastard, are you trying to make me a scapegoat?" Yao Qingjun ignored him. He was not familiar with old Zhang and the rest, and he could not talk to Fang Ping. Of course, he would talk. Fang Ping did not delay either. He said hurriedly, "I didn't close the door on purpose." After we went in, the door suddenly closed automatically. Warlord said lightly, "Let's not talk about this nonsense. What do you guys want now?" Fang Ping looked at Zhang Tao innocently. "You're the boss. You say it. If you don't say it, I don't dare to say it. I want the Hall of Myriad Origins." "What if Warlord kills himself?" Beside him, Li Jun looked at Zhang Tao, then at Fang Ping, then at Yao Qingjun and the rest. Why did these people give him a familiar aura? It was not an aura, it was a smell. He was still looking. Zhang Tao chuckled. "Let's talk in the meeting hall." "Let's go." Li Jun saw that he was about to leave but did not move. He said, "Let's talk here. There are a lot of juniors here. Let's see if you have the face to say anything here." Zhang Tao smiled. "This concerns the Hall of Myriad Origins. Let's go to the meeting hall. Commander Li, am I right?" He emphasized the word commander. "You're the commander of the military department. We're on the same side." "Who are you siding with?" Li Zhen was speechless. He did not say anything else. He moved and disappeared from the spot. As soon as he left, Warlord snorted softly and disappeared too. Zhang Tao did not mind. He smiled. All the family heads can go together. "Fang Ping, you guys come with me." After saying that, he disappeared with Fang Ping and the rest. After they left, Jiang Chao was still kneeling on the spot, his face blank. "What about me? Why is no one caring about me? Does this favor count as a sale?" Fortunately, it was not that no one cared about him. Soon, a few young children ran over, their faces full of admiration. "Fat Brother Chao, you're so loyal." "Yeah, Brother Chao, we didn't expect you to be so loyal. We won't call you Fatty anymore. Brother Chow, you've got guts. You're amazing. If it were us, we wouldn't have dared to stick our necks out in front of Marshal King and the rest. Xianxia stood up and smiled. It's nothing. They're friends. I can't just watch them get into trouble, right? It's the same for everyone. As he said that, Xianxia looked around and chuckled. I'm sorry. I couldn't hold it in just now. Disperse. Having said that, Xianxia ran like the wind. He did not care anymore. He had sold this favor anyway. Fang Ping and the rest had to accept it. In midair, Fang Ping and the rest were flying together with Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao said quickly, no matter who owns the Hall of Myriad Origins, it's yours if you insist. Yao Qingjun, if it's possible later, control the Hall of Myriad Origins remotely. Got it? Yao Qingjun nodded. I don't need you to say anything else. That's it. Don't say anything else. After Zhang Tao said this, Fang Ping thought that it was over. However, in the next moment, Zhang Tao's voice rang in his ears. When you get back, ask Yao Qingjun to make a trip to the martial artist's side. Remember, there's only one thing to say to the martial artist. If they want to enter the Hall of Myriad Origins in the future, they must participate in the battle. These guys have forgotten that they're martial artists when they're on a sightseeing tour. 3 rank 8s and 9 rank 7s are all here enjoying their retirement. Star City has almost raised them into pigs. Tell them that if they want to enter the Hall of Myriad Origins again, they must participate in the battle. But some of them have comprehended the origin, that's not important. The Hall of Myriad Origins is not only the place where the origin is stored, but it's also their home. Do you understand what I mean? It's already very difficult for them to give up this place. Some of the revived martial artists from the outside world also come back often. In short, the Hall of Myriad Origins represents the combat strength of 6 rank 8s, 28 rank 7s, and dozens of middle-ranked martial artists. I was worried about the lack of manpower now. Now, at least half of them have to come out and participate in the battle. Of course, the method must be gentle. Aren't you good at bluffing? Be gentle and let them take the initiative to participate in the battle. Fang Ping retorted, I never bluff people. Say that again? Fang Ping wanted to say something else but realized that he could not. He cursed in his heart. Old Zhang was really wicked. After a while, everyone returned to the meeting hall. Warlord was already sitting on the bronze throne. Beside him, Li Zhen was also sitting on the throne. Although his seniority was low, he represented the military department and was also a powerhouse among the top. He would not sit below Warlord. As soon as Zhang Tao entered the room, he immediately found a throne and sat down. Fang Ping and the others stood and waited for a while. This time, it was not only the previous 9 families who had come, but 12 powerhouses had come. Other than Yang Jingjing from the Yang family, the other families had all come. Although the Yang family was still among the 13 families, they did not even have a high-ranked martial artist. Even if they did not say anything, they were not qualified to participate in this anymore. When everyone was present, Li Zhen said, everyone, sit. As soon as he spoke, Fang Ping and the others sat down in 2 rows. Even though the old man from the Li family was Li Zhen's cousin and was a few years older than him, he still waited for the top to speak before taking his seat. After Li Zhen finished speaking, Zhang Tao looked at Yao Qingjun and smiled. I'm a little surprised that the Hall of Myriad Origins is actually yours. Did the 3 palaces in the deepest part of the hall sense your origin? Yao Qingjun glanced at Zhang Tao and lowered his head. I sensed it. One of the palaces sensed it. Zhang Tao nodded with a smile. Then, he asked, have you considered comprehending the origin? Not yet. There's no rush. It won't be too late even if you reach rank 8 or 9. Since the Hall of Myriad Origins is there, things can't fly away, Warlord said impatiently, alright, it doesn't matter. The Hall of Myriad Origins won't let you take it away. Zhang Tao, if you're not convinced, then talk to the Li family's old geezer. What do you mean, senior? Zhang Tao smiled. The Hall of Myriad Origins was originally ownerless. Since it was brought here by the seniors, it naturally belongs to suppressing Star City. But since the Hall of Myriad Origins has an owner, whether it's to make better use of it or to return it to its rightful owner, shouldn't it be returned to Xianxia? Warlord glanced at him and sneered. Go to Mount Imperial Sea and talk to the Li family's old geezer. It's useless talking to me. I can't be bothered to refute you. Besides, everything you said is one-sided. Even if it really belongs to Xianxia, it's not the current him. Wait until he recovers his memories and returns to that realm. Senior Warlord, are you being unreasonable? Yes, I'm being unreasonable. Zhang Tao was speechless. What should I do when someone is unreasonable? He glanced at Xianxia again. Come, shake the Hall of Myriad Origins and show them. Xianxia gave it a try and shook his head. It was impossible. The distance was too far. Zhang Tao felt a little regretful. Otherwise, shaking it would be good to scare them. Since it didn't work, Zhang Tao asked again, Senior, are you saying that even if the Hall of Myriad Origins is abandoned and ruined, you won't hand it over to Xianxia? That's right. Warlord said bluntly, it wasn't easy to find this thing back then. Over the years, I've invested a lot in those resurrected martial artists, and I'm still hoping to reap some rewards. Of course, it won't do if the effort isn't proportional to the reward. Also, will Xianxia be able to make good use of it if it's given to him? Zhang Tao chuckled. But it's still Xianxia's. It's fine to lend it to Star Suppressing City, but isn't it inappropriate for Senior to take it away just like that? Li Zhen didn't want to hear so much either. He said directly, there's no point in dwelling on some things. Zhang Tao, tell us your request. Zhang Tao smiled. My request? What request can I have? The Hall of Myriad Origins isn't mine. Xianxia, what request do you have? The Hall of Myriad Origins is still useful in Star Suppressing City, but I'm afraid we can't take it back for the time being. Whatever you want, just tell us. It's all up to the department head. Up to me? Zhang Tao smiled. Up to you. I might not be able to meet your expectations. Of course, if there's anything you need to add, you can continue. You can just use my opinion as a reference. Everyone understood what he meant when he said that. Zhang Tao had never intended to take the Hall of Myriad Origins. He was here to extort money. Warlord didn't say much. He closed his eyes and said, Speak. The Battle of the Forbidden City is about to begin. Besides the Chen, Shen, and Li clans, Star Suppressing City will send 3 more rank 9s to assist us. Warlord frowned slightly. After a while, he said, I can't represent the other clans. Yuanhua will participate. Below, Jiang Yuanhua bowed slightly, indicating that he would participate. Zhang Tao raised his brows slightly. After some thought, he said, as for the other 2, no matter who they are, they don't have to go to the Forbidden Catacombs. However, 2 rank 9s will be required to oversee each catacombs for a period of time. We'll send 2 rank 9s from the other 2 catacombs to participate in the battle. Agreed. Warlord agreed without hesitation. He could still make the decision on this matter. As for the other high ranks, send 20 more people. Warlord frowned and said in a low voice, the Battle of Kings is Star Suppressing City's main battlefield. If we send too many people, the Battle of Kings will cause problems. I can understand that you want to destroy a catacomb. However, if there are fewer people in the Battle of Kings, Zhang Tao smiled faintly. It's fine. We'll send Fang Ping and the rest into the Battle of Kings. When we come out later, we'll just go and pick them up. Why don't you let Fang Ping and the rest enter the Forbidden Catacombs? Warlord looked displeased. Zhang Tao laughed. The Forbidden Catacombs must be stable. The Battle of Kings must be stable too. Fang Ping, at this moment, Fang Ping was very depressed. What was the meaning of this? What was the meaning of this? Was he being despised? Old Zhang would rather transfer people from Star Suppressing City than let him go to the Forbidden Catacombs. He even wanted to send him to the Battle of Kings to fill in the hole. Was old Zhang really on his side? Above, Warlord and Zhang Tao were still talking. After talking for a while, Warlord refused to let Fang Ping and the rest go to the Battle of Kings. Zhang Tao was slightly regretful and lowered his request. Star Suppressing City could only send 10 rank 7 and 8 people to help. Warlord agreed without hesitation, As for how to fill in the hole with 10 people, he did not allow Fang Ping and the rest to go. Otherwise, it might cause a huge reaction and cause the rest of Star-Suppressing City to die in the Battle of Kings. Fang Ping and the rest listened for a while and understood. Zhang Tao was not extorting them. He did not mention resources or anything like that, nor did he ask for them. He just wanted Star-Suppressing City to send many powerhouses to help. This was more important than resources. Usually, people from Star-Suppressing City, other than the Chen, Shen, and Li families, people from the other 9 families usually did not go to the outer region. Instead, they went to the Battle of Kings. In the Forbidden Catacombs battle, Star-Suppressing City would probably not send out people either. Now, using this as an excuse, they managed to get 3 rank 9s and 10 rank 7s and 8s. It was already beyond their expectations. At this moment, Fang Ping, who was below, glanced at Zhang Tao and suddenly felt a little upset. Martial King. No matter how strong Martial King was, he was the only one who was strong. Netherworld King, Martial King, these 2 paragons, together with the 2 guardians, made up a total of 4 paragons. They were the official paragons. However, Zhang Tao was the only one who truly belonged to the civilian class and had nothing to do with Star-Suppressing City. Fang Ping did not understand Li Zhen. He did not really understand him. However, Fang Ping thought that he had some understanding of Zhang Tao. This unreliable Martial King was probably the only paragon among the paragons who cared about everyone's life and death. As for Li Zhen, it was hard to say. Maybe he was about the same as Zhang Tao, maybe he was slightly worse. Zhang Tao was shameless to the point that he asked Fang Ping for resources every day. He was shameless to the point that he insisted on killing a few people every time he entered the catacombs. Even the paragons of the catacombs were laughing at him. Did a true king powerhouse not find it embarrassing to do such a thing? To a true king powerhouse, rank 7s were like ants. If he killed a few of them, it would only dirty his own body. Shameless Martial King, Fang Ping muttered in his heart. The paragons did not care about their pride, but did Zhang Tao really get anything? Nothing at all. Martial King is the same as me. We have no selfishness. We only care about humans and others. At this moment, Fang Ping's heart was filled with emotion. I'm very lucky. I came from a martial arts university. I'm very honored to know such a paragon. Similarly, I'm also very proud that I can stand side by side with Martial King. The Minister of Education should take over my position and continue to carry forward the righteousness of serving the public wholeheartedly. In the meeting hall, Zhang Tao was still talking. As he talked, he suddenly sensed something. He glanced at Fang Ping from the corner of his eye. Seeing the kid staring at him with admiration, old Zhang suddenly shuddered. I'm in a desperate situation. Shuddering, what's this kid thinking now? Zhang Tao was looking at Fang Ping. Warlord glanced at him too. Suddenly, he smiled faintly. Fang Ping, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. I know a little about you. You're a character. What do you want to say? Say it and let me hear it. Fang Ping was all smiles. I don't have anything to say, kid, say it. Warlord snorted and looked at Fang Ping with an unfriendly expression. Your gaze, kid, makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Fang Ping said awkwardly, that, humph. Fang Ping was helpless. I didn't want to say anything. Why do you want me to say it? Since you want me to say it, I'll say it. Fang Ping stood up and did not continue sitting down. With a smile on his face, he said, there's something I don't understand, Senior Warlord. Honestly speaking, other than the Desperation Realm Patriarchs, I'm a little lacking in respect for the others, cough, cough. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the 12 family heads changed slightly. Fang Ping continued, I don't understand. There are so many powerhouses in Star City. There are 50 to 60 high ranks. If we include the resurrected martial artists, I'm afraid there are close to 80 high ranks. Why do so many high-ranked powerhouses keep dying in the Land of Kings? Is the victory of the Land of Kings really more important than the victory of the Outland? Or do people like you think that the Outland is insignificant and the restricted area is the most important? Fang Ping said, then added, but in the Outland, if there are close to 80 high ranks, senior warlord, we can save a lot of people. Countless people. You're a paragon, and you're very old. You definitely know more than this kid. I don't have the right to question anyone, and I shouldn't question anyone. I really don't understand. Is the land of kings really inseparable? Warlord said lightly, is it because you're upset? Do you think that your minister is the most powerful, the most selfless? Before Fang Ping could speak, Zhang Tao laughed. Senior warlord, you flatter me. I don't deserve it, the war king glanced at him. F***ck, I'm asking a question. Don't you understand my tone? Ignoring Zhang Tao, the warlord pondered for a moment and said, there are indeed some things that you don't understand. Zhang Tao has his way of thinking, and we have ours. We can only say that everyone's choices are different. As soon as he said that, the faces of the 12 patriarchs changed. Warlord was actually explaining things to Fang Ping. Was there a need for a human ancestor who had stood at the pinnacle for several hundred years to explain anything to a brat who hadn't even grown his hair yet? Fang Ping was not qualified, even Fang Ping himself was a little surprised. Had Warlord taken the wrong medicine? Was he really going to explain to him? He thought that Xianxia was going to ignore him. The war monarch smiled faintly and said, there is no need to be surprised. We noticed that you and the people beside you are acting strangely. You guys shouldn't be reincarnated martial artists from the era of sections. If he guessed correctly, he might be a martial arts practitioner from the ancient martial era who had been resurrected, or a martial arts practitioner from the intersection point between the end of the ancient martial era and the beginning of the era of sex. Actually, judging from the refining methods of the Hall of Myriad Origins, he should be someone from that era. It's hard to say who he is, but he might be from the same era as the Devil Emperor, unquestionable Jian. You guys must have seen the Devil Emperor, unquestionable Jian, in the Hall of Myriad Origins. He should have been active during the Qin and Han dynasties. The Qin and Han dynasties were the end of the ancient martial era. The era of sex can actually be traced back to the Han and Tang dynasties. During the Han and Tang dynasties, myths had already been extinguished. At that point in time, most of the ancient martial artists had already disappeared. Since then, we have entered the era of sex. This person, unquestionable Jian, has lived through 2 eras. You guys might understand him better in the future. He once participated in a battle that destroyed the world. Our speculation is that this battle was the one at the Battle of the Imperial Battleground. For now, there is no clear evidence to prove this. He said that he was a deserter, so he might be the survivor of this battle. 1,000 years later, he reappeared, gathered all the powerhouses of the current era, and single-handedly directed the destruction of the era of sex. This person has lived through 2 eras and witnessed the destruction of 2 eras. He is the true epic. I know you guys want to ask about the battle 1,000 years ago. I will tell you guys. Let's not talk about this for now. At this moment, Fang Ping and the others were listening attentively. Old Yao and the others' identities in their past lives seemed to be coming out soon. The intersection of 2 eras, it might be at the end of the ancient martial era and the beginning of the era of sex. This point should be in the preaching era. Whether it was or not, they would talk about it later. Warlord continued, I'm saying all this just to make one point clear. You guys are different from the group of resurrected martial artists outside. If you guys are really resurrected from the ancient martial era, then it means that you guys are very powerful. If you guys could cultivate to that level in your past life, you can do it in this life too. In the future, maybe you guys will be eating from the same pot as us. When he said this, he saw Qin Fengqing looking at him happily. He smiled and said, this does not include this young friend. Don't pretend to be a resurrected martial artist next time. Being a resurrected martial artist is not necessarily a good thing. Qin Fengqing's expression stiffened. The 12 patriarchs looked at him one after another. Su Haoran and the others were livid. Didn't you say that you sensed your life origin? Qin Fengqing looked gloomy. Why are you looking at me? Did I pretend to be a resurrected martial artist? I only said that I might be, but I didn't say that I definitely am. Really, you guys even deliberately exposed me. Warlord ignored him and continued, since we might become paragons, then some things need to be said, lest you guys think that Star Town doesn't do proper things, Fang Ping hurriedly said. Senior, I really didn't mean that. You guys have been guarding Imperial Sea Mountain for hundreds of years. Such a great achievement, even the ministers can't compare. Zhang Tao suddenly had an impulse. Should he kill this thing? Fang Ping immediately added, we can't even compare to 1 in 100 million. Warlord chuckled. Don't give me that. I've lived for hundreds of years. What haven't I seen? Zhang Tao and the rest of the younger generation can't compare to us. Zhang Tao sighed. Sure enough, flattery would never work. Back to the topic. About 90 years ago. Is that right? Zhang Tao calculated and said, more or less 90 years ago, Star Town's 13 paragons had an internal disagreement. Warlord's tone was a little bleak as he said, that year, the catacombs outskirts were rioting. We were guarding Imperial Sea Mountain, but Xianxia couldn't hold it in and attacked the outskirts. That time, a battle between the paragons broke out. The Hall of True Kings sent 19 true kings and fought against the 13 of us from Star Town. After that battle, Xianxia and Chen Guiyang were heavily injured. Old Devil Li fought 1 against 3, heavily injuring 1 and ending the battle. In short, that battle made everyone waver, unwilling, and powerless. Therefore, after that battle, there was a disagreement within Star Town. Xianxia and Chen Guiyang decided to start the Neo-Martial Era and end the Star Town Era. That's how the East and North Guardians came into being. That's how the martial arts universities came into being, and that's how the Neo-Martial Era came into being. Therefore, Zhang Tao is just a fart. Don't be fooled by him. The one who really started the Neo-Martial Era wasn't Zhang Tao or Li Zhan, but Chen Guiyang and Xianxia. Zhang Tao was speechless. Nonsense. I wasn't even born then. He was not even 90 years old this year. Of course, he was not the one who started the Neo-Martial Era. Meanwhile, Fang Ping and the others below were listening attentively, so that was how it was. In 1921, Capital City Martial Arts University was founded on this foundation. Back then, it was rumored that the catacombs were rioting. The government was unable to stop them, so they opened martial arts universities and started the Neo-Martial Era. This was also started by Star Town Era. At that time, an all-out battle between the paragons actually broke out. Fang Ping's emotions surged. A battle between more than 30 paragons. How shocking was that? Warlord continued. Chen Guiyang and Xianxia's idea was that there are undiscovered pearls in the sea. If everyone is like a dragon, then we can fight against the catacombs. As for Li Zhan, he was fooled by these two since he was young. He had no choice but to join them. Zhang Tao was the beneficiary of the undiscovered pearl in the sea plan. He was the biggest beneficiary of the Neo-Martial Era. That's why he supported the Neo-Martial Era and did some chores on top of it. Beside him, Li Zhan said nothing. Say whatever you want. I'll pretend I didn't hear you. Have I been fooled? Old Ancestor Chen and Old Ancestor Shen's idea was right. Of course, he had to support it. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, looked dissatisfied. Is this called doing some chores? Warlord ignored them and smiled. As for us, we don't really agree with this plan. First, there weren't enough resources at that time. What undiscovered pearls in the sea? No matter how many geniuses there are, without resources, how can they cultivate? Resources are limited. There are so many people. How can we distribute them? Moreover, in our opinion, the outer territories are not too important. Even if we can't attack in Mount Royal Sea, we can still attack once we get out of Mount Royal Sea. Of course, this requires some time. That's why some disasters happened. Of course, although our ideas are different, our goal is the same. Second, there weren't many outer territories opened at that time. Actually, it wasn't a desperate situation. We didn't have the mood to do something like popularizing martial arts. It's too troublesome. Moreover, the results were limited. Seeing that Fang Ping and the others did not agree, Warlord laughed. I said the results were limited. That's the truth. Chen Guiyang and the others thought that it was impossible to cultivate more than 10 paragons from ordinary people. After all these years, how many people have really become paragons? Even Zhang Tao, He only managed to enter the high ranks because he was lucky enough to pick up a complete plant monster. Then, when he woke up, he became a paragon. Fang Ping and the others looked at old Zhang in shock. They only knew what happened in front of them. They really did not know what happened after. Zhang Tao's expression changed. In the end, he simply closed his eyes and rested, pretending that he did not hear anything. Of course, Zhang Tao being able to enter the paragon is still beyond our expectations. Actually, to be able to create a paragon in less than 90 years, we have already achieved our expectations and exceeded our imagination. Not only that, Nan Yunhua seems to be coming soon. Both of you, Qin Guiyang and the others' neo-martial arts era is a success. Now, some of us actually agree that the emergence of the neo-martial arts era has changed too much. Qin Guiyang and Shen Haoyan are meritorious. As for the rumors in the outside world, it's because of Li Zhen that these two became guardians. This is also true. However, both of them did not become guardians previously because they did not care. You make it sound like Li Zhen started the neo-martial arts era. This is unfair to Chen and Shen. This kid Li Zhen is really shameless. He even dares to take this credit. Li Zhen really could not stand it anymore. It was fine to talk to old acquaintances. There were still a few young people from martial arts universities here. Old Jiang, I have never said that I started the neo-martial arts era. The two progenitors are not willing to show their faces in public and are not willing to be discussed by others. I can't possibly announce this to the world, can I? Li Zhen felt a little helpless. Why did he encounter so many troubles recently? Was it necessary for him to steal the credit of the two progenitors? Warlord sneered and did not say anything. He continued, this is the philosophy of Chen, Shen, Li, and Zhang. Everyone is like a dragon, the sea rises to the top to fight against the catacombs. However, this dream is too far away and too difficult. However, there are results. The threat from the outer lands has indeed been quelled a lot. Therefore, they conquer the outer lands in order to seize more resources, cultivate more martial artists, and produce more powerhouses. Fang Ping and the others understood. So that was how it was. As for the remaining 11 of us, including the Li family's old ghost, our philosophy is different from theirs. Our idea is to continue moving forward. Walk to the top. We stare at the king battlefield, at the boundaries. We only have one goal. That is to walk a new path and step into the Emperor realm. That is the Catacombs Demon Monarch realm. As long as we step into the Emperor realm, we can quell the threat from the catacombs. Whether it is 13 paragons, which is easier, or a few dozen paragons from millions of martial artists, is easier. The benevolent see the benevolent, the wise see the wise. They have their ideas, and we have ours. Everyone has their own duties. If you do not see the people from Star City in the outer lands, it does not mean that Star City does not contribute. What is the purpose of conquering the king battlefield? It is not for them to enter the top themselves, but for us. We need them to investigate some things for us and seize some things. Because it is inconvenient for us to move on our own, everyone in Star City is actually our pathfinders. Everyone understands this as well. At this moment, Warlord spoke frankly and did not hide anything. He chuckled and said, Fang Ping, if you were to choose, which path do you think is more suitable? Fang Ping hesitated for a moment and said, walking on 2 legs, can't I do that? Everyone's energy is limited, including us. Warlord sighed and said, if it was not for Li Zhen and Zhang Tao sharing the burden for Qin Guiyang and the others, they would have led the neo-martial era for the past 30 years. However, in that environment, who knows how many years humans could waste? It took close to 100 years for the neo-martial era to achieve the current results. Moreover, we indeed have 2 legs now. We do not care what Zhang Tao and the others do. We have our reasons for doing what we do. So, do you understand now? Fang Ping nodded and asked, then in the king battlefield and the boundaries, are there definitely opportunities to break through to the top? It's hard to say. I can only say that there is still hope. Warlord smiled and said, so, when you really reach the impasse, you will actually be faced with a choice. But now, it seems that Zhang Tao and the others are still better at bluffing. It seems that you already have a choice. Zhang Tao laughed and said, Senior Warlord, you can't say that. How is it bluffing? Reality has proven everything. The glory of the neo-martial era is also a clear proof. Also, since you have already said it, I will say a few more words. You think that after becoming a monarch, you will destroy the catacombs so that humans will no longer be troubled by war. However, to be more realistic, there are a few seniors in Star City who do not think this way. So, we can only walk our own path. It is better to rely on ourselves than others. Having said that, he looked at Fang Ping and the others and said, "Today, Senior Warlord and I have shared some things with everyone. Just listen and don't think about it until you reach the top. If that day really comes, you will make your own choice. No one can change it." At this point, Warlord also opened his mouth and said, "Indeed." Having said that, he added, "If you have any questions, you can ask now. If I can tell you, I will tell you according to the circumstances. As for the Hall of Myriad Origins, you can't take it away now. We still have use for it." When Fang Ping heard that he could ask questions, he immediately asked excitedly, "Senior, how old are you this year?" Warlord's expression stiffened. Zhang Tao also scolded, "Ask about serious matters. For example, the situation of the bounded boundaries, the situation of the war 1,000 years ago, the origin of the bounded boundaries, the origin of the king battleground, you can ask more about these." There was no other reason, because he was not too clear himself. He was too young, that was the truth. He was not even 90 years old and had only been at the top for a few years. All these years, these old antiques did not tell him much about these things, so he felt a little helpless. It's good to live long. Look at them, they know everything, but I don't. Now, I have to take this opportunity to listen in. Fang Ping felt a little helpless. I still want to ask more. However, from what Zhang Tao said, some things should not be asked. After all, it involved some private matters of the top. It might not be a good thing to ask. Fang Ping suppressed the curiosity in his heart and repeated old Zhang's words. Warlord laughed and said slowly, "It's not that I can't tell you, but it's a long story and I'm too lazy to say it. How about this, all these years, we've also made some records. You can go back and see for yourselves. You can't leave Imperial Sea Mountain for too long." As he said that, a stack of animal skin books appeared in Warlord's hand out of thin air. "These are some records we made in our spare time, including some of our speculations. You can take it back and read it. Try not to leak it. Some things are not good for you to leak. If you're not strong enough, what's the use of knowing?" The animal skin books flew through the air and landed in front of Fang Ping. Fang Ping hurriedly took them, suppressed his desire to read them, and said hurriedly, "Thank you for explaining. It's good to know some things. All of you are very lucky. All these years, we've also been under a lot of pressure. The more you know, the more pressure you'll feel. Normal people might not be able to bear it." As Warlord said that, he looked at Yao Qingjun again and said, "When you're stronger, you can come to the Hall of Myriad Origins again. There are some things on the dome of the Hall of Myriad Origins. We didn't force it open because we were afraid of damaging the Hall of Myriad Origins. If it's used well, the Hall of Myriad Origins might be able to help some people advance quickly. However, you're still a little lacking now. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to do so. Star Town won't always occupy the Hall of Myriad Origins. I can guarantee this. Lastly, I still have to say this. Zhang Tao is not a good person. Don't learn from him." As soon as he finished speaking, Warlord disappeared on the spot. Zhang Tao's expression did not change. As for how he cursed in his heart, no one cared. Li Zhen's expression did not change, but he must be very happy. Zhang Tao was indeed not a good person. When Warlord left, Fang Ping and the others knew that the matter had come to an end. Warlord had promised Star Town to help in the battle against the Forbidden Catacombs. He had also told them some things, including some information that Fang Ping wanted. It could be said that this trip to Star Town had been a success. Not only had it been a success, but it had also exceeded the quota. Fang Ping was quite satisfied. As for old Zhang, he was sure that he was satisfied too. If Warlord did not make a few remarks about him, he would probably be even more satisfied. They left, but Zhang Tao and Li Zhen were not people who had nothing to do. Li Zhen disappeared in the blink of an eye without saying goodbye. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, called out, "We'll come and take the Hall of Myriad Origins when we reach rank 8 or 9. It's hard to take it now, and it won't be of much use even if we take it. Also, make a copy of the information and send it to the Education Ministry." After saying that, Zhang Tao disappeared quickly as well. The 12 family heads looked at each other. At this moment, they were still a little surprised and shocked. The warlord patriarch had told Fang Ping and the others many things this time, even with a hint of explanation. The reason for this was because he felt that Fang Ping and the others did not seem to like Star Town. Did Warlord think so highly of them? Resurrected people from the ancient martial era, at this moment, the few of them also thought of this and could not help but look at Fang Ping and the others. These people were actually not in the same group as Hui Hong's group. The real martial artists from the ancient martial era, they were shocked, and so was Fang Ping. After a while, he whispered, "Old Zhang, didn't extort me?" Wang Jinyang felt helpless. "Are you addicted to being extorted? Moreover, Zhang Tao didn't come here to extort you. He only came to ask Star Town to send people to help in the battle. Moreover, do you still have anything on you that has been extorted? The Battle of Skygate City just ended, and I only extorted a sum of money from you. You haven't gained much from coming to Star Town, and you haven't fattened up yet." Fang Ping muttered, not paying much attention to it. The information in his hands disappeared into thin air, stored in his storage space. The ease with which he could obtain these things had far exceeded his expectations. The next moment, Fang Ping was just about to return home when he suddenly thought of something. He immediately said to the various patriarchs, "Seniors, my words just now were a little offensive, but Senior Warlord's words have made me completely understand. Different paths, but the same goal. This is something that I have deeply felt before. This junior apologizes to seniors." Fang Ping's face was full of respect, which made Su Haoran and the others feel much better. "At least you know what's good for you." Fang Ping apologized and quickly added, "Also, I want to go to the valley again." Everyone was on their guard. Fang Ping explained, "We want to communicate with those resurrected martial artists. Since Warlord and Minister have said that the Hall of Myriad Origins will stay in Star Town, we definitely won't take it away now." Su Haoran felt a headache coming on. "Fang Ping, that's enough." Martial King declared his sovereignty before he left. "You don't have to repeat it again and again. These things are decided by the elders, and we can't change it. As for the few of you," he really wanted to say, "get lost." After thinking for a while, he decided not to say it. "Forget it, you guys can stay a little longer, lest you say that we didn't treat you well. However, before the sky turned dark, these bastards must be chased away, they must not stay the night." Coming out of the meeting hall, Qin Fengqing said softly, "I'm going to the city." Fang Ping looked at him and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Don't go overboard." "Am I that kind of person?" "Yes." Qin Fengqing was speechless. After thinking for a while, he said, "At least get me 2 divine weapons. I'm so poor now. At most, I'll return them when I reach rank 8. Anyway, they probably haven't reached rank 7 when I reach rank 8. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at him. "You're so confident, where does your confidence come from?" Qin Fengqing did not care about all this at all. He said seriously, "Anyway, in their hands now, it's almost the same as an A-grade alloy weapon. I'll borrow it first. When I reach rank 8, I won't need it anymore. Then, I'll return it to them. Don't you think this is the best use of resources?" Then, he added, "I also need a few divine accumulation fruits. Dark moongrass would be the best. That should be enough." Li Hansong was speechless. "Do you really think it's a resource vault for you to raise your cultivation? What if you lose?" The bet wasn't just about winning. If Qin Fengqing lost, where would he get the life essence to give to others? Qin Fengqing looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping ignored him. Qin Fengqing considered for a moment, then said, 30, 70. "You take 30, I'll take 70. After all, I have to go on stage and do the hard work." Qin Fengqing's face was full of grief and indignation. He gritted his teeth and said, 50-50, that's enough. Fang Ping glanced at him and said slowly, "Don't go overboard. Just go about it. A divine weapon, 3 divine accumulation fruits, and a stalk of dark moon grass should be enough for you to reach the unity of essence and blood. If you really lose, you'll have to find a way to pay me back. This time, I won't write an IOU. If you can't pay me back, then I'll sell you to Polaris City. They don't mind having a peak rank 6 marry into their family. Qin Fengqing's face was full of grief and indignation. You really want to sell me? However, he had no money. Without money, he couldn't complete the bet with others. If he really lost and couldn't produce anything, he probably wouldn't be able to leave star-suppressing city. Considering all this, Qin Fengqing said helplessly, all right. Then let's go to the valley first. Hurry up, can't you see that those old men can't wait to drive us away? Got it. Fang Ping said a few words and left the meeting hall under the escort of Liu Mo and the rest, heading toward the ravine. Yes, escort. Su Haoran and the other rank 9s were too embarrassed to follow them. They kept their eyes on them. However, in order to prevent any accidents, he still sent 2 rank 8s and 2 rank 7s to escort them there. As for Qin Fengqing, he was also escorted by a rank 7. It might be more appropriate to escort him. On the bluestone path. Fang Ping did not fly. He walked slowly along the bluestone path, smiling as he walked. Old Li, have you fully recovered from your injuries? Liu Mo wanted to ignore him, but after some thought, he said, I've recovered. I forgot to ask. Are you at the peak of rank 8? This was not confidential, so Liu Mo did not hide it. He replied, it's peak rank 8. You should have some understanding of rank 8. Rank 8 mainly cultivated the golden body. The strength of the golden body represented the level of the realm. The strength of the golden body could generally be measured by the limit of qi and blood it could withstand. Therefore, rank 8 mainly depended on the strength of the golden body forging. The golden body required qi, blood, mind, and imperishable substance to be forged over and over again. Strictly speaking, 9 times was the limit of the golden body. When the golden body was forged 9 times, the human body had also reached a limit. At this time, one could seek the path and walk on their own martial arts path. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Old Li, this is different from what MCMAU said. Fang Ping was no longer a rookie. He understood these things very well. He said, MCMAU saying that there is no such thing as 9 refinements. The vitality limit represents the strength of the golden body. However, MCMAU does not distinguish the number of times of forging. When vitality reaches 100,000 calories, that is the limit of rank 8. Liu Mo laughed. The so-called 9 refinements is just a saying. It doesn't mean that one must forge the golden body 9 times. I'm talking about a theoretical limit. You should know by now that ancient martial artists should have a few directions, not just one. Some major in the physique, some major in mentality, and some do both at the same time. Among them, there are those who specialize in the unification of 10,000 paths. Speaking of unification of 10,000 paths, Liu Mo said, unification of 10,000 paths is not to major in the physique. It seems to be similar to major in the physique, but in fact, it is a specialized cultivation process. For example, majoring in the physique is equivalent to studying cultural studies. Majoring in one subject, but you still have to study the other subjects. However, if you specialize, you will only study the subject you choose and not learn anything else. Can you understand what I'm saying? Fang Ping laughed. I understand. It's very vivid. In that case, unification of 10,000 paths is actually still different from major in the physique. Yes, there is a difference. Liu Mo explained again, this is not what I said. In fact, Polaris City does not understand the unification of 10,000 paths. This is what Elder Ancestor Su said. Back then, after the youth competition, after the incident, Polaris City was also shocked by the unification of 10,000 paths. Therefore, after Elder Ancestor Su returned, he asked for some advice. Only then did he know some of the differences. Unification of 10,000 paths, giving up everything else, is even more terrifying than the ancient martial artists who major in the physique. Liu Mo explained for a while and said again, therefore, the saying of 9 refinements is actually suitable for martial artists at the unification of 10,000 paths. Li Chongqing can complete the 9 refinements. At rank 8, he can forge an even stronger golden body. However, he can't give birth to imperishable substances, so this is another contradiction. The limit of his physique is probably only at the point where he can withstand 100,000 vitality. At that time, he must step onto the origin road. Rank 9 martial artists, the strength of their physique may not be much stronger than rank 8, unless they are at the peak. Ordinary rank 9 martial artists, even if they understand the origin path, will continue to forge their physiques, but the difference between them and rank 8 is not too big. If they really complete the 9 refinements of the golden body, rank 8 martial artists may be able to rely on the strength of their physique to compete with those who are not at the peak. 9 refinements is a legend. Modern martial artists, under normal circumstances, there are strong and weak. At the peak of rank 7, the moment the golden body completes the guidance, the vitality can reach 50,000 calories. I'm talking about when the golden body completes the guidance. At this time, they have actually stepped into rank 8. Therefore, it can also be said that the beginning of rank 8 is vitality 50,000 calories, 50,000 to 60,000 vitality. This belongs to early stage rank 8. During this process, when we complete the second golden body, the first is the direct guidance. 60,000 to 70,000 calories, this belongs to middle stage rank 8, this is the third golden body. 70,000 to 80,000 calories, this is upper stage rank 8, this is the fourth golden body. 80,000 to 90,000 calories, this is peak rank 8, this is also the fifth golden body. However, some people are talented. At this time, they can still continue to forge the golden body. If they do not step on the origin path, then they can continue to forge the sixth golden body. At this time, the vitality limit is 100,000 calories, with a 100,000 calories vitality limit. At the sixth golden body to enter rank 9, among the rank 9, they will also be powerhouses. Wu Quishan was like this, Li Chongxing will probably be like this too. Li Chongxing used vitality to forge to that point. Therefore, this also causes peak rank 8 to have strong and weak rank 8. This also causes early stage rank 9 to have strong and weak rank 9. It is not simply a matter of the rank 9 origin path understanding. Li Mo said a lot. Fang Ping suddenly realized, and said, then, 7 or 8 times of forging won't do? Yes, but again, you don't have enough imperishable substance. With this time, you might have entered rank 9 for a long time. Li Mo sighed softly. The biggest limitation of modern martial artists is the problem of the imperishable substance. Fang Ping, I heard that you want to find ancient martial arts cultivation methods. If you really find a cultivation method that can cultivate imperishable substance, then you will be a great hero to mankind. If that is the case, there will be a lot more high-ranked martial artists in an instant. Moreover, all high-ranked martial artists will enter a period of rapid improvement. Especially rank 8 martial artists, there are actually many rank 8 martial artists now, but everyone is limited by the imperishable substance, unable to cross the threshold quickly. Oldly, Star Town's patriarch really did not find any ancient martial arts cultivation methods? But as far as I know, Commander Li and the others had entered the bounded boundaries before? Indeed, they did not find it. Li Mo pondered for a moment, looked at the few Star Town martial artists beside him, and said, since Patriarch Jiang has given you the information, you will find out soon. Star Town has been to the bounded boundaries before, but those who went were the half-crippled kind. The ones that are truly well-preserved are actually the ones that no one has entered. The Tiannan catacombs is actually well-preserved. Li Mo said in a low voice, and continued, these half-crippled bounded boundaries have cultivation methods, but there is no cultivation method that cultivates mentality. The patriarchs speculate that mentality cultivation methods should not be passed down through ancient books, but Fang Ping's face was full of anticipation, and Li Mo did not disappoint him. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, mentality cultivation methods should be the foundation of some bounded boundaries. Therefore, the cultivation method inheritance will not be passed down, but passed down in a way similar to the origin path inheritance. Mini-movies. Fang Ping suddenly realized something and shouted. At this moment, the few of them stopped in their tracks. Fang Ping, however, did not care about them and murmured, I understand now. I really understand now. If mentality cultivation methods are passed down in a way similar to the origin path, then it is an exclusive mini-movie, The same model as when the Vice-Chancellor watched Rose City Lord's origin last time. As for the bounded boundaries. The bounded boundaries have this kind of inheritance, I think I know now, it should be that powerful origin. So that's how it is. In the crippled bounded boundaries, maybe this origin has already dissipated, or maybe it is unable to pass down cultivation methods. However, the bounded boundaries that are still well preserved now, that powerful origin still exists, so it can be passed down. And if you want to obtain cultivation methods, you can only go to these bounded boundaries that are well preserved. Also, I suspect that the cultivation methods of each clan might be slightly different. Some people mainly cultivate mentality, some mainly cultivate the flesh, some cultivate both, some unite Daos. If you want to find the exclusive cultivation method of unite Daos, it will also depend on luck. Li Mo gave him a strange look, and said after a while, "You are very smart, the patriarchs actually said something similar." Fang Ping said modestly, "It's just SOSO, old Li, you flatter me." After Fang Ping was done being humble, he chuckled and said, "Old Li, in that case, the patriarchs actually did not obtain this kind of inheritance, right?" "Should be." Li Mo thought for a while, and added, "Actually, there is also a possibility that the patriarchs obtained an incomplete inheritance. This kind of incomplete cultivation method caused the patriarchs to be unable to pass it down, or should I say, copy it. Many people have this kind of speculation, so I don't mind telling you. Fang Ping, if you can find a complete cultivation method and completely popularize it, all of humanity will be grateful to you." Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Old Li's expectations of me are really high. Even the Paragon Patriarchs did not get it, even I don't believe that I can get it. Li Mo said with a faint smile, "It's hard to say, the few of you have entered the bounded boundaries before. You must know, the bounded boundaries are not a place that anyone can enter. The last time we went to Tiannan, we were not sure if we could enter. Patriarch Yang's idea was to let a resurrected martial artist try to attack. Among those who died in the battle. Last time, there were resurrected martial artists. However, that batch of resurrected martial artists 1,000 years ago were only some intergenerational successors of the bounded boundaries, whether they could do it or not, it's hard to say. You guys are different, if you are that batch of people from the King Battleground. Actually, you can match up, you guys can enter. Even if you can't obtain the inheritance now, when you reach rank 9 and understand the origin, the possibility is very high." Having said that, Li Mo continued, "This is also one of the reasons why old ancestor Jiang gave you the information. If there are no accidents, some well-preserved bounded boundaries will be introduced in the information. Actually, the old ancestors still hope that you guys can enter, including King Wu and the others. Therefore, at this stage, no one wants to see you guys fall, but wait for you guys to reach rank 9, enter the bounded boundaries, and obtain the cultivation method." Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that there were some things that everyone knew, but they did not say it out loud. Perhaps the last time they returned from the bounded boundaries, Qin Fengqing this guy showed an unusual behavior, and Zhang Tao had probably already guessed it. This batch of people was not in the same group as the previous resurrected martial artists. This time, Old Yao and the Hall of Myriad Origins reacted, which further confirmed this point. Therefore, Warlord gave them more information. Zhang Tao's meaning was also very clear. In the upcoming battles, it was best for Fang Ping and the others not to participate, and to cultivate in peace. When they reached rank 9, perhaps they could enter the bounded boundaries and obtain the inheritance. Sure enough, when martial artists reached this realm, there were not many who were fools. Everyone had their own guesses, but they did not say it out loud. Also, those people 1,000 years ago were indeed related to the bounded boundaries. Intergenerational descendants. Perhaps it was more appropriate to say that they were the Earth branch, the real elites of the bounded boundaries might have all died in battle in the King Battlegrounds. Back then, Earth might have been the outer sect of some bounded boundaries. After the battle in the King Battlegrounds ended, the elites of the bounded boundaries were completely annihilated, and these outer sect disciples might have lost their inheritance. Fang Ping vaguely had a rough idea of what happened 1,000 years ago. When he went back and compared it with the information on the information, he could more or less come to a conclusion. The history of martial arts has been completely revealed to me. Fang Ping exhaled in his heart. The reason why he wanted to trace all these was not just for the history, but to obtain more useful information, to obtain some things that he wanted. After chatting with Liamo along the way, when they arrived at the valley again, Fong Ping suddenly looked at Liamo, smiled, and said, "Old Li, will you consider going to MCMAU to teach for a period of time?" Liamo stared at him blankly, speechless for a while. Fong Ping chuckled. "After staying in suppressing Star City for so many years, aren't you bored at all? I think Old Li is probably bored of the King Battlegrounds. Also, if you don't reach rank 9, you can't go to the core area. The world is very big, and very exciting. 108 outer territories. How many of them has Old Li been to? Have you ever experienced the limitless scenery of the outer territories, going to the bounded boundaries for a walk, going to the royal city to take a look, going to the forbidden lands for a spin, seeing different royal city, different outer territories, seeing different guardian monster plants and monsters, competing with different royal city lords? This is life, in the King Battlegrounds, fighting with rank 8 catacombs martial artists, fighting back and forth. I think those people are also the same. You can't kill me, I can't kill you, I'm afraid they've fought until they want to vomit. Only by going to more places can they better understand their own martial arts heart and embark on a martial arts path that belongs to them. Senior Warlord and the others have needs. They need you to find information and opportunities for them to take a higher step. But if you don't reach rank 9, can you really help the old ancestors? Old Li came out for a spin. Maybe he could reach rank 9 soon, then return to the King Battlegrounds. That would be more useful. There are many powerhouses in Star Town, but doesn't Old Li feel oppressed and limited? Look at the outside world. Minister Zhang is at the peak, and Minister Nan is close. There are more and more rank 9 martial artists. Vice-Chancellor Wu entered rank 9. Guardian Wu became a guardian at a young age. General Tian also entered rank 9. Others like Commander Gua also entered rank 9 one after another. Old Li was someone who fought with the old Vice-Chancellor back then. If the old Vice-Chancellor was not too seriously injured, he might have entered rank 9 many years ago. Now, looking back, don't you have any regrets, Old Li? Liamo was speechless. Did he have regrets? Of course he did. Were there no powerhouses in Star Town who did not have regrets, in this life? Star Town, King Battlegrounds, Star Town, and so on and so forth, 108 outer territories. How many have been to them, the limitless scenery of the outer territories? How many have they experienced, not to mention the catacombs, the human world? Sino Nation is so big, how many places have they been to? When they were young, they even went out to explore. Now that they are old, it seems like they have not gone out for many years. The last time they went out was to MCMAU, and it was because of the juniors. Beside them, the other 3 people's eyes were also flickering. Fong Ping smiled. Of course, the King Battlegrounds still need manpower. If there are fewer people, it will also cause pressure on the other seniors. But the younger generation is also growing. Jiang Hao, Su Ziyu, and the others are also gradually becoming stronger. Li Fei and the others are also constantly improving. I think Jiang Chao is not too far away from rank 7. That includes some resurrected martial artist seniors. Actually, they don't have to stay in Star Town and go to the King Battlegrounds to explore. Maybe they don't have the qualifications, but I think that if the venerable progenitors speak up, it's not impossible for one person to exchange for another. The small Star Town is heaven and hell at the same time. Would high-ranked powerhouses be willing to stay here for the rest of their lives? If they are not high-ranked, it will be dangerous to go out. This is understandable. The younger generation is still young. It is normal to cultivate to rank 6 before going out. But the seniors are not young anymore. Fong Ping sighed. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. An ordinary person's lifetime will pass. At this time, there were already many resurrected martial artists gathering around. Fong Ping sighed again. Day after day, staying in Star Town all day long is indeed safe. However, cultivating martial arts to this level is just for retirement. To cultivate one's character? Martial arts must fight. In the outside world, which martial artist does not know this saying? Which martial artist does not understand that martial arts must fight? Therefore, in the neo-martial era, 100 flowers bloomed. Powerhouses emerged continuously, and batches of seniors shed their blood. Even if they died in the catacombs, they would still be praised by future generations. Countless years later, some people remembered the two guardians who started the neo-martial era. Some people remembered the three ministers who led the neo-martial era to glory. Some people remembered MCMAU's old vice-chancellor and other seniors who sacrificed themselves. Some people remembered Axe King and the others who died in battle in Tiannan, however, dying of old age in Star Town. How many people would know? Did martial artists live for fame and fortune? No, it was not for fame and fortune. However, in one's lifetime, cultivating to a high rank in the outside world, everyone could be called a grandmaster. However, could some high-ranked martial artists be called grandmasters? High-ranked martial artists, that's what some people call them, not some grandmaster. I'm not talented. I'm only 20 years old, but I can still earn the reputation of Grandmaster Fong. I'm very proud, very proud. Fong Ping looked around and looked at Hui Hong and the others. He smiled and said, Master Hui Hong, when you go out, will anyone call you Grandmaster Hui Hong? Mr. Zihu, what about you? Someone like Old Li can still be called a Grandmaster when he fights in the land of kings, but the few of you. I've overstepped my boundaries. Let me say something from the bottom of my heart, have any of you called me that before? Don't tell me that we don't even want to leave a trace in this lifetime? A martial artist should live a carefree life. Everyone should know that I am a grandmaster. Fighting for fame, but not for fame and fortune. Fong Ping's voice grew louder. He said clearly, years later, even if I really die in battle in the catacombs, there will still be people who will know that Grandmaster Fong Ping once fought for humanity and killed countless enemies in the catacombs. Even if I die, I'll be content and have no regrets. Years later, who will remember all of you? Resurrected martial artists. Everyone, people like you, in the eyes of the higher-ups, in the eyes of the powerhouses, have no name. There's only one synonym, resurrected martial artists. The living are actually not as good as the dead. Although they're alive, although they've lived to a high rank, they don't even leave behind a name, Hui Hong. Hui Hong is a figure from 1,000 years ago, he's so alive that he doesn't even have his own name. Resurrected martial artists actually want to borrow the name of their past lives. Ridiculous and sad. I'm Fong Ping, he's Wang Jinyang, he's Li Hansong, he's Yao Qingjun. We've lived for ourselves. Fong Ping said loudly, who in the outside world doesn't know us? Who would treat us as figures from our past lives? We live for ourselves, not for our past lives. I don't want others to only know that there was a resurrected martial artist who lived and died without even leaving behind a name after I die. As Fong Ping said that, Hui Hong and the others' faces flushed. Fong Ping said loudly again, Master Hui Hong, do you have your own name? Or do you only remember that you're Monk Hui Hong, the abbot of Eternal Peace Temple from 1,000 years ago? Monk Hui Hong's expression changed drastically. He said in a low voice, I'm Gua Xingquan. I have a surname, I'm Gua Xingquan. I'm Fei Zihu, I'm Guan Fu. Scholar Zihu also looked like he was struggling. The crowd gradually became restless. When Liu Mo and the others saw this scene, their faces went blank, something big had happened, far away. Su Haoran let out a long sigh, murmuring, we've led the wolf into the house, we've led the wolf into the house. This kind of guy shouldn't be allowed to take a step into Star Town. He's better at talking than Martial King, and he can stir people's hearts. I'm afraid our Star Town is going to be in chaos. Hurry up and chase him away. He's still instigating the resurrected martial artist now. Once he enters the city and instigates our clan's disciples. Yes, hurry up and chase him away. My grandson is still young and has just entered rank 4. He's been making a fuss about going out. If he's instigated, hurry up and chase him away. Words are like knives. Hui Hong and the others don't have much experience. I'm afraid they're going to fall into a trap. Many of the family heads heaved a long sigh. Star Town had really made a mistake this time. The mistake was that they should not have invited these guys into the city. It was a huge mistake. They had always let the resurrected martial artists do whatever they wanted. They let them come and go as they pleased. Many of these people had lived in Star Town for their entire lives. They were not stupid, but they were really much more naive than the martial artists in the outside world. If Fong Ping's words were said to old foxes like Wu Kushan, it would be fine if they just listened. They probably would not take it seriously. However, if he said these things to Hui Hong and the others, they would really get into trouble. At this moment, Su Haoran, who was the first to invite Fong Ping and the others, was really regretting it. He should not have been so talkative. In the valley, the atmosphere became more and more restless. A middle-ranked martial artist said in a muffled voice, "Although we're not high-ranked martial artists, we're willing to live as we are." Even if he couldn't leave his name in history, he didn't want to waste his life. "Mr. Fong, I haven't been in the mortal world for a long time. It's time to go out." Fong Ping smiled. "If you're interested, you can go to MCMAU to teach. Of course, I don't recommend martial artists below the high ranks to go to MCMAU. It's not that I'm looking down on the seniors, but the middle ranks are relatively more dangerous. Of course, if you really want to go, Fong Ping welcomes you. Seniors, you don't have to participate in any battles. I, Fong Ping, can guarantee this. Teaching and educating people is also contributing to mankind." Fong Ping said in a clear voice, "Can martial artists only live by fighting? No, that's not it. If you teach well and produce a group of genius martial artists, a group of experts who can contribute to humanity, then you will have done a great service to humanity." There were tens of thousands of MCMAU students, but less than 1,000 instructors. Among these 1,000 people, there were still hundreds of people guarding the catacombs. There were less than 300 martial artists who had the time to teach. With such a small number of people, this is teaching martial arts. There can be no mistakes. A person's energy is limited, and he still has to cultivate. Is it really okay for one person to teach dozens of students? Fong Ping sighed softly. In MCMAU, many things are taught. There were liberal arts and martial arts. For example, in terms of understanding of the history of martial arts, could the MCMAU instructors compare to the seniors? Aspiring martial artists and low-ranked martial artists honed their bones and honed their bodies. Could it be that the seniors could not teach them this? The indifferent personalities of the seniors made them more suitable to teach students. Some of our teachers are used to killing, so they lack patience. When students have questions that they don't understand, they would often ask it once. If they ask it again, they would be reprimanded. But what about the seniors? Although I don't know much about you seniors, seeing how peaceful this place is, I presume that you seniors are also warm people. It would be a pity if such a person wasn't a teacher." Fong Ping lamented, "Fighting isn't the only thing a martial artist can do. Everyone has their own role, and gold will always shine. When you nurture a grandmaster, a supreme expert, what kind of pride would you have? What kind of achievement was this?" Martial arts universities were all-inclusive, and 100 flowers blossomed. If they were interested in researching the production of pills or the forging of weapons, they could find like-minded friends in martial arts universities to research together. Seniors should have some understanding of the spirit recovery pill. Even now, humans are unable to concoct it. If someone were to research this kind of medicinal pill and improve it, what kind of great achievement would that be? Fong Ping sighed. It's a pity that we're short on manpower. This kind of work is really suitable for all of you seniors. Walking out of Startown, forgetting the past, and living a life of my own, it's hard to say, but easy to say, it's just a matter of a single thought. Following Fong Ping's words, some people asked, "If we go to MCMAU, our families, rest assured, seniors. What happened in the past will remain the same in the future. Moreover, MCMAU has a benefit that no other place can compare to." At this moment, Fong Ping saw that old Wang was ready to make a move. He saw that Li Hansong was about to open his mouth to speak. He cursed in his heart. Trying to pick the fruits of his labor? Impossible. I, Fong Ping, managed to swindle my way into my hands. How could I let you guys take advantage of me, without giving them a chance to interrupt him? Fong Ping said quickly. A few days ago, MCMAU broke into a royal city. Right now, MCMAU has a huge energy mineral vein underground. This is something that no other martial arts university can compare to. If seniors do not go down to the catacombs, the resources they receive will be limited. In other schools, it'll be very difficult to sustain their cultivation. However, it's different in MCMAU. Just the existence of the mineral vein is enough to sustain seniors' cultivation. Even in Startown, other than the martial arts tower, the other places are far inferior to MCMAU's cultivation environment. Fang Ping spoke for a while. Beside him, Old Wang and Old Jiao wanted to speak a few times but were forcefully interrupted by Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang's expression changed again and again. This bastard. Can't he give us a chance? How many grandmasters do you have in MCMAU? 8. How many here? 12. If they all went to MCMAU, there would be 20. What about NMAU? How pitiful. In such a big NMAU, he was the only one. How miserable. He wanted to speak a few times, but in the end, he could not. His heart was inexplicably sorrowful. How could he lead NMAU to rise again? He was not as thick-skinned as he was. He was not as eloquent as he was. He was not as good at bluffing as he was. He did not earn as many resources as he did. With this, could he still lead NMAU to surpass MCMAU? He was gloomy. Yao Qingjun was so gloomy that he wanted to vomit blood. He was the owner of the Hall of Myriad Origins. Logically speaking, if these people really wanted to leave the mountain, they should go to FMS. But now, it seemed like there was nothing for him to do. If the Vice-Chancellor finds out about this, will he kill me? Yao Qingjun was a little aggrieved. If the Vice-Chancellor found out that he once had hopes of bringing 12 high ranks to FMS just because he did not know how to say anything, but MCMAU snatched them away, he would probably beat him to death. Right, he wanted to speak a few times, but Fang Ping did not stop talking. There was not even a pause. Just when Fang Ping was done and he wanted to interrupt, Fang Ping suddenly threw out a sentence, "I'll inform MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor when I get out. Let the Vice-Chancellor personally come to Starfate Town and wait. Seniors, if you've thought it through, make some arrangements to meet up with the Vice-Chancellor at Starfate Town and go to MCMAU together. MCMAU will arrange everything properly. We won't let you seniors go unnoticed. More than 10,000 MCMAU instructors and students are all waiting for you seniors' arrival in MCMAU. Seniors, I hope that we can work together to create a new era of glory and bring this era to its peak." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping turned around and left. As he walked, he said, "I won't say any more. The decision is entirely up to you seniors. Old Wang, Old Jiao. I'm leaving. Yao Qingjun, Wang Jinyang." The few of them looked helpless, but what else could they say now? Before he left, Wang Jinyang thought for a while and said, "Seniors, you can also consider NMAU. You can also consider FMS." Li Hansong was just about to speak when he suddenly felt a murderous aura. He was embarrassed and did not say another word. Fang Ping would kill him. Although the two of them had choked out those words, the others did not seem to care much. This made the two of them even more sullen. After leaving the valley, Yao Qingjun said gloomily, "The Hall of Myriad Origins is mine." Fang Ping smiled. "It's yours. No one will snatch it away." "Then, they're not yours. They're humans, senior martial artists. They're free." "Old Jiao, your way of thinking is unacceptable." Fang Ping said seriously, "We're all martial artists who are fighting for the rise of humanity. Are you saying that these seniors are yours too?" Yao Qingjun held it in for a long time and said uncomfortably, "All right, I won't say it anymore." "That's right." Fang Ping laughed and looked at Liamo and the others. "Old Li, you should consider it too. This is actually a good opportunity. MCMAU's doors will always be open to you." As he spoke, Jiang Hao and Su Ziyu came with flight step from afar. Before Jiang Hao could speak, Su Ziyu said loudly, "Vice-Chancellor Fang, my grandfather and the others have already prepared a banquet in Starfate Town. It's getting late. Vice-Chancellor Fang, come with me to eat." Fang Ping did not say anything for a long time. What did she mean, Starfate Town? Did they need to go to Starfate Town to eat? They were chasing him away. Jiang Hao was much more direct. He said simply, "Go eat. After you're done, you should go back earlier. The earlier you return to Magic City, the earlier you can cultivate." Fang Ping looked gloomy. "They're actually chasing me away. Starfate City's hospitality is really lacking." Beside him, Liamo and the others looked like they were escorting him. Liamo smiled and said, "Fang Ping, since the banquet is ready, let's go now." I'll go look for Qin Fengqing in the city, no need. Jianghao chuckled. Qin Fengqing has already left a step earlier. He said it through gritted teeth. Qin Fengqing was escorted away directly, forcefully escorted. That fellow had defeated 3 people in a short period of time, vomiting 3 liters of blood in each battle. He looked like he was about to die. In the end, he could still fight. And he could still win. The group of youngsters in the city were like idiots, foolishly taking the bait and letting Qin Fengqing fish. A few of the family heads could not stand it anymore. They directly ordered people to forcefully escort that fellow out of the city. When Qin Fengqing left, he was reluctant to part with them. His voice was mournful. When he said goodbye to those youngsters, his tears were about to fall. He really could not bear to leave them. As for Jiang Chao, who had taken the side of the evildoer, Jiang Yuanhua was now at home beating the dog, preparing to beat that fatty to death. Qin Fengqing left. Fang Ping was speechless. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he could not help but laugh. All right, I'll go. All right? Actually, I wanted to make a trip to the Hall of Myriad Origins. Su Ziyu smiled. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. It's not really necessary for a rank 7 to comprehend the origin. As for whether there was a chance or not, that would be another time. Fine. Fang Ping lamented. Then let's go. I didn't expect to have to leave after just one morning. I haven't had the time to visit the martial arts tower, the treasure room, and the seclusion grounds of the Paragon ancestors. It's such a pity. The corners of their mouths twitched. If you continue to visit, Star Town would become MCMAU's. Get lost while it's still early. 6 powerhouses escorted them along the way, not allowing anyone from Star Town to come close. They personally escorted them out of the main gate and into Star Fate Town. It was not until they reached Star Town that everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Star Fate Town. The compound where they stayed last night. Su Haoran had already prepared a banquet. When Fang Ping and the others arrived, he drank a glass of wine without saying a word and said immediately, "There are still some trivial matters at home. I'll go back first. Enjoy yourselves. Return to MCMAU as soon as you're done eating. Don't let Vice-Chancellor Wu and the others worry." Having said that, the old man ran away quickly and left immediately. What the hell is this? Fang Ping sighed. Jiang Hao smiled faintly. If you didn't cause a ruckus, everyone would have welcomed you. But look at them now. What's the situation now? Fang Ping was helpless. He glanced at Qin Fengqing and said impatiently, "I told you not to challenge people. You just had to cause trouble and drag us down." Qin Fengqing looked innocent. What does this have to do with me? I've only fought 3 battles and obtained a divine weapon, a stalk of dark moon grass, and a few caddies of energy stones. These things are just a drop in the bucket for them. It shouldn't be because of me. However, he was too lazy to say anything since Fang Ping was trying to shift the blame. They did not say anything else. It would be a waste if they did not eat. They would talk about it after eating. In order to chase them away, Stellar Sky City had put in a lot of good stuff. It was not inferior to last night's banquet. At the table, Su Ziyu and Jiang Hao did not say much. This was because the family heads had said that it was fine to just send them away. They were not allowed to talk too much. Su Haoran even warned Su Ziyu that if she spoke more than 10 sentences, he would break her leg. Helpless, Su Ziyu did not want to talk anymore. An hour later. Outside Starfate Town. On top of the ancient city wall, 2 rank 7 martial artists did not say a word. They watched them leave. They did not say anything like, "Come back next time" either. If they left, then don't come back. At the place where he parked his car yesterday, Fang Ping dialed MCMAU's number as soon as he got into the car and asked someone to inform Wu Quishan to come here to pick them up. After he hung up, Wang Jinyang said, "How many people do you think will come out?" It's hard to say for the middle ranks. The high-rank Stellar Sky City probably won't stop them because they've already comprehended the origin. They've collected all the origin energy that they need. 12 high ranks. Not many, 3 to 5 won't be a problem. If that's the case, MCMAU will have more than 10 high ranks? Fang Ping laughed. Honestly speaking, MCMAU won't let these resurrected seniors enter the catacombs. I'm serious when I say they're going to teach. It's just for show. It's mainly to relieve the pressure on MCMAU instructors. With the current situation, some instructors are needed to guard Skygate City. There are many instructors in the southern area who are cultivating in seclusion. In terms of teachers, we're really lacking. High-ranked martial artists are full of energy. If they really want to teach, it's not a problem for them to teach 30 to 50 students. Moreover, high-ranked martial artists have high expectations. It's not difficult for them to teach a batch of middle-ranked students. They did not say anything. Wang Jingyang said again, senior warlord gave us the information. Let's take a look. Fang Ping was also a little impatient. He quickly took out the stack of animal skin books. These were probably made by Warlord after he killed the monsters at Mount Royal Sea and skinned them. The animal skins in this stack of animal skin books were actually the skins of rank 7 monsters. Although the animal skin books looked like a lot, in reality, there were only 4 or 5 books. Fang Ping took one out. It did not have a title. This was Warlord and the others' casual records. Fang Ping glanced at it and said, "This is about the resurrected martial artists from 1,000 years ago." Fang Ping read and said, 1,000 years ago, all the major sects, clans, including the imperial family at that time, high-ranked powerhouses gathered at River Tomb Prefecture. Under the leadership of the Devil Emperor Unquestionable Jian, Fang Ping saw this and touched his chin. He said strangely, only the Devil Emperor Unquestionable Jian. The other 2 powerhouses didn't say anything. There should be 3 leaders 1,000 years ago. The other 2 were not introduced at all. Wang Jingyang said slowly, Unquestionable Jian is a martial artist from the ancient martial arts era. He should be the oldest and the most qualified. It's normal to only introduce him. Continue. These people gathered at River Tomb Prefecture to do something big, to change the world, to break the passageway to the immortal world, to prevent the end of martial arts. When Fang Ping said this, he instantly understood everything. I see. I knew it. So that's how it is. When the battle at the King battlefield ended, the passageway was probably already closed. In the era of sects, the catacombs were regarded as the immortal world. Do you still remember the records of West Mountain's Guangxing Temple? The immortal world was discovered. In the era of sects, I'm afraid the catacombs were called the immortal world. The passageway was closed, and the energy between the 2 worlds was no longer interconnected. Earth's energy weakened, and the end of martial arts arrived. At this time, Unquestionable Jian came out and gathered the current powerhouses, wanting to forcefully open the passageway, attack the catacombs, and continue to open the passageway. Fang Ping said while continuing, I was right. It was indeed to open the passageway and guide energy into Earth. Unquestionable Jian knew the dangers of the catacombs. He also knew that after opening the passageway, they might face a catastrophe. But after 1,000 years, Earth's energy disappeared, and the powerhouses became fewer and fewer. It's no longer the glory of the ancient martial arts era. If this goes on, martial arts might enter the era of no high ranks. Even these high ranks are weakening. Without the support of energy, the powerhouses are becoming fewer and fewer. That's why he gathered all the high-ranked powerhouses at that time just to do this big thing. Having said that, Fang Ping started flipping through other animal skin books. Very quickly, he found what he wanted and continued. As expected, Warlord speculated that Unquestionable Jian was a survivor of the King battlefield battle. He might also be the only survivor. After he escaped from the King battlefield, he returned to Earth. Meanwhile, everyone in the boundary zone died in battle. Those who didn't die in battle also died after forcefully sealing the passageway between the 2 realms. That's why at that time, the 2 realms no longer interacted. Unquestionable Jian kept a low profile for 1,000 years, but he came out after 1,000 years. At this point, Fang Ping's gaze flickered slightly. Warlord speculated that Unquestionable Jian might have a cultivation technique from the ancient martial arts era. Among the 3 palaces, the one that belongs to Unquestionable Jian might have a cultivation technique. In that palace, perhaps Unquestionable Jian's origin inheritance is preserved. As for whether there is or not, he's not sure either. Old Yao, this depends on you. When you're able to open that palace, you must go and give it a try. As he said that, Fang Ping continued flipping through the animal skin books, introducing, Warlord isn't sure about the outcome that time, but he speculated that the passageway was opened, and they attacked the catacombs, and a great battle with the catacombs powerhouses happened. In the end, the entire army was annihilated, and no one came back. The Hall of Myriad Origins was actually not found in the catacombs, but in the River Tomb Prefecture, which is also the place where they gathered back then. As he said that, Fang Ping asked doubtfully, do you guys know where the River Tomb Prefecture is? Qing Fengqing said scornfully, Fang Ping, you really need to learn more. You practically don't know a thing about this knowledge. Based on 1,000 years ago, the River Tomb Prefecture should be the area under the jurisdiction of the current Beihu province. To put it more directly, it's the place where Guan Yu II died in battle. Fang Ping shot him a glance, cursing under his breath. You're getting ahead of yourself. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. Beihu, Fang Ping muttered, Beihu has the catacombs, and Beihu is the 10 southern territories. The Nanjiang catacombs we went to previously is the 9 southern territories, and Tiannan is the 11 southern territories. Could it be that they gathered at Beihu to open that passageway there? That means that they attacked the 10 southern territories back then. On the other side, Wang Jinyang said softly, don't forget the origin of unquestionable Jian. An abandoned disciple of Purple Cap Mountain. Purple Cap Mountain. Purple Cap Mountain should be the mysterious Purple Grotto's illumination of the 36 grottos. Li Hansong continued, mysterious Purple Grotto's illumination, according to its current geographical location, should also be in the Beihu area, which is the River Tomb Prefecture 1,000 years ago. Wang Jinyang said again, Fang Ping, look again, see if the bounded zone is a grotto or blessed land. In that era, it's normal for buildings that are like heavenly palaces to be called grotto or blessed land. Remember the last time we went to the Tiannan catacombs, what we saw? At that time, we saw the 2 words mausoleum cave, right? Fang Ping nodded, continuing to flip through the animal skin book, saying, Warlord and the rest guessed so too, but they can't be completely sure. However, the probability of the bounded zone being a grotto or blessed land is very high. Then we're right. Wang Jinyang said again, after that, I looked up a lot of information. Over in Tiannan, there's the Void Mausoleum Grotto. And Tiannan catacombs and Beihu catacombs are adjacent, this means that we found the Void Mausoleum Grotto. And on the other side of Beihu catacombs, which is to the west, is mysterious Purple Grotto's illumination. Unquestionable sword came from Purple Cap Mountain, then he brought people to attack familiar places, then there are traces to follow. Maybe he also wanted to return to Purple Cap Mountain, not leaving the mountain for 1,000 years, the catacombs closed for 1,000 years, maybe he also wanted to see if there were any acquaintances around. Fang Ping was still reading at this moment, muttering, actually, I also guessed before that the bounded zone is a grotto or blessed land. When I saw the 2 words mausoleum cave in Tiannan, I had some ideas later. Previously when I saw Purple Cap Mountain inside, I also thought of mysterious Purple Grotto's illumination. Now, it seems that my guess was right. As Fang Ping said that, he flipped a page of the animal skin book, saying, Beihu catacombs, the bounded zone on both the east and west are perfectly preserved. The east is the bounded zone that we went to last time, Void Mausoleum Grotto. The west is Purple Cap Mountain where unquestionable sword is at, mysterious Purple Grotto's illumination. And Beihu catacombs is in the 10 southern territories, adjacent to Nanjiang catacombs in 9 southern territories. There is another bounded zone west of Nanjiang catacombs. As Fang Ping said that, he smiled and said, of the 2 tokens we obtained, one is engraved with Lu Yang, the other is engraved with Xianxia. I originally thought it was a person's name, now it seems that I was wrong. Xianxia. Xuanda Grotto, ruled by Sage Zhang. Lu Yang. Dongyang is hidden in the sky, ruled by Sage Lu. Li Hansong continued, Sage, that is under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court. As expected, it matches. Li Hansong said excitedly, everything matches. The bounded zone is a blessed grotto, ruled by the Heavenly Court. During the mythological era, the Heavenly Court was above the blessed grotto. I should have known the master of Void Mausoleum Grotto back then. Maybe, I am not only the general of the northern expedition, but also the master of a large grotto. Of course, maybe my mansion is not in the bounded zone, or maybe it is somewhere else. But the bounded zone definitely existed since the mythological era. Everyone ignored him. Wang Jinyang thought for a while and said, Donyang is hidden in the sky, in the area of Nans today. Xuanda Grotto is in the land of Sanqin. In Nans, it seems that no catacombs have opened. Nanjiang, Nans, and Nanha provinces did not have a single catacomb before. After that, Nanjiang's catacombs opened. If that's the case, Donyang is hidden in the sky may not be in other catacombs, maybe it has not opened in the last catacomb. Of course, it is also possible that the geographical location in reality may not correspond to the location of these catacombs. Fang Ping, is there an introduction to the information given by Senior Warlord? Fang Ping looked at it for a while, shook his head and said, there is an introduction, but not much, very general. For example, there is a boundary zone in Magic City catacombs that is well preserved. I don't know where it is, because the Paragon will not go deep to explore, others may not be able to find any clues. There is a well-preserved Tiannan catacombs, and that is the Void Mausoleum Grotto that we discovered. North Lake Catacombs, both sides are well preserved, it is the Void Mausoleum Grotto and the possible Zishuan Grotto Heaven. Currently, there are only a total of 8 well-preserved bounded zones in Sino Nation. Therefore, our token may be useful, or it may be completely useless. Get the token, find the corresponding bounded zone, and even have the aura of the corresponding bounded zone. F*CK, the probability of this is really too small. The catacombs that Commander Li entered back then might have been a well-preserved catacomb. I don't know if it was repeated attempts or if it was a one-time occurrence. If he found it on his first try, Commander Li's luck is not worse than old Zhang's. Sure enough, there are Destiny's children in every era. These two were also Destiny's children in the past. The probability of Li Zhenning entering the bounded zones was actually still very low. Every time he ventured into a well-preserved bounded zone, it was actually extremely dangerous. The more he ventured, the more dangerous it would be. Therefore, the probability of him finding it on his first try was not low. If this was not Destiny's child, then what was? As Fang Ping and the others spoke, Li Hansong was still foolishly laughing. Since the blessed grotto is real, then the heavenly court is also real. Fang Ping, you don't even know how nervous I was when I came over here this time. However, I didn't find my origins aura here, and Old Jiao was confirmed to be an ancient martial artist. Now that I've confirmed this information, Fang Ping, I won't doubt your words anymore. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Wang Jinyang and the others simply ignored him. Yao Qingjun muttered, then are we going to the Triqing catacombs next? Over at Triqing, is there a well-preserved bounded zone? There is one. Fang Ping said, muttering, and this bounded zone is the one between the Triqing catacombs and the Xishan catacombs. As for the Xishan catacombs, guess which catacombs is adjacent to it? The Forbidden Catacombs. Fang Ping squinted and laughed. Interesting. The Forbidden Catacombs is the 18 Southern Territories, the Xishan Catacombs is the 17 Southern Territories, the Triqing Catacombs is the 16 Southern Territories. The Capital City Catacombs is the 19 Southern Territories. In other words, if we want to go to the Xuanda Grotto, whether we go to the Triqing Catacombs or the Xishan Catacombs, it's all the same. If we go to the Xishan Catacombs, the Triqing Catacombs to the west and the Forbidden Catacombs to the east. The Forbidden Catacombs is going to war. Everyone looked at him. What did he mean? Fang Ping shrugged. Why are you looking at me? I'm just analyzing. Speaking of which, we're getting more and more information now. Magic City, 7 Southern Territories. Donglin, 8 Southern Territories. Nanjiang, 9 Southern Territories. Beihu, 10 Southern Territories. Tiannan, 11 Southern Territories. West Sea, 12 Southern Territories. Beijiang, 13 Southern Territories, South Capital, 20 Southern Territories. Beside him, Qin Fengqing said lazily, Fang Ping, these are all public information. There's no need to repeat it. Don't tell me you haven't played the Otherworld Invasion that you're endorsing? It's written clearly on it, okay. I suggest you play it. 1 territory, 1 zone. Currently, Sino Nation has 24 zones that are open. There's still one zone that hasn't been opened yet. It's going to be opened as a new zone. You don't say. This game is quite useful. I know more about these things than you do. You're an endorser, yet you're still analyzing this with us. Fang Ping looked confused. Was that so? He seemed to have forgotten about this game. Beside him, Wang Jinyang also said, this game is quite interesting. I've played it a few times too. I've always been playing it in the Nanjiang catacombs. Fang Ping, the battle we had in the catacombs was also made into a dungeon. You can watch it when you have time. It's quite interesting. Fang Ping was speechless. So all of you are playing? Playing with things can distract one's will. Let's not talk about this anymore. If we're going to explore, we'll go to the Xishan catacombs next time. Coincidentally, I heard that Xishan catacombs has opened up as an arcane realm this year for new students to cultivate. As soon as he said that, Yao Qingjun suddenly said, if we go, inform Xishan catacombs to evacuate all the new students. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. What did that mean? Even if we go, we'll still be going to the domain zone. What do you mean by speaking like the West Mountain catacombs is going to be in big trouble? Qin Fengqing, who was driving, added insult to injury. I'm just afraid that they won't let us go. If they don't let us enter the Xishan catacombs, will they let us enter the Triqing catacombs? Fang Ping suddenly said viciously, it's all your fault. I'm a great general. Can't I go to the catacombs? You guys are always looking for trouble. Wang Jinyang said indifferently, the ones who were blacklisted are you and Qin Fengqing. What does it have to do with us? Also, it's best not to enter the Forbidden City during the Great Battle. Otherwise, if you go to the West Mountain catacombs, the seniors in charge of Mount Royal Sea won't be at ease. But then again, at that time, the Xishan catacombs should also have paragons keeping watch, so there was no need to worry about the paragons from the opposite side entering. In this way, it will prevent the peerless experts from running away. Fang Ping glared at him. I told you, go to the land of bounded boundaries. Go to the land of bounded boundaries. Why would I provoke the apex? It was noisy the whole way. Fang Ping only remembered something when he was halfway there. Old Qin, where is it? What? Don't pretend, we agreed. Qin Fengqing's face was gloomy. Fang Ping had done nothing but promise to compensate him if he lost. The key was that he didn't lose, but now, he was going to take half of it. He couldn't bear to. Just a divine weapon and a stalk of dark moon grass, and those energy stones. Fang Ping added. Qin Fengqing was about to vomit blood. He said gloomily, you have a mine. You already have a F*King big mine, and you're interested in my meager mine, Fang Ping said seriously, even blood brothers should settle their accounts clearly. If you lose, then I have to use my life essence to make up for your whole. Since we've agreed on it, of course, we have to split it all. A mosquito's leg was still meat. How could there be a reason to complain about having too little meat? Qin Fengqing felt even more helpless. He said, I'll give you all the energy stones, give me the dark moon grass, and the divine weapon, 10 billion divine weapons, 5 billion dark moon grass, and 300 million energy stones per caddy. You have about 10 caddies here. How about this, the divine weapon will be one share, the dark moon grass and the energy stones will be the other, which one do you want? Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes and said helplessly, Fatty said he wants a share too. Then I just want the dark moon grass. I can't cut off Fatty's line. Then what you? If you can't do it, you can sell the divine weapon. It's enough for you to cultivate. Qin Fengqing grew even more gloomy. He tossed an energy crystal box to Fang Ping and scolded, you're so evil. You're so rich that you won't even let go of such a small amount of money. Nonsense, is 5 billion a small amount? Your family's money is worth 5 billion? Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He put away the dark moon grass and watched as his wealth increased by 500,000 points. He felt pretty good. Although this bit of wealth was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth, it was still money. 5 billion. Just a mouthful. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. He was getting a little too full of himself now. But at least he managed to make up for the wealth that old Qin had used up during his cultivation. Previously, in order to help Qin Fengqing, he had used up about the same amount. He couldn't just let it out and not take it in. Wealth, 198. 6 million points. Vitality, 17,500 calories, 17,888 calories. Mentality, 2,100 Hz, 2,199 Hz. Power of destruction? Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%. Storage space, 1,000 cubic meters, plus, energy barrier, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 per minute, plus. Out of more than 200 million wealth points previously, Fang Ping spent 45 million to upgrade the storage space and 5 million to repair the materialized objects. In the past few days, he had also expended a lot of golden body forging, and his golden body forging had once again fallen below 200 million. My storage space has increased to 1,000 cubic meters, but it's empty. Fang Ping sighed inwardly. What do I need this big space for? I've spent hundreds of billions of wealth points to upgrade it to 1,000 cubic meters. What am I going to pretend for? This won't do. It's so empty. We have to fill it up. Fang Ping made up his mind. After thinking for a while, he said, 12th of September. It'll be night by the time we get back to Magic City. It was the 13th of September. He would enter the Magic City catacombs on the 15th of August. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. But this month, we haven't made much progress. We can't go on like this. 1 month. How long had it been? Mentality was only 2,199 Hz. Vitality was only 17,888 calories. At this rate, it would take more than half a year to achieve upper stage rank 7. At this moment, if there were other people here, they would probably curse. You're only 20 years old, a middle stage rank 7 with a golden body. You think it's slow, but these people were not normal people, Wang Jinyang said seriously, it's a little slow. After I entered rank 7, I realized that the speed of mentality cultivation is very slow. Although my vitality is strong, and after mentality-vitality fusion, vitality can train mentality. But after this month, my mentality has only barely reached 1,100 Hz. If I want to reach middle stage, I'll have to wait until next year. Li Hansong said gloomily, it's slow. I'm about the same as old Wang. Old Yao is already middle stage rank 7. He's much faster than us. Yao Qingjuan's mentality had materialized because he was rank 5. His mentality had always been his strength. Now, he had broken through 2,000 Hz and entered middle stage rank 7. Still, Yao Qingjun said, actually, I've slowed down too. Besides, my golden body's strength is not as strong as yours. Although the minister gave me a golden body fruit, the degree of golden body that I've forged is very weak. My skull hasn't been honed either. If we really compare, I probably won't break through to rank 8 as fast as Ironhead. They looked at each other and nodded in unison. This could not go on, it had been almost a month. This speed of improvement was too slow. Beside them, Qin Fengqing was invisible. I was too embarrassed to speak. They were all high ranks. I was only peak rank 6. When will the Forbidden City War start? I'm not sure. Do you want to go to the sacred battleground first? Fang Ping had just opened his mouth when old Wang said immediately, don't. If you cause trouble in the sacred battleground at this time and delay the Forbidden City War, the minister will never forgive you. They've been preparing for the Forbidden City War for some time. You've ruined it. Think about the consequences yourself. Fang Ping said gloomily, what do you mean I ruined it? King Huai wants to kill you the moment he sees you. If he kills you the moment he sees you in the Forbidden City, that's even worse. Sigh. Fang Ping let out a long sigh. In this big world, in the land of 2 realms, there's actually no place for me anymore? Then should we go to the bounded zones in advance? Wang Jinyang pondered for a moment, saying, it's better not to go in advance. If we go in advance, we'll cause a huge commotion in the Xishan catacombs. This place is adjacent to the Forbidden City War. If a battle between the sacred battleground breaks out, that won't be good. Either we go after the Forbidden City War ends, or we go at the same time. They fight their battles, we find ours. Fang Ping looked indignant. Old Wang was saying this now. If we go, a battle between the sacred battleground will break out. What are you thinking? Then we can only wait until the Forbidden City War starts or ends before we can go? Yes. Then what do we do next? Fang Ping said helplessly, if we go to the catacombs, we're afraid of causing trouble. But if we don't go, how can we improve our strength quickly? I think this Forbidden City War will only start after a while. We can't just sit around these days. Beside them, Qin Fengqing finally had a use for his skills. He quickly interrupted, saying, I know a good place. Guys, how about we take advantage of this time to do something? You're a bandit? Do you want to do something no matter where you go? Fang Ping glared at him. You don't deserve to be an instructor in MCMAU. You're a disgrace to the school. Qin Fengqing ignored him and chuckled. This time, I'm not a bandit. I'm a good guy. Do you remember when I made deals with the evil sect martial artists? At that time, I killed some catacombs martial artists and sold the hearts of the evil sect martial artists in the black market. Later, that black market was wiped out. But it's not like there were no traces left. I met some casual martial artists at that black market. Recently, someone contacted me and said that a black market has opened up again. Fang Ping, this must be the evil sect's black market. Let's go and get rid of them. Not only will we do a good deed and kill the evil sect martial artists, we can also gain something. Don't forget, at the beginning of the year, you were almost killed. After that, the vice-chancellor killed some of the evil sect's high ranks, but you didn't personally take revenge. Are you going to let it go just like that? Fang Ping muttered, it's a small black market. How much money can there be? A bunch of black markets that target the 3 lower ranks, there are also 3 middle ranks. That's not a lot of money. Fang Ping waved his hand. Actually, we won't get anything good by wiping out the black market. Besides, what we need is not this bit of extra income, but to find powerhouses to fight. Not to mention, it's still necessary to get rid of some evil sect martial artists. Cleaning up these fellows on a regular basis is also something that every department does. Actually, I've always been curious about who the evil sect's boss is. It's at least a rank 9 martial artist. As for Sino Nation, excluding Axe King, there are only 35 rank 9 martial artists. Among the 8 people in Stellar Sky City, 3 of them are on the list. That's a total of 40 rank 9s. Sino Nation has a total of 40 rank 9s. This target group is not big, but as mentioned before, the evil sect is global. However, Sino Nation is also a major area for evil sect activities. There should be rank 9s operating here too. Why don't you guys guess, among the 40 rank 9s, who is the boss of the Sino Nation region, or maybe there's even a paragon as the boss? Not interested. Li Hansong was not very interested. He said, why don't we rest for a few days and cultivate on our own? When the Forbidden City War starts, we'll gather again. Fang Ping saw that they were not interested. It seemed that only Qin Fengqing was interested. Suddenly, his interest waned. He said, forget it then. The evil sect doesn't seem to be showing up recently. Let's not care about them. If Qin Fengqing is interested, he can go and take down the black market himself. It just so happens that if those resurrected martial artists from Stellar Sky City come, I can still make arrangements in the university. As they chatted, they arrived at Magic City at night. Halfway there, Old Wang had already run away. In this regard, Fang Ping felt that it was still necessary to persuade Old Wang. NMAU was so weak. He might as well give up. Of course, he knew that Old Wang would not agree. He still had feelings for NMAU. Moreover, if Fang Ping really persuaded Old Wang to give up NMAU, Zhang Dingnan, the governor, would fight Fang Ping to the death. September 13, MCMAU knew that Fang Ping had returned. There was no other reason. On the southern area's crystal tower, there was an additional figure. The sun had just risen. Fang Ping stood on the top of the crystal tower, looking around. Not long after, Wu Kuxian's figure flashed and he asked, how's the harvest in Stellar Sky City? Not much. Fang Ping smiled. Vice-Chancellor, have the arrangements been made in Skygate City? Almost. Old Huang suggested that we let the new students go to Skygate City to have a look. What do you think? Let the new students enter the catacombs? Fang Ping hesitated for a moment. Very quickly, he nodded. Okay. It's good to bring them there. I originally wanted to let the new students wait a little longer, but now that there are no enemies in Skygate City, they can still enter. We can also let them know that MCMAU has fought in Skygate City for many years, and there are countless casualties. Fang Yuan, should we not let her enter? Wu Quishan asked. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Vice-Chancellor, you're the Vice-Chancellor. Do you have to ask me for everything? Those who don't know might think that I've made you a figurehead. Wu Quishan said faintly, isn't that so? Fang Ping's expression was solemn. He said resolutely, absolutely not. Then build me a crystal pagoda that's even taller than yours. Fang Ping now completely understood what it meant to be an old fox. Before he could speak, old Wu said again, otherwise, the school won't think so. The outside world won't think so either. Now I'm embarrassed to go out. If I go out, people will say, yo, old Wu, I heard you've resigned from MCMAU? Wu Quishan sighed. I can't afford to lose face like that. I can't say anything about it. Don't you think so? Fang Ping's expression darkened. He said dryly, then what you mean is, MCMAU's mineral veins are not suitable for building crystal towers. Your place is bigger. Build more. I think, for the high-ranked ones, one for each person. That way, you won't be too conspicuous, too ostentatious. Fang Ping looked sad. I want to be conspicuous, I want to be ostentatious. Old Wu actually wanted to freeload off his energy mine. Did the school not have one? Was there a need to do this? He did not speak. Old Wu said again, also, you mentioned earlier that there are resurrected high-ranked martial artists coming. If that's the case, we should also give them the corresponding courtesy. You should understand the principle of 1,000 gold for a horse's bones. A crystal tower is actually not much. However, a crystal tower built on the mineral veins, a crystal tower that can accelerate cultivation, other than MCMAU, no one else can afford it. Don't forget, there are actually only a group of resurrected martial artists in Star City, not all of them. In the outside world, there are still some who have returned to the sect. As for the sects, they can still be absorbed. If you can hook up those old antiques in the sect world, even Minister Zhang will praise you for your meritorious service. These old antiques are actually more difficult to deal with, but now, it's actually difficult for them to cultivate. Some people's condition has deteriorated greatly. In the sect world, there are old antiques who are not resurrected, but there are also high-ranked resurrected ones. Their strength is still not weak. If we really count the high-ranked people in the sect world, I'm afraid there will not be less than 50 people. Some sects only have 2 or 3 people in a sect. The number of middle and low-ranked martial artists is not even as many as the high-ranked ones. These high-ranked ones have nothing better to do. They would rather sleep than come out, Fang Ping said tiredly, I understand what you mean. Using the mineral veins to lure these people to take the bait, right? That's right. They might not be willing to go to the government. But if they come to MCMAU to teach, I think there is still hope. Wu Quishan laughed. Don't you want a school to suppress a catacomb? If you are not at the pinnacle, can you suppress a catacomb? But if there are close to 100 high-ranked people in a school, if there are more than 10 rank 9 people, then there is hope to suppress a catacomb. There are only 12 cities left in the Magic City catacombs, 24 rank 9s. Even if there are no pinnacles, it is not impossible for us to suppress a catacomb. Fang Ping, you can only gain if you give up. Fang Ping sighed again and said, how many towers do you want to build? This mineral vein of yours is less than 100 meters long. However, it can guide the energy and spread it to the surroundings. It doesn't have to rely on your side. MCMAU's mineral vein will also guide the energy. Wu Quishan laughed. I calculated it. 30 should be enough. This will also be a symbol of MCMAU in the future. Think about it. 1 tower, 1 high-ranked, what a sight. Can other places do it? When MCMAU's 30 crystal towers are built, there will be high-ranked martial artists stationed there. MCMAU's prestige will be enough to make it famous in the world. Fang Ping was quite excited when he heard that. After he was done, he said, "Vice-Chancellor, shouldn't Skygate City's name be changed?" When Wu Kuxian heard that, he cursed in his heart. "Kid, you're giving me your conditions. You actually want the right to name it, shameless." Although he was cursing, Wu Kuxian still smiled. "What name do you think is suitable?" "Ping City?" Fang Ping had mentioned it once in Nanjiang. No one paid attention to him. Now, the city that MCMAU had conquered by itself was good enough, right? Ping City, change it. Wu Kuxian felt that this name was too straightforward. Even a fool would know that it was Fang Ping who came up with it. Was he shameless? "Then Fang, you're not allowed to use your own name. Devil City. Is that okay?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes. "Magic City, Catacomb City, MCMAU City. What do you think?" Wu Kuxian thought for a moment and replied, "Okay. Devil City will be Devil City, although it feels a little like a villain." Fang Ping ignored him. "I'm someone who's determined to be a Devil King. How am I a villain? Devil King City is better, but it's too straightforward. Devil City is better." After discussing these, Wu Kuxian asked again, "How many people can come from Polaris City?" "I really don't know. Vice-Chancellor, you'll know when you go. If you go personally, you're giving them enough face. A rank 9 powerhouse personally inviting them is much better than me, a rank 7. 12 high ranks. Not too many, just half will do." Wu Kuxian was quite concerned about this matter. After asking for a while and understanding the situation, he did not delay and quickly used flight step to leave. If MCMAU could really pull this group of people over, their strength would skyrocket again. Even if they were not allowed to go to the catacombs, it would be enough just to watch over the school. September 15th, something that shocked the outside world happened. On this day, MCMAU's school gates opened wide to welcome the new instructors. Under normal circumstances, the induction of MCMAU's instructors would not cause much of a commotion. Even if a rank 6 instructor came, they would just organize an internal welcome ceremony. This time, however, MCMAU made a big fuss and the standards were extremely high. They even invited a few deputy ministers of the Education Ministry to participate in the welcome ceremony. There was no other reason. The instructors who came this time were really strong. All 3 rank 8 powerhouses came: Monk Huihong, Guo Xingquan, Scholar Zihu, Guanfu, Xianxia, Mei Lingfeng. The arrival of the 3 rank 8s instantly blew up the whole country. Other than the 3 rank 8 powerhouses, there were also 2 rank 7 powerhouses. This time, not all of the 12 high ranks came. Fang Ping was not surprised that some chose to stay in Polaris City in the end. 2 rank 7 powerhouses, 1 male and 1 female. The male was called Fan Hua, and the female was Liang Yuqin. These were also their real names. The 5 high ranks who came did not use the names from their past lives. Let go of the past and start afresh. This was the only thought that the few high-ranked powerhouses had before they came. If it were not for their own survival, they would not have walked out of Polaris City. Other than the 5 high ranks, this time, there were also 5 rank 6 martial artists who came with them. It was just that they did not attract too much attention. If it were any other time, 5 rank SIXS might be enough to shock people. On this day, MCMAU raised many crystal towers. The 5 high-ranked powerhouses were stationed in 5 of the towers. Because of this, the number of MCMAU high-ranked powerhouses broke through the double digits, becoming 13 people. Everyone in the outside world knew that Luo, Yichuan, Su Guqing, and Zhang Jianhong had been in closed-door cultivation for many days. Before that, they were already at the Mentality Vitality Unity realm. Perhaps they would step into the Grandmaster realm soon. Besides that, the 2 deans, Qin Zhenhua and Hu Mingyi, were also breaking through to the Mentality Vitality Unity realm with MCMAU's support. June 9th, MCMAU's old vice-chancellor died in battle in the catacombs. At that time, MCMAU only had 3 Grandmaster powerhouses left. Rank 8 Wu Kuxian, Rank 7 Lu Polu, and Huang Jing. There was no one at the Mentality Vitality Unity realm. September 10th, MCMAU had 13 Grandmaster level powerhouses in more than a year: Rank 9 Wu Kuxian, Rank 8 Li Chongqing, Guo Xingquan, Guanfu, and Mei Lingfeng, Rank 7 Lu Polu, Huang Jing, Lu Fengru, Tang Feng, Fang Ping, Li Hansong, Fan Hua, and Liang Yuqin. When the news spread, there was no one who was not shocked, even Zhang Tao was a little surprised. This kid Fang Ping was really good at deceiving people. He actually tricked 5 high-ranked powerhouses to go to MCMAU. The most important thing was, the owner of the Hall of Myriad Origins, Yao Qingjun, this good-for-nothing, did not even get one. He heard that FMS's vice-chancellor, Nan Yunping, hung Yao Qingjun in the cultivation room and beat him up. He did not know whether it was true or not. Old Zhang felt a little regretful. It was too far away, and his mentality was too exhausted. Otherwise, it would have been nice to watch the show. September 15th. Old Zhang regretted that he did not get to see a good show. On the same day, the 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association also wanted to cry but had no tears. All of a sudden, there were 5 more powerhouses not on the ranking list. The Martial Arts Association's phone was about to explode with calls. Many grandmasters did not know about these people and did not know what was going on. They did not stop scolding these 2. If they had known that there were so many powerhouses living in seclusion, they would have struck first and gained the upper hand. MCMAU would not have gotten their turn. Not long after they had dealt with those grandmasters, MCMAU also called the Martial Arts Association to update the ranking list as soon as possible and let 5 new grandmasters enter the ranking list. 5 high ranks. If they did not come out of retirement, they would be high ranks. If they came out of retirement, it meant that they had the heart to contribute to mankind. That was a grandmaster. If that was the case, of course, the 5 grandmasters had to enter the grandmaster ranking list. Not only did they have to enter the ranking list, but they also had to be ranked at the top. According to the person on the other end of the phone, the 3 big rank 8 powerhouses were powerhouses who had comprehended the path of origin. Such powerhouses could be in the top 10 of rank 8 no matter what. It would be best if they could be in the top 5. The first place was Old Li, and the 3 behind him were the 3 of them. MCMAU would dominate the rank 8 ranking list. When the 2 presidents heard his request, they almost died of anger. What rank do you want us to be? Why don't you be the president? Recently, the Martial Arts Association had a bad year. There were a lot of troublesome things. Vice President Liu had said a few sweet words to an old lady at home. Who knew which wicked person had overheard it and spread it? If word got out, President Liu would be too ashamed to face anyone. Recently, President Liu had been paranoid. He always felt that someone was eavesdropping on him. When he got home, he did not dare to make a sound. As for who was eavesdropping and who spread it, old Liu had a rough idea. He just could not be sure. The minister could not be so tasteless and boring, right? I did not offend him. However, if it was not a paragon, even if it was a rank 9, he should have noticed something if someone was eavesdropping on him. Yet, there was none. How could it be Commander Li? However, it was hard to say. Did Commander Li not threaten him during the ranking list back then? Sigh, what a bad year. Maybe it's really Commander Li, but aren't you higher than Minister Zhang in our ranking list? President Liu let out a long sigh in his heart. There was no way he could continue being this lousy president position. Each and every one of them threatened him every day. The ranking list was not something that he could rank however he wanted. I gave it to them to see for themselves, but each of them pretended not to care. When he sent it to the military department, Commander Li said it was up to him. When he sent it to the education department, Minister Zhang also said he did not care about empty titles. If he really did not care, when we ranked the 2 guardians in front of us, I did not see any of your expressions, did you? Hypocrites. It must be one of these 2 who did it. The stronger they are, the more hypocritical, the more wretched they are. The more shameless they are. When old Liu hung up the phone, he cursed many people in his heart. Each and every one of them was like this. How many people had he been threatened by? MCMAU had the most. Wu Quishan, that old thing, actually asked him to rank him in front of the Dragon King. Wu Chuan, that old thing too, insisting that he was better than Zhang Weiyu. Tianmu, that old fart, was actually unwilling to be ranked behind a rank 9. There was also Li Chongqing, Fang Ping, each and every one of them was like this. There was also Lu Fengru. Last time, she also threatened him not to rank Fang Ping in front of her. If you threaten me again, I will publicize all of your scandals. President Liu made up his mind again. When the time comes, he would expose your true colors. He would let outsiders know what a group of paragons, a group of grandmasters were like. The stronger they were, the more shameless they were. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. Due to the arrival of the 5 grandmasters, MCMAU was in an uproar for a few days. While MCMAU was still immersed in the grandmasters' arrival and the number of high ranks had broken through to double digits. Capital City. Forbidden City. At this moment, the Forbidden City was completely closed to the public. In the depths of a side hall, Zhang Tao looked at the huge map in front of him. He was no longer as friendly as he usually was. After a while, he said solemnly, there are a total of 12 cities in the 18 southern regions. 6 Monster Plant Clan and 6 Monster Life Clan. Since this was a battle to destroy a domain, there was no distinction between the Demon Plant and Demon Life branches. Our opponents are very strong, perhaps even stronger than the southern sky territory of the 11 southern regions. Beside him, Li Daong said solemnly, he'll definitely become stronger. The commander said that this time, the Forbidden Zone wouldn't just stand by and watch. Tiannan's Catacombs' great victory previously had already made the restricted area feel that something was amiss. The Magic City Catacombs had once again annihilated Skygate City. The number of rank 9 powerhouses in the restricted area was not limitless. So many rank 9s have died in battle one after another. The restricted zone will definitely send someone over this time. Zhang Tao nodded slightly and said, that's right. The battle in Tiannan was an accident. In the battle in Demonic Capital, although the ones who died were the powerhouses under King Huai's command, it also put pressure on the other true monarchs. If the Battle of Tiannan was a gamble, then the Battle of Demonic City was only a local war, and it also had the nature of a gamble. The Forbidden Catacombs must be stable. You can't gamble on a war every single time. The Battle of the Forbidden Catacombs was initiated by Sino Nation. It was a large-scale war initiated by them. They couldn't gamble with their lives in this battle. As Zhang Tao spoke, he said, currently, 3 rank 9s have been recruited from Stellar Sky City. Jiang Yuanhua will be participating in the war, and the other 2 will replace the 2 rank 9s to oversee a region. I'm planning to transfer Zhongzhou's Catacombs Zhaoxingwu and Magic City's Catacombs Fan Haiping to replace them with the 2 from Polaris City. In addition, Zhang Weiyu, the Guardian of the West, Wu Chuan, the Guardian of the South, and Wang Yu, the Northern Spear King. Also, Elder Nan will also take action at the crucial moment. After Zhang Tao revealed the names of these people, Wang Qinghai, who was standing behind him, exclaimed in astonishment, they've turned out in full force, in the top 10 of the rank 9 Grandmaster ranking in China, except for the 4 Peerless Masters. 5th, Nan Yunwei. 6th, Zhang Weiyu. 7th, Wu Chuan. 9th, Zhao Xingwu. 10th, Wang Yu. Apart from the 8th ranked Kong Lingyuan who was still recuperating, everyone else would be participating in this battle. Such a lineup was shocking. Before Zhang Tao could finish, he continued, De Yong, you have to fight in this battle as well. In addition, Guixian and Tianmu from the military will also participate. Li Daong, 11th on the rank 9 ranking list. Fan Haiping, Magic City's old fan, 15th on the rank 9 ranking list. After obtaining the divine weapon, Tianmu was ranked 26th on the rank 9 ranking list. Guixian was currently ranked last on the list, 36th. Li Daong nodded. In this way, including Jiang Yuanhua, there were already 10 rank 9s. But this was not all. Zhang Tao continued, the Northern Guardian Mansion, Shen Mingwei, the head of the Shen family, will fight. The head of the Chen family, Chen Haodong of the Eastern Guardian Mansion, stepped forward. Dragon King Lin Long, the commander of the Wuan Army of the Ministry of Education, Bei Gongyan, the commander of the State Garrison Army of the Department of Investigation, Zhong Qinghuan. Wang Qinghai suddenly said, Minister, wait, who's going to fight? Zhang Tao glanced at him and said lightly, do you have any questions? No doubt about it. Minister Wang replied bluntly. Then, he grinned and said, Commander Zhong is coming? I haven't seen him for a long time. It's been a few years. Ever since he entered rank 9, he's been elusive. Isn't the National Garrison Army wiping out evil sects and searching for the seed of rebirth? I thought Commander Zhong wouldn't be coming. I didn't expect. Beside him, Li Daong glanced at him and said, "You want to hit on her? She's an old pepper. I heard that she had a heated argument with Mayor Nam before." For the position of the director of the Department of Investigation, both of them started cursing in the office. "Are you sure you can handle it?" Minister Wang laughed dryly. "Why would I? Aren't we old friends? I just haven't seen her for a long time. I just wanted to ask. Daong, I heard that you've been thinking about her too. Is that true?" Li Daong ignored him. Zhang Tao knew a lot of secrets. He said nonchalantly, "Many people are thinking about her. Didn't Wu Chuan call her a few days ago to harass her?" Other than Wu Chuan, Bei Gongyan, Lin Long, and Zhang Weiyu seemed to have some ideas. "Save it, you guys. She's not easy to deal with. I heard that she's having an affair with Li Zhen." Li Daong's expression was stiff. "Minister, you can't just say things like that," Zhang Tao snorted and said disdainfully. "I'm saying things like that? If she's not having an affair, why would he, Li Zhen, a commander of the military department, have a discussion with the National Garrison Army of the Department of Investigation? If she's having an affair, then so be it. Why would she block my mentality? If that's not guilty conscience, then what is?" Li Daong's expression was extremely stiff. "You're in the right to eavesdrop? It's fine if you eavesdrop on others, but you even eavesdrop on Li Zhen. It'd be strange if he didn't block you. Just because he blocked you, she's having an affair with someone else? Your logic is invincible." Zhang Tao laughed again. "There aren't many women in rank 9. Nan Yunyue, Zhong Qinghuan, and Xia Yifan, just these three. Nan Yunyue is too old. Zhong Qinghuan and Xia Yifan are a little younger. It's normal for a group of bachelors like you to have your eyes on them." Li Daong and the others looked unhappy. Minister Wang coughed softly. "Minister, I heard that you sent flowers to Minister Xia a few years ago but was rejected?" Zhang Tao's expression did not change. He said calmly, "Sent flowers? You guys really know how to make connections. How old am I? I'm almost 90. After Pingping's grandmother passed away, I lost the thought. Is that considered sending flowers? That's the flower of origin born by a rank 9 monster plant. Xia Yifan is not in her right mind. I'm sending flowers for her to comprehend the origin, but she actually rejected me." Zhang Tao shook his head and said helplessly, "Women, no matter what age they are, still like to think too much." Then, he changed the topic. "I don't know if Xia Yifan can make it back in time this time. She went to support Wu Lawson. There's a riot over there. If she makes it back in time, the 3 female rank 9s will all be here." Everyone stopped teasing him. If they really pissed off old Zhang, they could forget about having a good life in the future. Li Daong calculated for a while and said, "If Minister Xia doesn't come back, then there'll be 15 rank 9s. Chief Nan and the rest are powerful. The top 10 can easily take on 2 at once. Minister Nan is about to break through. The moment he breaks through, killing 3 to 5 people might not be a problem. However, there are 24 rank 9s in the Forbidden Catacombs. Including the restricted area's reinforcements, there might be more than 30. Minister, if you want to play it safe, it's still not enough." There were 36 rank 9s on the list. In reality, there were 35. The Chan and Shen families in Stellar Sky City had both rank 9s on the list. This time, there were 3 reinforcements, so there were 38 people. Other than the Forbidden Catacombs, there were still 23 catacombs in Sino Nation. These 15 people were almost at their limit. Even if Xia Yifan, who went to support other countries, came back, she might not be able to participate in this battle. Zhang Tao inhaled softly and said in a low voice, 15 people. This is much stronger than the last Tiannan battle. Not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of individual strength. However, you're right. 15 people against at least 30, in the last Tiannan battle, the Monster Plant Monster and Monster Life clan were not on good terms. Some people from Monster Life clan even avoided the battle. This time, many people from the restricted area should be coming, including the leaders of the 2 parties who led this battle. However, if we transfer more people, it will seriously affect the other catacombs. Once we lose the rank 9s to hold down the fort, there will be no way to suppress the riots in the nearby cities. Even delaying it will be difficult. Why don't we ask for help from the other big holy lands? Minister Wang had just said this when Zhang Tao waved his hand and said, they are under more pressure than we are. What they mean is that now is not the time to start a large-scale war. A few old things even advised me not to act rashly at this time. Zhang Tao then said, Tiannan catacombs can be guarded without rank 9s. Send a few more rank 8s. This way, when Xia Yifan comes back, she can participate in the Forbidden City battle. Minister Wang hesitated for a moment, but still said, there has just been a battle in Magic City catacombs. Monster Sunflower City has suffered heavy losses. They might not start a war at this time. Old Man Fan is here. I think we can let Li Changxing guard Magic City catacombs and send Vice-Chancellor Wu to participate in the battle. Li Daong said straightforwardly, Li Changxing doesn't need it. Don't MCMAU have 3 rank 8 resurrected martial artists? Let the 3 of them guard Magic City catacombs. No matter what, rank 8 martial artists who have comprehended the origin won't be too weak. If the 3 of them join forces, they should be able to guard Magic City catacombs, right? Let Wu Quishan and Li Changxing enter Capital City to participate in the battle. Now we have 2 more rank 9s, Zhang Tao frowned slightly. MCMAU has just ended the Sky Gate battle. Li Changxing consumes his vitality every time he fights. Wu Quishan is also in a period of rapid improvement. Everyone fell silent. MCMAU participated in the battle one after another. In this year, there were countless big and small battles. Wu Quishan almost died in the battle in Tiannan. After that, he fought another big battle in Magic City. Li Changxing also almost died in the battle in Nanjiang. Such frequent battles were rare even among high-ranked martial artists. However, there were only 15 rank 9s that Sino Nation could mobilize now. Including Xia Yifan's return, there were only 16. If there were 2 more, the situation would improve a lot. If the Forbidden Catacombs were destroyed, then Sino Nation's situation would improve. More than half of the tens of thousands of Wuan military could be freed to fight in other catacombs. Among the 38,000 Wuan military, there were dozens of high-ranked powerhouses. However, these people were now trapped in the Forbidden Catacombs and could not participate in the battles in other catacombs. The Education Ministry could only suppress this catacombs after decades of training. Minister Wang thought about it and said, then, why don't we transfer Fang Ping over? Can't he restrain his aura? Let him bomb the city. Zhang Tao pressed his hands together and said, he can't come. His trip this time is extremely dangerous. After the battle in Tiannan, including the battle between kings, some of his characteristics have already been known by the restricted area. This time, the people from the restricted area might set up an ambush to kill him. If Fang Ping dies in battle here, no matter how great the victory in the Forbidden Catacombs is, it will not be worth it. This is also the reason why I don't want to recruit MCMAU's people, Zhang Tao sighed. If we recruit MCMAU's powerhouses, he might take the opportunity to rush over and blend in. This kid is a troublemaker. If he comes, there might be accidents. Everyone laughed. Minister Wang said again, but MCMAU still has many rank 7 powerhouses. Don't tell me they won't be recruited for this big battle? This includes Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong, Yao Qingjun, and a few others. Although they have just entered rank 7, their combat strength is quite strong. If they participate in the rank 7 battle, they might have unexpected gains. Also, Fang Ping's materialized objects are extremely powerful. I heard that they are all constructed from imperishable substances, rich bastard. Li Daong suddenly cursed. Everyone looked at him. You actually know how to curse? Li Daong was a little embarrassed. He had just blurted it out. Sorry, he could not hold it in. However, a rank 7 martial artist constructed a materialized object using imperishable substances. What a rich bastard. He was extremely envious and jealous. He was not the only one. Were these guys not the same? Minister Wang also ignored him. Despicable people were actually jealous of a young man. Did they have no shame? I am not jealous, yes, not at all. I just want to rob him, that's all. Ignoring Li Daong, Minister Wang continued, Fang Ping's materialized objects are powerful. If he appears on the battlefield and grasps the timing well, he might even be able to stop 7 or 8 rank 7 martial artists at once. If he can get rid of these people quickly, they can join the rank 8 battlefield. Zhang Tao waved his hand again. I said, he will be targeted and targeted. If he appears on the battlefield again, there will be rank 8s and even rank 9s who will attack him soon. After the Magic City battle, his trump cards were almost exposed. The rank 8 who escaped from Monster Sunflower City has already reported what happened that day to the restricted area. Therefore, even if he comes, the most he can do is stop a rank 9 and then be killed by the rank 9. The restricted area will not give him another chance to kill those rank 7 martial artists. Everyone felt a little regretful. This was the truth. Some of Fang Ping's situation was now known by the restricted area. If he appeared in the catacombs again, he would definitely be targeted. 15 rank 9s. Chief Nan and the rest are extremely powerful. They might win. Zhang Tao said this, but he was frowning slightly. Winning did not mean there would be no losses. If too many rank 9s died in this battle, then the losses would outweigh the gains. However, manpower was indeed limited. Should Wu Quishan and Li Chongqing be enlisted, Wu Quishan's ability was much stronger than before. He heard that Fang Ping had passed the Celestial Gate tree to him again, and lent him to reforge a rank 9 divine weapon. It was slightly stronger than the upgraded rank 8 divine weapon from before. The origin path had also improved a lot. Now, it would not be difficult for Wu Quishan to kill a rank 9 without a rank 9 divine weapon. Li Chongqing also had the combat strength to kill a rank 9. Both of them had rank 9 divine weapons. If they joined forces, their ability would not be weaker than the last few rank 9 ranked in the top 10. Zhang Tao thought for a while and did not mention this again. Instead, he continued, recruit 30 rank 8 martial artists from the country. There are 5 rank 8s here in Wuhan military. Together with a few from the ministry and a few from the military department, we will make up to 40 rank 8 martial artists. There are only 35 rank 8 martial artists in the Forbidden Catacombs. From the restricted area, there will not be many rank 8s. Their ability is about the same. As for the rank 7s, the Wuhan military and the ministry can also gather 40 people. Recruiting 60 people or 100 people should be enough. Although there are many rank 7s in the catacombs, don't forget that most of our people now have divine weapons. Their combat strength is stronger. The situation is much better than before. Everyone calculated for a while. In this way, there would be more than 150 high-ranked powerhouses participating in the battle. Compared to the last battle in Tiannan, more people were mobilized and stronger. Divine weapons were fully equipped. There were even more rank 8s and 9s. As Zhang Tao did not mention anything about MCMAU, Minister Wang thought for a while and still said vaguely, that kid Fang Ping is not here. I feel a little unsafe. Zhang Tao's expression darkened. He said lightly, you think Fang Ping is more reliable than me? That guy was only a rank 7. How could he be reliable? When the time comes, I will still be at Mount Royal Sea. That's not what I mean. The key is that kid has a lot of good stuff. We can't dig them out normally, but when the battle starts and he sees that we have casualties, that kid will also throw out the good stuff. Do you know how much life essence he has, Minister? Do you know how many imperishable crystals he gave to MCMAU last time? Usually, this kid hides it very well. Minister, you've robbed him a few times. He might hold a grudge and take revenge on you sooner or later. When the battle starts, that kid won't have so many ideas, Zhang Tao snorted. Do you think I'm afraid of him holding a grudge? What a joke. Who was the martial king? Even if Fang Ping had reached the peak, he would still have to hold it in. How could he be afraid of Fang Ping? Then are you sure you won't recruit MCMAU people? It depends on the situation and the situation. If trouble really happens at this crucial time, Zhang Tao calculated for a while and said, then recruit MCMAU people, especially Fang Ping. Throw them into the catacombs and lure 8 or 10 rank 9s away. Maybe there's a chance. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lure 8 or 10 rank 9s away. What was the minister thinking? Zhang Tao rubbed his chin and said, he and King Huai have a deep grudge. King Huai's 2 plans were ruined by him. He can't wait to kill him. King Huai commands the forbidden catacombs. At this crucial time, his archenemy has come. If Fang Ping provokes him a few more times, how can he not be angry? Also, this time if people come from the restricted zone, some of those high-ranking brats from the King battleground might come too. In the Outland, these people are the masters. If the master wants to kill Fang Ping, will those people not listen? It's not impossible for Fang Ping to lure 8 or 10 rank 9s away. If it really comes to that, won't he be dead meat? That's not necessarily true. If this kid can really run to the bounded zone or hide his aura and find a place to hide, it'll be very difficult to find him. Zhang Tao laughed and said, of course, we won't do that unless it's a crucial moment. If it really doesn't work, let him curse at the passageway entrance. I'll help him amplify his voice. It's good to disturb people's minds. At most, after he's done cursing, let him leave the passageway. Don't say, this trick might work. In a battle between powerhouses, once the mentality is unstable, it'll be a mess. After saying that, Zhang Tao said again, go and find out what Fang Ping has been doing recently. During the battle, keep a close eye on him. Don't let him run around and cause riots in other catacombs. That'll be troublesome. Okay. Minister Wang responded. After that, he felt a little awkward. This was strange, a battle involving a catacomb. Such a big matter, why were we discussing a rank 7 martial artist? This time, the powerhouses involved, rank 7 martial artists counted in the hundreds. Rank 8s might be in the hundreds, there were dozens of rank 9s. They did not care about those rank 9s. Instead, they were discussing a rank 7 martial artist. Just as they were discussing what Fang Ping was doing. Mekmo. Old Manly looked at Fang Ping with a face full of shock. He murmured, what are you doing? Fang Ping said in a low voice, this time, I'm going to do something big. Kid, what's up with you? Old Manly was going crazy. Tell me, how much imperishable substance do you have? It's fine if you use imperishable substance to create the materialization core. Now, you want to use imperishable substance to build an entire city. Do you know how much imperishable substance this will consume? Kid, even if it's a waste, you shouldn't waste it like this. You're only a rank 7. No matter how strong the materialization is, it can only trap a rank 8 at most. But you have so much imperishable substance. Once it's consumed on the materialization, it's the kind that can't be recycled. It's a waste. Fang Ping nodded. I know, but... Instructor, if I turn the entire Sun City into a golden city, do you think I can use it as a real cage city? Fang Ping chuckled. When the war starts, it's very difficult for me to trap a rank 9. It's actually difficult for a rank 8. But if I throw Golden City down, as long as it's within my coverage range, a rank 7 can forget about coming out if they're trapped inside. Isn't the Forbidden Catacombs going to have a big war? I've been thinking about it. I might join the war. After all, Fang Ping, cannot be separated from the war. I won't take care of the powerhouses. But those rank 7 martial artists, there are hundreds of them in each catacombs, right? My previous house was too small. Now that I've turned all the buildings into golden houses, won't I be able to trap them one by one? Once they're trapped, I'll drag them back and kill them slowly. Stop thinking about these useless things all day long. Old Manly frowned. You're wasting so much imperishable substance just to trap a rank 7? With so much imperishable substance, it's enough for you to quickly hone your golden body as a rank 8. It's more than enough to hone to peak rank 8. When you've reached peak rank 8 or even rank 9, killing a rank 9 is more worthwhile than killing dozens of rank 7. Martial arts cultivation is also about cost-effectiveness. That's true. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, but... I have a lot of imperishable substance. Forget it, let's give it up for now. It's not enough to turn a small city into gold. Fang Ping sighed. Less than 200 million imperishable substance. If he spent all of it, there was no way he could completely turn a small city into a small city made of imperishable substance. He still had a long way to go. Without mentioning this matter again, Fang Ping asked again, Instructor, has the minister enlisted MCMAU to join the war? No. Does that mean he's not planning to enlist MCMAU? Maybe, Old Manly said, don't you have an endless supply of imperishable substance? Give me a little more. 30 to 50,000 won't be too little. I'll go to the forbidden catacombs for a walk. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. He knew now that he had spent 1,000 wealth points to condense a strand of imperishable substance that was only 1/10 of Yuanli's destructive force. 10 strands were only 1 Yuanli's power. 30 to 50,000. Wouldn't that be 3 to 500 million wealth points? That was a few trillion wealth points. 1 Yuanli's power was comparable to 10 C celestiality and 5,000 calories vitality force. This referred to the degree of destructive power. A rank 8 powerhouse who had just entered rank 8 could only produce 10 Yuanli's power. If it was divided according to the 9 forging golden body, the amount of imperishable substance that a 1 forging golden body could produce was only this much. It was considered a limit. Only when the forged golden body was stronger could it accommodate more imperishable substance. Old Manly asked for tens of thousands. Fang Ping could not afford it even if he sold his entire fortune. What a black-hearted person. Thinking of this, Fang Ping felt a headache coming on to his future cultivation and recovery. 1 Yuanli's power would require 10,000 wealth points. According to theory, the upper limit that could be accommodated would increase at least 10 Yuanli's power. 9 forging was almost the upper limit of 100 Yuanli's power. 1 recovery would be 1,000,000 wealth points. This was not 1,000,000, it was 10 billion. In the future, a rank 7 divine weapon would only be enough for 1 recovery. It was too extravagant. No wonder rank 8 powerhouses nowadays were so cautious. It could not be helped. They did not have Fang Ping's ability. Even if Fang Ping spent his wealth points, he would need to spend the price of a rank 7 divine weapon to recover completely. They relied purely on the intertwining of their golden body, mentality, and vitality force to produce a little. If they depleted their imperishable substance, the difficulty of recovery would be at least 10 times higher than Fang Ping's, the price of dozens of divine weapons. There were a lot of poor rank 8 ghosts. Who could afford it? Fang Ping ignored Old Manly. He thought for a while and said, "Instructor, you said that I should go to the Xianxia catacombs now to inspect the situation of the freshman's cultivation arcane realm. Can I go in and inspect the Xianxia catacombs?" Inspection? Yes. Old Manly was speechless. Do you think I'll believe you? Do you think the Xianxia catacombs will believe you? Fang Ping, the Forbidden City battle is not far away. Don't cause trouble for everyone. Fang Ping felt tired. How am I causing trouble? These people are saying that I'm causing trouble now. I've always been the one who has contributed, okay? Each and every one of them are afraid that something will happen to me. I'm just going to the bounded domain. I'm going to the bounded domain to take a look. If there's anything good, I'll bring it back. If there's nothing good, I'll leave. It'll only take 1 or 2 days to go back and forth. What are you guys thinking? Besides, the Forbidden Catacombs and the Xianxia Catacombs are on the other side. I'm not going to the other side. I'll go to the side that's adjacent to the Trichine Catacombs, okay? Then I can't not go to the catacombs, can I? Instructor, I'll go to Xianxia in 2 days. I heard that the Xianxia Catacombs is the first catacombs discovered in Sino Nation. I'm quite interested in that side. The seniors of Guangxing Temple said that they discovered immortals. Guangxing Temple has a long history too. I've even seen the records of Guangxing Temple over at Polaris City. There were also people who participated in the battle 1,000 years ago. I'll go to Guangxing Temple to take a look, then Xianxia to take a look. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Don't you think so? Old Manly looked at him for a while. After a long while, he said, "You can try. I might not let you in." Fang Ping pursed his lips. How is that possible? I'm going to Xianxia, not the Forbidden Catacombs. Is there any reason not to let the Martial Arts University Vice-Chancellor go to the catacombs? Please remember the domain name of this book, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version. Starting from September 20th, the government began to issue conscription orders. Mekmao. In the conference room of South District, Huang Jing said, the government did not enlist MCMAU into battle because MCMAU's previous battle had just ended. The Department of Education felt that we needed to recuperate. Tang Feng said calmly, there's no need for that. I'll be participating in this battle. Even if they didn't, they wouldn't reject me if I went. Everyone looked at him. Tang Feng glanced at Fang Ping and said, how do martial artists improve if they don't fight? During the battle at the Gate of Heaven, we didn't put in much effort at all. The light injuries we suffered have long since healed. If I don't fight, I'll need at least a year to reach middle stage rank 7. The only way to break through the barrier was to continuously fight and fight to the death. Only when one's psyche was stimulated and his chi and blood surged to the limit. I don't want to be a burden all the time. In MCMAU now, it doesn't make a difference if I'm around or not. As Tang Feng spoke, he swept a glance at Fang Ping. His gaze was unfriendly as he said, this will prevent some brat from using his mentality to spy on me in the middle of the night without me noticing. Fang Ping looked innocent, you're accusing me wrongly. Humph. Tang Feng's gaze became even more unfriendly. He said sharply, if not, why would everyone know that I ate something in the middle of the night? Fang Ping was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He raised his hand and swore, don't look at me. I didn't do it. It was Teacher Li who told me. He said that you have a special hobby and can't sleep without eating stinky tofu in the middle of the night. That's how I found out about this. You were the one who spread it. No. Humph. The atmosphere in martial arts universities was becoming more and more abnormal. When I go to the Forbidden Catacombs this time, I will also question Minister Zhang. Evil practices must be banned, starting with him. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. In the past, I thought that Minister Zhang was kind and considerate to the people. Now, Tang Feng could not be bothered to explain. MCMAU's unhealthy tendencies were all caused by Zhang Tao. When he went to the Forbidden Catacombs this time, he would definitely interrogate Zhang Tao harshly. As the head of a department, should he do such a thing? Don't you have any morals? In the long run, wouldn't everyone be in danger? He ate stinky tofu, and the whole school knew about it. Even his own daughter would ask him, Dad, did you eat it last night? And the key to all of this was strength. Early stage rank 7 strength was not enough. It was far from enough, he couldn't even block the mental probing of these bastards. Fang Ping shrugged. If you want to question him, go ahead. I won't stop you. I didn't eavesdrop anyway. Old Manly has been doing this a lot lately. Tang Feng is going. Who else wants to go? Huang Jing did not care about the noise from these guys and asked again. Me. Lu Fengru answered without explaining. Old Manly chuckled. I'll go take a look too. I won't fight. I'll just watch. If the restricted zone knows about me, they'll probably send a rank 9 to keep an eye on me. I can also hold back a rank 9's combat strength. Huang Jing heard this and said, if the 3 of you want to go, I'm afraid the principal can't go. Elder Fan had been recruited. The Ministry of Education wanted the principal to stay in Hope City to prevent any trouble from happening in Shanghai. High Grandmaster Su Haoran was stationed in the catacombs of Zhongzhou, replacing Alliance leader Zhao. High Grandmaster Wei Yong guarded the Nanjiang catacombs, replacing Wu to guard it. This way, Elder Fan, Alliance Master Zhao, and Guardian Wu will be able to fight. At the side, Lu Polu spoke slowly, I won't be going this time. As he said that, he looked at Fang Ping and asked, do you still have life essence? Lend me 10 caddies. Fang Ping's expression was one of astonishment, followed by extreme joy. Lu Polu was the oldest grandmaster in MCMAU. He rarely said anything, much less took the initiative to ask Fang Ping to borrow anything. But now, Fang Ping said immediately, no problem. Is 10 caddies enough? Old Lu, you're going to. Lu Polu laughed. Not yet. I've only honed 21 skulls now. There are still 5 that haven't been honed. This time, I want to try and see if I can complete the honing of these 5 skulls as soon as possible. I've been stuck at rank 7 for too long, so long that I'm almost in despair. During the Nanjiang battle, I thought that if I went, the one who would most likely die would be me. In the end, it was NMAU's vice-chancellor and the others. During the Magic City battle, I thought that I would die too. In the end, I didn't. Since I can't die, then I'll take a gamble. This time, I'll try and see if I can complete the honing of the skulls using a large amount of life essence like I did with longevity, 21 pieces already. Old Lu, you're progressing really fast these days. Fang Ping beamed. Life essence is no problem. If Old Lu needs it, I still have some imperishable substances that are more suitable for honing the skulls. If I can enter rank 8, then MCMAU will be even stronger. Lu Polu's qualifications were really old. The people of the old Vice-Chancellor's generation took an even longer time to break through to rank 7. Logically speaking, after rank 7, the barrier of qualifications had already been eliminated. However, it was unknown whether it was because of his previous injuries or his old age that he lacked some drive. Lu Polu had never been able to enter rank 8. Now, there was finally some hope. No wonder he did not mention going to the Forbidden Catacombs this time. Fang Ping did not say much. Soon, a bottle appeared in front of him and he tossed it to Lu Polu. Lu Polu smiled but did not say anything. A piece of paper floated toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping saw Gua Xingquan and the other new grandmasters looking at him curiously. He coughed dryly and said, "I was just joking." Just joking. Seniors, please don't mind me. At this moment, Gua Xingquan had also read the contents of the note clearly. He could not help but laugh. Then, he said, "Everyone, you don't have to treat us as outsiders. Since we've come to MCMAU, then we're part of MCMAU. These few days, we've also gained some understanding of MCMAU. Honestly, MCMAU is better than we thought. The atmosphere here is very good. At first, I thought that MCMAU is similar to Polaris City. Everyone is in charge of their own things. Although we say that we're from the same city, we're not a family after all. There are still differences. But now that we're here, I've realized that I was wrong. MCMAU's high-ranked martial artists are worthy of being called grandmasters, just their magnanimity alone is something that we can't hope to achieve." Gua Xingquan was full of emotions. He said, "We also know about the Battle of Forbidden City. Before this, we really didn't consider participating. I even thought that MCMAU had no choice but to participate in the battle if the government did not enlist us. But today, everyone's words make me feel very ashamed. The threat of the catacombs, the threat of mankind. Every martial artist from the outside world dares to fight, and everyone wants to fight. For the Battle of Forbidden City, I'll go with Dean Tang and the rest." Beside him, Guanfu also laughed. "I'll go too. Let's go together. It'll be considered an official debut. Now that we've left Polaris City, we haven't achieved anything. Coming to MCMAU, to be honest, I also feel that we don't get along very well with everyone. The biggest reason is probably that we've never fought together. After experiencing life and death together, I think MCMAU will no longer be estranged from us. If we want to live our own lives, as martial artists, fighting is indispensable." Fang Ping said hurriedly, "Seniors," Guanfu laughed. "See, the estrangement is here. You've always called us seniors. We've also heard of the others that you've called. We've also heard of Big Lion, Old Man Li, Old Man Huang, Old Wu, and so on. In my opinion, this is trust and closeness. Of course, we've only known each other for a short time, but if we want to quickly integrate into MCMAU, there are still some things that need to be done." Having said that, Guanfu laughed again. After all, we're already rank 8 martial artists and have comprehended the martial path of origin. Our abilities aren't considered weak. I've known Hui, Old Gua and a few others for decades. We've also entered the catacombs together to fight. If the three of us join forces to deal with a rank 9 weakling, we're still confident. If the other party has only comprehended the origin but not the martial path, then there's a high chance that he's no match for us. Beside him, Mei Lingfeng said coldly, "That's right. The three of us may not be as strong as Vice-Chancellor Wu and Dean Li, but if the three of us join forces, we won't be weaker than the average rank 9. Since we want to come out and gain everyone's approval, then we can't be left out of such a big battle. This time, there are more than 100 grandmasters participating in this battle. With the three of us participating in this battle, we can be considered to have officially integrated into the martial arts world and become a part of it. No matter how famous we are on the grandmaster ranking, we won't feel unworthy anymore. After the three of them said that, Fang Ping pondered slightly. Old Manly laughed. Are the three of you sure you want to go? After all, there are a lot of powerhouses participating in this battle, and they may die. The three of you have just come out of retirement. If you don't go, no one will say anything. When Fang Ping invited you to come out of retirement, he also made it clear that you will only teach and not enter the catacombs. Even Minister Zhang agreed to this point. Guo Xingquan said calmly, martial arts must fight. Since we've come out, then we must understand this principle. We are also rank 8 martial artists, how can we not understand? As for dying in battle, if we really die in the forbidden catacombs, I only hope that when the catacombs are made public in the future, we can leave our names behind. In this life, we must live out our own lives. Old Manly laughed heartily. That's true. The three of you are all rank 8 powerhouses and have comprehended the origin. Since you've already made up your mind, then we won't persuade you otherwise. However, instructors Liang and Fan, don't go this time. You're only rank 7. It's your first time participating in such a large-scale battle. It's too dangerous. Seeing that the two of them still wanted to say something, Old Manly pressed his hands together and said, if the two of you really want to, you can go to Hope City to assist the Vice-Chancellor and guard Magic City's catacombs. Old Wu wanted to go initially, but there are many in Skygate City now. Magic City. Fang Ping interrupted. Old Manly rolled his eyes and continued, there are many MCMAU instructors and students gathered in Magic City. Old Wu is also worried. Huang Jing and the two of you, together with Old Wu, Ko Bianjiang, and the rest, should be enough to guard 2 cities. As for me, I'll bring Tang Feng, Fengru, and Old Gua. The 6 of us will go to the Forbidden Catacombs together. Old Lu will be guarding the school. It's a good chance for him to go into closed-door cultivation to see if he can achieve rank 8. Fang Ping and Li Hansong, the two of you decide. As the strongest powerhouse in the school, Old Manly did not hesitate to make arrangements. After saying that, he said smugly, MCMAU is really strong. Not only can we guard the catacombs, we can also support other places. It's equivalent to 2 or 3 rank 9 combatants supporting the Forbidden Catacombs. Just this point alone, the West and South Guardian matters can't compare to us. Fang Ping looked at him smugly and shook his head helplessly. A bottle appeared in his hand again, tossing it to him, saying, this is all the life essence. You should use it sparingly. After saying that, many golden spheres appeared in his hand again, tossing them to everyone, saying, this is all I can do. Oh right, Old Gua, do you and the rest have divine weapons? He had never asked about this before. Guo Xingquan shook his head and said, we don't have that. You know, we don't have many catacombs battles, so, is that so? Fang Ping sighed in his heart. What a pauper. It was normal for them to not give it to them over at Star City. They did not participate in the battles, so giving it to them was useless. He Kuang was only working with them over at Star City. They were not really a family. Fang Ping had many divine weapons himself. Even though he had auctioned some last time and distributed some to some rank 6 instructors later, he still had many in his hands. After thinking for a moment, Fang Ping said, the 3 seniors are all rank 8 powerhouses. Rank 7 divine weapons won't be of much help. However, Minister Zhang is over there. He has the ability to fuse divine weapons. I still have 12 rank 7 divine weapons here. I don't know if I can fuse them into 3 rank 8 divine weapons. A rank 7 divine weapons value was about 10 billion. A rank 8 divine weapons value was at least 30 billion and above. The higher ones could be as high as 50 billion. In terms of value, it was not impossible to fuse 3 or 4 divine weapons into one rank 8. However, old Zhang would probably have to put in a lot of effort. After Fang Ping said that, without waiting for them to speak, 12 divine weapons flew out and floated toward the 3 of them. Not only the divine weapons, but also a note. They were stunned for a moment. Fang Ping smiled and said, let's do it according to the usual practice. Since the 3 instructors don't have divine weapons, then I'll lend 12 of them this time. Each of you can write an IOU of 50 billion. They were stunned again. Fang Ping smiled and said, none of you have any doubts, right? This is very normal. This is also MCMAU's practice. There are too many instructors who write IOUs to me here in MCMAU. Dean Li has a few trillion. Vice Chancellor Wu has 200 billion. After this, old Lu will also have close to 100 billion. Instructor Tang, my instructor, Vice Chancellor Huang, they all have tens of billions. Those instructors and students in the school, there are even more who write IOUs to me. If you have the money, I'll pay it back. If you don't, there's no rush. The 3 rank 8 powerhouses were stunned for a moment. Then, a few of them laughed. It was a very surprising thing. They did not expect to have such an experience in just a few days after coming to MCMAU. The first surprise was Fang Ping's wealth. He gave out life essence like water. There were more than 10 divine weapons at every turn. They had never experienced such an experience, even in Star City where there were more than 10 people. They had never written IOUs before. However, they had seen the IOU that Lu Polu wrote earlier. Now, they followed suit and wrote one for each of them. Fang Ping put them away quickly. He sighed in his heart. There were more and more IOUs. After he put them away, he looked at the 2 rank 7s, Liang Yuqin and Fan Hua. He smiled and said, although both of you are only going to the Magic City catacombs, and there may not be any danger or battles, it's not bad to have a divine weapon to protect yourself. I'll lend each of you a rank 7 divine weapon. Let's write an IOU of 10 billion, Old Manly rolled his eyes and said, didn't you say there were only 12? This time, it's really the last 2. Fang Ping sighed and said, completely gone. Other than the 2 divine weapons I don't have any more. The harvest from the King battleground has been completely used up this time. All the divine weapons were gone. Back then, they had obtained more than 100 divine weapons. However, they had used them 7 or 8 times. Including some rank 6 instructors, they had really run out of divine weapons. Even the 2 ancient divine weapons that were comparable to rank 9 were given to Chen Yaoting and Tai Tu. Fang Ping had given it to Tai Tu earlier and asked him to find old Zhang to modify into a boxing glove that was suitable for him. This fellow only had armor. He did not have an offensive divine weapon. He was still using A-class alloy boxing gloves. A rank 9 ancient divine weapon did not have any spirituality to begin with. Tai Tu eagerly went to find old Zhang to modify it, and it became a rank 8 boxing glove. It was similar to Chen Yaoting. The last time he used an ancient divine weapon to merge with his own divine weapon, it only became a rank 8 divine weapon. But it was considered a fine one. This time, the 14 divine weapons were out. Other than the 2 that Fang Ping used himself, he had no more divine weapons. The divine weapons are gone. The life essence has also been given to Old Manly. I've stuffed the energy ores into the mineral vein. I've also thrown the mentality accessories to Round Face and Chen Yunqi. Fang Ping did some calculations and looked at the empty storage space again. At this moment, he was really poor. He could not be any poorer. Including the Skygate tree. He had thrown it all to Old Wu in exchange for an IOU that he did not know if it could be cashed out. The gains from the King battleground and the Skygate battle have all been used up. After distributing the items, Fang Ping looked at everyone and said, then I wish all the instructors a safe journey. Safety is the priority. When you enter the catacombs, don't ever mention my name. This time, I heard that people from the restricted area are going there. There's also King Huai supervising the battle. It's best if you even take off your MCMAU martial arts uniform. Students in the restricted area have provoked countless enemies. It's more serious than all the instructors think. Don't ever mention me. Everyone was speechless. The few new grandmasters had a strange look on their faces. These words. Why did this guy sound so unreliable? Lu Fengru ignored him and asked, what about you and Li Hansong? The 2 of us will go somewhere else. We won't be a burden to all the instructors. Fang Ping smiled. This time, we'll see if we can get our hands on a mentality cultivation method. If we can, we'll be rich. It'll be much better than destroying the catacombs. When the time comes, with a cultivation method that can cultivate mentality quickly, we'll still be able to rise up the ranks. The instructors won't have to stay in this realm because of mentality anymore. After saying that, Fang Ping looked at Huang Jing and said, Vice Chancellor Huang, you'd better enter rank 8 as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might be surpassed by me when I return this time. Huang Jing was speechless. He had already honed a piece of his skull and entered peak rank 7. As long as he honed another 25 pieces, he would be rank 8. This kid was so confident. However, once this kid finished honing his skull, once his mentality reached 3000 Hz and above, he might really be surpassed in no time. For a moment, Huang Jing was a little anxious. Just look at Tang Feng and the others. Now, they would run wherever there was a war. Why? Was it not because of the pressure? It was too hopeless. He and Lu Fengru had just broken through this year. They were both early stage rank 7. Ranking aside, the key was their realm. Beside them, the two grandmasters, Liang Yuqin and Fan Hua, were also slightly nervous. So soon, both of them were upper stage rank 7 martial artists. Their skulls had not been honed officially. MCMAU's Grandmaster meeting ended very quickly. The Grandmasters went about their own business. Those who should go to the Forbidden Catacombs went to the Forbidden Catacombs. Those who should go to the Magic City Catacombs went to the Magic City Catacombs. The Forbidden Catacombs Great War would happen at the end of this month or the beginning of next month. Fang Ping spread his wealth in exchange for close to 200 billion worth of IOUs. He did not get anything else. If the school sends more Grandmasters in the future, I won't have any more divine weapons to borrow. Dean Luo, Dean Zhang, and Old Su, the three soon-to-be Grandmasters, all have divine weapons. Dean Chen and Dean Hu also have divine weapons. But if others break through, there will be no more divine weapons for them. Qin Fengqing, on the other hand, didn't need to worry about him. He had obtained one in suppressing Star City, and if he really reached the 7th grade, he wouldn't lack divine weapons. It's time to go to the West Mountain Catacombs. Fang Ping made up his mind. He made a few calls and was ready to depart. On the 21st of September, Fang Ping prepared to depart. Before he could move, he was stopped by someone. In the Crystal Tower. Chen Yunqi's expression was complicated. You're leaving again? Yes. For the past year, Fang Ping had been running around. If he was not going to the catacombs, he was in closed-door cultivation. His free time was getting lesser and lesser. To the Forbidden Catacombs? No, go to the West Mountain. West Mountain? Going to Star Town again? Star Town was also in West Mountain. Fang Ping had just returned. Fang Ping chuckled. Not this time. This time, we're going to the Xishan Catacombs to inspect the environment. Isn't there a freshman cultivation arcane realm over there? I'll go take a look. I'll go too. Inspecting the environment? She wanted to go too. Fang Ping was speechless. I was just saying it. Did you really take it seriously? Fang Ping did not reply. He chuckled. You've entered middle stage rank 5. Your speed isn't slow anymore. The school still has some meridian sculpting flowers. Use them all in my name. Finish honing your meridians as soon as possible. Sculpting your meridians takes up more time. Without the meridian sculpting flowers, it's very difficult to enter upper stage rank 5. When you've entered upper stage rank 5 and honed your flesh, I've also left you some life essence. Enter peak rank 5 as soon as possible. Once you've reached peak rank 5, if you can locate the Sanjiao Gate, then I can help you enter peak rank 6 quickly. That way, you can catch up to my rank as soon as possible. When I find the mentality cultivation method and you cultivate it, you might be able to achieve mentality-vitality fusion very quickly. You might even be able to materialize to rank 7. This won't take up too much time. Otherwise, if you run around with me now, you won't be able to cultivate to rank 5 by yourself. I won't be able to help you much then. After hearing what Fang Ping said, Chen Yunqi gritted her teeth. She nodded. I understand. Oh right, about Yuan, supervise her. She's already at peak rank 1. I hope she'll be at rank 2 by the time I return. Nowadays, everyone's cultivation speed has increased a lot. She's my younger sister. She can't be too slow. Having said that, Fang Ping looked at the time and said, I'll leave first. Qin Fengqing and the rest are coming too? Ironhead is going. I didn't bring Qin Fengqing. Fang Ping abandoned Qin Fengqing once again. That guy was only rank 6. He would not bring him. Hearing that Qin Fengqing was not going to, Xianxia did not say anything. It was not that she was jealous. Although Qin Fengqing was despicable, she would not be jealous of him. Even peak rank 6 Qin Fengqing could not go. It was normal for Fang Ping not to let her go. Be careful. I will. Fang Ping left quickly. Xianxia stood at the top of the tower and watched him leave. For a moment, she was a little dazed. The top of the tower. She used to think that Fang Ping stood at the top of the tower and looked around to show off. However, at this moment, she suddenly had a different feeling. Loneliness. Standing at the top of the tower, she could see everything in the school. She could see the prosperity outside the school. She could also see instructors and students carrying weapons on their backs, walking in all directions alone. Moving forward with a heavy load, at this moment, she felt a sudden limitless pressure on her body. Looking at the teachers and students running in all directions, looking at the bustling city outside, Fang Ping was moving forward with a heavy load, standing at the top of this tower. Did he also feel the limitless pressure? So. I still don't understand him, Xianxia murmured softly. On this day, Xianxia sat at the top of the tower, replacing Fang Ping and looking around. The waves of invisible pressure made her desperately hope that she could become stronger, so that she could relieve some of Fang Ping's pressure. On this day, countless teachers and students were surprised. Even Xianxia had been influenced by the company she kept? Looking at the shocked faces of those teachers and students, Xianxia murmured in her heart again and again. You don't understand him. It was lonely at the top. Only by standing here could one understand how much pressure a prodigy like Fang Ping was under. That pressure made it hard for people to breathe. This is Fang Ping. In this era, no one is more magnificent than him. Please remember this book's original domain name. Mobile version, outside the school. In the car. Li Hansong asked softly, You're really not bringing old Qin? Fang Ping shook his head. He's only rank 6. Are we sending him to his death? That guy keeps asking us when we're leaving. He even called yesterday and told us to inform him when we're leaving. Qin Fengqing was not in school. That guy had gone to the cult black market to earn some money. Otherwise, Fang Ping would not have gotten rid of him so easily in school. Fang Ping leaned against the seat and exhaled softly. Ignore him. He's almost at mentality vitality unity. It's better for him to cultivate hard now. To him, cultivating hard isn't a good thing. Li Hansong laughed and said, Why do you always like to drive every time you go out? Nonsense. Isn't flying tiring? Isn't flying troublesome? You drive. I'll rest for a while. I'm not the one who's tired. Why don't I drive? Li Hansong was speechless. What he said made sense. He could not refute him. At the same time. Dongwu Province. Qin Fengqing received a call. He yelled as he hacked at the fleeing cult martial artists, Speak louder. What's up? What are you doing? Zhang Yu asked from the other side of the phone. Oh, robbing. No, cleaning up the cult's stronghold. Qin Fengqing said as he hacked another rank 4 martial artist to death. He asked, Hurry up and tell me. I'm busy. Zhang Yu was speechless. After a while, he said, Fang Ping and the others have left the school. Left? Yes. Bastard. Qin Fengqing cursed. With a sweep of his saber, the spacious abandoned factory collapsed immediately. Screams rang out. You're not bringing me along again. Bullying the weak, aren't you? Qin Fengqing cursed. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe that I can't live without him. Old Zhang, give me 3 divine fruit and a dark moon herb on credit. Send them to me. I need them urgently. What are you standing there for? It's only 5 billion. How much is that? Aren't you the deputy director of the school administration? If you can get them on credit, help me get some. I'll put your name on it. You, nonsense, why would I come to you if I could pay on credit? Old Zhang, you have to think this through. Fang Ping and the others have formed their own clique. They've long cast you and me aside. If you want to do well and reach rank 7, you can't rely on them. You still have to rely on me, Qin Fengqing. If you invest in me now, you will be rich in the future. It's only 6.5 billion. It's not even enough to buy a divine weapon. When I earn money later, I'll pay you double the millions you owed me before. How dare you mention such a small amount of money to me, Qin Fengqing? Alright, it's just a small amount of money. How about this? I cleaned up an evil cult black market in Dongyuwu. It's not much, but there's still around 300 to 500 million. Do I have no money? Do I care about this small amount of money? Since you've arranged for someone to take over, just treat it as me repaying my debt. Am I, Qin Fengqing, the kind of person who doesn't pay back what I owe? I'll return you a few hundred million. Is that enough? Stop talking nonsense. Give me something on credit first and come here as soon as possible. I'll take them and achieve mentality-vitality fusion immediately. I'll be a grandmaster in 3 days and an 8th grade in 10 days. On the other end of the line, Zhang Yu was stunned. So generous? I only mentioned it once, and you actually returned hundreds of millions to me? Was Qin Fengqing stupid? Are you sure? Of course. Alright, I'll be right there. Remember to bring something over. After hanging up, Qin Fengqing curled his lips and muttered, Zhang Yu is still so stupid. A few hundred million for a few billion. He still doesn't understand the math. Zhang Yu was the real idiot. He laughed as if he had gotten a great deal. You've borrowed so many things, but I can't borrow them myself. When I achieve mentality-vitality fusion and become a grandmaster, just like now, what's a few million? A few million in the past was not enough. Look at it now. Just casually cleaning up a black market would be a harvest of hundreds of millions. When I become a grandmaster, I'll be able to make hundreds of billions with a casual job. Why would I care about this little bit of money now? Qin Fengqing understood in his heart. After thinking for a while, he made another call. The call was picked up after a long time. Once the call was connected, Qin Fengqing said, Fatty, lend me the mentality prohibition accessory, and then lend me 3 stalks of dark moon grass. Oh right, lend me some life essence too. Fatty, you're not in a hurry to go down to the catacombs, and you're not going to the king battleground either. Lend me first. When your brother Qin becomes rich, I'll protect you. Don't worry. Fang Ping is a local tycoon. No matter how much you invest, that kid won't feel anything. It's different if you invest in me. If you give it to him, it'll be icing on the cake. If you give it to me, it'll be a timely help. When I reach rank 7, there won't be any barriers to qualifications. 3 days rank 8, 5 days rank 9, Baldy, are you going to do something big? Xianxia asked, a little excited. Why don't we go together? He had been thinking about going down to the catacombs with Qin Fengqing. If he went with Fang Ping and the others, those fellows were too good at stirring up trouble. However, he dared not go to the king battleground now. He did not know where to go in the outskirts. Today, he had also reached peak rank 6. He still had some expectations for rank 7. Qin Fengqing was surprised. You want to go with me? Yes. Are you sure? Of course. Qin Fengqing rubbed his chin, muttering, First, I won't be responsible if you die. Second, you have to pay protection fees. Third, my gains belong to me. If you give me 30% of your gains, I'll bring you there. Otherwise, I won't do it. You're too stupid. If I bring you along, I'm worried that I'll be tortured to death by you. Baldy, you're looking down on me too much. At least I have a divine weapon. I didn't even die in the king battleground. What will happen to me if I go to the outskirts? Qin Fengqing licked his lips, squinting. Fatty, I'm serious. If you really want to do it with me, then bring everything you've got. Whatever life-saving gadgets you have, bring them all. It's best if you find your family's pervert and borrow all your divine weapons and armors. Also, whatever good stuff your family's ancestor has, bring it all. Xianxia was a little uneasy. He gulped and asked, Where are you going? To the forbidden catacombs. I'll take you to raid your house while the high ranks are at war. Once the high ranks are at war, all the high ranks will come out. We're not high ranks. Those who stay in the city are probably rank 5 or 6. The high ranks won't stay in the city anymore. We're middle ranks. We're not eye-catching. As long as we can kill a large number of middle-ranked martial artists, including some at Mentality Vitality Unity, we'll definitely make a fortune this time. The dark moon grass is a specialty of the Forbidden Catacombs. I've asked. The Forbidden Catacombs produces a lot of dark moon grass. Every major city should have some. If we get some, both of us can achieve rank 7. Fatty, if you don't achieve high ranks, you won't be able to survive. From now on, it'll be the era of high ranks. You have a lot of life-saving items. Do you dare to do it? Xianxia, who was on the other end of the phone, was about to cry. Don't tease me. A few hundred high ranks are participating in the war. You want me to go with you to hunt the bottom? You could lose your life if you're not careful. This is more dangerous than the last time in the King battleground. Xianxia was about to refuse when Qin Fengqing said faintly, I'm not counting on you. Just lend me some life-saving gadgets. I've got some good stuff, I'll share some with you. Fang Ping and the others are too much. They don't bring me anywhere. They're looking down on me. Just wait outside the catacombs. You'll get your share later. Baldy, are you really going? That's too dangerous. You might as well go to other catacombs. Are you stupid? Fortune comes from danger. The Forbidden Catacombs is the safest. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. If I go to other catacombs, that's dangerous. But if I go to the Forbidden Catacombs, who would care about a middle-ranked martial artist? Who would believe that I, a middle-ranked martial artist, would dare to raid their house and raid their lair? Do you dare to believe it? No way. Since you don't dare to believe it, then no one will. If you're capable, then lend me some other things. Something like a golden fruit. Lend me as many as you can. If I really die in there, you can go and ask Fang Ping for a debt. That bastard said he's my ancestor. Sure, I owe him money. As my ancestor, he has to pay me back, right? How about it? Deal? Xianxia was silent for a moment. He said in a low voice, Why are you working so hard? Of course. You have your ancestor to protect you. What do I have? I have a worthless life. Am I supposed to stay at rank 6 for the rest of my life? Am I supposed to be an instructor in MCMAU who doesn't care about anything? There are 13 high ranks in MCMAU now. No, there will be 16 soon. I can't survive in MCMAU anymore. That bastard Fang Ping sees that I'm pitiful and gives me some benefits. When he wants to do something big, he doesn't even consider me. Am I afraid of death? Mother **Ker, I'm not afraid of death. But what's the use of not being afraid of death? Even if I'm not afraid of death, he won't care. How can I be satisfied being looked down upon by this bastard? Who am I, Qin Fengqing? In this era, the strongest genius, the strongest martial artist, the strongest prodigy. I only have one goal now. That is to be stronger than Fang Ping. When I'm stronger, I'll definitely beat him up and make him suck up to me every day, Xianxia murmured, what a noble goal. Of course. Qin Fengqing's face was full of pride. He said quickly, Fatty, have you thought about it? Xianxia hesitated for a moment. After a long while, he said, I can lend it to you, but you. Forget it. You might not have the chance to return it to me. Also, I'll give you another piece of information. Since you're ready to die, you don't have to worry about danger. Dark moongrass is actually nothing. Do you know what dark moongrass is? This was a type of grass that grew from a demon plant. This demon plant was called the underworld moon tree. The underworld moon tree grew in the periphery of the forbidden area of the Forbidden Catacombs. There were many of them there. If you have the ability to kill an underworld moon tree, if you are not afraid of death or self-destruction, then you can directly swallow the core and brain of the underworld moon tree. I guarantee that you'll be a rank 7 immediately. However, this was very dangerous, and the possibility of self-destruction was higher. But if you're really in a desperate situation, you can give it a try. Maybe you can enter rank 7, and then there won't be any problems. There's such a thing? Of course. Think about who I am. My family's patriarch likes to take notes. I know a lot of things. How about this? I'll wait for you outside the forbidden catacombs. Coincidentally, my grandfather will be there too. I'll go with him. Baldy, if you really die, then I'll be making a loss. You better not die and come back to pay me back. Rest assured. Qin Fengqing hung up the phone and grinned. This time, he borrowed something worth tens of billions. Fang Ping, you better pray that I don't die. Otherwise, I'll let them all come to you to collect the debt. He had made up his mind. If he died, then he would not have to pay the debt. If he did not die, then it would be fine. He would pay when he had the money. I told you not to bring me along. When I come back alive, I'll go straight to rank 7, no, rank 8. Your jaw will drop. Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth. Very quickly, he killed everyone. After exiting the collapsed factory, he shouted at the martial artists who were in fear and trepidation outside, "You guys take 10% of the things. The rest is mine." "Thank you, Grandmaster Qin." Qin Fengqing looked awkward. Grandmaster sounded like a swindler. I want to be a Grandmaster, I don't want this bullshit tea. Grandmaster, after leaving this mess for others to clean up, Qin Fengqing did not delay. He went to pick up Xianxia first and achieve mentality-vitality fusion as soon as possible. Then, he would go to the forbidden catacombs to meet up with Fatty. After getting the things, he would enter the catacombs. He would go in first and figure out the situation. Then, he would wait for the high-rank war to erupt. This time, he would not come out until he reached rank 7. If he cultivated step by step, how long would it take for his mentality to materialize? Fang Ping said that in a few years, the all-out war would start. When that time came, even if he reached rank 7, what use would it be? This time, when I reach rank 7, when I return to school, I guarantee that everyone will be dumbfounded. Wait for Dean Luo and the others to reach rank 7. I'll be faster than them. I'll show you what a real genius is. Qin Fengqing was thinking happily. He did not care about Fang Ping and the others anymore. If he did not bring them along, then so be it. It was as if he could not live without them. Fang Ping and the others went to Xishan. Qin Fengqing took the things from Xianxia and went straight to the forbidden catacombs. The Grandmasters rushed to capital city one after another, waiting for the big war. The other Grandmasters also entered the catacombs and began to keep watch. This time, there might be a catacombs riot. The restricted area would not sit idly by anymore. This time, the other catacombs might also be attacked. In the huge Sino nation, almost all the high-ranked martial artists were carrying heavy loads and moving forward, waiting for the arrival of victory. Middle-ranked martial artists also rushed to where they were supposed to go. Closed-door training, unless they were really at the juncture of breaking through a realm. Otherwise, how many middle-ranked and high-ranked powerhouses would obediently go into closed-door training? The martial artists of the neo-martial era had all walked out of bloodshed. For the past 100 years, the war had never stopped. When Fan Yuan walked in the southern area, looking at the towers that were empty, she suddenly felt like crying. Brother left again, the Grandmasters had all left, even Sister Yunxi had left. After sitting at the top of Fang Ping's crystal tower for half a day, she left with her longsword. She did not listen to Fang Ping and went into closed-door training to break through. MCMAU did not have many meridian sculpting flowers. Previously, Fang Ping had obtained some from the military department. After using them until now, there were not many left. The remaining ones might not be enough for her to build her meridians. Since they had all gone crazy, then she would go crazy for once too. Go and fight, sublimate in battle, rise in battle. In the neo-martial era, among the 3 big rank 9 female martial artists, which one of them did not rise in bloodshed? If they did not experience bloodshed, how many female high ranks could there be in Star Town? There might be hope for rank 7, but what about rank 8 and rank 9? Qin Yunxi, was also not willing to rely on Fang Ping to become a rank 7 who had not experienced many battles. If that happened, she might never be able to walk out of her own origin path. Chen Yunxi left. When Fang Yuan walked around the southern area as if she had lost her soul, Zhao Xuemei, who had just come out of closed-door training, left with the alloy staff in her hand without looking at anyone else. Zhao Lei and Fu Chongding had their arms around each other's shoulders. Carrying their weapons, they laughed heartily and strode away. The indifferent Xiao Lei did not say a word. He took the flight step and left. No one knew where he was going. Teacher Song, who was usually kind and amiable, did not even look at his daughter. He laughed heartily, took the flight step, and left quickly. Fang Yuan's eyes were misty with tears. When she saw a figure in front of her, she could not help but choke. "Teacher, is the catacombs really that powerful?" Bairuashi smiled and patted her head gently. She sighed softly. "Very powerful, very powerful. The neo-martial era is the glorious era of martial arts. It is also the glorious era of martial artists. At the same time, it is also an era stained with blood. You have a powerful brother. In this era, the more powerful you are, the harder it is to walk. Powerhouses, this is an era of sorrow and happiness for powerhouses." Bairuashi looked into the distance and murmured softly, "They are carrying a heavy burden and moving forward. They are resisting the invasion of the darkness. They walk in the darkness, but they bring light. Your brother is a hero. MCMAU's hero. Sino Nation's hero. Perhaps he is also a hero of all mankind. Yuan, he hoped that you could stay away from the darkness and the neo-martial era for the rest of your life. But he forgot, martial artists can't turn back. When he handed you to me, he probably never thought that I am not a weak woman. How could I do as he wished?" Bairuashi laughed softly. "Do you want to become stronger?" "Yes." "Then go and fight. Your brother, a rank 1, has already started to carry out missions. He has killed countless evil sect martial artists. Even someone as weak as Chen Yunqi dared to draw her sword and fight. That is why there is a rank 5 Chen Yunqi today. I don't expect you to help your brother share those burdens. I only hope that you will not be a burden to him. He is too emotional and too weak. The more he worries, the more he will fall into a demonic barrier. You are different from others. If others die, he will not go crazy. If you die, he will collapse. He is also different from others. Those grandmasters and those at the peak care about their families, but they are not as stubborn and crazy as him. I have accepted a few missions for you. Kill some rank 1 evil sect martial artists. Go and do the missions while your brother is not back yet." Fang Yuan bit her lip and nodded heavily. Soon, the little girl turned around and ran outside. After a while, Lu Polu suddenly appeared and said softly, "You shouldn't have done this. If Fang Ping found out, he would hate you. He trusted you, that is why he handed his sister over to you." Bairuashi said softly, "Old Lu, I know. But the more he worries, the more unwilling he is, the easier it is for something to happen. Don't worry, I will keep up unless I die first. If I really die, he can't blame me." Bairuashi sighed. "People like us are powerless to share the burden. At least we can let his family have the ability to protect themselves. Since his sister has embarked on the path of martial arts, then continue on that path. As for his parents, let them be completely normal people." Lu Polu also let out a long sigh and quickly disappeared on the spot. It was time for him to think of a way to break through. The great MCMAU could become as strong as it was today mostly thanks to Fang Ping. These people could die in battle, but Fang Ping could not. "I hope everything goes well in Xishan." This thought flashed through Lu Polu's mind, and he quickly fell into silence. The southern area also began to fall silent. Everyone hoped that Fang Ping would go well. However, the moment Fang Ping arrived at Xishan, he felt that things were not going well. When Fang Ping arrived at Lianhua City, he had suffered a double blow. When the news of Fang Ping's arrival spread, Guangxing Temple at the foot of Taihui Mountain suddenly closed its doors. Star City, which was still quite a distance away. Jiang Hao suddenly called him. Star City was busy these few days and did not welcome guests. Fang Ping came to Xishan again. When Star City received the news, they asked Jiang Hao to tell Fang Ping not to come to Star City. The reason why Guangxing Temple, which was also in Xishan province, closed its doors, was because Guanxing Temple had the existence of resurrected martial artists. Fang Ping had abducted many resurrected martial artists to MCMAU. Some people did not know that those people were resurrected martial artists, but Guanxing Temple still knew. Therefore, to prevent the resurrected martial artists from being abducted, Guanxing Temple had no intention of welcoming guests. The meaning of closing the doors was very clear. They did not welcome guests today, they would not welcome guests no matter who came. It was not easy for Guanxing Temple to pass down its legacy until now. It was not easy for them to have a rank 8 senior return. If he was abducted, how could they reason with him, walking at the foot of Taihui Mountain, looking at the closed Guanxing Temple in the distance, watching some monks peeping through the air? Fang Ping suddenly said loudly, "Iron Head, I heard that Guanxing Temple's Tripitaka is one of the strongest cultivation methods in the era of sections. It might involve mentality cultivation methods. After all, the Tripitaka has been passed down for 1,000 years. Do you want to go take a look? 1,000 years? At this point in time, it's really not impossible." Li Hansong added. "All the more reason to take a look. At the same time, I can talk to Master Mingji about life." Their voices were not low. Very soon, an old voice came from inside the temple. "Benefactors, if you really want to study the Tripitaka, the temple is willing to give you a rubbing." "There is indeed no mentality cultivation method," Fang Ping laughed. "Master Mingji doesn't want to talk about martial arts with us? We can talk about Buddhism too. I have done some research on this." After talking for a while, the monk in the temple did not utter a word. Fang Ping was a little bored. He sighed. "Forget it. Since we're not welcome, we don't have to talk. Really, we're not bandits. We're just admiring Guanxing Temple. How dare they reject us outside the door? This is too hurtful, let's go. Iron Head, go to the entrance of Xishan. It's boring here." Let's go." Both of them looked bored and left quickly. After the two of them left, inside the temple, a young monk with delicate features looked at the old monk in front of him and said in a low voice, "Master, why didn't you let the Demon General and Vajra General enter the temple?" "This?" The old monk's eyebrows turned white. He smiled bitterly. "Master is afraid that his Zen heart will be unstable and he will be bewitched and leave Guanxing Temple. Hui Hong and a few old friends have been living in seclusion in Star City for many years. If he goes there, Hui Hong and the others don't even need to use their titles. They can go to MCMAU and start all over again. If I leave this time, the 1,000-year legacy of Guanxing Temple might be destroyed." In the huge Guanxing Temple, he was the only rank 8 powerhouse at the moment. MCMAU Fang Ping had tricked Hui Hong and the others with a few words. He did not dare to talk to them in depth. Although he believed that he would not be swayed or bewitched, it was better not to talk if he could avoid it. The little monk was shocked. Even Master was worried about being bewitched. The Demon General really had magical powers. At the same time, Fang Ping, who was already far away, was speechless. What's going on? Shouldn't leaders like me line the streets to welcome me wherever I go? Since when did I become ignored? Li Hansong shrugged. Who knew? It had nothing to do with him anyway. Forget it. Let's go. We'll go to the Xishan catacombs and meet up with old Wang and the others. Really, I've just arrived and I'm already being shunned. If the Xishan catacombs shuns me again, I'll beat them up. How can they chase a leader away? Yes. Iron Head, you're still the most reliable. You're worthy of being the great general under my command. Fang Ping, were there really 108 generals back then? I don't know. Then tell me, I think 108 sounds pretty nice. I'm just saying. Li Hansong glanced at him. Forget it, forget it. He would pretend that he did not hear it. He was the Celestial Emperor. I was the Northern General. Yes, that was it, he had said that he would not question him anymore. There was no point in asking now. Xishan Catacombs, 17th Southern Territory. According to the catacombs history, the Xishan Catacombs was the first catacombs entrance discovered in Sino Nation. Of course, history of the catacombs was written during the Neo-Martial era. In 1303 AD, a great earthquake occurred in Xishan. That event was regarded by modern martial artists as the opening of the Xishan catacombs. Similarly, Guangxing Temple also had records regarding the Xishan catacombs. More than 700 years ago, the ancestors of Guangxing Temple had entered the celestial realm. After that, there was an earthquake, and the ancestors of Guangxing Temple died of fear. As Fang Ping and Ironhead walked deeper into Taiyu Mountain, he said, 1,000 years ago, when Unquestionable Sword and a group of people attacked the catacombs, did they open the North Lake Catacombs or the Nanjiang Catacombs? The North Lake Catacombs and the Nanjiang Catacombs were adjacent to each other. According to Fang Ping's speculation, the boundary between the two was the mysterious purple K's illumination. Therefore, it was possible to attack any catacombs. However, back then, they had gathered at River Hill Prefecture, so the probability of them attacking the North Lake Catacombs was higher. Fang Ping continued, since we attacked the catacombs 1,000 years ago, then the North Lake Catacombs should be the first catacombs opened in the last years of the sect, right? Li Hansong said indifferently, are you going to write a book? If he was not going to compile a book, why would he care which catacombs opened first? Fang Ping said with a serious expression, we must be rigorous in our studies. It was the same for practicing martial arts. We still have to make it clear who will open first and who will open last. Li Hansong was mentally and emotionally exhausted. He said helplessly, perhaps the powerhouses of the sect world invaded the North Lake Catacombs back then and realized that they were no match for the catacombs powerhouses. Left with no other choice, they fought with their backs to the wall and sealed the entrance to the catacombs once again. That's why no one returned. This possibility was also very high. Therefore, it should not be a problem to say that the Xishan catacombs was the first entrance to the modern catacombs to be opened. Is my explanation reasonable? Fang Ping glanced at him and nodded. That makes sense. The Xishan catacombs can be considered the first catacombs to be opened during the end of martial arts era. As a matter of fact, Unquestionable Jian and the others should have failed. They didn't want the end of the martial era to happen, but it still happened in the end. Until the time of Xinxing, China still had very few powerhouses. In that battle 1,000 years ago, those people should have been defeated. Of course, it was not a complete failure. Perhaps it was precisely because of their actions that the catacombs opened one by one. From then on, the catacombs slowly opened from the martial end era, ushering in the stellar era and the new martial era. Previously, Fang Ping did not think too much about it. Now, Fang Ping suddenly said, Ironhead, the catacombs entrances are opening one by one. It may seem like it's giving humans a crisis, but in reality, it's also giving humans time to rise. Since 700 years ago, the Xishan catacombs had been opened. At that time, it delayed the arrival of the martial last days era and prevented martial arts from completely dying out. After a few hundred years, the entrance to the catacombs opened bit by bit. Don't you think it's a little strange? Li Hansong said gloomily, there are. For example, after the Xishan catacombs opened, why didn't Xishan invade the human world? For example, where did the patriarch of Stellar Sky City come from? Why did they know that the catacombs would open, and why did they start guarding Mount Imperial Sea to protect humanity? The catacombs passageways were opened one by one, not all at once. Was it necessary, or was it controlled by someone? I've thought about all of this, but I don't think there's a need to think too deeply about it. After a while, Li Hansong said, is it necessary to know or not to know some things? For example, Li Hansong mumbled, are you the Heavenly Emperor or not? The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. This guy was very clear in his heart. He might have suspected it a long time ago, but he did not care about this now. It was probably a tacit agreement. Whether it was true or not, if he thought it was true, then it was true. The two of them did not speak anymore. Very soon, they arrived at the entrance to the Xishan catacombs. As soon as the two of them arrived, they were seen by the patrolling military martial artists. When they saw Fang Ping and Li Hansong, the rank 5 lieutenant leader immediately said loudly, Greetings, Grand General. Greetings, General Li. Fang Ping had a military rank in the military department, the rank of general. Li Hansong, Yao Qingjun, Wang Jinyang, and the others all had the rank of general. These military ranks in the military department were not given to just anyone. On MCMAU's side, there were so many Grandmaster-level powerhouses. Currently, only Fang Ping, Li Hanzong, Tang Feng, Old Manly, and Wu Quishan had military ranks. The others did not have positions in the military department. MCMAU had quite a number of lieutenants, but there were only a few general-level people. As for the Grand General, Fang Ping and Wu Quishan were the only ones in MCMAU currently. Wu Quishan was only a nominal title given by the military department after achieving rank 9. Fang Ping glanced at the lieutenant leader and laughed suddenly. Senior Zhang, there's no need to be so polite. Are you the one patrolling the periphery of the Xishan catacombs? Grand General, you know me? The lieutenant leader was a little excited but also a little surprised. Fang Ping chuckled. Of course. Senior Zhang is a graduate from the 2006 batch. He's also an upper stage MCMAU rank 3 elite student. I can't believe that in just 4 years, Senior Zhang has already reached rank 5. When Fang Ping mentioned these, the young lieutenant said excitedly, I've been paying attention to my alma mater. When I graduated, the school was always suppressed by CCMAU. There were only a few rank 4 graduates. But today, under the leadership of Vice-Chancellor Wu and Vice-Chancellor Fang, our alma mater is becoming stronger and stronger. This is also the glory of all MCMAU graduates. I heard that there are thousands of middle-ranked martial artists now. Every time it's mentioned, students feel honored. Especially the battle to annihilate Skygate City, it's a great honor for MCMAU. It's a pity that I was on a mission at that time and couldn't return to my alma mater to participate in this battle. It's a lifelong regret. This rank 5 martial artist was unusually excited at this moment. Originally, he thought that Fang Ping would not know him at all. He did not expect Fang Ping to know him, a student who had already graduated. He and Fang Ping did not have any interactions at all. He graduated in 2006. Fang Ping only entered the school in 2008. This lieutenant was so excited that he was a little talkative. The troupe of martial artists he led was a little strange. Their lieutenant was not even 30 years old this year. He had made countless contributions and had become a real general. He was not like Fang Ping and the others who only held positions. Usually, he was a man of few words. Unexpectedly, he became a chatterbox today. However, when they thought of the 2 Grandmaster-level powerhouses standing in front of them, and they were also the real prodigy martial artists of the current generation, everyone could understand. Not to mention, these 2 people, especially Fang Ping, was now MCMAU's vice-chancellor. Fang Ping waited for him to speak for a while, then smiled and said, It's good that you have this intention. Senior Zhang, you don't have to feel sorry. The enemy has been annihilated by us. If you have time, you can also return to MCMAU. MCMAU is getting better and better now. I believe it will be even better. Definitely. Lieutenant Zhang looked excited. Then, he thought of business and said quickly, Vice-Chancellor Fang, Governor General Wang and Vice-Chancellor Yao have arrived. They are in the base. However, Xishan Military Department has ordered that the Grandmasters are not allowed to enter the catacombs. Fang Ping was speechless. He quickly recovered and smiled. The commander of Xishan Military Department is Commander Du. Commander Du? Commander Du Hong. Fang Ping's face was blank. After a while, he said, Du Hong is the commander? Lieutenant Zhang said quickly, he was transferred not long ago. Commander Du advanced to Grandmaster and was transferred from the headquarters. This year, Xishan is open to new martial arts university students. The previous military department's strength was only rank 6. It was no longer enough to ensure the safety of the students. Therefore, the military department transferred Commander Du here. Also, General Li is the deputy. Which General Li? Fang Ping realized that the surname Li was indeed a common surname. There were too many people with the surname Li. There were a few Commander Li alone. Not to mention General Li Yiming. Him? Fang Ping was amused. Why is this guy here? He seems to have reached rank 7 too. Why is he willing to be Du Hong's deputy? All in all, the government still attached great importance to Xishan. The military branch alone had transferred 2 Grandmaster-level powerhouses here. One had to know that many local military branches did not even have a single Grandmaster. Both Du Hong and Li Yiming had broken through rank 7 not long ago. He did not expect both of them to be transferred to Xishan. Du Hong had even participated in the Sky Gate battle a few days ago. As he said that, Fang Ping smiled again. I'm old friends with them. The military department must have passed the wrong order. Why would they stop us? You're the one who's stopping us. As soon as he said that, a man in military uniform used flight step from afar. Li Yiming said casually, Fang Ping, old Du, and I just came to Xishan. Don't give us trouble. I'm afraid of you, okay? Xishan is open to new students this year. It's used as an arcane realm. You know how difficult it is for Sino Nation to conquer a relatively safe catacombs. Even Tiannan and Magic City are not as safe as Xishan now. Not everyone in the martial arts universities is like MCMAU, with abundant resources. Martial arts universities are expanding enrollment this year. Many schools can't afford the cultivation of new students. They can only rush to Xishan and cultivate there. If you cause trouble, where can we go to reason with you? I've just become a general. If something happens, won't I be fired in an instant? Fang Ping's expression was unfriendly. Li Yiming, now that you've become a general, you're acting all high and mighty? I'm a great general. I'm here to investigate the Xishan catacombs. You're actually stopping me from entering. What are your intentions? Li Yiming rolled his eyes. Without another word, he took out a phone and said, Don't look for me. I'll call my grandfather and ask, okay? He said to let you in. Of course, I have no objections, nonsense. Fang Ping scolded. Such a small matter. Troubling Commander Li. Don't bend the law for personal gain just because you're Commander Li's family, Li Yiming could not help but scold. Who's bending the law for personal gain? I'm telling you, don't you accuse me wrongly. It's not like I've never gone to the catacombs with you before. I still remember what happened last time. If you go in, can anything good happen? The closest city to us in the Xishan catacombs is thousands of miles away. Usually, both sides rarely have disputes or fights. This place has been peaceful for a long time. If you come in and do something big and disturb peace, who's going to bear the responsibility? Get lost. I'm not that kind of person. How can you say something like that? Why can't I say it? Li Yiming, I'm warning you. I've tolerated you for a long time. Don't think that just because your grandfather is Commander Li, I'm afraid of you. Let me remind you, I'm now friends with Minister Zhang's children as equals. When you see me, in terms of military rank, you have to call me Chief. In terms of seniority, you have to call me Uncle Fang. You're shouting at me now. What a scandal. Also, in terms of strength, I'm third among rank 7. You're at the bottom of the list as a rank 7, no matter what, you have to be more obedient when you see me. How dare you talk to me in the air? Who gave you the right? Come down. Li Yiming's face almost turned into Guan Yu's. After a while, he landed and said angrily, Don't give me that. The four of you, what are you doing here this time? One isn't enough. Four of you. Once you enter the catacombs, it's very likely that you'll be targeted by the other party. You'll really be in trouble. You don't have to worry about that. When we go in, the other party won't know. Once rank 7 enters, that's none of your business. Don't worry. Li Yiming was speechless. He said with an unfriendly expression, Let's go to the base first. Then, I'll contact Minister Zhang and the others. It's not like you don't know what's going on at the Purple Forbidden City. At this time, it's indeed not suitable for the other catacombs to cause trouble. Fang Ping's expression was even worse than his. He glared at him fiercely. These few days, I've been very unhappy. I've almost become the target of everyone's criticism. If others are not stronger than me, or older than me, I can't say anything. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I'll beat you up today. Li Yiming's expression was dull and a little sad. You want to beat me up, why? I'm not the only one who said it. Aren't you bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Do you really think that my grandfather doesn't exist? Fang Ping snorted. He glanced at him and stared at him for a while. I've been eyeing your peerless inner armor since the beginning. If you speak again, I'll beat you up. After I'm done, I'll pick up your peerless inner armor while I'm at it. As for Commander Li, leave him to old Zhang. He snatched old Li's grandson. Old Zhang should be very happy. He heard that recently, old Zhang had the intention to surpass old Li and snatch the number 1 rank 9 ranking in Sino Nation. He did not know if it was true. Li Yiming sighed again. In the past, he was arrogant and despotic. He would beat whoever he wanted, bully whoever he wanted. Now, forget it. The younger generation had a few more arrogant and despotic ones. Fang Ping and the few bastards were like living bandits. Last time in the Imperial battleground, they beat whoever they wanted. He should just ignore them. Xishan Catacombs entrance. The catacombs entrance was surrounded by the military camp. Here, a troop of nearly 10,000 people was stationed. Fang Ping and the others had just arrived at the entrance of the military camp when Du Hong, Wang Jinyang, and Yao Qingjun walked out together. Seeing Fang Ping, Du Hong smiled bitterly and said, "Answer the phone." Having said that, he passed the phone in his hand to Fang Ping. Fang Ping picked up the phone. Before he could speak, Zhang Tao on the other end of the line scolded loudly, "Tell me, what do you want to do? Can't you just stop for a few days? Even if you wait until I'm done with the forbidden catacombs before you enter the catacombs, that's fine too. But at this time, tell me, what do you want to do?" Fang Ping held the phone a little further away. After Zhang Tao had finished scolding, he said helplessly, "Minister, I'm just going to look for something." "It's not like you don't know. Now is just the right time. They're all keeping an eye on the forbidden catacombs. We can sneak in. Otherwise, normally, there are true kings keeping an eye on the bounded zones. Am I right? Now that the 2 catacombs are connected, the true kings nearby should have all gone to the forbidden catacombs, right? Don't worry, we're going to the Triqing catacombs and the Xishan catacombs in the west. We won't cause any trouble if we don't go to the other side. I didn't say I'm going to blow up the royal city this time, nor did I say I'm going to destroy the city. I didn't say I'm going to destroy the forbidden zones, and I didn't go to Mount Imperial Sea either. As Fang Ping said this, the corners of Li Yiming and Du Hong's mouths twitched. Are you sure, you're rank 7? Listen, why do you think you're at the pinnacle, that you can destroy the royal city just because you want to? You want to go to the bounded zones. Zhang Tao pondered for a moment, then said, "Kid, the bounded zones are extremely dangerous. You've been there before, so you should know better. Moreover, right now, you might not be able to enter." After saying that, he added, "Moreover, the token you have might not correspond to this place." Fang Ping was speechless. "I have a token, did I tell you? Did I tell you? You even know about this, what else do you not know? Minister, can you not eavesdrop next time? Who are you talking about?" Zhang Tao's tone was fierce. "What's the situation with MCMAU? You're pushing the blame on me for your own bad deeds? Tang Feng is not in his right mind, questioning me the moment he arrived. Why am I bringing down the martial arts university's culture? There are hundreds of martial arts universities. Which one is like MCMAU? I brought bad culture. What culture have I brought bad culture? That idiot actually pushed the blame to me." Fang Ping asked dryly, "Where is Teacher Tang now?" "It's buried in the ground." Fang Ping was tired. "I knew it. Big Lion was so stupid, it was adorably silly." Zhang Tao did not say much. He quickly said, "The West Mountain Catacombs is bordered by the 3 Qin dynasty and the Forbidden Catacombs. The Forbidden Catacombs is under the jurisdiction of the Hui King, and the West Mountain Catacombs is under the jurisdiction of the Maple King, head, Feng King." "Which Feng King? Which Feng King are you talking about?" Fang Ping swallowed his saliva and asked, "Then on our side, is there anyone guarding the Xishan catacombs?" "Yes, a great war is about to break out soon. Guardian Chen has gone to Xishan, and Guardian Shen has gone to capital city's catacombs. When the great war breaks out, I'll be guarding the Forbidden City. But I want to make it clear to you that the domain is extremely important to both sides. Usually, no one would be allowed to barge in. If you make a ruckus, people will soon find out. Even if the true king doesn't go there personally, the god generals under him will rush over quickly. Last time in Tiannan, both sides agreed and compromised. Just look at the Rose City Lord. Even someone like him wouldn't dare to enter casually. Once he enters and is discovered, it'll be a great crime. It's the same with humans. If you barge in recklessly, you'll be hunted down very quickly. After Zhang Tao finished, he continued, also, don't underestimate the domain and the Forbidden Sea. Don't think that you'll be fine this time just because you came back safely last time. The domain over in Tiannan, relatively speaking, isn't very lethal. It's not mainly for killing, but for defense. I've never been to the Xishan domain, so I don't know the specifics. But in some of the domain, the forbidden land on the periphery is mainly for killing, the kind that actively kills. Kid, I want you to go to the domain and see if you can get your hands on a mentality cultivation method. But the chances of you dying there are higher. Once you're sucked into the space rift, no one can save you. Fang Ping pondered for a moment, saying, but if I don't look for a cultivation method, my mentality will increase very slowly. Even if it's me, I'll need at least 3 to 5 months to reach upper stage rank 7. Rank 8, rank 9, I'll need to increase my mentality to elevate my rank. If I follow my current speed, I'll need 3 to 5 months to reach rank 8, at least 1 or 2 years to reach rank 9, and maybe 5 to 6 years or even 7 to 8 years to reach the peak. Are you showing off to me? Zhang Tao's tone was fierce. Fang Ping said innocently, what's there to show off? I don't mean that. Minister, you're overthinking it. When I reach the peak, I'm afraid I'll be almost 30 years old. By then, the war might be over. What's there to show off about? I want to reach the peak as soon as possible, so of course I have to hurry to find a cultivation method. If I can't do it here, then I'll go to another domain. That's the fastest way to find it. Am I right, Minister? Zhang Tao was mentally exhausted. Beside him, Li Yiming and Du Hong were looking up at the sky. Continue showing off. Reach the peak before 30 years old. Also, this guy had an attitude of I can definitely reach it, but it's too slow. With this attitude, Zhang Tao would not be here. Otherwise, he would have hammered him to death on the spot. This was 2F** King infuriating. After a long time, Zhang Tao sighed. Go. Be careful, kid. If you fall, then Yao Qingjun and the others will fall too. Initially, I was thinking of letting you guys cultivate in peace and do it step by step. But you guys are not the kind of people who can sit still. I can understand that you want to find cultivation methods. I can understand that you want to find cultivation methods for mentality, and you also want to find cultivation methods for myriad Daos to unite. In short, do your best. If things don't work out, leave the catacombs as soon as possible. Also, the domain may not be empty. Huh? The domain may not be empty of living people. Zhang Tao said in a serious tone, have the people in the domain really died out? No one can guarantee this. Maybe, there are living people in deep sleep in the domain. Besides, the Qin family seems to have people in the domain that you're going to. I'm not sure whether they're there or not. If you go there and see people from the Qin family, I'm warning you, you better inform me in advance. I don't want to see what happened to the Yang family a second time. If you inform them, the Qin family won't make things difficult for you. The domain is thousands of miles long, you might not run into them. Also, the other party might have already died in there. Even the best can't monitor the situation in the domain all the time. Is that so? Alright, I understand. Zhang Tao said, then added, you're not allowed to go to the royal city. If you dare to stir up chaos in the Xishan catacombs at this time, I'll smack you to death. I'll really smack you to death. You ruined the forbidden catacombs, I won't forgive you, do you hear me? I promise I won't go. That's it then. Wait there for a while, I'll get someone to send you something. What is it? It's to save your life. Take it easy, don't use it carelessly, if it causes a riot. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, there's no need for that. I heard that thing consumes a lot of mentality. Don't you have to guard the forbidden catacombs? He remembered. The last time he went to the domain, the Yang family brought the word guard and a small pine tree in the forbidden zone. That was made by a desperate realm powerhouse who split a part of their mentality. For a top powerhouse, if it was destroyed, the damage would be great. King Pine's small tree was destroyed last time, and it took a long time to recuperate. There's no harm in being prepared. Besides, I, a martial king, am incomparably powerful. How can trash like King Pine compare to me? Zhang Tao hung up immediately after he finished speaking. Fang Ping hung up too, tossing the phone to Du Hong, sighing, Minister Zhang treats me like a son, Li Yiming said impatiently, do you have to elevate your seniority? Why don't I call you old ancestor? Do you dare to agree? Du Hong's expression froze. What kind of people do I know? Fang Ping was also speechless. This guy was ruthless, he did not dare. If he agreed, Li Zhen would beat him to death if he found out. The Li family suppressing Heavenly King might also beat him to death. What kind of people were these? How could the Li family be like this, shameless? Headquarters. Du Hong pointed at the map and introduced Xishan Catacombs, Sino Nation's first catacombs. There are not many cities in Xishan Catacombs, and they are all near the inner circle. There are no catacomb cities within 300 miles of the Forbidden Sea. Xishan Catacombs has Xishan City, which is currently the second largest city after the capital city catacombs. It can accommodate 200,000 people. Du Hong gave a brief introduction and said, if you want to go to the boundary zone, it's safer than other catacombs. You don't have to pass through the royal city territory. However, all the catacombs are covered by forbidden zones outside the boundary zone. Xishan Catacombs have two forbidden zones, Boundless Mountain in the west and East Sea Island in the east. At this point, Du Hong explained, East Sea Island is actually surrounded by the Forbidden Sea tributary. It's really dangerous over there. It can be considered a forbidden zone of the Forbidden Sea. Fortunately, you want to go to Boundless Mountain in the west. It's safer than East Sea Island. Beside him, Li Yiming continued, the demons in Boundless Mountain are mainly monster plants. There are not many monster plants, but they are very powerful. There are a few rank 9 monster plants in Boundless Mountain. Take it easy. Rank 9 monster plants are quite scary. Fang Ping nodded slightly. His finger swept across Xishan City, all the way to the boundary zone in the west. He said, do you have data on how far it is exactly? About 1,600 miles, Du Hong said. When humans entered this place, they went to explore, but it's just an estimate. The difference won't be too big. Boundless Mountain is about 1,200 miles west of Xishan City. The remaining 400 miles are all covered by Boundless Mountain. All the way to the Forbidden Sea tributary is the boundary zone. Then the boundary zone in the east. Du Hong frowned slightly. Fang Ping, aren't you going to the boundary zone in the west that is connected to the Triqing catacombs? Yes. Fang Ping smiled. But if we can't find it, while we're at it, everyone's faces darkened. Fang Ping explained, within Sino Nation, there are a total of 8 intact boundary zones. 1 in Tiannan, 1 in Nanjiang, 1 in Magic City, 1 on both sides of Beihou. However, Beihou overlaps with Nanjiang and Tiannan. The other 2 in Xishan also overlaps with the Triqing and Forbidden Zones. There aren't many places that are in good condition. Both sides of the West Mountain are in good condition. Since we're here, if we can't find anything in the west, it's necessary to go to the east. Du Hong frowned. After a long time, he said, West Mountain City is 1,400 miles away from the Eastern Sea Island in the east. The Eastern Sea Island isn't big, spanning only a few dozen miles. However, it's surrounded by the Forbidden Sea and is extremely dangerous. A span of 3,000 miles. What about the depth? About 2,000 miles in depth. Fang Ping laughed. It's not that big. It's about 1.5 million square kilometers, which is about the same size as Xizang. It's barely 1/3 the size of Magic City's catacombs. It's not too big. Du Hong was not surprised by Fang Ping's tone. The Xishan catacombs was indeed not as big as the other catacombs. The Magic City catacombs spanned nearly 10,000 miles from east to west. In this regard, the West Mountain catacombs could not compare. The area of Xishan catacombs is considered to be one of the last few in Sino Nation's catacombs outer realm. There aren't many cities either, only 8 in total. The Monster Plant clan had 5 cities, while the Monster Life clan had 3. It was also because of this that there had been peace for many years. This side's strength was not considered strong, but it was still relatively speaking. There were 16 rank 9 powerhouses. There were probably close to 10 rank 9 demons in the two big forbidden lands. With so many rank 9s, you can't afford to provoke them. Fang Ping, don't do anything rash. Du Hong said, and finally said, if you guys go in, we'll have to evacuate the new students in the city. Recently, new students from various martial arts universities have come here to cultivate. Right now, there are more than 10,000 new students in West Mountain City. If chaos breaks out, these people will have nowhere to run. Fang Ping said impatiently, evacuate, evacuate. I've said it before, I won't do anything rash. Do you guys really think that I'll look for trouble for no reason? In the past, it was all an accident. Xianxia catacombs are so poor. Do you expect me to go to Royal City to mine? Besides, I have a mine. I don't care about that. Right now, to me, the most important thing is cultivation methods. Everything else has to wait. You guys, each and every one of you is worrying too much. Du Hong did not say anything. No matter how much he worried, evacuating the people was still necessary. More than 10,000 new students, half of them were not even martial artists. If chaos broke out, they would not even have time to escape. Fang Ping said, which High Grandmaster is guarding the Xianxia catacombs? High Grandmaster Fang Yu, hearing that, Fang Ping's eyes lit up instantly. It's not easy. I've finally met someone from the same clan, 36 High Grandmasters, a few with the surname Li, Zhang, Wu, Zhao. I've read them over and over again. There's only one with the surname Feng. I've finally met him. Du Hong said weakly, isn't this normal? What's there to be happy about? So what if your surname is Feng? According to what you said, there are many grandmasters with the surname Li. Do you think you can make connections with all the Li in Sino Nation? Fang Ping ignored him, chuckling. High Grandmaster Fang Yu is guarding the Xianxia catacombs. This is the first time I've heard of it. High Grandmaster Fang isn't weak. He doesn't have a rank 9 divine weapon and is ranked 14th in the rank 9 ranking. In terms of strength, he's much stronger than our Vice Chancellor and one rank higher than Old Fan. The government really values Xianxia. Xianxia catacombs is only this big, Li Yiming said casually, he's also shameless. How can he be ranked 14th? Old Fan just doesn't want to fight for it. He was clearly ranked 16th before, but the next day, he was ranked 14th, Fang Ping's expression was blank. What did he mean? Beside him, Li Hansong swallowed and said dryly, I heard that the two presidents of the Martial Arts Association recently submitted their resignations. They're not doing this anymore. Is that true? Li Yiming said lazily, it's true. The two presidents said that they want to go down to the catacombs and fight. They won't do this kind of thing that doesn't contribute anything. Of course, they weren't allowed to, so they continued. Anyway, the atmosphere hasn't been very good recently. Really? My grandfather said that the atmosphere has changed recently and needs to be corrected. I've even considered whether to set up a high-rank rule. Don't just threaten people for no reason. All of you are learning from others. 2 days ago, I asked the two presidents to promote a few names for me. The two presidents almost rushed to my house and beat me up. They've gone too far. It's not like I was the first to do it. Pick on the weak. Li Yiming said helplessly, you people have done too much in the past. Now we can't do it anymore. If we do it again, the two presidents will really explode. Let me tell you, don't take the rank 9 ranking list seriously. It's the most fake list. Other than the top 10, no, the top 10 is a little fake. The most fake is the 26th place at the back. You guys know that the Martial Arts Association president is only a rank 8. He's no match for a rank 9. Rank 8s can still be intimidated, but rank 9s can't be controlled. If your ranking is low, they'll find trouble with you. They'll take their heads at the drop of a hat. Do you know why the two presidents resigned? Fang Ping said with a face full of gossip, tell me, isn't it because of you guys? Li Yiming looked at him disdainfully. He said it as if he did not threaten them. Because of Chief Nan. Li Yiming said with a sigh, Chief Nan is about to break through. Once he breaks through, what do you think the two presidents will do? If nothing goes wrong, Chief Nan will break through. The ranking list must change. How? Enter the top 3? First place? Whoever overtakes it will be a big deal. If it doesn't change, will it still be 5th place? Can the 5th place show that Chief Nan has broken through? The 2 presidents are smart. Men, after all, are slightly better. No matter how my grandfather and Chief Xiang rank, it's not a big deal. But they can't fight at the top. How will they line up with Chief Nan? That's a huge problem. Chief Nan is a woman. No matter how old a woman is, she'll always be calculative. Anyway, if it were me, I'd have a headache too. This time, the 2 presidents are really going to fall. Now, no one is willing to take the blame. If they want to run, who will agree? Wang Jinyang and the others at the side felt like they were listening to a heavenly book. Du Hong was so stunned that he could not make a sound. There were so many rules in a ranking list. Li Yiming chuckled and said, "Don't look at me like that. It's all true." Fang Ping knows it himself. How did he get his single devil title? Don't you know? This matter has something to do with Fang Ping. MCMAU is too high profile. Before this, no one knew that it was possible to threaten people to change their ranking and title. But your Dean Li was the first to make a public threat. Not long after, he became the first rank 8. You're going to be the third rank 7 soon. Moreover, your title changes again and again. How can this be? Now, how can everyone not know? When the Grandmaster ranking was first released, it was still credible. Now, it's half true and half false. However, this kind of unhealthy trend will probably be corrected. It depends on whether Chief Nan can be suppressed this time. If Chief Nan is ranked 5th, that means he's suppressed. 4th, that is relative truth. 3rd, that is to give face to women. If it's 1st or 2nd, this ranking list will be unreadable in the future. The few of them chatted idly, but Li Hansong looked tempted. Names could be changed. I didn't even know about this, F***ck, if I knew, I would have done it too. Was it too late now? Li Yiming knew a lot of gossip, but he did not dare to say some of it. Everyone gossiped. When the sky turned dark, someone came. The minister gave it to you. At the headquarters. Minister Wang panted. This time, he came using flight step. Fortunately, Xishan was not far from capital city. As he spoke, Minister Wang handed a crystal book to Fang Ping. Fang Ping took it in his hands and looked at it. After checking it, he asked curiously, "Is this the kind of thing similar to an avatar created by peerless cutting mentality?" "Yes." Minister Wang said with a straight face, "Fang Ping, you have to know that this thing is created by cutting with peerless mentality. Cutting, not consumption. Do you understand what I mean?" Fang Ping frowned. "You mean, cutting can't recover, but consumption can?" "Yes." Minister Wang took a deep breath and said seriously, "That's why even peerless mentality won't do this easily. I know what happened before. During the battle in Tiannan, Pine King cut his mentality and created something similar to an avatar, but he did it for the impasse's remains. It's the same over at Star Town. Everyone has a purpose, a big one. That's why they will exhaust their origin and mentality at all costs. But this time, the minister has no purpose. Fang Ping, if it was before, I wouldn't say anything. Whether you appreciate it or not, the minister wouldn't care. But this time, you must remember this favor. Once this thing is destroyed, the minister's mentality will be severely damaged. Perhaps there will not be a drop in rank, but his strength will be partially affected. That's why, unless it's absolutely necessary, don't use it. If it's not destroyed, the minister can still retrieve it. If you use it and it's destroyed, then it'll be troublesome. It can be retrieved? Yes. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, "Is there the minister's origin Dao inside? If it's taken away, will it cause any impact?" "There's not much origin Dao, but it's been taken away. If it's taken away by a true king, you must prevent the other party from suddenly destroying this when they're fighting with the minister, causing a momentary stagnation in the minister. Do you understand?" "Understood." Fang Ping frowned slightly. "Actually, it's fine even if I don't want this, it's for self-defense. If you really encounter a rank 9, you can use your mentality to pull it and throw it out. Outside the boundaries, you might not be able to kill a rank 9, but in the boundaries, the probability of a rank 9 being killed is very high. Even if it's outside the boundaries, blocking and resisting a rank 9 is still effective. As Minister Wang said, he continued, I still have to say it again. Losing some origin Dao won't affect the pinnacle combat strength. The opponent may not be able to comprehend the pinnacle origin Dao. That's why origin Dao is important, but it has nothing to do with strength. However, if this is destroyed, it will definitely affect the strength. It's just a matter of how much. The importance of the two, one may affect the future, the other will affect the present immediately. And now, the minister's strength cannot be regressed. Actually, we don't agree with the minister giving this to you. But the minister said that it's also a big deal that you need to find mentality cultivation methods. He insisted, and we can't do anything about it. Fang Ping, don't blame me for saying too much. Don't use it unless it's a life and death situation, okay? Fang Ping chuckled. I understand. How can I not understand this? Don't worry, I won't use it unless I'm killed. Later, I'll get more imperishable substances and wrap this in a few hundred layers. It shouldn't be destroyed so easily. Minister Wang's expression stiffened. Fang Ping rubbed his chin again and said, how about a few thousand layers? I just don't know if it will affect my performance at the critical moment. If I wrap it too tightly at the critical moment and it can't be unleashed, then I'll be dumbfounded. Also, can I use the imperishable substances to maintain it forever? Can you not let this little minister be completely destroyed? Little minister? Cough, cough. Isn't this the minister's mentality clone? It's from the same source, so it's considered a part of the minister, right? Little minister, right? Minister Wang was speechless. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Fang Ping ignored him and continued, don't worry. Tell the minister that even if I really use it, then I'll be able to get the corresponding things back. I'll only do it if it's cost-effective. For example, when I'm about to get the cultivation method and someone stops me, I'll use this thing to kill the opponent. That's a must. But if it's not cost-effective, I won't do it. When have I, Fang Ping, ever made a losing deal? Oh right, Polaris City has the word town, Pine King is a small pine tree, why is the minister a book? A wordless crystal book. It has something to do with the minister's origin path. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Besides, the minister is the minister of the education ministry. It's normal to condense it into a book. Don't always care about these useless things. Alright, one last question. When will the Forbidden Catacombs battle be held? We're still waiting. Waiting for Minister Nan to come out of closed-door cultivation. Once Minister Nan comes out, the battle will begin. We can't drag it out for too long. Is Minister Nan really going to break through this time? That's right. Minister Wang said with some delight, Minister Nan has broken through. The number of paragons in Sino Nation will be restored to how it was before. With one more paragon, our pressure will be much less. I understand. Fang Ping chuckled. Then, he sighed. It's not that easy to receive favors from others. Minister Wang, how about you? Next time when you speak, put on a more natural expression. You're already a rank 8. You don't even know this. The minister taught you to say these few words. Please don't add more words into it. If I'm not wrong, he should be asking you to properly express his hardships, his sacrifices, his hardships, you have to say it so bluntly. Sigh, as a deputy minister, your standards really aren't up to par. I'm not looking down on you. Minister Wang's expression was incomparably stiff. Fang Ping shook his head. A small golden sun appeared in his hand. He sighed. Here, take it back. Let the minister decide how to split it. Really, I didn't say that I don't appreciate it. Why did you have to be so blunt? Why did you have to take advantage of it? You're afraid that I don't know, asking you to explain it so clearly. You're a rank 8. What do you know? Do you know that a paragon has to sever his mentality? Besides, he severed it. It was just a short while. How can you know about this and still persuade him? Don't tell me he had a meeting to discuss it? Next time, you must pay attention to logical problems. Don't do this again. Minister Wang looked ashamed. I don't want to live anymore. I'm a rank 8 deputy minister. I'm being looked down upon. Although he was too ashamed to face anyone, Minister Wang still took the small golden sun. He swallowed and said, so much? Yeah, I'm about to kill myself. I've squeezed myself dry, and I've finally produced so much. Fang Ping sighed. That's more than 1,000 units of imperishable substance. It's comparable to the imperishable substance of a few rank 9s. I'm lucky that I was a monarch in my past life. Otherwise, I would have killed myself. Minister, if you need anything next time, just say it directly. You have to beat around the bush. That's not generous at all. Minister Wang said wearily, if I said it directly, wouldn't I owe you a favor? You gave it to me on your own accord. That would make me look better. You still say that I don't understand? Fang Ping pursed his lips and said no more. He chased him away. You should go back. Don't get robbed on the way. Li Yiming and the others are watching. If they call his grandfather later, something might happen on the way. Minister Wang's expression changed. Without another word, he leaped into the air and disappeared on the spot. Li Yiming said sheepishly, what are you saying? Am I that kind of person? As they talked, Wang Jinyang and the others did not say a word. In today's martial arts world, grandmasters could no longer be looked at directly. Previously, the few of them were actually quite touched by Minister Wang's words. It really wasn't easy for old Zhang. He really valued everyone. In the end, Fang Ping said that old Zhang had taught Wan Qinghai to say it. The image of the stalwart minister Zhang collapsed in an instant. The key point was that Fang Ping could see through it in the blink of an eye. What did this mean? It meant that this bastard was the same as old Zhang. If it were him, he would probably do the same. Birds of a feather, Yao Qingjun looked left and right. After a long time, he said softly, Old Wang, do you think that only this kind of person can be a good leader? Wang Jinyang was silent for a long time. After a while, he said, maybe. Maybe leaders are like this, that's true. How can they be leaders if they care too much about their face? They know that they'll suffer if they try to impress others at their own cost. In the past, I didn't care too much about my face. But when I reached middle rank and high rank, I thought that I should care about my image more or less. I can't be too unscrupulous. But reality has proven that if you care about your face, then don't care about benefits. You saw it. Out of the 5 grandmasters in Constellation City, both of us didn't manage to invite any of them. If both of us had his face and bragged for a while. If you bragged a few more times, saying that when you recover your strength, you'll help everyone recover their strength from their past lives, or even further. Do you think anyone will go with you that day? If you use the Hall of Myriad Origins as bait, saying that you control the Hall of Myriad Origins and help them cultivate, then bragging a few more times that you control a territory, do you think no one will go with you? Sigh, I was too concerned about my face that day. I can't believe I didn't say it out loud. What a pity. Yao Qingjun looked thoughtful. He nodded slightly. I understand. What do you understand? If the territory we're going to this time is really my home, then I'll make it clear with him. Everyone will share the cultivation methods, and all the resources will be mine. Old Wang Jinyang cursed in his heart. Is that all you've thought of? Speaking of which, if it's your home, why can't it be mine, if it's my home this time? I'll take it all for myself too, the resources will be mine, and the cultivation methods will be shared. Anyway, Fang Ping does not lack resources. Also, that Zhongxian token was obtained by him. When the time comes to settle the score, he would have to make it clear. Both of them understood. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. They had a tacit understanding. Beside them, Li Hansong could not be bothered to look at them. 2 idiots, do you have storage rings? No, I don't think so. If you don't, do you want Fang Ping to bring it? If you don't give half of the good stuff to Fang Ping, this bastard will say that the storage ring is malfunctioning and can't be taken out. When that time comes, you'll cry to death, even if you don't say malfunctioning. What storage fees, labor fees, transportation fees? Just wait for the fees to come and you'll vomit blood. Take it all for yourself. Dream on. The more he thought about it, the more Li Hongzong felt that these people lacked intelligence. A sense of superiority arose spontaneously. He was the one with the true wisdom. That's true. Otherwise, why would my ranking be higher than these two fellows? These two fellows' rankings have always been above mine. Old Yao is already a middle stage rank 7, but he's still not as good as me. Sure enough, wisdom will also make your strength improve faster. Not far away, Fang Ping swept a glance at the three of them. Seeing that they all had thoughtful expressions on their faces, he cursed silently. 3 idiots. My home, my home. Is the bounded domain really your home? No matter whose home, I can imitate their aura. That's my home. Fang Ping was secretly pleased with himself. Very quickly, he put on a straight face and said, let's go. Xuanda Grotto, we're coming. As soon as he finished speaking, the few of them headed straight for the entrance of the catacombs. Behind them, Du Hong quickly ordered some people from the military department. Start evacuating. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website, Xishan City. Upon entering the catacombs, Fang Ping checked his wealth. He did not know if he could gain anything this time. Wealth, 183. 6 million points. Vitality, 18,000 calories, 18,000 calories. Mentality, 2,210 Hz, 2,210 Hz. Destruction power? Bone honing, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%. Storage space, 1,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus. He had given some imperishable substances to the university's grandmaster and gave a bunch of them to Minister Wang to take away. Fang Ping had spent more than 10 million wealth points. I can't go out with great fanfare. I have to conceal my aura. 4 people, including the 3 of them. Concealing their auras consumes 1,000 wealth points per minute, Fang Ping calculated for a while. Concealing their auras for 4 people in an hour would cost 60,000 wealth points. It's alright. 1 day and 1 night is only 44 million. 10 days is only 10 million. However, if I were to change my aura, it would be 10 times more expensive. Fang Ping calculated for a while. He did not care about Du Hong arranging for people to evacuate. He looked at Li Yiming and said, bring us to visit Grandmaster Fang. Li Yiming said awkwardly, calling you Grandmaster Fang. I feel like you're talking about yourself, get lost. Then if I call you Commander Li, am I talking to you? Li Yiming shrugged. Fine, what you said made sense. After a while, in the central area of Xishan City. An old man with white hair and a beard looked kind and sage-like. He looked at Fang Ping and the others with a satisfied expression and nodded slightly. They were indeed giants among men, a few young people in their early 20s. Even if they were resurrected martial artists, it was unexpected that they could cultivate to this level. Although Grandmaster Fang Yu looked like an immortal, Fang Ping and the others did not take it seriously. A Grandmaster who ranked 16th today and 14th the next day. Forget it. Don't be deceived by appearance. Although they were cursing in their hearts, they still looked respectful and exchanged a few words with the old Grandmaster. The Grandmasters who guarded the catacombs, especially the rank 9, were heroes among heroes. Many of them guarded for decades and rarely had the chance to leave the catacombs. In Magic City, Old Fan had only left the catacombs for a few months. The other rank 7s and rank 8s were still alright, but the rank 9s could not leave. Fang Ping felt that the reason he was tormenting himself now, thinking about destroying this today and that tomorrow, was probably because he did not want to end up like this one day. They were heroes, but perhaps only these grandmasters themselves knew the bitterness of it. He couldn't return to his home, and he couldn't return to his country. Thinking about it was just thinking about it. Fang Ping did not want to hurt these old grandmasters' feelings. These old grandmasters threatened him today and threatened him tomorrow. They were probably finding joy in the midst of suffering. It was better if he did not hurt them. After exchanging conventional greetings for a while, Fang Ping struggled for a moment, but still said, Elder Fang, I'll have to trouble you for the next few days. Try to pacify the people in the city. If any rank 9 pressure erupts, true king mentality or whatever, that has nothing to do with Xishan City. You just have to guard West Mountain City. You don't have to worry about other places. Fang Yu's smile stiffened. These words carried far too many implications. No wonder Du Hong wanted to withdraw the moment he arrived. I've heard some things about you, but this old man still believes that you can do everything well. Fang Yu still expressed his trust in them. Going to the bounded zones to search for cultivation methods, whether it was successful or not, was a great achievement. It was not that humans had never thought of going to the bounded zones to search, but every time they did, they would return empty-handed. Some people died in the hands of royal city powerhouses along the way, some died in the Forbidden Land, and some died in the Forbidden Sea. There were also many who entered the bounded zones and never came back. Going to the bounded zones was more dangerous than guarding the catacombs. It did not matter if Fang Ping was searching for cultivation methods for himself or for someone else. As long as he found it and announced it, he would be a hero of all mankind. Fang Yu did not care about what Fang Ping said earlier. He said in a heavy voice, "Take care of yourselves. If things can't be done, then retreat. Here in Xishan City, there are too many rank 9s. This old man can't do anything about it. However, you can bring 1 or 2 over. When I sense the situation, I'll act in time." "Thank you, Elder Fang." Fang Ping and the others thanked him and did not say much. Fang Ping said quickly, "Then we'll leave the city. Be careful on the way." "We will." Fang Ping and the others left quickly. Fang Yu sent them all the way to the city gate. Standing on the city wall and watching them leave, he said softly, "It's a pity that I can't leave. Otherwise, I would have escorted them all the way to the bounded zones." Beside him, Li Yiming also sighed and said, "My grandfather also said that the few of them have brought the fight of martial arts to the extreme. They're fighting for time, fighting for resources, fighting to carve out a path to heaven. There are many resurrected martial artists, but no one is like the few of them, fighting and fighting again and again. To be honest, I quite admire them." Fang Yu chuckled and said, "If they can make you admire them, and you're willing to admire them, it's not only their success, it's also your success. Martial artists are afraid that they can't see themselves clearly and recognize themselves. You have a desperate realm grandfather who is neither arrogant nor rash. You can come to Xishan Mountain to guard the catacombs. This is your success." Li Yiming chuckled and said, "If it were a peaceful era, I might also be a hedonistic son of a rich family. I can also do things like fancy clothes and fancy horses." "That's not true, there's no guarantee of life. There's no point in doing these things. Grandpa Fang, let's wait a little longer. When the humans win, when the threat of the catacombs is quelled, I, Li Yiming, also want to do some hedonistic things. I wonder if going out to steal a wife would suit my status better." Fang Yu smiled faintly and said, "Why wait? My granddaughter is in the city. Why don't you go and steal her?" Li Yiming instantly fled in shame. "Forget it. My thick-skinned cultivation isn't as thick as yours. I'll leave." Watching him leave, Fang Yu's face revealed a touch of relief. At the same time, there was also a touch of sadness. A group of young people, they were in the prime of their lives, around 20 years old. In his eyes, this age was a real child. But now, what were these children doing? They were shouldering a monstrous burden. The descendants of the absolute peak were still wandering between life and death, fighting for survival time and time again. Fang Ping and these prodigy martial artists were laughing and scolding. They were having a great time. Were they really having a great time? The catacombs, the bounded domain, everywhere was extremely dangerous, and one could easily lose one's life. The catacombs was not a good place. If possible, Fang Yu would rather the catacombs be devoid of human martial artists and young people. Beside the city walls, a few young soldiers stood ramrod straight. Fang Yu glanced at them, his gaze complicated. When would such days end? At the same time, Fang Ping and the others had just left the city. Capital City, Forbidden City. Minister Wang rushed back and handed the golden ball to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao took it without looking at it, which surprised Minister Wang a little. "You can leave first." Zhang Tao did not say much to Wang Qinghai, gesturing for him to leave first. Minister Wang did not say much either and quickly left the basilica. Li Zhan, who had rushed over at some point, saw the situation and said lightly, "Are you regretting it?" "What's there to regret?" Zhang Tao said calmly, "The situation is like this. Since they're willing to fight, I won't stop them. Fang Ping has too much imperishable substance. Is he really a reincarnation of a martial emperor? I don't know. A martial emperor. Even during the ancient martial era, there were not many of them. In the catacombs, only demon emperors were at this level. Everything is just speculation. Rumor has it that the second king had only taken a few more paths. If Fang Ping is really one of them, his identity is not difficult to guess." Li Zhan said, then smiled faintly. "Who do you think he is?" "I don't want to guess. What if he's a demon emperor? He did not betray humanity. Even if he's a demon emperor reincarnation, it has nothing to do with a demon emperor. Fang Ping, that's Fang Ping." Zhang Tao's tone became calmer, saying slowly, "Moreover, can a demon emperor reincarnate in the human world?" "Not necessarily. You and I don't understand martial emperors." Li Zhen said, then suddenly asked, "Yao Qingjun, is it unquestionable Jian?" "I don't know." Li Zhen murmured, "Unquestionable Jian. Hall of Myriad Origins. I've waited for so many years, but I didn't see him. Has he really fallen completely? 3 basilicas. Are they 3 people, or 3 origin paths? If there are 3 people, how come there are no records of the other 2? You know, even those rank 7 martial artists are recorded, but there's no information about the other 2 basilicas. Having lived for thousands of years, it's not impossible to walk 3 origin paths." Zhang Tao smiled and said, "What's the point of worrying about this?" Li Zhen sighed and said, "If unquestionable Jian comes back to life, if he goes to Hall of Myriad Origins and retrieves his 3 origin paths, then our chances of winning will increase greatly. Can Fang Ping and the rest really walk a new origin path? Do we have the time? Zhang Tao, tell me, do you want to try and search the entire country? Maybe we can find unquestionable Jian. A powerhouse with 3 origin paths is even stronger than old ancestor." Zhang Tao shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. If unquestionable Jian was really so strong, he wouldn't have failed back then. 1,000 years ago, the 2 kings were already dead or in deep slumber. He didn't even succeed that time, let alone now. Rather than relying on unquestionable Jian, why not rely on himself? So what if there are 3 origin paths? I'll only take one. My origin path is 10,000 miles long, one is worth 1,000. You're still so arrogant, so confident." Li Zhen laughed in spite of himself and said, "The outside world thinks that you, Zhang Tao, are easy to talk to, while I, Li Zhen, am a cold person. Little do they know that compared to you, I'm just too lazy to talk. I'm not as arrogant as you." Zhang Tao said playfully, "Arrogant? No, this is called confidence. Li Zhen, you were still influenced by Heavenly King suppression. You also want to walk the second path, why bother? Isn't your origin path stronger than others' origin paths? How far can you walk if you walk other people's paths? You're not even as good as Li Chongqing. At least he still dared to unite all paths, only walking his own path. You, on the other hand, regressing the more you live." Li Zhen was not angry either. He said softly, "I also want to keep walking, but there's no time. At this time, if I walk the second path, I can be 30% stronger. If one day, the catacombs are really leveled, then I can abandon one path and walk my own path again. But time waits for no man, can I keep waiting?" Zhang Tao said with a regretful look, "What a pity. If you keep walking, perhaps you'll be even stronger than now. Why would you need to be surpassed by me?" Li Zhen suddenly no longer felt sad. He laughed in spite of himself and said, "You, saying so much is still to pave the way for this? Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure." Zhang Tao said abnormally calmly, "I'm just speaking the truth. If the origin path is really 10,000 miles long, how far have you walked? 3,000 miles. That's right, I've walked 5,000 miles. Zhang Tao smiled contemptuously. "This is the difference between you and me. And your second path is just the beginning. How can you compare to me? Li Zhen did not want to talk, nor did he want to be entangled in this. He changed the topic instantly. Do you think Fang Ping and the others can get the cultivation method? Depends on luck. Zhang Tao did not know, and he did not want to guess. He quickly said, over at Tiannan, the Yang family's high ranks have all been wiped out. Do you want to cooperate with Star Town and make another trip there? Li Zhen frowned slightly. I'm afraid we'll die if we go. The Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven doesn't welcome us at all, and they don't welcome the people of Star Town either. Even Patriarch Yang was suppressed to death. It's obvious. Patriarch Yang, forget it. He's already passed away. Let's not talk about it. Zhang Tao snorted softly. I can understand his choice, and I can understand the choices of the other patriarchs in Star Town. But if he can bear the shadow, then he should keep his promise. Hundreds of years have passed. Can't he wait any longer? At such a critical moment, he rashly entered the bounded domain. Li Zhen, do you know how disappointed I was that day? Hundreds of years of monstrous efforts turned into nothing in an instant. Zhang Tao's expression was complicated. He looked regretful. He said slowly, he guarded Mount Imperial Sea for hundreds of years. What kind of meritorious service? I, Zhang Tao, am ashamed of my inferiority. I dare not be listed with him. But why didn't he persevere? Persevere for a few more years. Just a few more years. If humans were to be defeated, I have nothing to say about Patriarch Yang's choice. But the Great War hasn't arrived yet. Zhang Tao clenched his fists. He said somewhat dejectedly, the Great War hasn't arrived yet. Why do you have to do this? He died in the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven. His death is the end of everything. It's not like you don't know how great the impact of the aftermath is. Li Zhen let out a long sigh. He did not know how to reply. Zhang Tao also let out a long sigh. He said, if there are other patriarchs in Star Town who make such a choice, please let us know. Zhang Tao doesn't dare to stop them. He won't stop them either. But at least let us know so that we can be prepared. History will not forget the hundreds of years of guarding. Humans will not forget it. We don't want to end up with a bad name. Li Zhen said softly, don't worry. This won't happen again. Patriarch Yang was also impulsive. You also know that he sat in Mount Royal Sea for more than 300 years. In more than 300 years, there was almost no progress in martial arts. I'm afraid Patriarch Yang is also suffering. We shouldn't criticize him too harshly. I'm not criticizing anyone. Zhang Tao waved his hand. I don't have the right to criticize anyone. I just don't want something like this to happen again when we are unprepared. Tiannan. That battle cost the lives of tens of thousands of disciples. I'll say it again. If this happens again, I hope you can let us know so that we won't be beaten senseless. Li Zhen shook his head. It won't happen again. The patriarch has also spoken. If this happens again, he won't sit idly by. Also, tell Fang Ping not to be calculated with the Yang family anymore. Those few from the Yang family can't take such a blow. Yang Qing died in the battlefield. A few of the patriarchs are still somewhat dissatisfied. Zhang Tao waved his hand. I know. This matter is already in the past. Don't mention it again. A few of the patriarchs are dissatisfied. Take care of those from the Yang family first. Don't go looking for death. Besides, Fang Ping killed Yang Feng. It's normal for there to be casualties in the arena. The one who really crossed the line is Li Changxing. Li Changxing is half your successor. What does that have to do with me? If the patriarchs in Star City have any objections, they should look for the Li family. Don't push everything to me. If you really can't do it, just kill Li Changxing yourself and appease those patriarchs. Li Zhen was really helpless. When it came to shamelessness, he really could not compare to Zhang Tao. He was also a descendant of a noble family. He really could not go to the extent of cursing in the streets. Zhang Tao was different. Before this fellow picked up the rank 9 monster plant, he was thick-skinned, similar to Qin Fengqing today. When he was shameless, Li Zhen felt ashamed. However, this fellow was very straightforward in shifting the blame. You should just kill Li Changxing. Li Chongqing was the one who killed people outside the arena. Fang Ping was not. He had made it clear that he would protect Fang Ping, but Fang Ping did not break the rules. If that was the case, then he had to follow the rules. But could Li Chongqing be killed? Li Zhen said helplessly, forget it. Let's stop here. Star City won't let the Yang family leave Star City now. As time passes, everything will be over. One last thing, those few brats died in the catacombs, then they'll just die. Zhang Tao said softly, the road is chosen by oneself. I can protect them for a while, but I can't protect them forever. They actually don't need me to escort them. Maybe you're right. Li Zhen said, his brows slightly furrowed. The next moment, Nan Yunye rushed in. As soon as she entered, she looked at the two of them and sneered. What are you two old things talking about? Talking bad about me? You even blocked my mentality. What kind of shady business are you doing? Zhang Tao, don't fool stupidly all day long. Are you going to sell him out again this time? Zhang Tao's face darkened. Li Zhen coldly said, Nan Yunye, I dare you to say that again. Nan Yunye sneered. What? You're not stupidly? You can't let people talk about you? How many times have you been sold by Zhang Tao over the years? Every time you're sold, you have to count the money for him. Li Zhen's face was ashen. He coldly snorted. Your whole family is stupid. If you weren't a woman, I would kill you with a sword right now. Zhang Tao had an innocent expression. He didn't care about this. He looked at Nan Yunye and said, are you sure you can break through? If you screw up, then you'll be in big trouble this time. Also, if you can't break through, then after this, Li Zhen can cut you a few thousand times. At that time, don't blame me for not stopping you. Nan Yunye proudly said, you think I can't break through? How many can you kill? At least 5. Nan Yunye, you're almost 100 years old. Don't be like a child. If you boast now, it won't be easy to clean up. Zhang Tao frowned. 5, if you really can, kill a few demon plants, you can kill them instantly. Maybe you can get some life essence. Nan Yunye stopped looking for trouble. After a while, she said, if I really have my eyes on the demon plants, then I might not be able to kill 5. That depends on the situation. After saying that, Zhang Tao looked at Li Zhen and said, Li Zhen, go find Heavenly King Subduing and ask for a subduing character. Li Zhen frowned slightly. Zhang Tao said seriously, the situation may not be as smooth as we think. Heavenly King Subduing has taken 2 paths. It's not a big problem to cut off some. If the subduing character is used at a critical moment, it may be able to suppress a few rank 9s. Let Li Chongqing have it. He's only a rank 8. If he uses it at a critical moment, he can suppress 1 or 2 rank 9s. If he explodes, he can kill the opponent. The other party probably won't expect Li Chongqing to have the subduing character. Seeing that Li Zhen still did not speak, Zhang Tao said impatiently, Li Chongqing is half your successor, not mine. I'll let him go to the front line later and hold up 3 rank 9s for me. If he dies, then so be it. A half-crippled guy, it's good enough if he can be of some use. You, Li Zhen looked annoyed. After thinking for a while, he turned and left the basilica. As soon as he left, Nan Yunye shook her head and said, this big idiot. I said he's stupid, but he won't admit it. Zhang Tao, don't trick him for no reason. Be careful that Heavenly King Subduing will settle the score with you. Zhang Tao snorted and said, I'm not the one who asked for it. Li Zhen asked for it himself. What does it have to do with me if it's for his successor's protection? Nan Yunye had nothing to say. Forget it. Why should I worry about this? Li Zhen was stupid himself. How could she teach him how not to be stupid? He was almost 100 years old. Why should she meddle in his business? The outside world thought that Li Zhen was the leader of the 3 departments. Who knew that Li Zhen often did not use his brain? Zhang Tao, this old guy, was the core of the 3. At the same time, Xishan catacombs. We'll follow the old rules. Pretend to be people from the catacombs. Tai Tu, Gao, Shuang, you'll be the leader. We'll be your subordinates. Tai Tu nodded. At the side, Yao Qingjun added, he's iron-headed. If he's the leader, the others will attack him first. They might not be able to kill him. Fang Ping said immediately, "You can't say that. Tai Tu, don't listen to this guy's provocation. I don't have such intentions." "Yes, I know. I can't be bothered with him." Li Hansong glanced at Yao Qingjun. Shameless villain. Sowing discord. He was indeed someone who played with mentality. He was just a little cunning. Yao Qingjun was speechless. "I'm just speaking the truth." Fang Ping chuckled. "We're not in a hurry this time. Let's wait for Xishan City to evacuate slowly. 1,200 miles. Even if we don't use the flight step, 5 to 6 hours is enough. When we reach Endless Mountain, we'll be more careful and see how to get there." The few of them did not refute. They began to rush toward Endless Mountain in the west. As they walked, Fang Ping communicated in the catacombs language in a low voice. "This time, we must be low-key. Low-key. Low-key." I'll repeat a few times. "Everyone, please don't make trouble this time. If you do, the next time we enter the catacombs, everyone will really want to beat us up. This time, we'll suffer countless doubts. This is not good for our future domination of the martial arts world." The few of them were silent. "You better remind yourself first." Fang Ping was a little restless. He said, "In the future, when I become the leader of the martial arts world, Tai Tu will be the military department's minister. Old Wang will be the education department's minister. Old Jiao will be the investigations department's minister." The three of them looked at him. "What about you?" Fang Ping laughed. "I don't care. I don't care about these things." Everyone was speechless again. No one said anything. "We're only at the beginning. You're already planning to allocate the positions of the three departments' ministers? When we return to the surface, you'll say this. Are you really not afraid of death? P.S. After 12 o'clock, the monthly votes will be doubled. Brothers, please support us with the double monthly votes for the next 3 days. That's it. Brothers, please support me. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Double monthly tickets for Global High Martial Arts. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Hell. The night in the catacombs was as dark as ever. The wandering monsters began to howl at night. Fang Ping and the rest stopped teasing each other. They were all wearing catacombs armor and restrained their auras, keeping a low profile like stones. A distance of 1,200 miles wasn't too far for the few of them. 1 hour, 2 hours, they passed through the mountains and bypassed the big lake. Along the way, they also encountered some demon gathering spots. Fang Ping and the rest did not attack. They avoided those that they could. At their level, middle and low-ranked monsters were almost useless and of no threat to them. When he was weak, Fang Ping used to wonder why Grandmaster-level powerhouses did not kill the weak. Now that he had reached this level, Fang Ping had some understanding. At this level, unless it was absolutely necessary, everyone would only target powerhouses of the same level. If it was not necessary, who would kill the weak and cause more trouble for themselves? Moreover, if they killed the weak, they would also kill the weak. That would be utter chaos. After walking for more than 600 li, Yao Qingjun suddenly said in a low voice, "In front of us is a rank 7 monster's territory. Should we take a detour or kill it directly?" Fang Ping looked around. If they took a detour, the journey would be much longer. After a moment, he said in a low voice, "Kill it. Hurry. The 4 of us will work together and do our best to kill it in one move." Okay. They raised their vitality to the limit in an instant. Celestiality began to interweave around their bodies. Yao Qingjuan's long spear appeared. Wang Jinyang's blood-red longbow appeared instantly too. Li Hansong looked at the two's weapons, then at his own boxing gloves. He shook his head slightly and said regretfully, "I actually don't have an offensive divine weapon." Fang Ping humphed. Be content. Among the 4 of them, he had the worst equipment. The other 3 had their own inherited divine weapons, and they were extremely powerful. Only Fang Ping had 3 divine weapons until now. A pair of rank 7 boots, a rank 7 Changdao, and a rank 8 Changdao. The 3 divine weapons added together were far inferior to their inherited divine weapons. They did not say anything more. They restrained their auras and quietly crept toward a mountain ridge more than 10 li ahead. More than a minute later, in the huge valley, a huge python with spotted patterns appeared in front of them. As soon as they arrived, the spotted python raised its head high, looking in the direction of Fang Ping and the others, even though they did not sense any energy fluctuations. Kill. Fang Ping let out a low growl with his mentality. On the rank 7 Changdao, the golden glow was extremely intense. Yao Qingjuan's soul-splitting spear had already shot out and disappeared halfway. It turned into pure psyche energy and targeted the python's psyche energy. Wang Jinyang drew his bow and condensed a blood-red arrow, which shot through the air. Hiss hiss, the huge python flicked its tongue and soared into the air, trying to escape. It could already feel the threat of death looming over it, but it was too late. Kacha, like glass shattering, Yao Qingjuan's long spear immediately condensed from the void, and with a kacha sound, it directly tore apart the python's mental strength. Before Wang Jinyang's blood-red arrow arrived, the python's body trembled violently. All of its blood spurted out and gathered in the arrow, strengthening it. Bang, the long arrow pierced through the python's head swiftly. At this moment, the python was not dead yet. It let out a sharp hiss. As soon as the sound was heard, Fang Ping's saber slashed down. With an explosion of destructive force, the huge python's head crashed onto the ground with a bang, its torso and head still squirming. Around the valley, a few silhouettes appeared. Li Hansong looked gloomy. He said sheepishly, "Give me a chance." The 3 of them joined forces and still managed to get within 100 meters of the other party. Against a monster that was around middle stage rank 7, if the 3 of them unleashed their full strength, they could kill it in one move. Yao Qingjun directly tore apart the other party's mentality, Wang Jinyang's blood-red arrow devoured the other party's vitality, and Yao Qingjun dealt a fatal blow. He did not even have the chance to intervene. Cut the crap. Go collect the corpse. It's dangerous to collect the corpse. Remember, next time you collect the corpse, put on your armor, Fang Ping said calmly. If the 4 of them joined forces and could not even kill a middle stage rank 7 monster quickly, they would be too useless. How were they going to explore the catacombs then? Tai Tu went to move the corpse. Fang Ping looked at old Wang. After a while, he asked, "You can devour its vitality?" Wang Jinyang said softly, "Not devour, it's absorb. Not only vitality, but also energy. The premise is that the other party is suppressed and unable to suppress its own energy. Old Yao's spear tore apart its mentality earlier. It can't control its own vitality and energy. That's why I can absorb its vitality and energy to strengthen the blood-red arrow." Fang Ping nodded slightly. After a while, he asked, "Do you have arrows on your longbow?" "No." Wang Jinyang's blood-red longbow only had a bow, no arrows. Right now, the blood-red arrow was condensed from his own energy. Fang Ping heard that and did not ask further. At this time, Li Hansong had already walked back, carrying the snake's head and the snake's body. He chuckled. "A rank 7 divine weapon is in my hands. It feels like a divine weapon isn't that difficult." Everyone ignored him. It was not difficult. That was built on the foundation of Fang Ping's presence. Without Fang Ping, the 3 of them had the ability to kill this monster. However, the 3 of them were thousands of meters away. This monster could sense their presence. Sensing that it was no match for them, it had long run away. Why would it still stay here and wait for them to arrive before fighting? Fang Ping kept the python into his space. Seeing that there was finally something in the space, he felt a little relieved. The space had been empty for a long time. It would be uncomfortable if it did not store something. Let's go. Speed up and reach the bounded domain before daybreak. They did not waste any time. In the blink of an eye, they killed the rank 7 python. They did not use flight step. Instead, they levitated and hurried toward the bounded domain. At the same time, in the neighboring forbidden catacombs, at the peak of Mount Royal Sea, Zhang Tao also rushed over. Looking at the densely packed figures in front of the passageway below, his voice was not loud, but it was incomparably dignified. King Huai, it's just a small area. Is there a need for so many people? There are too many idlers in the royal court. Do you think it's inappropriate for them to come and watch the show? The long-haired King Huai was no longer as irritable as he was in the Magic City catacombs. His young and handsome face carried a gentle smile. Stepping on the void, he slowly walked toward the peak of Mount Royal Sea, as if he was walking on a flight of stairs. When he reached the peak, a black crack flashed and disappeared, cutting through his long hair. His long hair burst into a brilliant golden glow. Some of it broke, disappearing along with the crack. King Huai did not care. He walked to the peak, less than 100 meters away from Xianxia. Overlooking the surroundings, he murmured softly, "What a great building. Even a true king could not easily surpass it. It is admirable and intoxicating." How did the two kings do it back then? Zhang Tao said lightly, "This is not the work of the catacombs martial artists." King Huai chuckled. "Are you talking about the martial artists of the bounded domain? Is it not?" "Perhaps." Having said that, King Huai laughed again. "However, the past has become dust. Now, immersing in the glory of the past, it seems that the martial king is still not confident enough. That is not up to you to decide." King Huai was not angry. He chuckled again. "Martial king, the barrier between the two worlds is about to be completely opened. You know what I mean. Now, even if you destroy the outer realm, what can you do, martial king, the land of rebirth? I do not care about the other true kings. You and the Netherworld king, the Hall of True Kings will always welcome you." Zhang Tao said playfully, "I can go, but the premise is that the Hall of True Kings kills you first. How about it?" King Huai laughed. "Why bother? At our realm, everyone below the true king is an ant. Living for 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, that is not impossible. Time can no longer erase our imprints. Since that is the case, why must you be so overbearing?" Zhang Tao said coldly, "On Earth, there are many impasses. King Huai, once the war starts, more than 1 or 2 impasses will fall. We human martial artists do not retreat until we are dead. In your Hall of True Kings, there may not be anyone left alive." King Huai chuckled. "I know. If possible, we also want to quietly cultivate until the moment when our lives are extinguished. But some things must be done. Immortality is also a great temptation, isn't it?" "Immortality?" Zhang Tao sneered. "Even if life is eternal and the world is extinguished, what can you do if you are left alone? As strong as the ancient martial era, it was extinguished just like that. Yes, so we do not want to repeat the same mistakes." King Huai said faintly, "Perhaps, only the seed of rebirth can prevent history from repeating itself." "What is the seed of rebirth?" Zhang Tao asked again. King Huai smiled faintly. "Let us enter the land of rebirth, and we will tell you." Wishful thinking. Then there is no way to negotiate. King Huai sighed and said softly, "You are too stubborn. Even if we enter the land of rebirth, what can we do? Even if we have the intention to kill you, if you really want to leave, who can do anything to you, martial king? I have known you for decades, and I really can't bear to see you fall." "Then try." Zhang Tao's face was indifferent, and he said no more. King Huai said no more, but looked at the crowd below, chuckling. "Go in. Boys, go and kill, go and indulge. Only when you are stained with the blood of the reborn martial artists will you truly walk your own path. Go. Kill." The crowd below, one after another, shouted. Among the crowd, Ji Yao rode a golden phoenix, her expression cold as she said loudly, "Martial king, where is Fang Ping?" Zhang Tao said calmly, "Has the monster life royal court made up its mind to start a war with us humans? Ji Yao only represents herself." Ji Yao did not answer directly, saying loudly, "Martial king, since you want to destroy the 18 southern regions, the royal court and its affiliated cities here cannot be ignored. If I promise not to invade the monster life royal court cities, then what?" Ji Yao did not answer. Zhang Tao laughed loudly and said, "If that is the case, I will not force you." After saying that, Zhang Tao turned, looked into the distance, and laughed loudly. "The feast has begun. Kill. Kill. In the distance, tens of thousands of martial artists shouted loudly. Waves of rank 9 force rose, the vitality pillar piercing the sky and the earth, making the vitality pillar even more obvious in the dark night. Even if it was thousands of miles away, the giant pillar in the distance could still be seen. Zhang Tao laughed loudly, his figure flashed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he appeared directly above the Grand Canyon, standing in the air. Black cracks cut across his body, but only a golden mark was left. One man can hold the pass against 10,000, he wanted to personally guard the canyon passage, even the catacombs' true king could not think of going through. Waves of force also rose from the neighboring territories, one after another, huge figures appeared from Imperial Sea Mountain. Outside Imperial Sea Mountain, waves of force also rose. A powerhouse laughed loudly, his voice traveling thousands of miles. Below, Ji Yao and the others looked solemn, but when they saw their true king also showing his majesty, everyone's expression softened. Soon, the passage opened. On the opposite side of the passage, an old Taoist looked at everyone, watching them enter. Just as a rank 8 powerhouse stepped into the passage, the old Taoist struck with his palm. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. This rank 8 powerhouse did not have time to react, nor did he have the heart to defend himself, and his golden body exploded instantly. As he struck with his palm, the old Taoist flew backward, flying thousands of meters in the blink of an eye, fleeing toward Wuhan City in the south. Damn it! Kill him! The powerhouses who had just entered the restricted area were furious. Several rank 9 powerhouses rose into the air, quickly chasing after the old Taoist. They did not expect that the resurrected powerhouse guarding the passage would actually attack them. At that moment, many people did not have the heart to defend themselves at all. At the peak of Imperial Sea Mountain, King Huai said indifferently, "King Wu, you're still as shameless as ever." Above the passage, Zhang Tao sneered, "Just a bunch of idiots. Since we've entered the Outland, the war has already begun. I wonder how many of these idiots can return this time." King Huai was not angry. Facing the Outland, his voice traveled thousands of miles, saying, "Kill the escaped resurrected martial artists. The massacre has begun." As soon as he finished speaking, in the forbidden catacombs, silhouettes from various cities soared into the air. The old Taoist who escaped from Imperial Sea Mountain soon encountered a rank 9 powerhouse, and a great battle broke out instantly. Further away, the sky-piercing blood pillar began to move toward the depths. King Huai stood proudly at the peak, looking at the Outland, chuckling. "Even if a territory is destroyed, I'll be satisfied if I can slaughter dozens of high ranks. 108 Outlands are just abandoned lands. How many high ranks can die in the land of rebirth? Was it worth it to exchange dozens of high ranks for the destruction of one territory?" The true king in the True King Temple said it was worth it. The land of rebirth had just been revived, and the powerhouses were limited. Exchanging the Outland for the destruction of all the high ranks of the land of rebirth powerhouses was worth it. The restricted area was still there, and the core was still there. Coincidentally, he could also take back some of the mineral veins in the Outland. Zhang Tao did not pay any attention to him and remained silent. Xishan Catacombs. Fang Ping and the rest were extremely fast, passing by in a flash. At this moment, Fang Ping's figure paused, looking in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, muttering, "The war has begun?" Wang Jinyang and the rest's expressions were extremely solemn. In the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, several towering pressures rose, covering hundreds of miles. Even though they were thousands of miles away, they could still vaguely feel some pressure. In Xishan Catacombs Imperial Sea Mountain, powerhouses began to demonstrate. Guardian Chen, it should be him. The opposite side is King Maple? More or less. They looked at each other. Fang Ping took a deep breath and growled, "Let's go, now." The rank 9 powerhouses in Xishan Catacombs dared not release their mentality pressure to provoke him. While everyone was focused on the impasse, it was the most convenient time to go to the Outland. Very soon, an endless mountain range appeared in front of everyone. They had arrived at Endless Mountain. In the depths of the catacombs, the heaven-shaking pressure was getting stronger and stronger. It was so strong that everyone suspected whether a battle of the pinnacle would erupt in the next moment. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. After a long time, he looked toward the south and said softly, "Thank you, Guardian Chen." After saying that, Fang Ping sped up and began to cross Endless Mountain. Wang Jinyang and the rest understood instantly. Old Ancestor Chen, who was guarding Xishan catacombs, might have also known that they were going to enter the outland. Taking advantage of the moment to unleash his pressure to shock the catacombs, he might also be trying to divert attention. Although they did not know or see this pinnacle powerhouse who started the neo-martial arts era, at this moment, they still respected him a little more. Endless Mountain spanned 400 miles. There were not as many demons here as in other forbidden lands. Monster plants were the majority. Although there were not many demons, the demons in Endless Mountain were stronger. Monster plant-type demons could form a forbidden land. Middle and low-ranked monster plants had no intelligence, and it was difficult for them to move. The proportion of high ranks was even higher, while Fang Ping and the rest maintained high speed, they were also extremely careful. Here, once they were discovered by monster plants, it was very likely to attract the attention of some kings of forbidden lands. Once they were surrounded by the kings of forbidden lands, Fang Ping and the rest of the rank 7s could not possibly be a match at all. With caution and vigilance, they passed through the mountains. The absolute pressure in the depths never stopped. The vast Endless Mountain was also much quieter at this moment. Even so, when they crossed more than 200 miles of Endless Mountain, Fang Ping and the rest were still targeted by monster plants. This time, Fang Ping did not have the intention to kill the other party. If they wasted time here, it would be too easy for them to be surrounded by demons. Ignoring the rank 7 monster plants' pursuit, they were extremely fast, crossing the mountains continuously. The number of high-ranked monster plants chasing after them was also increasing. 1 plant, 2 plants, when they were almost out of Endless Mountain, there were already 7 or 8 monster plants chasing behind them. In the central area of Endless Mountain, there were even rank 9 monster plants that began to cross the air and come over. Fang Ping and the rest could already see the Forbidden Sea tributary in front of them. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said quickly, "Be careful. Especially Old Jiao, it's your first time here. Remember what I told you before, you must be very careful, don't fly too high." Beside him, Wang Jinyang glanced at the monster plant that was chasing after them and said, "Should we take off?" Fang Ping glanced at him. At this time, Old Wang was still thinking about what happened last time. "No need, everyone keep a distance from each other. I'll be in the middle. If there's any danger, I'll activate Old Zhang's mentality clone in time. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hansong was the first to start crossing the river. The divine armor appeared on his body. His expression could not be seen, but his nervousness could be seen. The ignorant were fearless. The last time he crossed the river with Qin Fengqing, he did not have any other thoughts and went straight over. Only later did he know how dangerous the Forbidden Sea tributary was. However, as the only martial artist in the team with divine armor, his defense was much stronger than Fang Ping's. He was the only one who could explore the way. Behind them, the monster plants were almost catching up. At this moment, it was not the time for everyone to explore slowly. Li Hansong was the first, and Fang Ping followed closely behind. Behind him, Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun were also extremely vigilant. When the two of them had used flight step to the surface of the river, they quickly followed. The Forbidden Sea was as calm as ever. Very soon, Li Hansong crossed the river at a distance of 1 to 2,000 meters. Fang Ping was just about to reach the shore when a tentacle suddenly swept over from under the water. Fang Ping's expression changed. A rock appeared in his hand out of thin air, and he shot it far away. Unexpectedly, the tentacle ignored the rock and continued sweeping toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. A small ball of golden substance appeared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he threw it toward the surface of the water 100 meters away. This time, the tentacle ignored Fang Ping. Instead, it fell into the water and disappeared without a trace. Old Yao and Wang Jinyang hurried over from behind. As soon as Wang Jinyang landed, he looked at the slightly tumbling seawater 100 meters away and said in a low voice, "Why did it target you?" Fang Ping shook his head, and then said, "Maybe it was a little too much. Forget it, let's go." This side was slightly different from Tiannan. The opposite side of the river was not a forest, but a stretch of towering mountains. Fang Ping took a look, and said as he walked, it has something to do with the terrain on the opposite side. The Forbidden Sea tributary is eroding over, surrounding the bounded zone. The few of them nodded slightly. Li Hongzong sensed for a while, and looked at Yao Qingjun and Wang Jinyang. Any reaction? Does it feel familiar? No. Li Hongzong was slightly regretful. He frowned and said, then it's not our home. Actually, I guessed it too. Otherwise, that token would have reacted. This time, we might not be able to enter. The last time he went to Tiannan, he still felt a little familiar, which was why he entered. This time, however, he did not feel the same. Obviously, he was not familiar with this bounded zone. However, the boundary wall inside did not seem to be activated now, and the buildings inside could not be seen. Maybe when it was activated, he would feel something. The few of them were discussing using mentality, and did not dare to make a sound. There were primordial demon clan members here. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not care about them. He looked around. After a while, he said, this shouldn't be the core zone. There should be a stone tablet in the core zone. Only a stone tablet corresponds to the location of the bounded zone's gate. We haven't found the stone tablet yet, so we might not be able to activate it. Don't go inside first. Look for the stone tablet along the way. Upon hearing that, Wang Jinyang said with a vigilant look, don't mess around. Fang Ping said gloomily, nonsense. I know the stone tablet is connected to the seal. No matter how much money I want, I won't be courting death, right? Wang Jinyang did not care about him. I'll give you a reminder first. The last time this fellow dug up the stone tablet, he almost got them killed. The few of them did not enter the depths. Instead, they walked along the outer mountain range, moving forward all the way. The bounded zone was very narrow and long, and not every place in the bounded zone was filled with gates. The stone tablet was a sign. The place with the stone tablet was most likely the area where the gate was located. Over there, it should be easier to activate the bounded zone. Moreover, after finding the stone tablet, if it was well preserved, then they could confirm whether this was the Xuanda Grotto. If it was not, the few of them might not gain anything by coming here. Walking carefully along the way, the few of them also discovered some native demons. These demons did not move much. Here, unless the boundary wall was activated and the energy was overflowing, only then could they cultivate. At other times, these demons were usually lying in wait. If they did not reveal their vitality, Fang Ping and the rest were like stones. They were not very tempting to the demons. Walking along the edge of the Forbidden Sea tributary, they walked for more than 100 li. Fang Ping's gaze flickered, and he said, I think I see it. Wang Jinyang and the rest looked over. Sure enough, there was a huge black stone tablet standing in front. In front of the gigantic stone monument. Fang Ping stared at the monument, his gaze solemn. He enunciated each word slowly, Xuanda Grotto Heaven. You can read? Li Hongzong asked suddenly. Fang Ping's expression darkened, glaring at him fiercely. What's up with you? Qin Fengqing isn't here, so you replaced him? Li Hongzong was embarrassed, but he said helplessly, it's only 3 words. Why did you read 4 words? There were only 3 words on the gigantic monument. Fang Ping said calmly, Xuanda Grotto Heaven. I added heaven to make it sound better. Beside him, Wang Jinyang glanced at him and said helplessly, it's Xuanda Realm, not Xuanda Grotto Heaven. Can you read more next time? Fang Ping's expression darkened even more. After a while, he said sullenly, I didn't look closely. Wasn't it Mausoleum Cave last time? I only saw the first 2 and didn't look at the rest. Wang Jinyang ignored him. After he deduced that the bounded boundaries and sects might be related, he had studied seal script. Glancing at the monument, Wang Jinyang said, it is indeed the Xuanda Grotto Heaven. The so-called Grotto Heaven is just a term used by the Tang dynasty. It might not have existed before. It was just a name given by the later generations. Xuanda Realm should be the Xuanda Grotto Heaven listed by the Tang dynasty. As he spoke, Wang Jinyang did not look at the monument anymore. Instead, he looked behind the monument, at the winding ancient path that seemed to reach the heavens. Behind the monument was a huge mountain. The mountain path was rugged, and the ground was paved with sparkling energy crystals. The crystal-like plank path went up for thousands of meters. To martial artists, a height of thousands of meters was nothing. However, the ancient path was circling, faintly discernible. He had no idea where the end was. We came to the right place, Wang Jinyang said, frowning slightly. There should be restrictions above here. Last time in Tiannan, there were spatial rifts above. But now, this plank path goes straight to the heavens. Fang Ping lifted his head to take a look as well. After some thought, he said, since this is the mountain path leading to the grotto heaven, there shouldn't be any restrictions on the mountain path. Otherwise, this mountain path would have disappeared long ago, swallowed by the space rift. Li Hansong continued, the gates in Tiannan are very low. This one is so high. Fang Ping, is this your home? You want to make a cultivation ground into a crystal pagoda? Fang Ping said sternly, from now on, shut your mouth. Tai Tu, I find that you've changed. You've learned to talk nonsense. This guy actually stabbed him twice in such a short period of time. He was rebelling, the other two ignored the two of them. Yao Qingjun looked around. After a while, he said sternly, everyone, be quiet. Someone has been here. As he spoke, Yao Qingjun walked behind the stone tablet, squatted down, and examined the crystal-like plank path. This place had been sealed for countless years. The crystal walkway was somewhat dim, and a layer of fine dust had fallen upon it. Yao Qingjun reached out and touched it, then looked up and said slowly, there might be people up there. Someone went up here and there are footprints. As he spoke, he looked at both sides of the plankway and took a deep breath. This ancient path is a little dangerous. Be careful. I looked up and down, but the footprints didn't match. Perhaps someone had died. If it's not the ancient path that's dangerous, then there's danger up there. Although martial artists could use the flight step, this place was extremely dangerous. There were cracks flashing in the air at every turn. It was safer to walk with one's feet firmly on the ground here. Although some footprints on the plankway were very shallow, Yao Qingjun could still see them clearly. Fang Ping said, Old Zhang said that someone from the Chen family might be here. Is it someone from the Chen family? I'm not sure. We can't let our guard down. We can't rule out the possibility that it's a martial artist from the catacombs. Fang Ping nodded. He would not let his guard down. He looked up again and said softly, I didn't expect the door here to open in the sky. That's more dangerous than I expected. I don't know if there's someone above the sealed world. I was thinking that we could keep attacking the sealed world underground, but now it's hard to say. Since there's someone up there, no matter if it's someone from the Chen family or someone else, everyone must stay alert. Having said that, Fang Ping added, everyone, we came here together, so the only one we can trust is ourselves. Old ancestor Chen probably released his aura on Mount Royal Sea to cover our tracks, but the Chen family might not know of our existence. If it's someone from the Chen family up there, be careful of them attacking us. If it's a catacombs martial artist, there might be a rank 9 existence. Fang Ping said with a serious expression, if there's a rank 9 existence, then we'll be in trouble. There seems to be only one path here. If we don't go this way, we might not be able to find another entrance. Understood. The few of them were extremely solemn. It was different from the last time when they just wandered around. The last time they went to the bounded zone was to look for Zhang Qingnan. Fang Ping and the others had no other purpose. However, this time, they were here specifically to look for cultivation methods. They did not want to return empty-handed. Let's go. Fang Ping said and looked at the stone tablet again. He glanced at it and did not look at it anymore. There was still business at this time. This stone tablet should also be connected to the sealed world. Dealing with the stone tablet at this time might cause big trouble. The few of them stepped on the plankway cautiously. Li Hansong was still in front. He did not dare to be careless. Li Hansong cautiously walked up the steps one by one. He tested it by stepping on the ground and even tried to float slightly in the air. Fang Ping and the others looked nervous. Fortunately, floating in the air was not a big problem. Fang Ping thought for a while, then threw a stone into the air. As soon as the stone rose into the air, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. A crack flashed in the air. Fang Ping said seriously, 30 meters. After saying that, he looked at Li Hansong and said, go up a little, about 20 meters. Try throwing a stone. Li Hansong nodded. Very quickly, he walked up about 20 meters along the plankway and threw a stone. This time, the stone did not disappear 10 meters in the air. It was still about 30 meters in the air. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief and said with emotion, ingenious workmanship. The sealed world is not flat, but arranged along the plankway all the way up diagonally. Everyone nodded slightly. At this time, Li Hansong threw a few stones on both sides of the plankway. Very quickly, his expression turned serious and said, Fang Ping, be careful. Out of the plankway, there are void cracks on both sides. When he threw the stone, it disappeared into the cracks as soon as it left the plankway. In other words, on this winding ancient path, only the steps and 30 meters above the ground were safe areas. Everywhere else was dangerous. Ancient martial artists are so domineering. Fang Ping sighed. They were indeed domineering. There was only one path in Xuanda Grotto heaven. Visitors had to walk this path. Moreover, they could not use flight step or run around. If the owner of this place wanted you to walk the right path, you had to walk the right path. Using flight step or running around was courting death. It was unlike modern times, where martial artists did not have much sense of territory. Even in the Department of Education, if someone used flight step and disappeared above old Zhang's head in a flash, old Zhang would not care too much if it was one of his own. Of course, there was still a ban on flying. However, for high-ranked martial artists, there were actually not many who obeyed the ban. Sometimes, flying was indeed more convenient. As they talked, they walked up. After a while, Fang Ping suddenly said, Iron Head, I want to do an experiment. Listen and see if it's feasible. You want to borrow my armor? Li Hansong grinned. He did not say much. The armor on his body disappeared instantly and appeared in his hand. He threw it to Fang Ping and said, You want to test if the space cracks can cut through my armor, right? That's right. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. If it can withstand it, Iron Head, lend me this thing. At the crucial moment, I'll drag a rank 9 and use flight step together. The cracks are purely physical damage. If they can't cut through the armor, then I'll be fine, Wang Jinyang frowned. What do you know? I saw the cracks last time. When they erupted, they also cut through mentality. I'll be fine as long as I don't release my mentality. Fang Ping did not say much. He picked up the human-shaped armor and tested it on the left side of the ancient path. As he tested it, he said, If you really break it, I'll get you a better set later. The cracks can't even cut through a paragon. The strength of a paragon's physique is only SOSO. If this thing is not as useful as a paragon's physique, then it's not a very good thing. The few of them were speechless. Did he not feel guilty when he said that? His tone was not just a little big. When a paragon was cut by the space cracks, he would also need to use his vitality to prevent his body from suffering too serious injuries. That was under the condition that there were few cracks. This meant that it was not just his physique that could withstand it. If a set of armor could block the cracks, then it would be much stronger than a desperate inner armor. As Fang Ping said that, he was just about to test it when he suddenly threw the armor to Li Hansong. Li Hansong was surprised. What's wrong? If it's really broken, it's not a big deal. I forgot. This set of armor seems to be connected to your body. If it's really broken, you'll probably be heavily injured too. Fang Ping almost forgot about this. He believed that Li Hansong would not forget. However, this guy actually asked him to try it just now. Fang Ping was helpless. He glanced at him and said, I forgot about it. You want me to cut it? Are you an idiot? Li Hansong smiled foolishly and did not say anything. Just as Fang Ping was about to give up, Li Hansong took the armor and stretched out the plank path. Creak, a sharp, ear-piercing sound was heard. Li Hansong hurriedly pulled back the armor, his face slightly pale. Amazing. Li Hansong had a lingering fear in his heart. He looked at the fine crack that appeared on the armor. Very quickly, the crack began to heal. I can block it, but I need to expend energy to repair it. It'll only take a moment. My ability is not good enough. Repairing the divine armor will consume a lot of energy. As he said that, Li Hansong looked excited. However, if I really have to drag a rank 9 into the rift, I don't know if it'll cut him to death first or my armor first. If that's the case, in the land of boundaries, I also have a trump card against a rank 9. Li Hansong was quite excited. He did not really want to be a shield. He had to have some offensive means. This was not bad. At a critical moment, if he could drag a rank 9 into the sky, he might be able to kill the rank 9 with the help of the space rift. Li Hansong was excited. Fang Ping did not discourage him, neither did he dissuade him. Instead, he warned, if I tell you to do it, do it. If I don't tell you to do it, don't make your own decisions. In the land of boundaries, only one voice is needed. That is my voice. This is also the consensus of many catacombs trips. Without my permission, don't think that you're doing a good deed by acting on your own. Most of the time, good intentions turn into bad things. The three of you, I'll say the ugly words first. If you act on your own and don't die this time, we'll part ways in the future. The smiles on their faces disappeared. Very quickly, they nodded. They understood Fang Ping's meaning. In the catacombs, they could not act on their own when acting together. It would often implicate the entire team. Let's go. Go up. Ironhead will scout the way. The few of them stopped talking. Their movements were weak, and they began walking up the ancient path. Just as Fang Ping and the rest were walking up the ancient path. At the end of the ancient path, on a huge platform. At this moment, a few figures were sitting cross-legged on the ground. In front of the figures was an impossibly tall gatehouse. The gatehouse was faintly discernible, surrounded by glittering and translucent giant screens and crystal walls. When Li Hansong's armor was cut, a creaking sound was heard. Among the few figures, the ears of one of them twitched slightly. Very quickly, he opened his eyes and said, I think someone is coming up. Maple King's men? Among the crowd, someone spoke. His voice was old, and his face was also very old. However, very quickly, he looked toward the person who spoke first and asked again, second progenitor, did they arrive early this time? The person who spoke first was old and clumsy. His hair and beard were all white. He stood up slowly, his gaze deep as he said, maybe. Everyone, get ready for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, on the platform, 5 people stood up. Including the old man, there were a total of 6 people. These 6 people were all clumsy, their faces pale. They had stayed here for many years. This place could not recover energy and recover consumption. They could only let 1 or 2 of them cross the Forbidden Sea every few days to recover. However, the Forbidden Sea was also extremely dangerous. Time and time again, there were people who died on the Forbidden Sea. However, they could not leave. Although the world wall would sometimes become saturated with energy and erupt with energy tides, it was possible that when the energy tide erupted, it was often accompanied by a battle. After so many years, out of more than 10 people in the past, only the 6 of them were left. The 6 of them looked solemn. Divine weapons appeared in their hands, but the divine weapons seemed a little dim. Not only the divine weapons, but the golden bodies of 2 of the rank 8 powerhouses were also extremely dim. The old man who was the leader was the same, his whole body was filled with lethargy. The few of them guarded the intersection between the ancient path and the platform, not saying a word. Not long after, on the winding ancient path, an armored martial artist wearing a full set of armor appeared. A human? The few old men did not make a move. They did not speak. Instead, they were waiting. In the end, the armored warrior took the initiative to speak. Then, he said loudly, is that a senior from the Qin family of Polaris City up there? The old man who was the leader looked slightly suspicious. He did not dare to relax, asking in a low voice, who are you? Oh, I forgot. Before Li Hansong finished speaking, the few old men's expressions changed. They had already sensed the vitality force that belonged to a human. A rank 7 martial artist, however, it seemed like they had just sensed it. For a moment, the few of them were slightly suspicious. Of course, there were many restrictions on the winding plank road. They did not sense it before, maybe it was blocked by the restrictions. Soon, behind the armored warrior, they saw 3 more figures. They were all rank 7 martial artists, although 4 rank 7 martial artists were weaker than the 6 of them, they could not be underestimated. Are you a senior from the Chen family? At this moment, Li Hansong did not speak again. Fang Ping took the initiative to say, we are Sino Nation martial artists from martial arts universities. Under Minister Zhang's order, we came to the Xuanda Grotto Heaven to explore the ruins and look for ancient human martial arts cultivation methods. Martial King's order? That's right. Fang Ping said loudly, the seniors have not told us yet. Are you a senior from the Chen family? To avoid conflict and affecting the overall situation. The few old men looked at each other. The leading old man said, we are from the Chen family. After saying that, he asked, you said that you came under orders. Do you have proof? Although they were all humans might not be free of traitors. Proof? Fang Ping thought for a while. He did have proof. Zhang Tao's crystal book was the most suitable. However, before old Zhang came, why did he not say anything about giving him a token or something? Now that he had taken out the crystal book, if they were to fight later, would they not know his trump card? Who knew if these people were good or bad? The old men above were not weak. 2 rank 9s, 2 rank 8s, and 2 rank 7s. Although it felt a little fake, no matter how fake it was, a rank 9 was a rank 9. Fang Ping did not expect to meet 2 rank 9 powerhouses here. If they were from the Chen family, then the Chen family was scary enough. 1 paragon, 3 rank 9s, and there was even a rank 9 Chen family patriarch in the House of Guardians. However, why did these people not go out? The Chen family's patriarch started the neo-martial arts era. According to Warlord, the Chen family's patriarch had given up on exploring the boundaries and no longer walked that path. The Chen family could not be seen in the king's battleground either, unless the newcomers entered once every 3 years. Thinking was just thinking. Fang Ping did not ask for details. He could not get anything out of them now. If they wanted proof, he did not have it. Actually, Fang Ping had proof too. He had the MCMAU Vice-Chancellor's seal. That thing could prove his identity. However, Fang Ping was too famous. The restricted area was still searching for him. If it was not necessary, there was no need to publicize it too much. From what these few people said, they probably had not gone out for a long time. They probably did not know them. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping looked at old Wang and the others. Do you have seals or something? They nodded slightly. Fang Ping opened his mouth and said to the few people above, something like the Martial Arts University's Vice-Chancellor's seal, can it prove our identity? Among us, there's MCMAU's Dean, NMAU's Honorary Vice-Chancellor, FMS's Vice-Chancellor. Hearing these titles, the people on the top were stunned. However, very quickly, the old man above said, yes. Even if there were traitors among humans, it was not to the point where the leaders of martial arts universities had become traitors. If that happened, martial arts universities would be completely destroyed. Even King Wu would not be so useless. However, listening to the voices of the few people below, the few old men felt that they were not very old. They were also very unfamiliar. A new grandmaster. After Fang Ping threw a few seals over, the leading old man looked at them and suddenly said, how is Lord King Wu recently? When Lord King Wu broke through to the peak, he shocked the heavens and the earth and made the gods weep. The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. Did they have to do this? If I did not happen to hear some secrets, I would have been tricked by you guys. Fang Ping said helplessly, he's amazing. He broke through as soon as he woke up, ha ha ha, he really is King Wu's man. The old man laughed, that was right, this was a big secret. Most people really did not know. Even those in the catacombs did not know how King Wu broke through. They probably thought that he broke through to the desperate realm during closed-door cultivation. The ones who really knew the inside story were only the few human powerhouses. The Chen family knew about this because the Chen family's elder ancestor knew about it. Those who knew about this were definitely the higher-ups among humans, and trustworthy ones at that. There was no escaping, this was King Wu's shame. Those who knew about this secret were not their own people. They were all killed. Of course, in reality, they did not kill anyone because those who knew about it were their own people. After confirming Fang Ping and the others' identities, the few old men stopped glaring at them. The leading old man smiled and said, "Since you are King Wu's men, come on up." They did not block the way anymore. Fang Ping and the others also walked up cautiously. Li Hansong took the lead and soon reached the entrance of the plank road. He deliberately squeezed forward, squeezing the few old men behind him. The leading old man chuckled. He did not say much and took the initiative to step back. He sighed in his heart. Not bad. These people looked quite young, but they were very vigilant. They guarded the entrance of the plank road. If they attacked and knocked them out of the range of the plank road, they would definitely die. In the catacombs, just as Lu Fengru had taught Fang Ping, in this place, do not trust anyone easily, even your own people. Li Hansong occupied the entrance of the plank road. Only then did Fang Ping and the others follow. Once they reached the entrance, Fang Ping's line of sight turned to the looming gatehouse. Seeing Fang Ping looking at the gatehouse, the old man smiled and said, "This is the main entrance of Xuanda Grotto Heaven. It is also the only entrance. If you want to enter heavenly mystic virtue, this is the only way. Everywhere else is a dead end. You are here on orders this time. Does King Wu have any instructions?" Beside them, an old woman said in a weak voice, "Can you tell us about the outside world?" Fang Ping asked curiously, "Seniors, have you not been out for a long time?" "Yes, we haven't left this place for 15 years. The few of them were a little emotional. In these 15 years, they did not leave this place at all. Other than some demons, people under the Maple King's command who would come from time to time, and those mountains and rivers that they were tired of seeing, there was almost nothing else here. Not leaving the domain for 15 years was not something that could be represented by a simple number." Fang Ping was a little confused. Staying here for 15 years, Xuanda Grotto Heaven had not opened. It was not suitable for closed-door cultivation here. Even if the energy tide erupted, they could just wait until it happened. Was there a need to guard here every day? Seeing Fang Ping's confusion, the leading old man sighed softly and said, 15 years ago, we were not guarding here day and night. That year, we had already entered the House of Guardians. However, 15 years ago, one of the powerhouses under the Maple King's command obtained a bounded zone token in the King's battleground. These few years, he often sent people here to enter Xuanda Grotto Heaven. We were ordered to guard the entrance and not allow the powerhouses under the Maple King's command to open the bounded zone. That's why we can't leave. If we leave and miss the people under the Maple King's command, we will be in trouble. Moreover, we can't easily change people. The bounded zone is extremely dangerous. Changing people once is a huge crisis. That's why we can only keep waiting here, Fang Ping said hurriedly. Someone under the Maple King's command obtained the bounded zone token? From Xuanda Grotto Heaven? Should be. The old man said, if not, the Maple King won't keep sending people here. Some information, the restricted area knows more than us. If he is not competent, he won't keep sending people here to die. Father knew about this back then, that's why he sent us here to guard. Father? Fang Ping swallowed. Could it be the Chen family's elder ancestor's son? Back then, he had asked if there were any second-generation people from each family who had survived. Jiang Hao said there might be. Now, did he mean that he had met one? Some of the second-generation people in Star Town were more than 300 years old. He had met a living antique. As if he understood Fang Ping's meaning, the Chen family's second elder laughed and said, it's rare to meet people from outside the restricted area. Since the restricted area hasn't sent people here yet, if there's anything you need help with, you can let us know. Leave early before they come. If there's a chance, help us pass a message back to the House of Guardians that we are still alive. Father sent Little Nine to meet us. Unfortunately, Little Nine died in battle here not long after he arrived. I'm afraid Father is also worried about the situation here. Fang Ping understood what he meant. Obviously, Elder Ancestor Chen was at Mount Royal Sea. He might not be able to detect the situation here. As for Elder Ancestor Chen, he probably could not come to the outskirts to detect at close range. He had sent someone to check, but the person who was sent died in the end. Right now, he might not even know if there were still people alive here. As for the last time Li Zhan and Zhang Tao went to Tiannan to investigate, Fang Ping suspected that these two might have been investigating at Mount Royal Sea. However, Fang Ping still asked curiously, if the few of you let one of you cross the Forbidden Sea, Guardian Chen will be able to detect. The old man could not help but laugh. Even a paragon won't cover the outskirts with mentality all the time, and it will consume a lot of energy, unless it's a critical moment. Father doesn't know when we'll go out, so naturally, he won't cover this place all the time. Moreover, it's a little difficult for father to cover this place. Fang Ping did not say anything, but he was calculating in his heart. It seemed like elder ancestor Chen was not as powerful as old Zhang. Old Zhang's mentality covered here and there every day. He liked to cover his mentality when eavesdropping, and he did not care about the consumption. Could it be that eavesdropping could train mentality? It seemed like it. Previously at Magic City and Tiannan, those true kings in the restricted area only needed a moment to cover. However, old Zhang seemed to be watching all the time. Warlord too. No, Warlord seemed to have retreated halfway. Old Zhang was really there all the time, monitoring the entire outskirts at all times. Magic City's catacombs were much bigger than the Xishan catacombs. Old Zhang is amazing. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. How old was old Zhang again? He had never asked before, but he seemed to have heard Fatty Jiang mention it before. 85 years old, he seemed to have achieved Paragon less than 20 years ago. Li Zhen achieved Paragon at 70 years old. Whether old Zhang was earlier or later than him, Fang Ping was not too sure. However, these few had not left the bounded area for 15 years, yet they knew the secret of old Zhang's breakthrough. If that was the case, did it mean that he broke through before he was 70 years old? So old Zhang broke through earlier than Commander Li. Fang Ping was still thinking when the old man said, the bounded area and Mount Royal Sea are not connected. We have to go through the endless mountains to get out and enter. It's extremely dangerous. Moreover, going in and out through the Forbidden Sea is also extremely dangerous. That's why communication has been cut off these few years. Fang Ping understood and said immediately, don't worry. When we get out, we'll definitely inform the House of Guardians. As he said that, Fang Ping looked at the gatehouse again and said, Senior, this time we came under orders to open the bounded area. Since the few of you are here, it'll be much more convenient. Fang Ping had not finished speaking when the old man said in surprise, you guys. Did you get the token too? Yes. Even when they were here, these few were still guarding here. Fang Ping did not hide it, or else they would see it when they went in later. End of chapter 662. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.